Upon awakening from slumber, I discovered that I had traversed into the Marvel universe. Fortuitously, I found myself within the royal lineage of Asgard. Even more fortuitously, I possessed a unique advantage. Behold, as a woman endowed with the abilities of the Night King stirs the winds and tumult in the Marvel realm. Chapter 1. A being transformed into the fluffy king in Marvel. In the Nine Realms, Asgard, lies the fabled domain of the Aesir, the gods. For countless millennia, under the reign of the former King Bor and the current King Odin, Asgard has subdued the dwarves, waged war against the dark elves, frost giants, and fire giants. Millennia ago, they firmly established Asgard's dominion over the Nine Realms. King Odin, the current monarch, is also the sovereign who has brought an end to all wars across the realms. At this moment, he stands before the Bifrost, his profound gaze fixed upon Midgard, as if anticipating the return of a certain individual, coinciding with the activation of the Bifrost. A shadow clad in black emerged from the vibrant hues, and those familiar with Tsukiheim would notice the figure bears a striking resemblance to the corrupted fluffy king. The petite figure is adorned in a dark purple gown, her hair elegantly tied with a black bow, a delicate strap encircling her neck, and a grand bow at the back of her dress, every detail exuding the essence of a princess from a bygone medieval era. The newcomer is named Lya Odinson, the youngest daughter of Odin and the third princess of Asgard, yet she harbors a secret identity known only to herself. Indeed, Lya Odinson is a traveler from another realm in her previous life. She was an extreme sports enthusiast who met her demise during a skydiving accident when her parachute malfunctioned. Upon reopening her eyes, she found herself transformed into a newborn infant, her attempts to vocalize yielding only the sounds of an infant's cries. At that moment, a one-eyed middle-aged man lifted her high above his head, proclaiming in a language she had never heard yet inexplicably understood, "In the name of King Odin, I declare my daughter shall be named Lya Odinson. With the gods as witnesses, she shall become the goddess of storms and justice." His words echoed throughout Asgard, prompting all its inhabitants to kneel in reverence, fervently calling out the name of Lya Odinson, goddess of storms and justice. As the crowd shouted, two divine essences descended from Yggdrasil, merging with Laius, being these essences symbolized storm and justice. Every royal of Asgard receives such a gift from the world tree upon birth, much like Thor's divine essence, although exceptions exist, such as Loki, who, despite not being an Asgardian, still acquired his own. Thus, it is evident that Asgardian royalty requires not only a hereditary lineage but also the acknowledgement of King Odin to receive the world tree's gifts. As the divine essences began to merge, Lya felt an overwhelming drowsiness wash over her, and as a newborn, she promptly fell into slumber. Odin gently placed the sleeping Lya back into the arms of his queen, Frigga, her mother. As she gazed at the wrinkled infant, a joyful smile illuminated Frigga's face, while two small boys eagerly gathered at the bedside. These boys were Thor and Loki, merely over 600 years old, still considered younglings by Asgardian standards. Thor leaned closer to the infant, furrowing his brow as he inquired, "Mother, is this my sister? She looks all wrinkly and quite unattractive." Queen Frigga chuckled, playfully flicking Thor's forehead. "You were just as wrinkly when you were born. Once she grows up, I assure you, she will be the most beautiful princess in Asgard." Thor, rubbing his forehead, excitedly declared, "When she grows up, I shall be her protector." Loki quickly chimed in, "And I too. I will protect our sister." Odin, filled with pride, drew them close, saying, "You both are my pride." The atmosphere was imbued with warmth and affection. 3 centuries swiftly passed, and the once tiny infant blossomed into a graceful young woman. Throughout these years, Lya became aware of her presence in the perilous Marvel universe, yet she was considerably better off than most. She was part of the Asgardian royal family and possessed her own Advantagia system panel. Unlike other systems with sprites, hers resembled a mere lifeless interface. Beyond the initial novice gift that endowed her with all the abilities of a darkened Artoria, there was no further reaction from the panel. She initially believed her advantage was limited to this, but on her first birthday, the panel unexpectedly displayed a message. "Your attributes have increased by 1%. After this announcement, no matter how Lya called out, the panel remained unresponsive. However, every time she aged by 1 year, the panel would inform her of a 1% increase in her attributes. Though 1% may seem trivial to the short-lived humans, it was significant for the long-lived Asgardians, particularly for the royal family. Initially, the increases were minuscule, but over time, they accelerated. In her 3 centuries, Lya's prowess surpassed that of her elder brother, Thor, who had been born over 600 years prior. As for her appearance in Midgard, it was due to Odin's trial, akin to Thor's acquisition of Mjolnir after passing his own test. However, unlike Thor, who fought across realms, Leia chose to venture to Midgard. In a Nordic land, she established the Kingdom of Britain, achieving the title of King Arthur through the strength of mortals. Yet, unlike the historical King Arthur, Leia was not referred to as the Night King, but rather as the absolute just king. She ascended to kingship as a woman, overcoming challenges along the way, ultimately earning the respect and admiration of all. Thus, she lived in Midgard under the name of King Arthur for 60 years, and today marks her return. Stepping forth from the Bifrost, Leia beheld Odin waiting for her and hastened to his side, bowing in respect. "Father, have I completed my trial?" Odin swiftly assisted Leia to her feet, gazing at her with eyes full of approval. "You have performed admirably. I have witnessed your deeds in Midgard, and you have excelled." At Odin's praise, Leia grasped his arm, adopting a playful tone. "That's wonderful. By the way, what of the weapon you promised to forge for me? Thor already possesses his, and you cannot show favoritism." Odin chuckled, tapping her forehead gently. "Ah, you arrive and immediately inquire about your weapon." Leia sheepishly scratched her head. "It's just that I designed it myself. I cannot feel at ease until it is in my possession." "Very well," Odin said, patting her shoulder. "Your weapon awaits you with your mother. Remember to spend some quality time with her. She has been missing you every day since you departed." "I understand." With that, she dashed toward Frigga's palace. Watching his lively daughter, Odin felt a wave of relief wash over him. After all, she had lived alone in Midgard for 60 years, and it would be disingenuous to claim he had not worried, especially fearing that she might be deceived by that golden-haired lad. Every year, almost without fail, Odin would arrive in Midgard to gather information, also instructing Heimdall to keep an eye on any men who might approach Leia. At that moment, Odin suddenly coughed a few times, reflecting with a sense of helplessness. "As my age advances, my health declines. It seems I cannot endure for many more centuries. As long as Leia remains in Asgard, she shall be safe." Chapter 2. Weapons and Armor. On the way to Queen Frigga's palace, many recognized Leia and greeted her, to which she responded with a smile. Over the course of her 3 centuries in Asgard, she had undoubtedly garnered the best rapport among Odin's children. Although she appeared cold when not smiling, her warmth radiated like a gentle spring breeze when she did. This realization brought a tinge of annoyance to Leia. While her popularity was commendable, she could not fathom why everyone, including her mother, was perpetually fixated on her distinctive tuft of hair, often trying to pluck it away. Other matters could be negotiated, but her tuft was sacrosanct. It was her charm and one of the few remnants of her past life. As she approached a magnificent palace, Leia took a deep breath, mentally preparing herself for what lay ahead. Upon entering, she was enveloped in a warm embrace. Though her strength would have easily allowed her to break free, she merely stared blankly, feeling the hands that roamed over her head. As the hands neared her tuft, her previously vacant gaze sparked to life. She covered her head with her hands, shooting a slightly aggrieved look at Queen Frigga. Frigga seemed oblivious to Leia's distress and, with a hint of sadness in her voice, lamented, "Leia, you have grown so distant. 60 years without a visit. Now that I merely wish to touch your tuft, you are so guarded." With a poker face, Leia retorted, "Mother, you're far too old to be acting cutesy." It was evident that Frigga stiffened at her words, pulling Leia's cheeks outward. "You've turned bad after 60 years away. You were so adorable before." As Frigga kneaded Leia's cheeks, they transformed into a round shape. And it is quite impolite to speak ill of other women's ages. "All right, I understand. Please release me," Leia managed to utter through her discomfort. After a playful bout, Frigga felt satisfied and led Leia to a seat by the bed, meticulously inspecting her for any harm. Upon finding none, she spoke with a tone of relief. "It has been 60 years, and you've become even more beautiful. You have accomplished much in Midgard. My dear Leia indeed lives up to her name." Though Leia prided herself on having a thick skin, the compliment made her blush slightly. "It's nothing special. It's only been 60 years. I haven't changed much, really." Frigga gently caressed Leia's fair cheek, her expression turning tender. "My dear Leia, you must have endured many hardships in Midgard after all. You have never been away from us for so long." Seeing the compassion in Frigga's eyes made Leia's own eyes well up, and she fought to hold back her tears. "How could that be? I would never allow myself to suffer. I am Leia, Odin's daughter." It would be a lie to claim she had not faced challenges in Midgard. The trials she undertook required her to ascend as a king in a mortal guise. Though she could have relied on the formidable physique of an Asgardian to cheat, Leia rejected such notions, vowing to rise as a ruler through the strength of humanity. Throughout this journey, she had lost friends and been betrayed, But the most significant pain stemmed from the 60 years apart from her family. Upon seeing Odin for the first time, she nearly succumbed to the urge to embrace him and share her longing. Yet the years of kingship had tempered her impulsiveness. Rubbing her eyes, she swiftly changed the subject. By the way, Mother, Father mentioned that the dwarves forged a weapon for me. Could you show it to me? Frigga, undeterred by Laia's diversion, reached into the surrounding space and retrieved a black sword, handing it to Leia. As she infused it with her magic, vibrant red runes appeared along the blade, signifying its power. Leia sensed that she could release the magic at will, unleashing tremendous damage. Previously, she had wielded all of Arthur's skills and could use the Wind King's hammer, but it often resulted in the sword breaking. Now, with the Oath of Victory sword in hand, she no longer had to worry about excess magic going to waste. Indeed, she named the sword the Oath of Victory upon acquiring it. Seeing her daughter's joy, Frigga reached into the space once more, producing a set of armor. The armor was predominantly black, with dark red patterns that suggested its battle-ready nature. Noticing Leia's interest, Frigga explained, "Your sword and armor are imbued with recall runes, allowing you to retrieve them even if lost. Moreover, when not in use, they can transform into other garments. Simply channel your magic to activate them. The dwarves forged them to enhance their durability and self-repair, provided your magic is sufficient." Frigga added with a teasing tone, "But my dear Leia, you lack nothing except perhaps for magic." She then resumed the affectionate kneading of Laia's cheeks. Ignoring her mother's antics, Leia placed her hand on the armor. A strange connection surged between them as she channeled her magic. The armor transformed into a whirlwind of black and red, enveloping her so completely that even Frigga, the queen, could not discern the scene within. When the tempest subsided, Leia stood clad in a sleek black dress, the armor accentuating her form. Her arms and legs were enveloped in black armor, adorned with streaks of crimson that seemed to suggest a bloodied hue. Frigga, observing her daughter, could not help but comment, "You were so beautiful and delightful before. Why choose to wear such armor?" Leia shook her head. "You don't understand. This is how I manifest my authority." All right. I concede I suppose I'm just too old to grasp the thoughts of the youth," Frigga replied, nodding with a tone of resignation. Realizing her mother was about to continue, Leia quickly responded, "Mother, I have matters to attend to, so I won't disturb you any longer." Without waiting for a reply, she dashed out of the palace. Frigga watched Laia's hurried retreat, shaking her head with a smile, still as childlike as ever. Chapter 3. Thor. Upon exiting the palace of the goddess Frigg, Leia relinquished her pursuit of others, eagerly seeking a locale to test the might of her newly acquired weapon. The exhilaration from obtaining this new armament spurred her on, as she yearned not to squander a moment. Although she had inhabited the Marvel Universe for 7 centuries, much of the narrative had faded from her memory. However, the destruction of Asgard remained vividly etched in her mind. Leia had dwelled in Asgard for an astonishing 700 years, far surpassing the duration of her past life on Earth. Over time, she had come to regard this realm as her true home, and she could not bear to witness Asgard's demise as depicted in the original tales. The death of her father and mother, akin to the narrative, was something she could not accept, and her 2 brothers' quarrels were inconsequential, for she would ultimately safeguard them. After all, her father was aging. Once she gathered all the Infinity Stones, she would grant him eternal life. As for herself, Leia did not find herself in need of the stone's power. With her annual enhancement of 1%, she would inevitably ascend to the pinnacle of this universe. However, shortly after departing the palace, she was called to a halt. "Leia," boomed a hearty voice, and she soon detected the scent of alcohol approaching her. Instinctively, she sidestepped, causing the golden-haired giant to miss her. The newcomer was none other than her brother, the god of thunder, Thor, followed closely by Sif and the 3 warriors of Valhalla. Leia nodded at Sif and the trio, then turned to her unreliable brother with a hint of reproach. "How many times must I tell you not to approach me reeking of alcohol?" Thor scratched his head and offered an awkward smile, but refrained from retorting. Sif, the warrior, quickly interjected to defend Thor, stating, "Prince Thor has just come from the training grounds and was merely unwinding with a few drinks." Vandal, one of the Valhalla warriors, chimed in, "Did I not hear Sif mention that Princess Leia has returned? Prince Thor was so eager to find you that he neglected his drink." Thor nodded vigorously, affirming his intentions. Though not particularly close, Leia, Sif, and the Valhalla warriors shared a sense of familiarity due to Thor's presence. Observing their camaraderie and the fervent defense of her brother, Leia refrained from voicing any further displeasure. However, she cast a glance around, puzzled by Loki's absence. Had they not always been inseparable in the past? Sif, sensing Leia's confusion, quickly spoke. "Prince Loki has made significant progress with his magic and is currently honing his skills in the library." Leia nodded in understanding. During these 7 centuries, she too had undergone transformations. For instance, Loki's character had evolved. The original Loki delighted in teasing others, embodying arrogance and insecurity, often overshadowed by his brother. In contrast, the present Loki exuded confidence and composure, largely due to Lea's mischievous antics in their youth. As the elder brother, Thor is quite obstinate. And since King Odin and Queen Frigga are unlikely to handle trivial matters, these responsibilities inevitably fall upon Loki, the younger brother. It can be said that at a tender age, Loki bears pressures that are not rightfully his to shoulder. One moment, he is dealing with Thor's brawls, and the next, he is searching for the lost Leia. Loki finds himself playing both father and mother, and it is only natural that he feels overwhelmed. Furthermore, having promised to protect his sister in their youth, he now watches as Leia grows even stronger than Thor. Unlike Thor's optimistic demeanor, Loki feels an immense weight on his shoulders, leading him to devote his spare time to the study of magic. Leia gazes at Thor and inquires about his purpose for visiting, questioning whether he has merely come to see her. Thor, with an awkward smile, brushes it off as a trivial matter, claiming he feels he has made significant progress lately. Leia responds with a knowing smile, suggesting that he wishes to challenge her once again. Indeed, Thor asserts earnestly, "This time I shall surely defeat you and reclaim my title as the foremost warrior." Leia raises an eyebrow. "When did I ever hold such a title?" Sif shrugs and interjects, "The first time you defeated Thor. Everyone believed you to be the strongest warrior aside from the king." After saying this, Sif gazes at Leia with admiration. Leia has become an idol for all female warriors, Sif included. Hearing Sif's words, Thor anxiously retorts, "That time was merely due to my underestimation. This time will be different. I will give it my all." Vostag nods. Underestimating your opponent for the third time will lead to a fourth. Laughter erupts among the group, while Thor continues to mumble about how losing to his sister does not count as a true defeat, claiming it is merely a case of underestimating her, which elicits further laughter. Initially, Leia would have declined the challenge, as she does not enjoy meaningless battles. However, Thor's timing is fortuitous, as she is eager to test the prowess of her newly forged weapon. Thus, she agrees, stating, "Perfect timing. My new weapon has just been completed. I can try it out on you." Thor, with a confident grin, raises Mjolnir, declaring, "No weapon can compare to my Mjolnir." He even kisses the hammer, and seeing Thor's unwavering confidence, Leia cannot help but think that it is no wonder the future Thor is dubbed the God of Hammers, given how he cherishes his weapon as if it were a beloved. Nonetheless, one must admit that Mjolnir is indeed worthy of such affection. Forged from the remnants of a dying star, this weapon not only channels Thor's divine power, but also possesses unparalleled destructive capabilities. A recall function that allows it to return to him from any location, and a legendary stipulation that only those deemed worthy may lift it, bestowing upon them the power of the Thunder God. Yet, it is precisely because of Mjolnir's extraordinary abilities that Thor becomes utterly incapacitated upon its loss. However, these matters are not for Leia to concern herself with, as the path of growth for Thor has long been orchestrated by the All-Father Odin. Within the colossal circular arena of Asgard, with a diameter stretching 1,000 meters, thousands of Asgardians surrounded the battleground. Today marked the fourth duel between the Prince of Asgard, Thor, and the Princess of the Storm, Leia. Despite Leia's prior victories in their earlier encounters, the curiosity of the Asgardians remained undiminished. Observing Thor, who was warming up in the distance, Leia smiled and began to gather the magical energy within her, preparing for the impending battle. Chapter 4. The Duel. Haha, Leia. Let me see if you have regressed during your time in Midgard. Thor, clad in red-caped armor and wielding the mighty Mjolnir, exuded an intense battle spirit. He understood that his sister had undoubtedly grown stronger during their time apart, yet he never feared combat, for he was born for it. Leia felt a surge of energy as she summoned her magic, and in an instant, a whirlwind of black tempest engulfed the entire arena. As the storm dissipated, Leia, who had once donned a black gown, now stood clad in a fearsome black armor, her fingers slightly elongated, raised above her head, wielding a black longsword that materialized in her grasp. Her dark golden hair was styled into a single ponytail, and a crimson and black eye mask adorned her visage. As she infused her magic, crimson patterns began to illuminate across her armor. The chilling aura of darkness astonished the Asgardians. "Is this the princess's new weapon? By Odin, it seems crafted for slaughter. How magnificent! Truly befitting of our princess." The design of this armor sent a profound shockwave through the Asgardians. And even more astonishing was how well it aligned with their aesthetic sensibilities. Even Sif and the three warriors from Valhalla, who had come to witness the spectacle, were left in awe. Although they had known about Leia's new weapon, seeing it in person was a revelation. Thor was the first to regain his composure. Though he was taken aback by the armor and sword, the boiling blood within him urged him to engage Leia in combat. With a roar, he pressed down, causing the ground beneath him to shatter. The immense force propelled him into the air, charging toward Leia. His movement signified the commencement of their battle. As Thor approached within 3 meters of Leia, A surge of black and red energy erupted directly from her sword. With a resounding boom, the longsword in Lea's hand unleashed an endless torrent of magic, hurtling toward Thor. The Wind King's hammer, infused with a weight of 10,000 tons, collided with the raised Mjolnir. A tremendous roar and an explosion of colossal magic resonated at that moment, leaving the surrounding Asgardians in a daze. The black-red energy cannon sent Thor plummeting into a deep pit. Thor found himself unprepared, struck by an immeasurably powerful force that left him dazed, feeling as though his very organs had shifted within him. The battle was far from over. Upon noticing Thor's lingering capacity for resistance, Leia wasted no time and charged towards him, shattering the ground beneath her feet. Thor's keen battle instincts sensed imminent danger, gritting his teeth. He raised Mjolnir high above his head and brought it down with tremendous force upon the earth. Countless bolts of lightning surged across the vast battlefield, prompting Leia to halt her advance and, with both hands, channel her magic into her sword once more. Just as Thor leapt from the pit he had been cast into, he saw Leia preparing to strike again. Seizing the opportunity during her attack's preparation, he hurled Mjolnir towards her. Realizing the hammer was about to collide with her, Leia reluctantly abandoned her use of the light cannon and swung her long sword to deflect the incoming blow. Thor seized the moment to close the distance, calling Mjolnir back to him and striking down with ferocity. Leia, undeterred, met his blow with her sword, and in an instant, the two engaged in a flurry of strikes, exchanging dozens of blows in rapid succession. The sparks from the clash of sword and hammer dazzled the assembled Asgardians, leaving them breathless. After several exchanges, Leia suddenly intensified her strength, effortlessly launching Mjolnir into the air. As Thor momentarily staggered, caught off guard by the hammer's ascent, a hand clad in black gauntlet struck upward with force against his chin, propelling him into the air. Leia then prepared to unleash her light cannon once more. A torrent of dark red magic coalesced upon her longsword. With a resounding crash, the light cannon struck Thor without mercy, sending him crashing from the sky into the depths of the earth, raising a cloud of dust and smoke. The spectators held their breath, eager to discern the outcome of the confrontation. As the smoke gradually dissipated, a woman clad in black armor emerged, holding the unconscious form of Thor aloft. A hush fell over the arena for a brief moment before it erupted into jubilant cheers. All the Asgardians shouted the name of the storm goddess Leia, reveling in her triumph. They cared little for Thor's humiliation. Their focus rested solely on the spectacle of the contest and its outcome. In their eyes, losing to a formidable opponent was no disgrace. If one could reclaim victory, it was a source of pride. Though the battle lasted mere minutes, it was sufficiently thrilling for the Asgardians. From the observation platform, Sif turned to the three warriors of the Valkyrie, remarking that this encounter had concluded 10 minutes faster than the last. Fandral offered a wry smile, acknowledging that Princess Leia had grown even more formidable, realizing that they would likely never catch up to her prowess. Volstagg nudged Fandral playfully and whispered, "You don't truly have feelings for Princess Leia, do you? I suggest you abandon that notion." Fandral hastily covered Volstagg's mouth, glancing around to ensure no one was listening before exhaling a sigh of relief. "That is preposterous. Are you trying to get me killed? If Thor and Prince Loki were aware of your words, they would undoubtedly take my life." Volstagg shrugged nonchalantly, remarking that there were countless admirers of Princess Leia. Could they possibly eliminate them all? And do not involve me in this. Vandal, observing Volstagg, nodded and retracted his hand. Vandal's anxiety was not unfounded. Previously, someone had expressed their intent to marry Princess Leia in front of Thor and Loki, only to suffer the consequences of Thor's relentless beatings, leaving him too terrified to approach within 100 meters of her. Prince Loki was even more ruthless, experimenting with various spells on that individual until he could no longer endure and voluntarily departed from Asgard. After the battle, Thor required treatment while Leia, thrilled by testing a new weapon, was certainly not delighted merely due to the thrashing of Thor. However, having already met Thor, it was only fair for Leia to seek an audience with her other brother, for one must not show favoritism. With this thought, Leia confirmed Loki's whereabouts with Sif and proceeded toward the library. Although all eyes were fervently fixed upon her, no one dared to impede her progress. As the number of Asgardians around her dwindled, Leia breathed a sigh of relief. Although she had grown accustomed to being the center of attention, it was preferable to avoid it when possible. Chapter 5. The Invisibility Cloak. Upon arriving at the Asgardian Magical Library, she greeted the guard at the entrance and made her way inside. There, she observed 3 Lokis busily searching for books, undoubtedly a manifestation of his illusion magic. It was impossible for 3 Lokis to exist simultaneously. Sighing at the disarray surrounding her, Leia approached the true Loki, who was engrossed in his studies at the central table. Despite her close proximity, Loki remained oblivious to her presence, absorbed in his quest for knowledge. It was only when Leia tapped the table before him that he tore his attention from the books. Didn't I specifically mention not to seek me out? Loki lifted his head with a hint of impatience, but his demeanor instantly transformed into a smile upon recognizing Leia. Leia, when did you return? Why didn't you inform me? I could have come and fetch you. You were unaware of my return? I visited Mother first, and then came to see you. Leia stated without a trace of guilt, as she was indeed telling the truth. She had come to Loki right after visiting their mother. As for Thor, it was he who sought me out, not the other way around, so that hardly constitutes a lie. Loki sighed in resignation, acknowledging my fault. So, what is it that you desire? Having spent many years together, he was well aware of Leia's character. She was not like an ordinary girl who would complain over trifles. If she displayed such an expression, it was certain that she sought something to possess. Unfazed by the revelation of her thoughts, Leia extended her hand, requesting the invisible cloak Loki had created, declaring, "Hand it over, and I shall forgive you." A smile graced Loki's face as he conjured the cloak from the surrounding space, asking, "Now, can you forgive me?" Leia accepted the cloak from his hands, nodding. "I forgive you." She then inquired, "I heard your magic has made a breakthrough." Loki raised an eyebrow. "Have you seen Thor?" Leia felt a twinge of embarrassment, surprised by Loki's perceptiveness. Yet, undeterred, she boldly replied, "I didn't deceive you. It was Thor who sought me out. I did not pursue him." Loki chuckled, not particularly surprised by her response. "Let us not divert the topic. What is this about your magic?" Leia insisted. "You recall the last time you mentioned transforming illusion magic into reality? Have you achieved that?" Leia asked in disbelief, her mind racing back to the awe she felt while watching Loki's cinematic portrayal, where an aged Loki effortlessly elevated Asgard with a mere wave of his hand. This sparked her curiosity about whether the current Loki could perform such grand sorcery. Upon her inquiry, he confessed that such powerful magic eluded him. This revelation left Leia somewhat disheartened, as her own immense magical power hindered her ability to control it precisely. However, Asgardian magic necessitated meticulous control, rendering her incapable of employing any spells beyond the most rudimentary forms of magic. "I can only manage a fraction of it. Vast illusion magic remains beyond my grasp." Loki lamented, weariness evident in his tone. Since delving into this magical study, Loki felt as though he were on the verge of losing his hair. After much effort and inspiration gleaned from consulting with his mother, he spent over a fortnight in the library, only to manage transforming some mundane objects into reality. Observing Leia's astonished expression, Loki felt that all his efforts had been worthwhile, for opportunities to impress his remarkable sister were plentiful. "That is indeed commendable." Leia genuinely expressed her joy for Loki. "Well, having seen you, I shall take my leave now and let you continue your magical pursuits undisturbed." With that, she dashed away without a glance back. Watching Leia's retreating figure, Loki resolved to protect his sister at all costs. In a departure from the original narrative, Leia, the youngest daughter, garnered the majority of Odin and Frigga's affection. As for Thor and Loki, Odin did not exhibit the same favoritism as in the original tale, opting instead for a more hands-off approach, which ultimately shaped Loki's character differently from the source material. Perhaps the current Loki embodies the very essence of the character he aspired to be in the original narrative. Upon returning to his palace after a 60-year absence, Loki felt a sense of comfort in the familiar surroundings. Indeed, whether in gilded halls or humble abodes, there is no place like home. Though the vast palace cannot truly be likened to a mere doghouse, Leia reclined on her bed, contemplating her future plans. The foremost task was to locate the Infinity Stones to grant her father eternal life. It is rather peculiar in a world like Marvel's, filled with formidable beings, that there exists no straightforward method for achieving immortality. Leia replayed the narrative in her mind countless times, unable to conceive a simpler solution. Ultimately, she could only resort to the cumbersome approach of utilizing the Infinity Stones. The Power Stone could be easily obtained by venturing to the planet Morag, where her own strength would suffice. The Time Stone, however, was not easily accessible from the Ancient One. The Space Stone eluded her grasp entirely, necessitating patience until the storyline unfolded and she could procure it from Asgard. As for the Mind Stone, she was aware it would eventually fall into the hands of Thanos, while the Reality Stone could only be acquired within the narrative itself. Regarding the Soul Stone, the absurd acquisition criteria dissuaded her from pursuing it. In the end, the only stone she could confidently acquire was the Power Stone, and Leia found herself restlessly rolling on her bed, vexed. Her power was nearing that of a celestial being, sufficient to handle ordinary characters. Yet she would undoubtedly be overwhelmed by luminaries like the Ancient One, leaving her questioning her very existence. Countless thoughts surged through Leia's mind, chaotic and unorganized, until she resolved to journey to Morag in the future to claim the Power Stone. Meanwhile, in the healing chamber of Asgard, the comatose Thor suddenly opened his eyes and sat upright. Sif and the three warriors of the Valkyrie, who had been anxiously waiting by his side, approached him with concern, exclaiming, "Thor, you are finally awake." Bewildered, Thor surveyed his surroundings and inquired, "What has happened to me?" Sif, smiling gently, replied, "Do you not recall? You dueled with Princess Leia and fainted." Thor bowed his head in reflection and sighed, "Indeed, I have lost once more. No matter how ardently I pursue, I can never catch up." Observing Thor's despondency, Sif and the Valkyrie warriors hurried to console him, stating, "Princess Leia possesses extraordinary talent. This is a blessing. Moreover, there are aspects in which you surpass her." Upon hearing this, Thor perked up, asking eagerly, "In what ways am I stronger?" Sif, with an awkward chuckle, replied, "You consume more alcohol than she does." In an instant, Thor slumped back onto the bed, his eyes gradually becoming hollow. Chapter 6. 600 years later, in the blink of an eye, 6 centuries had passed. Upon a colossal and desolate planet, a tempest of black and crimson light ravaged the surface, revealing a pockmarked terrain and mountains cleaved asunder. A knight clad in black armor raised his sword, channeling magical energy, and unleashed a black-red energy beam that struck the mountain peak directly. In an instant, the mountain was split in two. The beam did not dissipate but continued downward, cleaving the very ground beneath him. As effortlessly as a hot knife slicing through butter, the substantial planet was bisected. Upon witnessing the scene before her, Leia shed her armor, revealing a sleek black gown beneath. At long last, she had ascended to the level of the Celestial Father. "Do you comprehend how I have spent these 600 years? Each day, I dedicated 2 hours to rigorous training, never daring to slacken my efforts." Reflecting on her relentless dedication over the years, it was astonishing to realize that it took a full 6 centuries to reach such a lofty rank. Indeed, the advancement within the Marvel realm is undeniably arduous. Throughout these 600 years, Leia did not solely engage in training. She also seized the opportunity to journey to the planet Morlag to acquire the Power Stone. The process was not as intricate as one might imagine. At that time, very few were aware of the Power Stone's presence on Morlag, which allowed Leia to pursue it with relative ease and minimal obstruction. While she successfully obtained the stone, it felt somewhat futile to her. Previously, out of curiosity, she had opened the cosmic sphere and handled the Power Stone barehanded. Had it not been for her resilient physique, she likely would have lost a hand in the process of wielding it. Since that incident, Leia refrained from using the Power Stone without protection. Although it was impossible for most to utilize it barehanded, as a member of the Asgardian royal family with dwarven craftsmen at her disposal, embedding the Power Stone in her sword was a straightforward endeavor. With the Power Stone, Leia had already attained Celestial Father-level combat prowess, but it was primarily through the weapon's might. Now, having surpassed that threshold herself, she could begin to harness the abilities of the Power Stone, undoubtedly reaching the initial tier of the Celestial Father level. The narrative of Thor was about to unfold, with her brother's coronation celebration just a few days away. The story would proceed in alignment with the original tale, a conclusion reached through discussions with Odin. Initially, Odin intended for Leia to assume the role of the new Asgardian God King. However, she declined the offer. Having ruled Midgard for 60 years had left her utterly exhausted, and she had no desire to remain upon that throne. Thus, she decided it was best for her brother Thor to become the new God King, allowing Odin and their mother to retire and relish life. As for Leia, the Marvel Universe was far too captivating to ignore. She longed to encounter the characters from her memories, lest her journey be in vain. Leia raised her gaze to the heavens and called out to Heimdall. A radiant rainbow bridge promptly carried her back to Asgard. Upon exiting the bridge, Leia nodded to Heimdall and proceeded directly to the palace of the God King. She intended to engage in a thorough discussion with Odin regarding the coronation ceremony scheduled for the following day, contemplating how to orchestrate events so that Thor might falter and face consequences in Midgard. Initially, she had not wished to resort to such measures. She had endeavored to amend Thor's character, but regrettably, her efforts proved futile as he remained as combative as ever. While a warrior's spirit is commendable, if a king allows himself to be consumed by the fervor of battle, he cannot become a truly exemplary ruler. As for Thor's perspective, well, Leia held faith that he would understand his sister's intentions. Upon entering Odin's temple, Leia immediately beheld Odin seated upon his throne, regarding her with an expression that seemed to convey, "I knew you would come." Observing Odin's pretentious demeanor, Leia couldn't help but twitch her lips. She recalled that the Odin from the original narrative did not possess such a character. Why, then, had he transformed in her presence? Odin, silently fixated on his daughter, finally cleared his throat and inquired, "Leia, have you come to seek your father for a matter of importance?" Seeing Odin continue his charade, Leia felt somewhat helpless and acquiesced to his whims, responding, "Father, tomorrow marks my brother's coronation ceremony, yet I believe Thor's overly combative nature requires refinement. Otherwise, he may not be fit to inherit the throne." Odin nodded thoughtfully, as if just realizing the gravity of the situation. Indeed, you present a valid point. But how can we encourage Thor to amend his belligerent tendencies? Father, did we not previously agree upon this? Must I bear the entirety of this burden? Leia sighed, feeling a twinge of frustration. They had previously decided that Odin would broach this topic. It has barely been a few days. Are you now reneging on our agreement? Odin, equally weary, exhaled a sigh. It is not that I am reluctant to speak, but you are well aware of your mother's disposition. If I were to truly reprimand Thor, she would undoubtedly object. Leia, exasperated, chuckled in disbelief. If you are unwilling, then I shall step forward. Once Mother discovers that this was my suggestion, she'll be relentless. It was perplexing how the current Queen Frigga diverged so profoundly from the dignified and gracious queen portrayed in the original tale. While their appearances bore a striking resemblance, their personalities seemed to have strayed far afield. Now, she often sought to cling to others and displayed a penchant for childish whims. The regal demeanor of a queen was scarcely visible, though this was only in the presence of her family. To outsiders, Frigga still embodied the poised and graceful queen. Odin fell silent, his gaze fixed intently upon Leia, as if silently questioning whether she could bear to witness an elder despised by his own wife and children. This scrutiny made Leia feel as though she were a villain of the utmost depravity. Perhaps it was her birth and formidable talents that instilled in Odin a profound confidence in his youngest daughter. He believed that with Leia's capabilities, she could undoubtedly navigate the impending twilight of the gods, which resulted in a lack of urgency on Odin's part compared to the original narrative. Instead, like any ordinary elder, he relished spending time with his children, which diminished the awe of his divine authority in their eyes, shattering it into countless fragments. However, this was not necessarily a negative development. In fact, it was rather beneficial. In the original tale, Odin's failure to communicate with Thor and Loki had led to a rift between the brothers. Yet now, Odin had more time to devote to his children. Although Thor and Loki still regarded each other with disdain, their relationship had improved significantly compared to the original narrative. Under Odin's guidance, both Thor and Loki had experienced remarkable growth in their abilities, far surpassing their counterparts in the original story. Especially Loki. At least now, he refrains from using a dagger to extinguish Thanos and has acquired numerous legitimate spells. Chapter 7. Jotunheim. Leia sighed helplessly. You go ahead with your tasks. And I shall explain, all right? Odin, observing Leia stepping back, smiled gently. He had never intended for her to play the villain. Yet seeing her troubled expression compelled him to tease her. Odin's demeanor then grew serious as he addressed Leia. I require you to journey to the frost giants and caution them, urging their cooperation in our performance. Leave it to me. Due to Loki's character divergence from the original narrative, he would not, as in the original, lead the frost giants to Asgard's treasury. However, Odin now needed a justification to banish Thor to Midgard. Thus their focus shifted to the frost giant king, Laufey. Leia and her companions planned to confront Laufey first, delivering a beating before enlisting him to assist in their ruse. Essentially, it would mirror the original tale, luring Thor to Laufey's domain, then finding a reason to cast him into Midgard. As their conversation concluded, Leia prepared to venture to Jotunheim to meet the legendary frost giant king, Laufey. Upon reaching the Rainbow Bridge, its vibrant hues shimmered, propelling her directly to Jotunheim. Emerging from the bridge, she surveyed the frigid surroundings, raising her hand above her head to summon a black longsword that materialized. Channeling her magic into the blade, dark red energy coiled around it, and with a swift motion, she unleashed a magical cannon that struck Jotunheim, rendering the world momentarily silent. In the next instant, akin to a nuclear explosion, a small sphere of black and red expanded, obliterating everything within sight. With a thunderous roar, an immense pit released an endless chill as a giant towering 2 meters emerged from its depths. However, this frost giant appeared rather wretched. The frost that once adorned him had turned to charred remnants, presenting a truly pitiful sight. A mere casual strike had evidently left the frost giant gravely injured. Asgardian, do you intend to breach the accord and wage war against Jotunheim? Laufey bellowed in fury. That cannot be entirely accurate. Leia replied innocently. I merely wish to request your assistance. Upon hearing Leia's response and surveying the ravaged surroundings, along with his own injuries, Laufey nearly succumbed to rage. Who comes to seek help only to first deliver a beating? Moreover, had it not been for his quick reflexes, he would have perished beneath that magical cannon. Contemplating the earlier cannon strike, Laufey's seething anger was doused like a bucket of cold water, and he realized he was no match for her. Gritting his teeth, Laufey suppressed his fury and inquired, Asgardian, who exactly are you? Me? You must have heard of me. I am Leia. Laufey's eyes widened in shock. What? You are indeed the legendary princess of Asgard. How could you possibly possess such formidable strength? The illustrious princess of Asgard, whose prowess has reached the ears of Laufey, has been praised over the years, with many asserting that Laia's power rivals that of the All-Father Odin. However, at that time, Laufey scoffed at such claims, for as a seasoned adversary of Odin, he was well aware of the god's true might. The princess of Asgard is merely a youth. How could she possibly compare to Odin's strength? Such notions clearly reek of exaggeration. Yet now, witnessing her abilities firsthand, Laufey feels that the accolades are indeed conservative. Given the prowess displayed by the young maiden, it is not merely comparable to Odin. He would not be surprised if she surpassed him. After all, with just a single strike, she has inflicted upon him severe injuries, something even Odin had never accomplished in their previous encounters. Should Laia be privy to his thoughts, she would undoubtedly wear a look of disdain. Is Odin lacking in power? Certainly not. He simply finds no motivation to engage. Were he to unleash his true strength, Laufey would not survive the encounter. What brings you to seek me? Laufey inquires, suppressing his astonishment. Laia gazes at Laufey with some confusion. Why is the demeanor of the frost giant so amiable? She had approached him with a challenge, and yet he responds with courtesy. This leaves her feeling somewhat embarrassed, as if she were a villain compelling a reluctant participant. Upon observing Laia's perplexed expression, Laufey cannot help but twitch his lips in amusement. I am not a fool. Why would I attack knowing I cannot win? It is far wiser to concede beforehand, sparing myself from further suffering. Laia ceases her contemplation of Laufey's unusual temperament, recognizing that as long as the task is accomplished, all is well. I require your assistance in staging a performance. Is this truly the reason you destroyed my castle? If only you had mentioned such a trivial matter earlier. Laufey laments, feeling an urge to weep. I would have gladly complied, had I known. There is no need for such an explosive entrance. Suppressing his humiliation, he asks, what must I do? Laia tilts her head, pondering. You shall adapt as the situation unfolds. When Thor arrives, strike him fiercely, but do not deliver a fatal blow. Should he suffer any significant injury while in your presence, I shall retaliate tenfold. You Asgardians play your games at your leisure, do you? What do you take my domain for? A mere playground? Come and go as you please? Were it not for my inability to contend with you, I would have long since claimed your head as a trophy. Though these thoughts swirl in his mind, Laufey merely nods in agreement. It is not cowardice, but a recognition of the vast chasm of power that separates them. In the face of strength, yielding temporarily is no shame. After all, as long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear the absence of firewood. Observing the astuteness of Laufey, Laia felt reluctant to impose upon him further. She nodded, acknowledging his understanding, and assured him that no one would trouble him at that time. Laufey, bowing his head, silently grumbled to himself. Indeed, they have already come to my doorstep and claim no difficulty has been imposed upon me. Must I also play the role alongside a group of childish brats? Does the king of frost giants possess no dignity at all? Unbeknownst to Laia, Laufey's thoughts were far removed from her mind. Once all matters were settled, she raised her voice towards the heavens, calling out for Heimdall. In an instant, a radiant spectrum of light enveloped her, and she vanished from the spot. As Laia departed, Laufey let out a sigh of relief. Pondering the emergence of yet another monster in Asgard, he couldn't help but wonder when the frost giants would finally seize control of the Nine Realms. Chapter 8. The succession of the throne before long. The moment arrived for Thor to ascend to the throne. The venue brimmed with all the citizens of Asgard, and amidst their jubilant cheers, Thor, clad in his thunderous armor and crimson cloak, entered the scene with a beaming smile. As he walked, he greeted the Asgardians around him, tossing Mjolnir into the air and catching it with effortless grace. His carefree demeanor did not escape the notice of Odin, the All-Father, who sat upon the throne with a look of disdain. Even Frigga, the queen, furrowed her brow at the sight, while Sif below let out a resigned sigh, murmuring, "Please, don't act this way." Thor appeared oblivious to the discontent surrounding him, and amidst the cheers, he knelt before Odin, winking at Frigga. He then turned his gaze towards the three warriors of the heavenly realm, offering them a confident smile. Watching her brother's foolish yet endearing antics, Laia couldn't help but chuckle, though she also recalled the tragic path that awaited Thor after this day, prompting her to silently cross her fingers in hope. She was utterly unaware of her own role as a principal planner in the unfolding events. Odin rose, striking the ground with his eternal spear, and with a resonating hum. The crowd fell into an immediate silence. All eyes turned towards the All-Father, eagerly anticipating his proclamation of Thor as the new king. True to their expectations, Odin fixed his indifferent gaze upon Thor and slowly declared, "Thor, son of Odin, my heir." Upon hearing these words, Laia instinctively glanced at Loki. However, noticing Loki's beaming smile directed at Thor, devoid of any envy, she breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that the memories of her past life could no longer be conflated with the present. Loki's lack of jealousy suggested that he would not engage in rivalry with Thor. Laia certainly did not wish for her two brothers to become estranged for eternity. "My first son, you possess immeasurable divine power and a weapon forged from a deceased star, Mjolnir. I hereby announce, amidst the eager gazes of all present, that Thor, the god of thunder, shall become. At that moment, the divine king Odin on the stage suddenly paused and exclaimed, "Frost giants." After uttering these words, he disregarded the hurried departures of the Asgardians below and made his way towards the treasury. Both Thor and Loki, having heard Odin's voice, hastened towards the treasury as well. Though Loki felt a twinge of confusion as he left. With his extensive studies in magic, he should have sensed any intrusion by frost giants, yet he felt nothing amiss. However, due to the abruptness of the situation, he had no time for further contemplation. Behind them, Lya observed Odin's peculiar behavior and couldn't help but smirk. Had she not been informed in advance, she might have been deceived herself. Nevertheless, she resolved to maintain her act and followed them to the Asgardian treasury. Upon opening the treasury doors, they were greeted by the chaotic aftermath left by the destroyer, alongside the shattered remains of frost giant corpses strewn across the floor. These frost giants were not sent by Laufey. Rather, Lya had returned to Jotunheim, recalling that a few frost giant corpses might prove useful. She casually gathered several bodies before Laufey, who was nearly terrified at her sudden reappearance. Surveying the disarray, Thor, the god of thunder, seethed with fury, declaring that the frost giants should pay with their lives for their transgressions. Odin retorted that they had already paid with their lives. The destroyer had fulfilled its duty, ensuring that the icebound treasure was secure and that all was well. Thor, incredulous, gazed at Odin, questioning how everything could be fine when they had infiltrated the treasury of Asgard. What if they had succeeded in stealing its treasures? They did not. Odin interrupted Thor's ensuing protest. "I wish to know why. We had a truce with the frost giants." Thor bellowed in anger that they had breached the agreement, asserting that everyone knew of Odin's weakness. Odin turned to fix a piercing gaze upon Thor, demanding, "What do you intend to do?" In truth, Odin hoped Thor would present an alternative solution, one that did not mirror his own inclination towards war, thereby halting the forthcoming trials. Alas, Thor uttered the very words Odin dreaded. "We must invade Jotunheim and punish all the frost giants severely. You think like a warrior, yet they are provoking us." "This is a doomed endeavor," Odin replied. "You are aware of their actions. They have intruded into Asgard's treasury. We ought to identify their vulnerabilities and improve upon them." As the king of Asgard, Odin, somewhat disheartened, declared, "You are not yet a king, not at this moment." As the atmosphere between the two grew increasingly tense, Loki felt compelled to intervene and ease the mounting strain. As soon as he stepped forward, Lya extended her hand to halt his movement and gave him a playful wink. Loki, not one to be easily fooled, glanced at the All-Father Odin and then at his combative brother, Thor the god of thunder. Sensing something amiss, he cast a puzzled look toward the enigmatic Lya. She nodded slightly, and upon seeing his confusion dissipate, Loki connected all the suspicious dots, arriving at a definitive conclusion. It was undoubtedly his sister and their esteemed father who were wary of Thor ascending to the throne, coming to test him, perhaps indicating that further trials awaited him. Just as the atmosphere in the treasury turned tense, Odin took the lead in exiting, followed by an irate Thor. Observing the departure of everyone, Loki prepared to inquire Lya about the circumstances. However, he was met with a glance from Lya that signaled a discussion for another time, and she too departed. Watching her leave, Loki shrugged, acknowledging that his sister had grown and no longer heeded her brother's counsel. After her departure, Lya paid no heed to Thor's rage or his subsequent venting. She made her way straight back to her palace, eager to access her panel. To her astonishment, the panel, which had remained silent despite her previous calls, now displayed a task notification. The storyline of Thor has officially commenced. The first one is about to arrive. Task: eliminate the Black Mud Heracles. Reward: legendary artifact of the 12 trials. Landing point: Midgard, New York. Chapter 9. Breaking into Jotunheim, seeing her panel, which had been largely unresponsive since her birth, suddenly filled with text. Lya could hardly contain her excitement to test the communicative capabilities of her system. However, after several attempts, she realized the system remained as unresponsive as before. Aside from the newly added task feature, nothing had changed. Setting aside her thoughts about the panel, she turned her attention to the task at hand. Heracles. According to legend, he accomplished 12 feats deemed impossible for mortals, ultimately transforming into a heroic spirit. If it were the Heracles from the original tales, defeating him would be a trivial task for Lya at her current strength. Yet, there was a looming concern. Heracles would descend to Earth with the essence of a deity. This wasn't to say that Lya couldn't contend with a divine-level Heracles, but rather, the chaos that would ensue from their battle would far exceed the mere destruction of a city. She wondered if the supreme sorcerer, Ancient One, would intervene in such a matter. Nevertheless, with the panel having already issued a task, she had no grounds to refuse. Speaking of which, with Thor's storyline now active, Iron Man and the Hulk must have also come into existence on Earth. Upon contemplating this, Laia felt that she had little to occupy herself with after her time in Asgard. All her responsibilities had been addressed, and Thor's matters would naturally be attended to by the All-Father Odin. With nothing pressing to engage her, she decided it would be prudent to venture to Earth ahead of time. Being a woman of action, she promptly arose from her bed and made her way towards the Bifrost Bridge. Meanwhile, Thor, in a fit of rage, overturned the table before him and sat despondently upon the steps. The three warriors of the realm, along with Sif, approached, bewildered by the chaotic scene laid out before them. Loki, who had sought Odin in an attempt to locate Laia, emerged from behind, and upon witnessing Thor's dejected demeanor, felt a pang of sympathy. It was one thing to be outsmarted by his sister, a fate he had grown accustomed to, but it was another entirely for their father to join in the scheme against Thor. This was an unprecedented occurrence. However, considering Thor's impending role and his character, Loki mused silently. You cannot blame me, dear brother. I acted under our father's coercion, all in the name of your best interests. I trust that once you grasp the reasoning behind my actions, you shall forgive me. With this thought, the guilt that had initially plagued Loki dissipated as he approached Thor. Taking a seat beside him, with a tone filled with camaraderie, he urged Thor, I hope you will listen to me and find some solace. I believe you have acted rightly. In an enticing voice, Loki continued, this time, the frost giants dared to invade our treasury. Who can guarantee that they will not return? Thor, finally receiving affirmation, reaffirmed his convictions. Indeed, that is precisely how I feel. Loki, subtly reminding him, cautioned, you consistently oppose our father. Such defiance will lead you to failure. Thor seemed to ponder this, rising abruptly to address the three warriors. I will not allow the frost giants to set foot on our territory. And what then? Sif inquired, perplexed. Thus, my friends, let us journey to Jotunheim together. Thor declared earnestly, gazing at each of them intently. Although the three warriors initially deemed the idea preposterous, under Thor's fervent encouragement, they ultimately resolved to accompany him to Heimdall. As a radiant spectrum of colors descended, Thor and his 6 companions materialized in the icy expanse of Jotunheim. Surveying the desolate and ravaged landscape before them, Thor felt an uncanny resemblance to a battlefield. Yet, consumed by thoughts of combat, he did not dwell on the implications. Assuming this was merely the remnant of a prior conflict, it was worth noting that upon their arrival, the absence of large craters was thanks to Laufey's diligent efforts. He had painstakingly filled the gaping void before his palace, and subsequently commanded his frost giants to reconstruct it, ensuring the illusion remained intact. Not to mention, all of this was his own volition. Had Laia known, she would surely have bestowed upon him an award for exemplary performance, a testament to his dedication. As Thor and his companions delved deeper, they arrived at the entrance of a magnificent palace. Upon the throne sat a frost giant clad in armor, a figure known as Laufey, the frost giant king. The aftermath of a previous light cannon incident had left him shrouded in darkness, compelling him to don the full armor to conceal his identity. Upon witnessing 6 young intruders trespassing into his domain, Laufey realized that his role was about to commence. From within his armor, a deep voice emerged. Have you come all this way to meet your demise, Asgardians? Thor, son of Odin, responded with authority, I am Thor, and I demand to know how you breached the treasury of Asgard. Laufey paused momentarily, bewildered. When did I send anyone to infiltrate your treasury? This is news to me. Yet, suddenly recalling the few frost giant corpses carried by the returning Leah, he recognized that he had been made a scapegoat. However, he had no choice but to acquiesce. You Asgardians are traitors in abundance. You always find a way. Thor bellowed in indignation. You shall not tarnish the honor of my people. Laufey, equally incensed, retorted. You Asgardians are nothing but robbers and bandits. What do you intend to do here? Start a war? Before he could finish, Mjolnir, the hammer of the thunder god, hurtled towards him, which he narrowly evaded. As the battle commenced, Laufey wasted no time in commanding his frost giant allies to subdue Thor and his companions. Initially, they managed to hold their ground, but as the frost giant king joined the fray, they quickly sensed the overwhelming odds against them. Under Loki's urging, they began to retreat while fighting. Laufey observed their attempt to escape and thought, not so fast. The battle has only just begun. He knew he could not afford to let Thor escape unscathed. Otherwise, he would be haunted by restless nights. Amidst the fray, both sides suffered injuries. And just as they were cornered, a radiant beam of multicolored light descended before them. Riding an 8-legged steed and adorned in golden armor, Odin, the All-Father, made his grand entrance. Recognizing the arrival of Odin, Laufey understood that the performance had reached its climax. Continuing the fight would likely lead to his own downfall. Though his dignity had already taken a hit, he still felt compelled to confront Odin. Laufey questioned, Odin, you have violated our pact. Do you wish to wage war with Heimdall? Odin, disregarding the disgruntled Thor behind him, replied nonchalantly, boys will be boys. best to treat him as a child and overlook his outbursts. He will receive what he seeks, war and death. Then let it come. Chapter 10. Britannia. In that moment, the atmosphere between the two parties plummeted to a freezing point. Yet Lao Fei, the actor in this drama, understood that he could not expect Odin to yield willingly. However, he could not possibly show weakness in front of his subordinates. His earlier capitulation before Lia had been a result of his men being annihilated by her devastating attack. Now, with numerous followers still observing him, Lao Fei gritted his teeth, channeling the power of ice to conjure a frozen dagger, which he hurled at Odin. In response, Odin raised his eternal spear, and with a flash of brilliance, Lao Fei was sent sprawling by the spear's might, while the denizens of Asgard were instantaneously transported away. With Odin and the others having departed, Lao Fei exhaled in relief, finally concluding this affair. Upon returning to Asgard, Odin and the Thunder God clashed due to their conflicting ideologies, resulting in a heated argument. Citing the reckless actions of Thor that nearly endangered his friend, Odin exiled Thor to Midgard and stripped him of all divine powers. Subsequently, Odin cast a spell upon Thor's hammer, decreeing that whosoever should lift it would gain the power of the Thunder God. With that, he nonchalantly hurled the hammer toward Midgard. At that moment, Lia, adorned in a black gown, found herself in a KFC in New York, surrounded by astonished onlookers and the eager gazes of several males. While indulging in fast food, she consumed an amount far exceeding that of 2 or 3 adults. Just as she was savoring her meal, a familiar surge of divine energy caught her attention. Looking up, her gaze pierced through the roof to the distant realm of space, landing on Thor and his mighty hammer. Oh, is it happening so soon? Lia thought, somewhat astonished, though she had long been aware of Thor's narrative. It had been less than half a day since she departed from Asgard. In such a brief span, her father and the others managed to provoke Thor into committing a transgression grave enough for exile. Yet, recalling Thor's tempestuous temperament, everything began to fall into place. As she pondered these chaotic thoughts while watching Thor safely descend to Earth, Lia withdrew her gaze, for her primary purpose in Midgard was not Thor, but rather the legendary hero who had slain the Hydra, brought back Cerberus from the underworld, and possessed 12 lives, Heracles. With half a day remaining until Heracles' arrival, Lia seized the opportunity to sample the culinary delights of Earth, having not indulged in its diverse cuisines for quite some time. Her previous visit to Midgard had been in ancient times, when the food was simply unpalatable. Fortunately, Lia was not particularly picky, though her appetite was somewhat larger than average, merely a dozen times that of a typical person. As she strolled through the streets of New York, her attire garnered considerable attention. Coupled with her innate beauty, she attracted the gaze of many men, some of whom approached her with invitations to dine together. Due to her inability to master magic, she found herself incapable of employing any spells to render herself invisible. However, Lia courteously declined their request. Although they appeared somewhat dissatisfied, they had no alternative but to depart. Over the course of half a day, she became acquainted with the current timeline. Her arrival had precipitated the events surrounding the God of Thunder. The year was now 2001, coinciding with the birth of the Hulk. She pondered whether her alteration of the timeline might attract the attention of the Time Variance Authority. Yet, if they were indeed capable of apprehending her, they would have done so by now. The absence of any action suggested otherwise. As she contemplated, she meandered through the streets. Upon reaching a library, she halted, suddenly reminded of the nation she had once established, as this was indeed a library. Lia resolved to enter and ascertain what had transpired in her country. Inside, she effortlessly located texts regarding the history of Great Britain. After perusing the entire volume, a sigh escaped her lips, her expression tinged with sorrow. Although she had long been aware of Britain's inevitable demise. After all, no nation can endure indefinitely. Its destruction, occurring merely 2 centuries after its inception, was not solely due to the folly of its rulers, but also the concurrent locust plague that rendered life unbearable for the populace, culminating in the overthrow of Great Britain. Despite the nation's fall, Lia's name remained renowned. She was hailed by posterity as the absolutely correct monarch and the Holy King, as well as the reincarnation of the Storm Goddess. In that era, given her capabilities and insights, she had indeed committed no grave errors, which contributed to her title of the absolutely correct monarch. The designation of Holy King stemmed from her remarkable agricultural advancements, derived from the knowledge of her past life on Earth and the present Asgard. She cultivated an agricultural yield of unprecedented abundance, ensuring that the people of that time could satiate their hunger. In a dynasty where all could eat, the sovereign was undoubtedly regarded as a saint. Thus, Lia's moniker of Holy King came to fruition. Suddenly, a surge of magical energy erupted in the heart of New York. Lia turned her gaze, discovering a park in the city center where black sludge began to seep from the ground, gradually enveloping the entire area. Those who came into contact with the dark substance were inevitably consumed by it. As the sludge spread, a malevolent aura permeated the air, radiating animosity towards all forms of life. It seemed to evoke the basest desires within individuals, compelling the weak-willed to approach the sludge, drawn to its depths. Meanwhile, New York's police swiftly arrived on the scene, dispersing the surrounding crowd. Undoubtedly, this anomaly captured the attention of numerous government agencies, particularly SHIELD, which specialized in the management of supernatural events. As the highest-level department in the United States, a group of agents arrived at the scene in less than 5 minutes. From a helicopter hovering above the park, a bald man clad in a black trench coat and wearing an unmasked gazed down, observing the black sludge that enveloped the park, with a swirling vortex forming in the center. Ignoring the howling winds, the bald man turned his attention to an agent beside him. "What is the situation?" he inquired. The entire park was shrouded in a layer of black mud, and any agent daring to approach it was swallowed upon contact. "Despite our various attempts, none proved effective," reported an agent meticulously detailing all known circumstances, leaving no room for oversight. Chapter 11. Damn it! The bald man, Nick Fury, cursed under his breath and quickly instructed the agent beside him. "Immediately. The research department must find a way to halt the spread of these monstrous entities. They cannot be allowed to expand further." "Understood," the agent replied, hastily relaying the message. Just then, the pilot suddenly exclaimed that a military helicopter was in pursuit of something. Hearing the pilot's alarm, Nick Fury rushed to his side and spotted a military chopper not far ahead, chasing 2 colossal figures. At first glance, Fury recognized the green giant, Dr. Banner, one of the members originally designated for the Avengers initiative. As for the yellow giant engaged with the Hulk, Fury had no recollection. But it was evident that the military was behind this chaos. As the 2 titans drew closer to the park, Nick Fury felt a surge of urgency. After all, the situation remained unresolved, and now 2 giants were about to complicate matters further. Should any calamity arise, Fury could not guarantee his own survival. Immediately contact the military aircraft ahead. With that thought, Fury turned to the pilot. "On it." The pilot responded. In the military helicopter, General Ross and his daughter were intently observing the battle below between the 2 giants, unaware of the anomalies occurring in the park ahead. Watching the Hulk gradually fall to the disadvantage, being overpowered by the abomination with no resistance. General Ross was about to instruct his soldiers to assist the Hulk by applying suppressive fire against the abomination. However, at that moment, the pilot suddenly informed General Ross, "General, their SA communication from SHIELD disconnected. I want to take calls from anyone right now." General Ross bellowed in anger. The situation was dire. If this matter was not resolved, his position as a general would be in jeopardy. If they failed to capture either the Hulk or the abomination and secure results, the ravenous politicians would surely seize the opportunity to oust him from the political arena, perhaps even landing him in military court. "Understood, General," the pilot said, reaching for the phone to terminate the call. At this moment, General Ross appeared to recall something, instructing the driver to pause and connect the call, expressing his curiosity about their business. As a connection was established, the deep voice of Nick Fury emanated from the speaker. "This is SHIELD. I am Director Nick Fury. Immediately cease the attack and divert the giant in front of you away from the park." Upon hearing the self-introduction, an image of a one-eyed, black-booted figure flashed through General Ross's mind. "Nick Fury, this is the military. I am General Ross. We are currently in pursuit of a significant military fugitive, and you have no authority to command me. Are you blind? A supernatural event is unfolding in New York's park. And as the organization responsible for managing all supernatural occurrences, SHIELD has the right to order you to vacate the scene. Perhaps. But whether they leave is no longer my decision," General Ross concluded, abruptly severing the connection. On the other end, aboard the SHIELD helicopter, Nick Fury, listening to the static in his ear, cursed vehemently, "Damn it, Ross." "What now?" Fury pondered, gazing at the 2 approaching giants in the distance. Along with the remaining black sludge, feeling a headache brewing, yet he found himself with no viable options. Just then, an agent urgently exclaimed, "Look, something seems to be emerging from the black sludge." At this proclamation, all eyes turned to the spot indicated by the agent, where a figure slowly rose from the center of the swirling black mass. As the figure fully materialized before them, all agents, including Nick Fury, stared in stunned silence at the towering giant, approximately 3 meters tall. The giant's upper body was rippled with muscles, each bulging like marble, exuding an aura of strength. His lower half was clad in armor reminiscent of ancient warriors, and in his hand, he wielded a stone axe. With hair standing on end, he appeared to have his eyes closed, yet radiated the menacing presence of a predator. As the giant fully emerged, the surrounding black sludge began to envelop him, with the giant voraciously absorbing the black mass. In mere moments, the sludge that had spread throughout the park vanished, leaving only the giant standing in place. Nick Fury observed the disappearance of the black sludge without a hint of relief. Merely dealing with that sludge had been daunting enough, and now, the giant, born from it as a source of power, loomed even more terrifying. Every fiber of Fury's being screamed at him to flee immediately, lest he face certain death. This was the instinct of a seasoned agent, gazing at the two giants approaching in the distance, and the newly emerged giant before him. Fury felt a throbbing headache. What in the world is happening today? Are the giants, which only existed in ancient legends, truly resurrecting? However, his instincts provided him with perilous warnings, prompting Nick Fury to decisively opt for a strategic retreat, for his intuition had saved him on numerous occasions. He commanded his subordinates to ascend the helicopter and evacuate from this treacherous locale. General Ross, observing the unfolding scene, found himself utterly perplexed. He even began to question whether he was ensnared in a dream. The emergence of one abomination was alarming enough, yet now another giant, unfamiliar to him, had also appeared. Perhaps his increasing familiarity with giants dulled his senses, for General Ross did not perceive any distinction between the giant before him and the Hulk. He continued to order the helicopter to closely follow the Hulk and the abomination as the two titans clashed and fled. They soon arrived at a park in New York, where the Hulk was vigorously wielding a car, propelling the abomination deep into the heart of the park. As the abomination encroached within a kilometer of Hercules, who had previously kept his eyes tightly shut, he suddenly opened his crimson gaze. With a powerful push, Hercules swiftly closed the distance to the abomination's rear and struck it with a mighty axe. In an instant, a sound akin to a sonic boom erupted as the abomination hurtled like a meteor, crashing into the Hulk and sending both titans backward, ultimately colliding with 5 or 6 skyscrapers before crashing to the ground, creating a vast crater where they finally came to rest. Chapter 12. Utterly defenseless after a moment. Sounds emanated from the crater as both the green and yellow giants struggled to emerge. The abomination's arm was grotesquely twisted backward, undoubtedly rendered useless. Meanwhile, the Hulk, who had been struck, suffered collapsed ribs, though his extraordinary healing abilities allowed for gradual recovery. Nonetheless, this was a significant injury for him. General Ross gazed in awe at the spectacle before him. He was acutely aware of the Hulk and the abomination's formidable powers, capable of disregarding most heavy weaponry, remaining unscathed even from machine gun fire and sonic weaponry. Yet now, merely from the strike of this unidentified giant, such severe injuries had been inflicted. As the abomination crawled from the crater, it caught sight of the towering red giant in the distance, and in that instant, the fury from being struck obliterated all rational thought. With a roar of rage, the abomination charged towards Hercules, while the Hulk, having also been struck, felt his anger intensify. Fixating on the formidable threat that Hercules represented, the Hulk did not experience fear. His mind was consumed solely by rage and a desire to annihilate everything in his path. At that moment, it seemed as though both giants had momentarily set aside their grievances, charging towards Hercules. All attention was directed towards the formidable Heracles, perceived as the greatest threat. Two immensely powerful giants, akin to tanks, disregarded all obstacles in their path, shattering walls with ease and effortlessly sending cars flying with a mere wave of their hands. In the blink of an eye, they approached Heracles, the Hulk and abomination. Propelled by their momentum, swung their fists directly at him. Yet Heracles stood resolute, seemingly oblivious to the impending assault, fixated on the approaching fists of the two giants. With a thunderous crash, the fists of the Hulk and abomination struck Heracles, one landing on his face and the other on his chest, creating a shockwave that sent nearby cars tumbling. However, to everyone's astonishment, Heracles remained steadfast, as if unfazed by the force of the blows. The shattered ground beneath his feet bore testament to the magnitude of the attack he had endured. Meanwhile, General Ross, observing from a helicopter high above, was incredulous at the scene unfolding before him. He was well aware of the Hulk's formidable strength, capable of effortlessly wielding tanks and leaping hundreds of meters into the air to seize a helicopter. The power of the Hulk and abomination was formidable. Yet this unidentified giant stood unmoved, effortlessly absorbing their assault. How could General Ross not be awestruck? After his initial shock, he gazed at this enigmatic giant with fervent admiration. His pursuit of the Hulk was driven by a desire to harness his incredible strength for the military super soldier program. Yet now, another even more powerful giant had emerged, stirring his ambition further. However, General Ross was no fool. He knew better than to launch an attack that would draw attention to himself amid such chaos. Instead, he commanded the pilot to elevate the helicopter higher, ensuring they remained out of harm's way from the fallout of the battle below. Meanwhile, The Hulk and Abomination stood momentarily stunned, gazing at Heracles, who had not budged an inch despite their combined onslaught. As they collected their wits, Heracles raised his colossal hand and grasped both of their fists. The two giants quickly reacted, exerting all their strength to free themselves from his grip. Yet Heracles' grasp was like iron, unyielding and resolute. No matter how fiercely they struggled, he remained unwavering. As the two giants prepared to strike again, Heracles' muscles surged with power, and with a mighty heave, he swung their fists towards one another. With a resounding impact, the Hulk and Abomination collided face to face. The sound of their clash shattering glass in the distance. Before the Hulk and Abomination could fully comprehend the situation, Heracles swung his arm with the ease of a baseball player, effortlessly smashing the two titans to the ground as if they were mere dolls. In his grasp, they exhibited no resistance. Their once formidable strength was rendered utterly impotent in the presence of Heracles. After a brief moment of amusement, Heracles seemingly lost interest and casually hurled the two giants into the distance, where they crashed into buildings until they vanished from sight. The Hulk had been defeated. The powerful creature had, astonishingly, succumbed so easily, without even a hint of resistance. A soldier aboard a helicopter shouted in disbelief, struggling to grasp the reality of the situation. The Hulk, capable of annihilating an entire army and rendering its weapons mere toys, had lost without contest. He is simply perfect. General Ross exclaimed fervently to the soldiers around him. Immediately notify headquarters and request reinforcements. Yet, a relatively composed soldier urged caution, suggesting that even with all their troops, they would stand no chance against such a monstrous foe. General Ross took a deep breath, attempting to steady his nerves. Inform headquarters to lock onto this creature and prepare to launch a few missiles. General, that is not now. Contact headquarters and launch the missiles, Ross commanded, gripping a soldier by the arm. The soldier, seemingly startled, complied without hesitation. As he attempted to establish contact with headquarters, a light-hearted voice interrupted through the communication device. Hello, soldier. Mr. Tony Stark has arrived and is now in charge. You may stand down. Outside the aircraft, a red and gold armored figure hovered. Iron Man, Tony Stark himself. It became clear that as Heracles battled the two giants, Nick Fury had quickly realized that the Hulk and Abomination alone could not defeat this monstrous entity. He promptly contacted Tony Stark, who, informed by J.A.R.V.I.S. of the unfolding events, donned his armor and prepared to avert the impending catastrophe. Chapter 13. Iron Man, however, upon Stark's arrival, he was met with a scene of utter destruction in Central Park, where ordinary lives have been lost to the aftermath of the Hulk and Heracles' clash. Fury surged within him, but Stark understood that anger would not resolve the crisis. Analyzing data on Heracles provided by J.A.R.V.I.S., he recognized that in a direct confrontation, his current suit would be torn asunder by Heracles. Yet, Stark's intention was not to engage in a battle of attrition. Instead, he aimed to serve as a decoy, luring Heracles away from the park to a less populated area, thereby minimizing civilian casualties. However, just as he was about to take action, he overheard General Ross expressing his intention to deploy military missiles to attack Hercules, a plan he could not endorse. His objective was to divert Hercules, not to provoke him to wrath, for the extent of an enraged Hercules was unknown. Mr. Tony Stark, you are obstructing military operations. You may find yourself facing a court-martial, warned General Ross, his tone laced with caution. Who cares? You should first contemplate whether your position as a general is still secure, Tony Stark retorted with sarcasm. Enough. The remaining matters will be discussed with Nick Fury, Mr. Stark has serious business to attend to. With that, he ascended into the sky in his armor. General, what shall we do? Retreat. Dispatch some soldiers to investigate the area where the Hulk fell. We need to ascertain his whereabouts. General Ross exhaled deeply, attempting to steady his nerves. He understood that he had lost control of the situation, yet failing to act could jeopardize his position. If this elaborate operation yielded no results, he risked a court-martial himself. However, if he succeeded in capturing the Hulk or the Abomination, he would still have a chance to redeem himself. Hey, big guy, look over here. Iron Man Tony soared several hundred meters above Hercules, utilizing his suit's amplification capabilities to shout. Hercules, who had been wreaking havoc in the vicinity, immediately noticed the figure above him. Without hesitation, he hurled the car at Iron Man with remarkable force. The vehicle soared through the air, breaking the sound barrier and approaching at a speed beyond what Tony Stark could comprehend. Fortunately, thanks to Jarvis's control, the armored suit ascended just in time to narrowly evade Hercules' attack. Tony Stark was instantly drenched in cold sweat. Given the intensity of the earlier assault, a direct hit would have surely been fatal, even in his armor. Jarvis, initiate the micro-missile targeting system and calculate the least populated trajectory. Regaining his composure, he promptly issued the command. Understood, sir. The optimal route has been calculated, Jarvis replied, while the micro-missiles launched from the suit, striking Hercules. The outcome was predictable. Hercules remained unscathed, but Tony Stark had undeniably captured his attention. With his legs slightly bent, the immense force of Hercules created a deep crater in the ground, and the subsequent recoil propelled him into the air. He leaped towards Iron Man, raising his axe to strike down. With Jarvis's assistance, Tony Stark swiftly evaded the blow, fully aware that he had successfully drawn Hercules' focus. Without any hesitation, he soared away into the distance. Yet, Tony Stark underestimated Hercules, believing that the previous speed was his limit. However, the battles of the past and the prowess displayed now only represent a fraction of his true capabilities, as Heracles' instincts did not perceive any imminent threat. Yet, witnessing Tony Stark on the verge of escape, Heracles quickened his pace. His muscular legs surged forward, closing the distance to a mere 3 meters behind Stark in less than 2 seconds. Stark sensed the approaching monstrosity, but no amount of acceleration from his armored suit could alter his fate as he saw Heracles poised to leap once more. At that moment, a chilling sensation enveloped everyone present, akin to facing an invincible foe. The mere presence of this being instilled a sense of despair. Heracles, who had been in pursuit of Stark, abruptly halted, slowly turning to gaze in a particular direction, his ferocious aura intensifying. Stark, having temporarily evaded danger, retreated to a distance of several kilometers from Heracles, taking a moment to catch his breath while casting his eyes skyward. Not just he, but the entire populace of New York, including Nick Fury aboard the airborne mothership, stared in awe at the celestial phenomenon above, reminiscent of the Northern Lights. It was a resplendent black-red hue, the manifestation of magic unleashed by Leah. The moment Heracles appeared, Leah had taken her position atop a nearby skyscraper. However, the sudden emergence of the Hulk and Abomination had dissuaded her from directly confronting Heracles. After all, she was curious to witness the comparison between the infinitely empowered Hulk in a fit of rage and Heracles. And the outcome was unequivocal. Heracles dispatched the Hulk before he even had the chance to become enraged. This solidified Leah's realization that while Heracles was indeed stronger than his literary counterpart, he was not overwhelmingly so. Then, Leah caught sight of Iron Man Stark, who was on the brink of being slain by Heracles, and this stirred her into action. After all, Tony Stark was undoubtedly a central figure in the Marvel Universe, and such a hasty demise felt excessively tragic. Thus, Leah leapt from the skyscraper into the park below, deliberately channeling her magic to draw Heracles' attention. Her target was Heracles, and conversely, he sought her as well. Though merely releasing her magic, this marked her earnest foray into battle, without a grand display. How could it possibly align with Leah's stature? Her magic painted half the sky in shades of black and red, causing the flora beneath her to wither as if drained of their vital energy, the trees in the park shriveling rapidly. This allowed all to behold the figure standing at the epicenter of her magic, a beautiful maiden reminiscent of a medieval noble princess. Leah gradually approached Heracles, her black gown slowly giving way to a suit of black and crimson armor. Chapter 14. The battle. Heracles, having found a worthy opponent for the first time, unleashed his magical prowess without restraint, the blood-red energy staining the sky. The clash of black and crimson magic erupted above in a fierce collision. Is this immediate? Am I not dreaming? From a distance, Tony Stark questioned the reality of the scene before him, unable to convince himself that such a spectacle was merely the result of genetic experimentation. The formidable presence of both combatants and the relentless exchange of magical forces conveyed to Stark that this was a battle beyond the realm of humanity. Meanwhile, Nick Fury, back aboard the airborne aircraft carrier, was captivated by the sudden appearance of the girl in the video. He immediately commanded his subordinates to investigate her identity, his gaze fixed on the screen, fearful of missing any crucial detail. As the armor enveloped Leah, Heracles broke into a broad smile. His eyes locked onto her as if he had finally discovered his prey. Leah, sensing the magic emanating from Heracles, felt a surge of excitement. In the centuries since her birth, she had only felt a hint of threat during her battles with Thor. However, as Leah rapidly grew stronger, Thor gradually ceased to be a rival, transforming from a source of minor concern to an opponent she could easily withstand, even if she stood still and allowed him to attack. As for Odin, the king of the gods, he would never engage in combat with his cherished daughter. Now, faced with an adversary who could evoke a genuine sense of danger, it was impossible for Leah to suppress her fervor. In the next instant, as if sharing a silent understanding, both combatants sprang into action. Heracles, with his robust physique capable of lifting mountains, closed the distance to Leah in the blink of an eye. Yet, Leah's innate ability, the eye of insight, swiftly traced Heracles' movements, prompting her to channel an endless flow of magic into her curry stick. With the black and crimson energy entwined, a classic energy beam surged forth. Devoid of any notion of conserving magic, although she had scarcely exhausted her reserves, Heracles, undeterred, raised a stone axe, leveraging the force of his charge to strike directly at the incoming beam. With a resounding crash, their attacks collided, creating rippling waves of sound. However, after a brief stalemate, as Leia intensified her magical output, Heracles began to falter. His feet clung desperately to the ground, while the hand gripping the stone axe was battered by the overwhelming magic. Reduced to mere bone, yet still struggling to hold its ground. In the ensuing moment, the radiant cannon obliterated the palm of Heracles, and as Leia brandished her longsword, Heracles was relentlessly hurled against the edifices, shattering them with each collision. Ultimately, the cannon descended sharply towards the ground, and in that fleeting instant, the world seemed to lose its color. As magical energy coalesced into a diminutive sphere, it swiftly began to expand. A thunderous roar erupted, reverberating as if it could render one's ears deaf, followed by an intensely brilliant light that blurred the vision of all present. As the magical energy dissipated, the scene before Tony Stark and Nick Fury, along with the other agents aboard the airborne carrier, left them in a state of stupefaction. What had once been a bustling urban area was now transformed into a colossal pit, measuring several thousand meters in length and plunging 100 meters deep. With at its center a charred humanoid figure. Both Tony Stark and Nick Fury, astute individuals, comprehended the immense power capable of inflicting such devastation. Even a nuclear bomb would likely prove futile against it. Although Leia's assault may not have appeared as formidable as a nuclear explosion, one must recognize that even a simultaneous detonation of several nuclear devices could not yield a pit of such depth. This was a force beyond human comprehension. Perhaps only that individual could vanquish her. Nick Fury, trembling, reached for the beeper nestled within his coat, and, as he beheld Leia on the screen, memories of a past acquaintance flooded his mind. Another woman of unparalleled strength. No, perhaps even more formidable than this monstrous being before him. Yet in the end, Nick Fury relinquished his grip, uncertain whether this girl was friend or foe, deciding that a face-to-face encounter was necessary to determine if he should summon Captain Marvel back. Indeed, Nick Fury resolved to meet this enigmatic girl, despite her terrifying power and the extensive destruction and loss of life she had wrought. Yet, he clung to a shred of hope. What if she were benevolent toward Earth? Director, look, the monster has revived. The exclamations of the agents immediately drew Nick Fury's gaze back to the screen. Before them, the creature, once reduced to cinders, was astonishingly regaining its former state at an incredible speed. Goodness, how can it recover so swiftly? Is this creature immortal? Even Nick Fury, seasoned in the face of peril, was momentarily rendered speechless by the spectacle. If this being were indeed immortal, given its prowess, their fate would be dire. With that thought, Nick Fury shifted his focus to Leia. All hope now rested upon this mysterious girl. After all, if one disregarded raw power, she appeared far more human than the irrational beast. As Leia observed Heracles rising from the pit, seemingly unscathed, she understood that his noble phantasm, the 12 labors, had been activated. Uncertainty enveloped the nature of this 12th trial. If it were from the version prior to any nerfs, even Leia would scarcely claim to possess the means to vanquish her opponent. After all, in the unaltered state, dying once during the 12th trial could render one completely immune to such attacks, whereas the nerf version significantly diminished the damage dealt. Taking a deep breath, Leia prepared to unleash her light cannon once more. Should Heracles exhibit no signs of injury, it would imply that his 12th trial remained untouched by any modifications, compelling her to seek alternative methods to eliminate him. Conversely, if he bore wounds, then the subsequent course of action would be straightforward, a direct confrontation aimed at annihilation. As Leia's light cannon was on the verge of descending, Heracles' pseudo-third eye instantly sensed the impending peril. He raised both hands and struck the ground with tremendous force. With a resounding crash, Heracles vanished into the pit, a sight that Leia observed with astonishment. Had he retreated underground? Chapter 15. The Slaying of the Hundred-Headed Monster. Leia felt a twinge of surprise. She had anticipated Heracles to possess some degree of wisdom. Yet, judging by the current circumstances, while he may lack considerable rationality, he was not merely a brute devoid of strategy. When confronted with danger, he demonstrated his own means of response. Did he truly believe he could evade my assault? A faint smile graced Leia's lips as she plunged her magical curry stick into the ground, channeling boundless magical energy beneath the surface. Cracks pulsating with a black-red glow emanated from beneath her feet, steadily expanding outward until they reached several thousand meters before ceasing. In the next moment, akin to a volcanic eruption, pillars of light surged forth from the depths, resembling towering columns reaching into the heavens. Among them, one beam of light propelled Heracles upward from the earth, his flesh charred and seared by the magical energy, his roars of fury echoing through the air. Witnessing this spectacle, Laia exhaled softly, her attacks retaining the capacity to inflict harm upon him, a decidedly fortuitous revelation. However, just as Laia began to lower her guard, an unsettling sensation gripped her heart. Her instinct, a skill she possessed, had abruptly alerted her to the imminent danger. Trusting her intuition, she unleashed her magical power, propelling herself away from her previous position. In the next heartbeat, Heracles had already arrived at the spot she had occupied, raising his colossal axe to strike downward. With a thunderous crash, the entire city of New York trembled as if shaken by a magnitude 7 earthquake. Laia observed with clarity. In that fleeting moment, Heracles had swung his axe 100 times, the frequency of his attacks not even lasting a second. It was as though he had unleashed 100 strikes in the blink of an eye. In an instant, Laia recalled his noble phantasm, the 100-headed slaying. But was it not a skill exclusive to the archer-class Heracles? Before her stood a figure evidently in a frenzy. Yet how could he wield the weapon of an archer? Shaking her head, Laia cast aside the multitude of thoughts swirling in her mind and refocused her attention on the battle with Heracles. Bursting forth from the column of light, Heracles had paid a steep price. The lower half of his body had nearly transformed in mere bone, with only a scant amount of flesh still clinging to him. However, due to his inherent skill, battle continuation, he could maintain his peak combat prowess until his inevitable demise, as long as he remained alive. Seizing the moment during the brief recovery after Heracles unleashed his noble phantasm, Laia propelled herself forward, breaking the sound barrier and arriving before Heracles in an instant. With a vigorous swing of her curry stick, a colossal head was sent soaring, marking Heracles' death once more. Yet, upon his demise, a surge of magical energy erupted from him, temporarily forcing Laia to retreat. Once the tempest of magic dissipated, a seemingly unscathed Heracles reappeared. Given the distance between them this time, Laia opted against using her light cannon, instead choosing to enhance her own abilities with magic and engage in close combat with Heracles. Meanwhile, Tony Stark, who had been lurking at a distance, had vanished without a trace, having seized the opportunity to escape amidst the clash between Laia and Heracles. The residual shockwaves from their earlier skirmish had already left him reeling, and witnessing another impending bout of ferocity between these two titans was not an act of bravery, but rather an invitation to death. Now, Tony Stark soared towards the airborne mothership, intent on having a word with that bald director, who had nearly led him to ruin. Although he had volunteered for this mission, he couldn't help but direct his ire towards Nick Fury, for he was powerless against the true instigators below. Unbeknownst to him, Nick Fury was entirely unaware of the trouble Tony Stark was about to bring upon him. Presently, Nick Fury surveyed the devastation wrought upon half of New York City by the two monstrous beings, feeling a sense of numbness take hold. Even as the director of he found himself at a loss for how to proceed. The number of lives lost in this conflict undoubtedly numbered in the tens of thousands. Just moments ago, he had received notification from the president that 3 nuclear warheads were en route to New York City. This was New York, one of the most thriving cities in America. The notion of deploying nuclear weapons without hesitation filled Nick Fury with incredulity, raising doubts about the mental faculties of those congressional members. Setting aside the question of whether the nuclear strike could eliminate the two beasts below, the potential loss of American lives would leave those foolish politicians to face dire consequences. Moreover, if the bombs failed to vanquish the monstrous duo, the ramifications were too dreadful to contemplate. Sensing the urgency of his pager, Nick Fury allowed himself a moment of respite. If all else failed, he would have to call upon his old friend for assistance. It is not surprising that Nick Fury holds such confidence in Captain Marvel. After all, in Fury's eyes, the destructive capabilities of Laia and Heracles on Earth are merely a localized phenomenon. Captain Marvel, however, possesses the remarkable ability to traverse the cosmos. Having single-handedly repelled an alien invasion, in Fury's perspective, she embodies invincibility. At this moment, an agent approached Fury. "Director, we have no proof of this lady's identity on Earth. However, today we discovered traces of her activities through surveillance." Fury's mind jolted with intrigue as he immediately inquired, "Tell me every location she has visited." The agent nodded affirmatively. "We first identified this lady at a KFC in New York, where she was indulging in food. Subsequently, she left the KFC, wandered the streets of New York, and finally arrived at a library. Our investigation revealed that she borrowed a book on British history during her visit to the library. This was the last instance we observed her presence." Fury pondered for a moment, concluding that she was rational and bore no hostility towards humanity, as evidenced by her choice to read a book on British history. "I seem to recall that the first monarch of Britain was a woman," he mused, noting the striking resemblance between the historical figure and the young lady before him. A thought suddenly surged in Fury's mind, yet he quickly shook his head, deeming it implausible. 400 of years have passed since the reign of Britain's first queen. Who could possibly live for such an extended period? However, As Fury glanced at the battleground below, reminiscent of a clash between deities and demons, he began to entertain the notion that living for centuries might not be entirely impossible. Chapter 16. Parting the sea. In this brief span of time, Leah had vanquished Heracles twice, yet she soon realized that her weapon was becoming increasingly ineffective against him. Leah understood that the 12 labors of Heracles had taken their toll. Each of her strikes was significantly diminished in impact. At this juncture, Leah felt that her attacks barely inflicted even 10% of the original damage. Having come to this realization, Leah resolved not to prolong the confrontation any further. Through this battle, she had gained insight into the extent of her capabilities. This encounter also illuminated a critical flaw in her abilities: her inability to control the vast and volatile magic she wielded. This has long been a source of frustration for Leah. Previously, her overwhelming magic had hindered her from learning spells, and now, her lack of control over its destructive scope had resulted in devastation across half of New York. The most significant destruction was caused by Heracles himself, who unleashed a barrage that triggered a magnitude 7 earthquake, collapsing several buildings and structures. However, the most significant devastation in New York was wrought by Leah. After all, Leah had never exercised control over her magical power in battle. She typically unleashed her energy through a devastating beam of light. With reckless abandon, she would unleash a flurry of strikes upon her adversaries, often inadvertently cleaving towering skyscrapers in half. Now, as Leah surveyed her surroundings, she felt as though the entire city had diminished in height since her arrival. Even Tony Stark's Dark Tower had been split asunder. Meanwhile, en route to the airborne aircraft carrier, Tony Stark received a report from Jarvis. Though seething with anger, he found himself helpless. He couldn't possibly descend to confront those two monsters directly. He could only resign himself to his misfortune. Gazing at the beleaguered Hercules, uncertain of how many lives remained to him, Leah resolved to unleash her full power. In the midst of their weapon clash, Leah, bolstered by her superior speed and strength, seized the opportunity to strike Hercules with her gauntlet fist, sending him soaring into the sky. The impact left Hercules momentarily dazed, yet his instincts screamed at him that danger loomed. Unfortunately, suspended in midair, he had no leverage to escape or evade Leah's impending assault. Leah, gathering her strength, lifted her curry stick high above her head, enveloped in a swirling tempest of dark red magical energy that sent her hair billowing around her. Taking a deep breath, her magical energy surged once more, and the power gem, long encased in its dark armor atop the curry stick, finally revealed its true might. This gem had been embedded in the curry stick from the outset, but Leah had refrained from utilizing it during her initial encounter with Hercules, eager to test her abilities against him with sheer brute strength. Yet, the outcome left her somewhat disheartened. While she could eventually vanquish Hercules through prolonged combat, she found this outcome unsatisfactory. Leah recognized that her approach was somewhat monotonous, particularly given that Hercules' legendary artifact allowed him to gradually become immune to similar types of attacks. While others might have found ways to counter such a foe, Leah faced a unique challenge. Her strategy had always relied on overwhelming physical prowess and immense magical power to achieve victory. Now, confronted with the unyielding Hercules, Leah understood the profound frustration of battling an opponent who could not be easily dispatched. This realization ignited a determination within her to diversify her methods, ensuring she would be better prepared for similar adversaries in the future. With the activation of the power gem, a surge of formidable energy coursed through Leah, amplifying her strength to an extraordinary level, as though she could effortlessly rend the very planet in two. Her already immense magical power swelled exponentially, representing Leah's most potent technique to date. Should this unrestrained assault strike the Earth, there would be no doubt that the entire planet would be cleaved asunder. Even though Leah harbors no affection for this planet, she would not easily obliterate a world teeming with life. With a subtle adjustment of her aim, she redirected her assault that was initially targeted at the entirety of New York, now striking towards the Grand River adjacent to the city. The attack undoubtedly found its mark on Heracles, who was instantaneously vanquished, only to be resurrected by the 12 labors. However, before Heracles could react, the magical cannon continued its relentless trajectory, propelling him towards the sea, where he was resurrected yet again, succumbing to death without a moment's reprieve. With a resounding crash, the light cannon plunged into the ocean, creating a magnificent spectacle. The sea appeared to be cleaved in two, as torrents of water surged towards the point of impact. Yet, before they could reach the assault, they were evaporated entirely by the intense heat emanating from the magical cannon. The sight before them was akin to tofu, the entire ocean seemingly sliced in half, with the ocean floor becoming visible amidst the dissipating magic. Even after the attack had ceased, the surrounding waters remained unable to encroach upon the site, evaporating upon approach, leading to a dramatic drop in the sea level. The ocean floor was carved into a chasm several thousand meters deep and hundreds of meters wide, a phenomenon that persisted for several minutes before the waters gradually reclaimed the area. Leah meticulously probed the depths, seeking any trace of Heracles' life force. After a thorough search, she detected nothing, prompting her to access her task panel. Task: Eliminate Heracles. Task status: Completed. Reward: 12 labors awaiting collection. Upon seeing the task marked complete, Leah exhaled in relief, finally having fulfilled her objective. The prospect of claiming the 12 labors filled her with anticipation, for during her battle with Heracles, she had come to appreciate their formidable power. Despite the vast disparity in strength between her and Heracles, without the use of the power gem, it would have taken her considerable time to eliminate him. However, it did not seem prudent to claim the reward just yet, as the consequences of doing so were uncertain, and it appeared that trouble was brewing nearby. Lifting her gaze slightly, Leah observed a nuclear warhead hurtling towards her from the sky. Rather than feeling rage, she experienced a flicker of delight. She had been contemplating how to acquire the cosmic cube, and seizing it without justification would be ill-advised. Just as her thoughts were clouded with concern, the American government had unwittingly provided her with the perfect pretext. After all, they had initiated the conflict, and she had resolved the nuisance of Heracles for them. In light of this, I request something from you, and I trust you will not refuse. Leah exhibits no shame for her presence on Earth as Heracles. In fact, she feels a sense of joy. This time, she does not even wield a weapon, but merely raises her hand, gently closing her fingers around the nuclear warhead that was previously hurtling through the air. In an instant, it halts mid-flight, and, to the astonishment of all present, is crushed in her grasp, the flames that erupt instantly compressed into a small sphere. This orb, brimming with the energy of a nuclear explosion, floats delicately in Leah's hand, and she then gazes skyward, vanishing from sight in the next moment. Meanwhile, aboard the airborne aircraft carrier, Nick Fury and Tony Stark, who has just arrived, immediately notice on the detection instruments that an unidentified entity is approaching at an astonishing speed. They exchange a glance, both understanding the unspoken thoughts in their minds. Without hesitation, Nick commands the surrounding agents to disarm, as a distinguished guest is imminent. The agents comply without delay, removing all their weapons. Even Tony Stark, typically proud and unyielding, relinquishes his Iron Man suit, fully aware that their armaments pose no threat to Leah. This reflects their attitude towards her, a desire for peaceful dialogue. Before they can step out onto the deck, a resounding thud causes the aircraft carrier to tilt slightly, as if a heavy object has landed upon it. Nick takes a deep breath, calming his thoughts. He knows their awaited visitor has arrived. Upon reaching the deck, everyone beholds the armored goddess of war. Although they have seen her on video, the proximity amplifies her presence, evoking a palpable sense of physiological dread akin to facing an insurmountable adversary. Yet, Nick Fury, the consummate agent, quickly regains his composure after a brief moment of astonishment. "Madam, we are grateful for your assistance in vanquishing the creature that ravaged our city," he exclaims, offering a slight bow. Leah raises the energy sphere in her hand, her aura growing ever more formidable. "Is this how you choose to express your gratitude?" she inquires, an oppressive weight settling over Nick, causing him to break into a cold sweat. He hastily clarifies, "This matter was instigated by those foolish politicians. We bear no responsibility. I will promptly inform my associates to bring that imbecile before you. That is irrelevant to me, and what I seek is not this," Leah replies, her indifference causing Nick to feel more alarmed rather than relieved. At that moment, he comprehends that Leah's delayed arrival is not driven by a desire for vengeance, but rather a quest for something she covets. Observing the situation, it was evident that the other party had no legitimate reason to obtain what they desired. Yet this time, those imbeciles had unwittingly delivered the excuse directly into their hands. With this thought, Nick Fury silently cursed them in his heart. Those who only indulged in revelry, neglecting their responsibilities, and resorting to catastrophic measures whenever trouble arose. However, the immediate priority was to placate the young woman before him. Otherwise, her displeasure could spell doom for everyone present, including Nick Fury himself. "My lady, what is it you require? If it is within the capabilities of S.H.I.E.L.D., we shall gladly provide it," Nick Fury stated with sincere resolve. "The Tesseract," Leah replied calmly. Nick Fury's eyes widened in astonishment. While S.H.I.E.L.D. possessed numerous treasures, the Tesseract undoubtedly ranked at the pinnacle of their importance. Fury was acutely aware that the technological research value of the Tesseract was unparalleled, and the very existence of Captain Marvel, born from it, rendered him indecisive. Fury fell silent for a moment, discreetly reaching into his coat, poised to activate his communicator. Just then, Leah spoke again. "Are you attempting to summon Captain Marvel back?" Fury's actions halted abruptly. Disbelief etched across his face as he asked, "You know Carol?" Laya nodded slightly. "Indeed, I have heard her name in the cosmos. However, if you intend to use her to threaten me, I suggest you abandon that notion. Though you may not believe it, my power indeed surpasses hers. Furthermore, I find such matters bothersome. If I do not behold the Tesseract within 10 minutes, I shall hurl this energy sphere towards the White House." She continued, "And should I still be without the Tesseract after another 10 minutes, I will obliterate an entire city until you present it to me. Do you understand?" Witnessing the young woman casually speak of city destruction made it abundantly clear to Nick Fury that he had no leverage against her. Even the formidable Captain Marvel seemed to hold little significance in her eyes. Gritting his teeth, Fury swiftly commanded the agents behind him to bring the Tesseract to this location. As Fury's words left his lips, the menacing aura surrounding Laya dissipated entirely, and her black armor gradually receded, revealing a black gown beneath. The once cold and unfeeling girl now exuded a lively demeanor, even approaching Nick Fury to pat him on the shoulder, affirming, "You are indeed a clever man. I expected you to behave like those characters in television dramas and resort to violence." This statement left not only Nick Fury, but all those behind him momentarily perplexed, as the girl who had appeared as a deadly assassin transformed into this vivacious persona. Yet, Fury quickly realized this was an opportune moment to ascertain her true identity. "Madam, you flatter me. I merely made a choice any ordinary person would make. However, dear lady, you do not appear to be from around here." Nick Fury's inquiry was tinged with caution, as he feared inadvertently provoking the formidable figure before him. Laya immediately discerned Nick Fury's unease, but chose to respond with grace. "Indeed. I am not from here. I hail from Asgard." "Asgard? Is that not the realm from Norse mythology?" Laya shook her finger. "Not merely a myth, in your terms. We represent a civilization far superior to yours. Moreover, the very planet beneath your feet is also under our dominion." Upon hearing this, the typically proud Tony Stark could no longer contain himself. "This lady claims our planet is under your rule, yet humanity has not consented." Laya cast a sidelong glance at Tony Stark, sighed, and replied, "Your acknowledgement matters little. As long as all civilizations across the cosmos recognize that this realm falls within Asgard's jurisdiction, that suffices." Tony Stark was about to retort, but Nick Fury interjected, raising a hand to halt him. "May I inquire about your identity?" Laya cleared her throat, adopting a deliberately grandiose tone. "Mortal, before you stands Laya, the goddess of storms, the third daughter of Odin. Come forth and pay your respects." Witnessing Laya's sudden shift in demeanor, all present couldn't help but twitch their lips. Nick Fury, suppressing his urge to comment, remarked, "In mythology, are you not Odin's sister?" "Ah," Laya exclaimed, her eyes wide with surprise. "Who concocted such a tale? Yet, if she were truly Odin's sister, well..." Tony Stark couldn't shake the feeling that he had misjudged his earlier apprehension. This girl bore no semblance to the fierce warrior he had envisioned. Observing Laya lost in thought, he couldn't help but feel a tinge of sympathy for Odin. Indeed, she was quite the devoted daughter. However, Laya's change in demeanor somewhat alleviated the group's fear of her. After all, if one disregarded her destructive potential, Laya was undeniably charming and endearing. As Laya remained enraptured in her daydreams, Nick Fury hesitated, contemplating whether to intrude. Yet, noticing the gaze of the agents around him, he cleared his throat and addressed her. "Lady Laya, may I refer to you as such?" Laya, jolted from a reverie, felt a touch embarrassed. Envisioning herself as her father's sister was a rather awkward thought. This, however, was not entirely her fault. Life in Asgard was exceedingly dull, leaving Laya with little to occupy her time but honing her abilities or engaging in battle, with no amusement to be found. While her mother was free-spirited and playful with her children, her father, Odin, though he occasionally reveals a playful side, predominantly maintains an air of solemnity, especially in the presence of his son. Just moments ago, Liao pondered whether presenting the tome of Norse mythology from this planet to her father, Odin, might shatter his imposing demeanor. Indeed, she resolved to procure the cosmic cube and subsequently acquire a volume of Norse myth from the library as a gift for her father. It's perfectly acceptable to refer to it in such a manner. I am aware you harbor numerous inquiries. Feel free to pose them, for I shall answer all that I am able. Consider it a complimentary addition to your retrieval of the cosmic cube. Observing Liao, who seemed both indignant and resolute, Nick Fury found himself at a loss for words. Acceptance was his only recourse. He wondered what tasks Lady Liao had in store for them. After posing his question, Nick Fury fixed his gaze upon Liao, apprehensive of hearing a response he dreaded. Initially, he had sought to locate the cosmic cube, which had been lost to Asgard. However, upon witnessing Hercules' arrival in this realm, he felt an uncontrollable urge to engage him in combat. "What do you say? Shouldn't you express your gratitude? Were it not for me, your world would undoubtedly have been decimated by Hercules." With her hands placed defiantly on her hips, Leah exuded an air of bravado, devoid of any remorse for her role in Hercules' manifestation upon Earth. Indeed, she felt no guilt, for it was the system that had unleashed Hercules. What connection did Leah have to that? Hercules? Nick Fury seized upon this critical detail. Are you referring to the legendary demigod, Hercules? He too is a higher civilization. No, Leah shook her head. He is an Einherjar. Einherjar? Nick Fury felt a headache brewing, having assimilated a plethora of information that upended his worldview in mere moments. First, he had witnessed two beings, akin to gods and demons, wreaking havoc, obliterating half of New York City, and then one of them claimed to belong to a higher civilization. This was already perplexing, as Nick Fury had long been aware of numerous extraterrestrial civilizations beyond Earth. Yet what was this talk of Einherjar? If memory served, Einherjar were the spirits of heroes who had perished in battle, transformed by the beliefs of the living. Is this truly the case? Perceiving Nick Fury's confusion, Leah voluntarily elucidated that there was little distinction from the legends. Einherjar are the embodiments of valiant heroes who, upon their demise in battle, are created by the faith of humankind. Thus, that imposing figure was indeed Hercules. Listening to their exchange, Tony Stark felt his scientific beliefs teetering on the brink of collapse. As the world's foremost scientist, if someone were to suddenly assert that deities and demons existed, he would undoubtedly deem them insane. Yet, the evidence lay before him. No matter how staunchly Tony Stark clung to his principles of science, he could only acquiesce to this newfound reality. Leah shrugged her shoulders nonchalantly and remarked, "What's so strange about that? I used to be King Arthur, you know." Her casual mention of King Arthur left everyone present in a state of astonishment. Tony Stark swallowed hard and said, "You were once the King of Britain." Leah nodded in affirmation, her expression radiating pride. "If my memory serves me correctly, King Arthur has been gone for over 600 years, hasn't he?" "You're not mistaken. It indeed has been over 6 centuries. I must say, I do miss those times." Observing the nostalgic look on Leah's face, Tony Stark cautiously inquired, "So, how old are you now?" His voice was barely audible. As a seasoned man accustomed to the company of women, he understood that one must tread lightly when asking about a woman's age. A misstep could lead to an unwanted slap, and the thought of receiving such a rebuke from the girl before him made Stark shudder at the imagined outcome. Fortunately, Leah did not seem displeased by the question regarding her age, responding with an air of nonchalance. "Age? I am 923 years old." Chapter 19. The 12 Trials of Fusion, 923 years old. Even though Tony Stark was already aware of Leah's mythological background, her casual declaration of an age that could easily make her his great-great-great-grandmother left everyone astonished. "What's the matter? Is it so strange?" Leah couldn't help but chuckle inwardly at the expressions of disbelief around her, while putting on an act of ignorance. "No, it's just that we cannot quite adjust." During this exchange, an agent finally approached, carrying a briefcase. He stepped in front of Nick Fury and handed him the case. Nick Fury accepted the briefcase, opened it, and said, "Ms. Leah, this is the tesseract you requested." As he spoke, the briefcase fully opened to reveal a cube emanating a brilliant blue glow. Of course, this was merely how it appeared to ordinary eyes, but to Leah, the very center of the azure cube concentrated an immense reservoir of energy. Even the slightest leakage of that energy caused ripples in the surrounding space. Though subtle, Leah's strength allowed her to detect it effortlessly. Extending her hand, she cradled the tesseract delicately, while the surrounding agents looked on, eager to see how she would manipulate it. Black and red magical energy began to coalesce around the tesseract, and as time passed, an unexpected crack appeared on the surface. The fissure widened rapidly until, with a sudden grip, Leah caused the tesseract to shatter completely. Everyone gazed at Leah with perplexed expressions, unable to fathom her actions. Leah, uninterested in providing an explanation, simply opened her palm to reveal a resplendent blue gem resting securely within. Tony Stark, inherently proud and arrogant, struggled to suppress his emotions in the face of Leah's formidable presence. Yet his curiosity was piqued by the spectacle before him. He could not help but inquire, "Ms. Leah, what is that gem you hold?" Leah arched an eyebrow and lifted the gem, swaying it before Stark's eyes. It is known as the Space Stone, one of the 6 Infinity Stones believed to have existed since the universe's inception. Quite precious, don't you think? Do you feel any regret? Too late, it's mine now. No. Nick Fury managed to contain the impulse to seize the gem from her grasp, his voice strained. Meanwhile, Tony Stark's gaze burned with intensity as he beheld the Infinity Stone. He had heard of the Tesseract. His father had once researched it, reportedly developing many groundbreaking technologies from it. However, this was his first encounter with the Space Stone. Just contemplating the implications of the Tesseract, which merely cloaked the Space Stone, made him realize how it had accelerated technological advancement. What breakthroughs might arise from studying the Space Stone itself? As a scientist, Stark found himself ensnared in the paradox of being tantalizingly close to the truth, yet unable to decipher it. This predicament made him feel as though ants were crawling all over him. However, Leah dismissed their thoughts, having acquired the object. She saw no reason to linger and engage in conversation. Drawing from her experience with the Power Stone, she found little distinction in wielding the Space Stone. With a gentle grip, a brilliant azure sphere of energy enveloped her for less than a second before vanishing entirely, along with Leah herself. As her presence dissipated, the onlookers exchanged glances, ultimately directing their attention to Nick Fury. With a resigned sigh, he instructed, "Return to your posts." The surrounding agents complied, departing the scene. Yet Tony Stark remained, visibly dissatisfied. "Hey, what are your thoughts on this matter? We need a dedicated team capable of addressing such supernatural phenomena," he asserted. "You mentioned this before, but is that all?" Stark's discontent was palpable. "This will not happen again," Nick Fury stated firmly, fully aware of Stark's grievances. It was not the destruction wrought by Leah and Heracles that troubled Stark, but rather the betrayal from their own ranks. In that moment, had a nuclear bomb detonated within their vicinity, Stark would not have survived. He could accept dying for justice, but he would not tolerate being betrayed by those he considered allies. After acquiring the space gem, Leah did not immediately return to Asgard. Instead, she transported herself to a desolate planet, scarcely known to many. Here, Leah intended to claim her reward. As she activated the panel, the following appeared. Mission: Eliminate Heracles. Reward: 12 trials. Status: Completed. Claim reward? With a flicker of thought, Leah opted to claim it. In an instant, the world around her transformed into a blinding expanse of white. Once the dazzling light dissipated, Leah beheld stone pillars adorned with intricate and lifelike carvings. Among them were depictions of the Hydra and Cerberus, among others. In that fleeting moment, Leah comprehended her location. This was the realm of the 12 trials. The various motifs represented the challenges faced by Heracles, now residing within Leah's very soul. Each time a stone pillar shattered, it signified the loss of a life for Leah. Although a shattered pillar could be restored, it would require a year's time. However, for Leah, this was a significant enhancement to her survivability. For instance, had she not utilized magical enhancement to fortify her body, merely relying on her natural form to connect 2 nuclear bombs would not have inflicted severe harm. Yet, it would have certainly scorched her distinctive hair. Now, even if dozens of nuclear bombs were to strike her face, her hairstyle would remain unperturbed. Fully cognizant of her newly acquired abilities, Leah exited the 12 trials, finding herself still on that desolate planet. The surroundings had not altered, nor did she feel any peculiar changes within herself, indicating that the fusion with the artifact had not caused much commotion. It was time to address her second spoils. Leah retrieved the space gem from her possession and summoned her curry stick. In an instant, a small crack appeared upon the curry stick. This was a precaution Leah had taken when she had previously requested the Dwarf King to embed the power gem, to avoid future inconveniences. As the fissure widened, the space gem, as if drawn by an invisible force, soared into the curry stick, embedding itself perfectly within. Subsequently, the crack sealed seamlessly, rendering the power gem and space gem invisible from the outside. Chapter 20. Loki discovers identity having completed these tasks. Leah chose not to return to Asgard, but instead ventured back to Earth. A week had elapsed since her departure, as she followed the Essence-S guidance to New Mexico. There, amidst a torrential downpour, she discovered Thor, the god of thunder, kneeling beside Mjolnir, lamenting his misdeeds while weeping profusely. This sight was almost too embarrassing for Leah to behold. Having such a disgraceful brother was truly unfortunate. Nevertheless, despite her thoughts, her actions did not falter as she donned the invisibility cloak she had previously acquired from Loki. On the other side, she produced a camera she had purchased while wandering the streets of Earth, specifically intended to capture the humorous misadventures of her foolish brother. Thus, without alarming anyone, Leah approached Thor and began to snap pictures with fervor. Afterward, she reviewed her captures, while Thor was escorted away by a group of soldiers. Without a moment's hesitation, Leah followed closely behind, curious to see if her presence would alter the unfolding narrative. As Thor was ushered into an interrogation room, Leah observed a soldier reporting to a middle-aged Caucasian man with a notably receding hairline. To Leah's expectation, this man was none other than the infamous Phil Coulson, the revered leader of the Marvel Novice Village. He was said to possess an unparalleled charm, with many protagonists in Marvel fan fiction being his close friends. However, after watching him for a while, Leah found nothing particularly distinctive about him, nor did she feel any warmth. It seemed that rumors were often just that, unreliable whispers. As Coulson prepared to enter the interrogation room to question Thor, Leah was eager to witness her brother's plight, yet suddenly sensed a familiar presence behind her. Turning around, she was surprised to find her other brother, Loki, standing just behind her. Her astonishment stemmed not merely from his sudden appearance, but from the sight of his hand, which had transformed into a frosty blue hue, as he smiled and raised that icy palm. You already know? He inquired, a knowing look in his eyes. You mean that I am a frost giant? If so, then yes, I am indeed aware. Loki continued to smile at Leah, but she could easily perceive the sorrow and fear of losing her that lay beneath that facade. How did you find out? Leah pressed, wanting to understand how Loki had come to know her true identity to avoid any misunderstandings. Odin informed me, just after you left. He revealed that I am a frost giant, the very creature that frightens children in the tales of Asgard. Loki's demeanor remained calm, even mocking his identity with a teasing tone, yet his slightly swollen eyes and the absence of the customary title for their father betrayed the turmoil and anger within him. You are still my brother, and that is an immutable truth, she declared, slowly approaching Loki, her black cloak billowing around her. She raised her hand to comfort him with a gentle pat on the shoulder, but then realized that unless she stood on tiptoe, she could not reach him. Loki immediately sensed her intent and, without hesitation, crouched down, allowing her to easily touch his shoulder. Leah felt no discomfort in the gesture. She softly patted Loki's shoulder, speaking in a soothing tone. We have been together for nearly a millennium. You are the family who has nurtured me into adulthood. Do you truly believe that I would deny you as my brother simply because of our different bloodlines? No, you shall forever remain my sister, and, as your brother, I will always safeguard you. Upon uttering these words, the sorrow etched upon Loki's face vanished entirely, instantly replaced by a playful grin. He even seized the opportunity, while Leah was momentarily distracted, to mischievously touch the distinctive tuft of hair that symbolized her authority. In that fleeting moment, Leah was taken aback. Just moments ago, he had seemed desperate and despondent, yet now he appeared to be an entirely different person. However, as she became aware of his increasingly audacious actions, Leah instinctively recoiled a few steps, distancing herself from the creature, encroaching upon her tuft. After regaining her composure, Leah realized that Loki was merely toying with her. His cleverness had undoubtedly led him to deduce that she would never deny him as her brother. Hence, his earlier display of despondency had merely been an act, causing the sympathy she once felt for him to evaporate in an instant, leaving only a tempest of fury in its wake. Loki observed as her once vibrant eyes turned hollow, radiating an aura of lethal intent. This immediately set him into a state of alarm. Despite his earlier proclamations of protecting his sister, he was acutely aware of her formidable power. He and Thor combined would not even match her strength. In that moment, his mind raced frantically, seeking a means to divert Leah's attention. Perhaps instinctively, he thought of Thor. Seizing the moment before Leah could retaliate, he exclaimed, "By the way, Leah, do you know what Father intends to use for Thor's trial?" This topic, as anticipated, successfully shifted Leah's focus. "What will it be? It can't possibly be the Destroyer," she exclaimed. "What are you thinking? How could it be the Destroyer? That is Father's armor, not something to be used whimsically." Noticing Loki's expression of incredulity, Leah couldn't help but twitch her lips. "You know that's Father's armor. You seemed quite pleased when you used it in the original tale." However, the Loki before her was not the same as in the original narrative, and Leah was not inclined to delve deeper. Observing Loki's enigmatic demeanor, she turned her back and made her way toward Thor's location. After all, as long as she followed Thor, she would eventually uncover the nature of his trial. A few days was hardly a burden for her to bear. Watching Leah walk away, Loki had no intention of pursuing her. His visit to Midgard was solely to gauge Leah's feelings toward him. Although he understood that she was not the type to abandon a bond forged over many years simply due to differing bloodlines, he still felt a twinge of unease, having never explicitly discussed it. Yet, from Leah's recent words, he realized he had been overly concerned. She had long been aware of his true lineage and still regarded him as a genuine family member. As for the trial orchestrated by Odin, from the very beginning, Loki had no intention of revealing the truth to Leah. His earlier remarks were merely a ploy to capture her attention and pique her curiosity. After all, as an older brother, although he could no longer best his sister in combat, he still found joy in teasing her from time to time. Chapter 21. Just playing with you. As Leah stepped into the interrogation room, she noticed Coulson being summoned by an agent, but she paid him no mind and approached Thor directly. Utilizing her invisibility cloak, she set a 5-meter radius around herself to allow visibility among those she deemed worthy. This remarkable artifact not only enabled selected individuals to see her hidden form, but also encompassed a certain area, drawing all within its bounds into the cloak's mystical capabilities. Thus, Leah's figure was laid bare before Thor's eyes. Thor, who had previously worn a visage of despair, instantaneously transformed into a picture of elation upon Leah's arrival. "Leah, are you here to take me back to Asgard?" he exclaimed. Leah feigned a sorrowful expression, replying, "No, Father would never permit your return to Asgard." Thor's face froze in disbelief at the perceived cruelty of their father, but in the next moment, he recalled the dire events that had befallen him since arriving in Midgard. First, he had been struck by a vehicle, and then confined to a mental institution, subjected daily to large needles filled with unfamiliar substances. Contemplating this grim reality, a look of desperation crossed Thor's face as he gazed at Leah. I understand my mistakes, Leah. Please, plead with Father on my behalf. I truly regret my actions. Leah, with a touch of sorrow, replied, Brother, you know I would save you if I could, but right now, Father, what has happened to Father? That is impossible. He is so powerful. Thor's disbelief was palpable as he looked at Leah, whose expression was marred by sadness. Father is suffering because of you, Leah said, lowering her head and covering her face with her hands to conceal the smile, threatening to escape. Thor seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation, his eyes reddening as tears began to well. He was filled with overwhelming regret, pounding his head with his fists as he shouted, It's all my fault. If I hadn't been so reckless, Father wouldn't tea. Father has been eating 4 meals a day since your departure, and he has gained quite a bit of weight. What do you mean he's gained weight? Thor was momentarily bemused, as if he had misheard Leah's words about their father's weight gain. Had the ceiling of his powers dulled his senses? I mean, Father has grown plump because of your absence. Ha ha ha. Leah could no longer contain her laughter. Thor stood there, expressionless, mouth agape, as if he had been utterly bewildered. He kept repeating, Father has gotten fat. Because of my absence, he has gained weight. How amusing. As Thor teetered on the brink of darkness, Leah felt her previous discontent with Loki gradually dissipate. Indeed, joy often flourishes in the shadows of another sorrow. However, Leah could not merely stand by and witness Thor's descent into darkness. She hastily interjected, Do not wear such a countenance. There is still hope for your return to Asgard. Really? That's wonderful. Thor, who had been on the verge of succumbing to despair, displayed an innocent smile upon hearing Leah's words, without an ounce of skepticism. Of course. I am your sister. How could I possibly deceive you? She assured him. Moreover, I can swear upon Loki that, regardless of whether I am truthful, he shall never love another. But he could love another Loki, Thor remarked, observing the conviction in Leah's demeanor. Though he sensed something amiss, he chose not to dwell on it and immediately inquired, Tell me, what must I do to return to Asgard? First, you must wait for a while. Wait for a while? I understand. And then? That's it. How then shall I return to Asgard? Wait for a while. Oh, Leah, you must be planning for me to wait here, while you beseech Father to summon me back, correct? Thor's face lit up with hope. Yet in the next moment, Leah shattered his illusions. Did I have that thought? I was unaware, she mused, stroking her chin in feigned contemplation. Thor slumped onto the bench, feeling as deflated as a salted fish. I knew it. How could I be so foolish as to trust you? Leah, just tell me, am I destined to remain here forever? All right, I shall not jest with you any longer, Leah declared, satisfied with the amusement she had derived from the encounter. In truth, your arrival in Midgard was merely a test from Father. If you succeed, you shall be granted passage back to Asgard. If not, you must remain here until you do. Upon learning that his presence in Midgard was a test, Thor straightened with renewed determination. What is the nature of this test? I pledge on the honor of the god of thunder that I shall accomplish it. That? I am uncertain. You must discover it for yourself. With the conversation concluded, Leah prepared to take her leave. Farewell, brother, she said, reactivating her invisibility cloak, allowing only herself to observe. Leah, please save me before you depart. Thor called out as he watched his sister vanish before him. His pleas met with silence. He felt an overwhelming sense of fatigue at having such a sister. However, his last cry had caught the attention of the approaching Coulson. As Coulson stepped outside, he received a call from Nick Fury, who revealed to him the astonishing truth. Norse mythology is indeed real. The hammer that had fallen here bore an uncanny resemblance to the fabled Mjolnir, the hammer of the thunder god. This revelation inevitably added to Fury's concerns. As one of Fury's most trusted subordinates, Coulson was not kept in the dark. Fury informed Coulson of the unfolding events in New York, particularly about a woman named Leah, cautioning him to avoid any confrontation should she attempt to take the hammer. After all, with the emergence of the storm goddess, one could only speculate what might happen if the mythical hammer were to fall into the wrong hands. Coulson briefed Fury on the ongoing investigation into the hammer and the recent incident involving a man, Thor, who had burst into the camp attempting to lift it. However, as he had only just begun to interrogate Thor, he was called away to answer Fury's call, leaving him unaware of the man's name. He was merely puzzled by Thor's actions. Fury, accustomed to the eccentricities of the world, did not dwell on the matter. Just as Coulson concluded the call and opened the interrogation room door, preparing to resume questioning Thor, he overheard a name that instantly captured his attention. Leah. Chapter 22. The Rift in Space. The mention of Leah stirred something within Coulson. His instincts as an agent kicked in, leading him to connect the dots. The hammer resembling Mjolnir, the individual attempting to lift it, and the conversation he had just left all pointed to the significance of Leah. If he was right, The familiarity with which Thor spoke her name suggested a complex relationship. With this realization, Coulson donned a congenial smile and approached Thor, pulling a chair beside him. In my experience, it seems you have undergone some form of training. Otherwise, your skills would not be so remarkable. May I inquire where you received your training? Coulson refrained from immediately mentioning Leah, opting instead to foster a rapport and glean information through casual conversation. Yet, Thor sat in silence, his demeanor sullen and uninterested in dialogue. Observing Thor's reticence, Coulson remained unfazed, discreetly activating the listening function of his earpiece. Do you know a lady named Leah? This time, Thor did not remain silent. He lifted his gaze to meet Coulson's. Mortal, have you seen my sister? Sister? Was their bond one of siblings? Yet, gazing at the despondent young man before him, Coulson could not reconcile the stark contrast between Thor and the woman depicted in the files. They appeared worlds apart, seemingly of different realms entirely. However, the exemplary demeanor of the agent prevented Coulson from revealing any expression other than a smile. Indeed, our director had the fortune of conversing with Ms. Leah for a considerable time, and she had been of immense assistance to us. Observing Coulson's words, it appeared as though Leah shared a close rapport with them, which caused Leah, who was secretly watching from the side, to curl her lip in disdain. Meanwhile, Thor, with his limited intellect, instinctively regarded Leah as an ally upon hearing that she had aided them, disregarding the truth of the matter. That's splendid. Please release me at once. I knew Leah would never abandon me and depart. Coulson hesitated slightly, for the other party's identity remained somewhat ambiguous. Yet, a voice crackled through his earpiece, urging him to release Thor, gathering more intelligence without inciting his disdain. Upon receiving Nick Fury's command, Coulson wasted no time in complying, stepping forward to personally unlock the handcuffs from Thor. As the cuffs were being removed, Thor suddenly recalled something and addressed Coulson without hesitation. By the way, did you acquire a research report pertaining to a certain Jane Foster? She's my friend. Coulson immediately thought of some research materials he had obtained from a lady, which indeed seemed to belong to Jane Foster, now realizing her connection to the figure before him, who appeared to be a deity from Norse mythology. Without delay, Coulson began to explain the arrival of that hammer caused significant anomalies in the weather on that day, and we collected her research materials for confidentiality. However, since Miss Foster is your friend, there is no need for us to keep it from you. We shall return the research materials in full. Mjolnir. Thor nodded in understanding as he spoke. Mjolnir? Coulson inquired, puzzled. That is the name of the hammer, also referred to as the hammer of the thunder god. Thus, you are Coulson stated, a hint of uncertainty in his tone. Indeed, I am Thor, the god of thunder. Thor initially puffed out his chest with pride, but soon sagged in dismay. Perhaps not anymore. Mjolnir no longer recognizes me. What has transpired with you? Coulson asked, gazing into Thor's eyes, the atmosphere shifting into an uneasy silence. Is it something you cannot disclose? Very well then. Coulson offered a somewhat awkward smile. I am not in the mood for conversation. With that, Thor stood and strode toward the exit. Coulson remained rooted in place, watching Thor's retreating figure, then inquired of Nick Fury on the other end of the earpiece whether he should detain him. There is no need for that. Let him go. Just assign a few agents to monitor the movements of this Thor, Fury replied. Understood, Director. Coulson promptly instructed Hawkeye Barton outside not to engage. Upon exiting the interrogation room, Thor's gaze was immediately drawn to the hammer, which still stood resolutely in place. Gazing upon Mjolnir, Thor's eyes brimmed with longing. Yet the realization of his unworthiness to wield the mighty hammer instantly filled him with sorrow. Struggling to suppress the urge to embrace Mjolnir, he turned away and strode briskly outside, not daring to glance back, fearful that the allure of the hammer would tether him in place. In the interrogation room, Leah had observed for quite some time, but failed to witness what she had hoped for, leaving her somewhat disheartened. She had anticipated that Thor would confide in her, given that she had aided him, and she was eager to learn of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s responses upon acquiring the full scope of events. However, it seemed Thor harbored a distaste for S.H.I.E.L.D. Indeed, the agency's initial portrayal to Thor had been that of a bandit, forcibly seizing Jane Foster's research, which had greatly tarnished Thor's impression of them from the outset. As Leah pondered, resting her chin on her hand while perched atop the interrogation table, she found the situation quite peculiar. Despite the timeline being significantly advanced, Thor and Jane Foster still managed to meet, and their current rapport appeared to be rather amicable. Was their encounter an absolute temporal juncture? That notion seemed flawed as well. Their absence from one another would not bear consequences. Surely, it could not be the case that their love was the sole catalyst for the birth of a female Thor. Enough of this contemplation. Why dwell on such matters? As Leah tousled her long, dark golden hair, she recognized her propensity for overthinking. With no captivating drama left to witness, she decided to return to Asgard and await the commencement of Thor's trial. After all, she was genuinely curious about who would nurture Thor's growth into the god of thunder, especially in Loki's absence of betrayal. Just as Leia prepared to wield the space stone to return to Asgard, a sudden flash of inspiration struck her, leading her to conceive an impressive maneuver. Summoning the curry stick, she glided gently downward, channeling the power of the space stone, which caused a rift to materialize before her. As she beheld the fissure in the fabric of space, a satisfied nod escaped her lips. She resolved to employ this method of departure in the future, and stepped through the opening. Unbeknownst to Leia, as she cleaved through the rift, tendrils of crimson particles emerged from its edges. Chapter 23. The Scarlet Witch. Meanwhile, in Svartalfheim, the dark elf king Malekith abruptly opened his eyes, having awakened prematurely. The ether particles had resurfaced. Shortly after Leia returned to Asgard, she sensed a dip in the overall power of Asgard's forces, aside from her own presence, and recalled the dark elves from the original narrative who had effortlessly breached Asgard, alongside her long-unseen half-sister, Hela, who seemed to traverse Asgard as casually as one would stroll through a supermarket. In the original narrative, the two brothers were not imprisoned due to misdeeds, but rather found themselves perpetually a step behind for various reasons. Reflecting on her many years in Asgard, she realized that her aspirations had solely been centered on enhancing her own prowess, neglecting the opportunity to fortify Asgard itself. Nevertheless, her current abilities should suffice within the cinematic universe. Therefore, she resolved that the remaining time should be dedicated to the betterment of Asgard. Leia lay sprawled on her bed, pondering carefully about potential allies. The first individuals that sprang to mind were the Scarlet Witch, Wanda, and Quicksilver, Pietro, primarily due to the formidable chaos magic wielded by Wanda. Leia was particularly impressed, despite the fact that Wanda's chaos magic stemmed from the dark god Thor, which could potentially draw the deity's attention should she bring them to Asgard. However, Leia was not overly concerned. Although Thor's power far surpassed her own, as a dimensional god, he could not directly enter the realm of reality. At most, he could possess Wanda, and that would only occur if she had perused the Darkhold, with her resulting capabilities being significantly inferior to his true form. Moreover, according to Leia's understanding, Wanda's prowess as the foremost user of chaos magic was largely due to her inherent ability to alter probabilities. This talent had manifested in her childhood when a missile developed by Stark had almost no chance of failing to detonate. Yet, the young Wanda had unconsciously modified the probability of the missile's explosion, allowing her and her brother to survive. As for Quicksilver, while he may not possess the same extraordinary abilities as his sister, his powers as a superhuman were nonetheless formidable. As a speedster, he was quite adept in both rescue and support roles. After all, there's a saying, only a speedster can defeat a speedster. Although the Quicksilver of this cinematic universe seemed somewhat lacking compared to his counterpart in the X-Men universe, Leia rolled over in bed like a languid fish, her resolve solidifying. She decided that after attending the festivities surrounding Thor the following day, she would bring Wanda and Pietro to Asgard. As for their opinions, she planned to first escort them back to Asgard and then discuss matters further. If they truly wished to seek vengeance against Tony Stark, Leia would wholeheartedly support them, regardless of whether Tony bore any actual responsibility. She was, after all, the type to assist her friends rather than concern herself with ethics. Even if the siblings chose to abandon their quest for revenge, Leia would remain steadfastly supportive. With this thought, Leia unexpectedly raised her hands in bed, leaving even herself momentarily bewildered by such an embarrassing gesture. Fortunately, her palace was devoid of handmaidens. Otherwise, she would have felt utterly mortified. As Wanda and Quicksilver are on the verge of joining Asgard, one cannot help but ponder the possibility of persuading their estranged sister, the goddess of death, Hela, to return to Asgard's fold. Without the consent of Wanda and Quicksilver, Leia has unilaterally included them in her ranks. However, the thought of Hela brings a wave of trepidation. In truth, Leia does not believe Hela has committed any grave misdeeds. After all, what is wrong with a love for war or a desire to conquer territory? Yet Leia, having perused the original texts, is acutely aware that Odin, the All-Father, had only recently emerged from a fierce battle with the gods. It was this very conflict that humbled the once arrogant young Odin, revealing to him the vastness of the universe and the multitude of formidable foes that lurked within it. This epiphany ultimately led Odin to contemplate a cessation of hostilities and a period of peace. Conversely, Hela's insatiable thirst for battle renders her incapable of tolerating a life of tranquility. She craves bloodshed and destruction. Odin, resolute in his convictions, would never permit Hela to reignite the flames of war, as Asgard could not endure an unending cycle of conflict. Thus, he sealed Hela away in Hell, the realm of the dead, erasing her existence from Asgard entirely. This act incited a profound hatred within Hela towards all of Asgard, as evidenced by her immediate and ruthless assault upon her return. Laia's dilemma lies in how to soothe Hela's resentment towards Odin. Should Hela's desire for war resurface? Laia contemplates the possibility of satisfying her cravings, albeit not within this universe. Rather, she imagines a journey to alternate realms where Hela could unleash her fury without consequence. Though Laia currently lacks the means to traverse parallel universes, she possesses a peculiar confidence that her time to explore other realms is not far off. After much contemplation, Laia finds herself at an impasse regarding the resolution of the conflict between Hela and Odin. Ultimately, she decides to engage Hela in combat until the latter is subdued. For Hela's life is inexorably linked to Asgard, rendering her akin to an indestructible punching bag. If Hela and Odin cannot abide each other's presence, then perhaps their encounters should be infrequent. With this resolution, Laia firmly establishes her plans in her mind. As for other characters within the Marvel Universe, Laia struggles to identify any additional individuals worthy of her attention. Either they already possess their own factions, or they simply do not meet her standards. In Laia's eyes, only Wanda and Hela are of significance. Even Captain Marvel does not occupy her thoughts to any great extent. Laia is particularly invested in Wanda due to the potential for her growth to transcend the confines of this universe, with the possibility of her breaking through to multiversal levels. As for Hela, it is merely due to their familial ties. As time slowly passed, Lia on the bed gradually succumbed to slumber. Though, as a deity, Lia had the capability to remain awake for a century, she had no intention of foregoing the comfort of sleep for a restless day of wandering. This did not align with her interests. Chapter 24. Shopping the next morning, as dawn broke, Lia tossed and turned for a while before finally mustering the effort to rise. Stifling a yawn, she summoned her magical powers to transform her little lion pajamas into a set of blue sweatshirts, and with a flick of her wrist, a cap appeared in her hand. Placing the cap upon her head, she approached the full-length mirror to admire her majestic beauty. Satisfied, she nodded. Today promised to be another day filled with vitality. As a reward for awakening so early, Lia decided to indulge herself with a sumptuous feast, even though it was already noon. However, this did not dampen her spirits. Was there a particular reason for her joy? Not really. If one were to identify a reason, perhaps the exceptionally comfortable sleep she had enjoyed could suffice. With a casual gesture, she opened a spatial portal and stepped directly into Hong Kong. As a culinary haven, it would be remiss for her not to savor the local delicacies, or she would feel a sense of unrest. Lia did not choose a specific location, but rather appeared at any restaurant in Hong Kong at random. Upon stepping through the portal, she looked up to see the words Meat Buffet prominently displayed. Adjusting her cap, a smile crept across her lips. She decided this was the place. An hour later, Lia emerged from the meat buffet, thoroughly satisfied. At the very moment she exited, the owner of the buffet hung a closed sign. Inside, a voice could be heard declaring, "From now on, even if I starve, I shall never reopen a buffet again." Due to her heightened perception, which extended across the entire planet, Lia sensed that Thor was not in any immediate danger. Now, she was ready to reminisce about her past life as a human. Despite having lived in Asgard, it may seem she lacked earthly currency. Yet being the most favored princess in all of Asgard meant that even the smallest trinkets she possessed were of immense value on Earth. Thus, Lia casually exchanged a few $100,000 at a nearby gold shop. Upon arriving at the largest supermarket in the vicinity, she surveyed the bustling crowd and, rather than feeling overwhelmed, she headed straight for the gaming section. She purchased an array of game discs and consoles that had developed over the years, everything from Grand Theft Auto to Undertale, buying all that was related to gaming, regardless of whether she had heard of them. With her shopping cart brimming with games, she paid for her purchases and, taking advantage of others' inattention, discreetly stored everything into her spatial pocket. Just as Lia was content and ready to leave the supermarket, she caught a glimpse of a shop selling an array of costumes for role-playing, which immediately captivated her attention. Upon entering the costume store, Lia found herself entranced by a maid outfit, though her thoughts were not about how she would look in such attire. Instead, the first individuals that sprang to her mind upon seeing the costume were Thor and Loki. Am I truly that peculiar? Why do they come to mind? Lia clasped her hands over her head, attempting to suppress the train of thought, yet the more she resisted, the clearer the image became in her mind of Thor and Loki donning maid outfits, calling out to their master. After a bout of internal reproach and self-derision, Lia's already low standards sank even lower. A smile of delight crept upon her lips as she waved her hand, purchasing every costume in the store, leaving the owner utterly flabbergasted. Not only that, but upon considering gifts for Thor and Loki, Lia felt it unfair to neglect Odin and her mother. So she decided to procure some earthly delicacies for them as well. For Odin, she selected a senior massage chair, one-eyed sunglasses, domestically produced foot health products, and a longevity prescription from a fortune teller at one of the stalls. Though Lia found it curious that a fortune teller would operate in such a vast supermarket, It was evident they possessed remarkable skills to have established such a business in that setting. Gently, Liat tucked away the prescription, planning to purchase 10 tons of medicine at the pharmacy later, as a gift prepared with great care by a daughter. Surely her father would be moved enough to consume it all. Liat covered her face with one hand, stifling her joyful laughter, while passers-by glanced at the peculiar figure crouched on the ground, face concealed, emanating strange chuckles, and they instinctively distanced themselves, wary of encountering someone unhinged. As for the gifts for her mother, she chose various beautiful garments and some plush toys, particularly a greater quantity of small lion plushies. After all, both her mother and Liat herself had a profound fondness for little lions. In her youth, Liat had once raised a small lion, but as time passed, even with her newfound extraordinary powers, the lion gradually aged until its demise. This left Liat, who had never cared for an animal before, in sorrow for quite some time. Since then, she had refrained from adopting any other pets, yet the lion plushie remained her favorite. As for why she did not purchase gemstone necklaces or similar adornments, one must understand that in Asgard, rare gemstones were hardly scarce, and there were dedicated artisans crafting jewelry specifically for the queen. The choice of clothing was also influenced by the significant differences in fashion between Earth and Asgard, allowing the queen to don various styles. After gathering all her purchases and scouring numerous pharmacies to amass 10 tons of medicinal herbs, Liat stood with her hands on her hips, nodding in satisfaction. Just then, a familiar aura descended upon Earth, causing an odd expression to flit across Lia's face. New Mexico. Frost giant King Lao Fei, his countenance etched with profound bitterness, emerged from the spatial portal, followed closely by 4 or 5 frost giants. Indeed, once again, Thor's trial was entrusted to Lao Fei. The latter, consumed by resentment, had barely returned to his lair after enduring a previous threat from Leah, hoping to indulge in some leisure. Yet Odin, that cantankerous old man, barged in, brandishing the eternal spear without allowing Lao Fei a word, before delivering a severe beating. Odin then articulated his purpose for being there, to send Lao Fei to Earth as part of Thor's trial, to teach Thor the essence of being a benevolent ruler. Upon hearing this, Lao Fei was rendered speechless. Is this what you call benevolence while wielding the eternal spear against me? I do not sense any kindness whatsoever. Back when you led your forces to ravage the 9 realms, you were anything but merciful. Your brutality nearly annihilated them all. Now, you desire your son to embody compassion? Have you even considered my perspective? I was finally on the brink of abandoning my plans for dominion over the 9 realms, and yet here you are, seizing upon me like a predator upon its prey. Ultimately, compelled by the threat to his life, Lao Fei reluctantly accepted this arduous task, though his grim expression betrayed his utter unwillingness. Chapter 25. Lao Fei, regardless of Laufey's reluctance, the performance must continue. Meanwhile, the townsfolk observed the unusual phenomena unfolding. Are there others coming? Jane inquired, glancing towards the 3 warriors of the Celestial Palace and Sif. Sif, through her gaze, sought confirmation from the warriors, receiving only an ambiguous response. The newcomers bear ill intentions. Jane, please assist in dispersing the crowd. With a smile, Jane was embraced by Thor, who expressed, You have shown me the responsibilities of a king. Now it is time for me to embrace my duty. Friends, I may be but a mortal now, but the calamity arises from my actions. Are you still willing to lend me your strength? Undoubtedly. You shall always be our king, the object of our loyalty. Sif was the first to respond, followed closely by the 3 warriors, pledging their allegiance. Then let us confront the approaching adversary together. Thor and his companions exchanged knowing glances, understanding each other's resolve without further words, and they charged towards the outskirts of the town. Outside, the newly emerged frost giants observed a group of humans clad in black suits, brandishing a trumpet-shaped device, declaring that this was America, demanding the immediate surrender of their weapons. Lao Fei, already irritable from being forced into this role, found the din of these insignificant creatures grating. In his growing agitation, he lifted a small car and hurled it towards the agents. With a thunderous explosion, the vehicle obliterated, sending 3 or 4 agents flying through the air. As the remaining agents swiftly reacted, they drew their pistols and opened fire on the frost giant. However, the bullets that could pierce flesh merely grazed the toughened hide of the colossal creature, akin to a mere tickle. Rheophey regarded the bothersome swarm of ants with disdain and commanded the frost giant behind him to eliminate the pesky nuisances. Meanwhile, he intended to venture towards the town in search of Thor, eager to conclude his performance and return to leisure. Rheophey, resembling a weary office worker devoid of motivation, ambled towards the town, casually smashing nearby objects such as cars, hoses, and a vending machine. Furthermore, he conjured a cup of ice to fill with cola, sipping as he walked. With each sip, the effervescent liquid seemed to explode in his mouth, leading Rheophey to believe he had encountered true love. prompting him to abandon his journey to the town. Instead, he turned back to the vending machine, using his freezing powers to create a larger cup until he had drained every last drop of cola. As Ryofi indulged in his newfound affection, he suddenly felt a chill on his back, as if being scrutinized by numerous eyes. Glancing around, he spotted Lia perched atop a rooftop. She pointed towards the town, reminding him that his performance was far from over. Witnessing Ryofi's despondent demeanor, Lia pondered whether time truly alters a person. Once, he was an ambitious young man with dreams of conquering the 9 realms. Now, he appeared lethargic and indulgent, neglecting his potential, seemingly squandering Lia's investment in him. Her heart ached at the thought of stalling the emergence of a promising actor. While Lia engaged in her reflections, Ryofi finally encountered Thor. The atmosphere of their impending clash was typically solemn, yet Thor observed the frost giant king, Ryofi, approaching with a colossal cup of cola, sipping as he sauntered. The peculiar ambience struck Thor as odd. Ryofi did not seem like a foe seeking conflict, but rather a beleaguered employee coerced into overtime by a heartless employer. Thor couldn't shake the impression that if he were to shatter Ryofi's cola, the giant would undoubtedly weep. No, the more he looked, the more Ryofi resembled a slothful homebody. Thor shook his head vigorously, attempting to dispel the absurdity of his thoughts, realizing he could not dwell on them any longer. Ryofi, the notion of attacking Jotunheim is solely mine, Thor's, and has nothing to do with the people of Midgard. If there are any schemes against us, let them come, but do not harm the innocent. With that, Thor retreated behind the 3 warriors of Asgard and Sif, jesting about his current status as a mere mortal. Questioning if anyone truly believed Thor, was foolish. A confrontation unfolds, wherein mere mortals dare to stand against the divine. Observing Thor's performance, Lofi notes that while he may not have acquired much on Earth, his intellect has undeniably sharpened, and he now wields his authority with a semblance of prowess. Yet, the ferocity of his chosen allies leaves much to be desired. Those 4 diminutive Kurami warriors hardly rival even Captain America, merely capable of dispatching minor foes. As Lofi glances at Thor, who has retreated behind the others, he suddenly feels a flicker of hope for Jotunheim. Perhaps if Thor ascends as the new God King, it would not signify a drastic change. Although the thought of this fool inheriting the throne brings him some amusement, Lofi's mind swiftly shifts to the woman, Lia, extinguishing any mirth. What good is it to govern the 9 realms? What use is it to plunge the entire world into frost? It is utterly devoid of significance. Better to conclude this farce and discover what this dark liquid in his grasp truly is. Lofi steps aside, cautiously placing his cola on the ground, then returns to his original position, addressing Thor with an air of exhaustion. You have violated our pact by assaulting Jotunheim. The disgrace you have wrought upon us must be repaid with your life. Upon Lofi's declaration, an icy silence envelopes the scene. Though Thor and his companions hear Lofi's words, they detect no hint of malice, only a trace of resentment, leaving them little time to ponder Lofi's peculiar demeanor. Then, there is no room for negotiation. Sif declares as she approaches Lofi, instructing her companions, I shall be the primary attacker. You provide support. Of course, ladies first. Vanna responds gallantly. How tedious. Vostag grumbles in his typical brash manner, leaping over Sif to strike Lofi with his axe. Lofi, anticipating the attack, swiftly counters with a single slap. The force sends Vostag flying, allowing Sif to take advantage of the moment and thrust her spear towards Lofi's lower back. This provocation proves intolerable for Lofi. If one must fight, let it be with honor, not targeting a man's most vulnerable points. With a swift motion, he smacks Sif into the sewer beneath the concrete. Chapter 26. The Return of the Thunder God. The remaining 2 warriors from the celestial realm possess no capacity for resistance as Lofi grips them by their throats. Lifting them effortlessly, just as they seem on the brink of suffocation, Thor bursts forth, shouting, Stop. This conflict began with me, and it shall end with me. Release them. Take my life instead. At Thor's urgent plea, Lofi instinctively loosens his grip, and the 2 celestial warriors collapse to the ground, gasping for fresh air. In truth, even if Thor had not intervened, Lofi had intended to release them shortly, as his purpose here was merely to perform. He had no intention of truly antagonizing Asgard, especially with Lia following closely behind, which further restrained Lofi from inflicting harm upon the lives of Asgardians. However, the fact that Thor would utter such words signifies that Odin's task has been accomplished. Acknowledging his errors, willingly accepting full responsibility, and ready to sacrifice his life to protect his friends, though it diverges somewhat from his original intent, is nonetheless commendable. If this continues, Laufey truly would not know how to proceed. Thus it is time to bring this scene to a conclusion. Witnessing Laufey release the 2 valiant warriors of the Celestial Palace, Thor slowly approached the towering giant before him, feeling for the first time that death was so near. At this moment, Thor should have been engulfed in fear, yet his heart remained tranquil. If his life could shield his friends from harm, it would indeed hold value. Perhaps this embodies the essence of kingship. Suddenly, a phrase spoken by Leah in the past surfaced in Thor's mind. The crown elevates its bearer, a symbol of status. Yet the true meaning of the crown lies in its promise to shield you from calamity, allowing you to always glimpse golden hope. Surveying the celestial warriors around him, still yearning to rise, and noticing Jane rushing toward him, a smile graced Thor's face. Perhaps he was beginning to embody the qualities of a king. Father, I may have come to understand your words. I ought not to be so reckless, seeking to resolve everything through war, disregarding the safety of my supportive friends and beloved subjects. I have often taken everything for granted, dismissing the counsel of my loved ones as mere whispers. I foolishly believed I had matured enough to shoulder all responsibilities. Yet reality has imparted a lesson. I remain inept, having botched everything. Nevertheless, perhaps these reflections are now rendered moot, yet I still hope you can take pride in my choice this time. Thoughts swirled within him, though only a few seconds had passed in the external world. Lao Fei, observing Thor's seemingly enlightened demeanor, felt a surge of anger. It was you, that wretched old fool, who dragged me from my home against my will. And now you feign enlightenment for whom? You make me appear as the villain. Irritated by his presence, Lao Fei seized Thor's leg, striking down with casual force several times before he hurled Thor away, sending him flying dozens of meters. Now, in his mortal form, Thor struggled to breathe. Jane hurried to Thor's side, tears brimming in her eyes as she embraced him, yearning to touch his cheek but hesitating, her anxiety palpable. A minute passed, and Thor remained unresponsive on the ground, causing even Lao Fei to feel a twinge of alarm. Could it be? I didn't strike him that hard. Even as a mortal, he shouldn't be this feeble. What if I truly killed him? Are we, the Frost Giants, destined for the grave? No. I merely intended to play a part. Thor, rise. Do not succumb. You absolutely must not perish here. Loki's heart raced with desperation as he longed to rush to Thor's side, urging him to rally. After all, your demise may be inconsequential, yet should you fall, we too shall follow, and that is of utmost importance. As the seconds slipped away, Thor remained unresponsive, and Loki's heart sank, his mind already conjuring visions of his own demise. But at that moment, the weather shifted dramatically. The clear sky transformed into a tempest of thunder and lightning. Thor, who lay motionless, suddenly lifted a hand, and a hammer flew directly into his grasp. His relaxed attire morphed into gleaming silver armor, adorned with a flowing red cape, exuding an aura of vigor and determination. Loki, witnessing this transformation from afar, breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, all was well, and it seemed he would not need to accompany Thor to the afterlife. Thor felt his strength surge anew, an inexhaustible power of thunder coursing through him, restoring his confidence. Raising Mjolnir, he soared into the heavens, drawing the surrounding storm clouds toward him, which gathered ominously around the hammer. His already formidable presence intensified, and Thor brimmed with confidence, poised to vanquish Loki. As energy coalesced, Thor leaped from the heights, descending directly upon the Frost Giant King, Loki. Aware that his time was drawing to a close, Loki swiftly summoned the icy forces around him to forge a shield before him. The clash between Mjolnir and the icy shield sent shockwaves rippling outward, and as time progressed, the might of Thor's hammer grew ever stronger. The shield, riddled with cracks, shattered under the force, sending Loki hurtling over 1,000 meters away. Spitting blood, Loki rose slowly, gazing at Thor, who readied himself for another assault. With a flick of his wrist, Loki unleashed an ice spike aimed at Jane. As the spike hurtled toward her, Thor had no choice but to abandon his pursuit of Loki, instantly appearing before Jane, enveloping her in his embrace. The ice spike collided with Thor's back, but thanks to his defenses, it inflicted little harm. Instead, Jane hurriedly examined Thor's back. Thor felt a surge of joy at Jane's concern, yet when he turned back, the Frost Giant King Loki had vanished without a trace. Observing all of this, Leah, as a spectator, felt the scene was rather rough and illogical. For instance, Jane had been holding Thor for 2 or 3 minutes, while Loki stood idly, displaying no signs of action. Moreover, Loki, could you not take your battle seriously? Your most potent use of ice abilities throughout this encounter was merely as a shield, with no thought of offense whatsoever. Alas, this situation is not without its merits. The opinions of others matter little, as long as that fool believes. Now that the performance has concluded, Liao finds herself once again in a state of idleness. Below, Sol is engaged in an intimate moment with his girlfriend, and it would be rather inappropriate to present him with a gift at such a time. In the privacy of home, it matters not, but outside one must maintain a semblance of dignity. However, why is Lao Fei lingering in Midgard instead of returning to Jotunheim? With such thoughts occupying her mind, Liao followed Lao Fei without a moment's hesitation. To her astonishment, She witnessed the mighty king of the frost giants surreptitiously pilfering soda from a vending machine, absconding with all the cola from the town's machines. It was utterly unexpected that such a formidable figure could stoop to such behavior, leaving Lia feeling quite ashamed. As she scorned Lao Fei, Lia took a sip from a nearby damaged vending machine's orange juice. Chapter 27. Timeline. Just as Lia believed there was nothing further to observe, the world around her abruptly transformed, resembling a mirrored surface. The Lia of the real world vanished without a trace, only to find herself in a mirrored space. Before her stood a woman clad in yellow robes, sporting a shiny bald head. To Lia's surprise, she did not react with shock. Instead, she finished her orange juice and disposed of the bottle into a nearby trash bin. Having heard much about the formidable supreme sorceress, Gu Yi, she had anticipated a fearsome presence. However, the reality was quite the opposite. She was undeniably beautiful. Lia mused, stroking her chin. Your Highness, it is a pleasure to meet you. I sincerely appreciate your kind words, Gu Yi said, bowing slightly to indicate her lack of malice. Lia, unperturbed, surveyed the mirrored space with keen interest. Everything appeared identical to the outside world. Cars, houses, and so forth. Yet, it was clear that this was not the realm of reality. She sensed its fragility akin to glass. Easily shattered. Do you have business with me, Master Gu Yi? This place seems ill-suited for conversation. Might I invite you to Kamartaj for a discussion? Gu Yi, unfazed by Lia's boldness, effortlessly opened a portal flickering with yellow sparks, beckoning Lia to enter. Upon glimpsing the spacious room beyond the portal, complete with a rectangular table at its center, Lia stepped through without hesitation. Just then, she turned to Gu Yi and inquired, How many times have you seen me in the future? Gu Yi chuckled softly and shook her head. I cannot perceive your future. Anything related to you remains shrouded in mist, obscuring my vision. Is that so? Lia, undeterred by the truth of Gu Yi's words, took a seat at the table opposite her. Ancient One swiftly followed suit, taking a seat opposite the table. With a graceful flourish, the previously empty teacup transformed, as if conjured from thin air. A delicate green tea began to rise, its subtle fragrance wafting through the air. Not one to be polite, Lia raised the cup and drained its contents entirely. As she did, the teacup was instantly replenished with tea. She glanced up at the Ancient One, only to find him maintaining a calm smile, seemingly reluctant to speak. Growing somewhat irritated, Lia placed the teacup back on the table. All right, can we get to the point? Must you remain silent, as if we are performing a pantomime? Your Highness, since you are so forthright, I shall be direct, Ancient One replied, as he opened the Eye of Agamotto and retrieved a green gem. I have summoned you here to bestow upon you the Time Stone. At this, even Lia appeared taken aback. Did you not claim that you could not see my future? Why then, would you present the Time Stone to me now? The Ancient One's expression remained serene. Indeed, I cannot foresee your future, but I can perceive my own. Your Highness, are you aware that within a world, there exist numerous timelines? Lia nodded, acknowledging her understanding. So, which timeline have you witnessed? I have glimpsed two timelines. The first depicts a moment where the Time Stone remains with me, yet it disappears in the future. This results in the new Sorcerer Supreme of Kamartaj being powerless against Dormammu, leading to the destruction of Kamartaj and nearly plunging Earth into the Dark Dimension. It was then that you repelled Dormammu. A hint of a bitter smile crossed Ancient One's placid visage. The second timeline, however, reveals a scenario where the Time Stone is absent from my possession, yet the future of Earth remains secure. Dormammu does not invade, and Thanos does not threaten Earth. Only minor skirmishes persist. This future is one I cherish. Thus, I am now granting you the Time Stone. It is the finest choice time has afforded me. Lia regarded the Time Stone in Ancient One's hand, intuitively grasping the implications of the two timelines. The first timeline clearly indicated that Ancient One did not entrust the Time Stone to her. However, she would never relinquish her claim to it, ensuring that at some juncture, she would indeed obtain it. After all, treasures rightfully belong to those capable of wielding them, and refraining from outright seizing it was already a considerable concession. This led to Kamartaj's inability to resist Dormammu's incursion, resulting in its destruction. Given her self-awareness, Lia realized she would likely have been a mere observer, passively witnessing the ruin of Kamartaj until Dormammu sought to engulf Earth, prompting her to intervene and save the planet. The second timeline illustrated a different outcome. Ancient One directly entrusted the Time Stone to Lia, fostering within her a sense of gratitude that would inspire her to safeguard Earth with greater diligence. Whether it be Dormammu or the formidable Thanos, both would be thwarted from invading Earth by Lia, rendering the second timeline of Earth virtually devoid of significant threats. Ancient One was undoubtedly aware that the Time Stone in the first timeline had been taken by Lia. However, she bore no resentment towards Lia, for she perceived a brighter future in her, a future where the safety of Earth could be attained without sacrifice. Thus, Ancient One chose a future of collective happiness, willingly bestowing the Time Stone upon Leah. Without hesitation, Leah reached out to accept the Time Stone, adeptly commencing its use. As the Time Stone activated, Leah furrowed her brow momentarily, but a realization struck her, prompting her to attempt utilizing the Time Stone again. This time, a smile graced her lips. Her conjecture was indeed validated. Your attributes have increased by 1%. As a surge of power coursed through Leah, enhancing her various capabilities, Ancient One observed Leah's proficient manipulation of the Time Stone and, with discernment, withdrew from the room, setting up a defensive spell outside. Upon hearing the notification chime, Leah understood that her true augmentation had commenced. Indeed, it was the ability to grow all attributes by 1% annually. As Leah harnessed the Time Stone to accelerate her physical development. Initially, Leah advanced her body by a decade, yet the system offered no notification. And even with her soul also aging, it bore no fruit. Ultimately, Leah discerned the reason for her inability to enhance despite her physical growth. It was her own perception. Although her body had indeed aged 10 years, in Leah's consciousness, it merely registered as a direct growth of 10 years, not a genuine passage of a decade. It's a convoluted thought, but to simplify, the system's perception of a year was dictated by Leah's subconscious, even with the accelerated growth from the Time Stone. Her subconscious only acknowledged it as a 10-year growth, since the external passage of time remained unchanged. However, the solution was straightforward. Leah merely needed to interchange her concepts of 10 years and 10 years, easily resolving the issue. As for the impossibility of condensing a year into a second, that was due to the fact that a year had been predetermined since birth. Although it was feasible to interchange identical durations, contrasting spans of time could not be exchanged. In simpler terms, it was a transition from materialism to idealism. Altering one's subconscious is a daunting task for mortals, yet for Leah, a deity with formidable mental prowess, it was a trivial challenge. Chapter 28, The Black Holy Grail. It merely required a period of adaptation. In the blink of an eye, 5 days had elapsed, during which Leah continuously endeavored to harness the power of the Time Stone, striving to achieve a harmonious equilibrium between the Time Stone and the rewards of the system. If Leah were to recklessly wield the Time Stone, the acceleration would not be confined to her own physical being, it would inevitably ripple outward, affecting her surroundings. For instance, the once pristine and orderly room now lay in ruin, as though it had been forsaken for millennia. Were it not for the protective enchantments cast by the Ancient One, the entire chamber would disintegrate into dust in an instant. This outcome is far from what Leah desires to witness, even though her yearning for greater strength to confront the unending crises ahead is palpable. Take, for example, Dormammu, who continues to lurk in the shadows of the reality. Although his power diminishes to a godlike level upon arriving on Earth, his true form undoubtedly possesses the might of a singular universe. While he may not pose a direct threat to Leah in this reality, she is not the type to remain passive while an adversary makes the first move. Moreover, with the Time Stone as her ace, she refuses to tolerate anyone attempting to dominate her. Thus, confronting Dormammu is inevitable. Yet, Leah will not seclude herself in a solitary place, desperately honing her skills, merely due to threats that do not endanger her life. If there were others present, the full activation of the Time Stone would instantaneously draw nearby lives to the brink of death, an outcome Leah wishes to avoid. Therefore, she seeks a balance in wielding the Time Stone that does not disrupt the lives of others, and she has indeed found such harmony. Though only 5 days have passed in the outside world, Leah has experienced a full span of 5,000 years within the confines of her sanctuary. Throughout this extensive period of enhancement, she can distinctly sense that she has grazed the threshold of singular universe-level power. In the Marvel Universe, the delineation of power levels is nebulous. A godlike entity is exemplified by the ability to obliterate planets, while the lower limit of singular universe-level power can annihilate galaxies, with the upper limit capable of destroying entire universes. Based on Leah's estimation of her current strength, she can effortlessly obliterate a galaxy. Yet to obliterate a universe in a single blow remains beyond her reach. Logically speaking, she has attained singular universe-level power. However, she perceives an unseen restraint binding her. After much contemplation, she finally conjures a plausible explanation. Regardless of the form of singular universe-level power, it appears that one can engage in combat through the application of rules. However, despite her body having grown exponentially stronger, Leah still resorts to pure brute force in battle, with her attacks devoid of any semblance of regulation. Frustrated, Leah rubs her temples, uncertain of her next course of action. Just then, a sudden epiphany strikes her. She has overlooked a fundamental ability that has accompanied her since birth, the power of black mud, derived from the Black Grail. Initially, the Black Grail bestowed upon her boundless magical energy, rendering it akin to a power bank. Yet, Leah had forgotten that black mud, is also referred to as the embodiment of all evil in this realm. The darkened figure of the aloof king, tainted by the black sludge, reveals a merciless facet of the Night King. In the original narrative, the blackened version possesses the ability to harness the power of the black sludge, a capability that the all-powerful Leia can also wield. Initially, Leia dismissed the potential of the black sludge, perceiving it as merely a means to manipulate foes with little additional utility. Perhaps it could assist in clearing minions. But as someone who could employ a light cannon as a basic attack, Leia felt no need for the sludge to eliminate minions. However, upon contemplating the rules, Leia recalled this skill that she had long overlooked. What characteristic does the black sludge possess? It is corrosive, capable of eroding everything into a part of itself. An audacious thought sprang into Leia's mind. She was determined to act upon this bold idea to corrode the Infinity Stones, transforming these ancient treasures into an extension of herself. Without hesitation, Leia utilized the Time Stone to revert her surroundings to the state they were in when she first arrived. Subsequently, she placed the 3 Infinity Stones upon the table, first seizing the Power Stone, the very first gem she had acquired. As the black tendrils of sludge began to envelop the Power Stone, it emanated pulsations of violet light. The black sludge, formed into tendrils, was repeatedly torn to shreds. But as time wore on, Leia realized her efforts were futile. Being one of the Infinity Stones, the Power Stone's might was boundless as long as the universe remained intact. No amount of stagnation could corrupt it. Abandoning the Power Stone, Leia next attempted the Space Stone and the Time Stone, achieving similarly disheartening results. The black sludge vanished before it even approached the Space Stone, as if it existed in an entirely different realm. The Time Stone, on the other hand, returned to Leia's being before the sludge could even make contact, as if she had never activated its ability at all. Seeing that none of the stones could be corroded, Leia felt overwhelmed, trapped in an awkward predicament. Without breaking through the confines of a singular universe, she sensed her resolve faltering. In her solitude, she vented her frustrations, shouting and rolling about the room, occasionally banging her head against the table or circling around a pillar, ultimately slamming her head into it. In that moment of desperation, she conceived a rudimentary plan. If the strength of her black sludge was insufficient to corrode, then she would use the Time Stone to enhance her abilities while simultaneously eroding the other stones. Moreover, if her memory served her right, it would be exceedingly difficult for one stone's power to influence another. For instance, when Loki attempted to control Stark with the Mind Scepter, he failed due to Stark's possession of the arc reactor, which was developed after studying the Space Stone. Regarding the difficulty of influencing one gemstone over another, it is not entirely impossible, as evidenced by Thanos' use of the Time Stone to restore the damaged Mind Stone to its original state. This implies that the gemstones can indeed exert influence upon one another, rather than being completely insusceptible. However, Leia's intention is merely to diminish the impact slightly while continuously enhancing her own abilities, ultimately employing the Time Stone to gradually erode the Power Stone until she acquires its capabilities. Leia believes her plan has a high probability of success and, without hesitation, sets about to execute it. Chapter 29. The singular universe with the Time Stone clasped in her left hand, heedless of the strain on her body. Leia exerted all her might to activate it, while her right hand grasped the Power Stone, allowing a relentless stream of black sludge to seep into it. Initially, the Power Stone could withstand this onslaught for a brief moment, but the black sludge slowly began to encroach upon it, albeit at an exceedingly sluggish pace. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. Under the influence of time manipulation, Leia's black sludge finally made contact with the Power Stone. Another day elapsed, and the sludge had thoroughly infiltrated the Power Stone. After a day's passage, the Power Stone was utterly consumed by the black sludge. In that fleeting instant, Leia felt as though she had shattered some form of constraint, experiencing a newfound clarity in the world around her. Concepts that had once been elusive and intangible now appeared readily discernible, and she sensed that she could effortlessly shatter these abstract notions using the Power Stone's abilities. This sensation was entirely distinct from merely wielding the Power Stone. Leia now felt that if she were to fully harness its power, she could effortlessly reduce the universe before her to mere dust. Despite being birthed from this very universe, the gemstone endowed her with the capacity to annihilate it, leaving Leia momentarily at a loss for words. Yet, after all, this is Marvel. What absurdities are beyond belief? After savoring her newly acquired abilities, Leia proceeded to consume the Space Stone and the Time Stone. Unlike her previous experience with the Power Stone, the absorption of the Space Stone and the Time Stone took merely 2 days. Perhaps the consumption of the Power Stone had imbued the black sludge with some of its attributes, facilitating this process. Upon devouring all the gemstones, Leia began to earnestly explore her newfound powers. The Power Stone, as a symbol of strength within this universe, epitomized the pinnacle of power. Even if Leia desired to elevate the entirety of the universe, she could do so without the slightest difficulty. The Space Stone granted her the ability to tear through the fabric of space at will, and she even sensed the barriers of the world. Furthermore, she felt that she could, if she so wished, directly open these barriers. As for the Time Stone, due to its potential to affect the surrounding environment when fully utilized, Leia maintained her control over its powers to influence only herself. Nevertheless, she experienced a daily increase in power that reached an astonishing 10%. From this moment forth, Leia's abilities shall grow at a terrifying pace. The self she is today can effortlessly vanquish the self she was yesterday. Moreover, during her experimental endeavors, Leia has discovered that when she maximally activates the power of the 3 gems, she enters a rather peculiar state. Her sclera transforms entirely to black. Her pupils shift to a shade of purple, and her visage bears faint cracks, as if unable to withstand the extreme output of the 3 gems. Yet, this appearance belies the reality. Leia feels remarkably at ease. In the state of the 3 gems, she perceives herself as a creator, possessing the power to determine the existence or annihilation of the world with but a thought. However, such notions do not cross her mind. After all, she is not deranged enough to contemplate engaging in a game of population eradication or obliterating the cosmos. Rising to her feet, Leia strides towards the door, and upon opening it, her gaze falls upon a light bulb, gleaming in the sunlight, seated in a meditative posture. "Ah, Master Gui, you haven't been waiting here for 10 days, have you?" The once closed eyes of Master Gui flutter open, revealing a gentle smile as he regards Leia. "After all, Your Highness Leia is a guest of Kamar-Taj. Ensuring the safety of our guests is my duty. By now, you must have perceived my current strength. Speak. What is your request? In light of your bestowal of the Time Gem, I assure you of my unwavering assistance. Then I shall not be polite." Gui's smile seems to suggest he had been anticipating this very phrase. "Your Highness, you are surely aware that Kamar-Taj exists to safeguard the Earth from incursions of otherworldly dimensions. In the past, I could rely on the Time Gem to keep those dimensional demons at bay. Now that the Time Gem is in your possession, I implore you to protect Earth from such invasions." Leia pondered, stroking her chin. "That is simple enough, but there must be a time limit. I cannot be expected to protect the Earth indefinitely." "Of course not. I'm not so greedy. I only ask that for a span of 500 years, no dimensional demons invade Earth. Beyond that, I dare not wish for more. I appreciate your rationality." Satisfied, Leia snapped her fingers, and a multitude of bandages, conjured from dark mud, shimmered with a blue radiance, extending infinitely outward until enveloping the entire Earth. In that very moment, it seemed as though Earth was severed from all realms. Some who had previously drawn upon the powers of demons and Dormammu found their connections severed, reverting to the status of ordinary mortals. Humanity across the globe gazed upwards in alarm, witnessing the countless bandages wrapping the Earth as if it were a mummy. Even Master Gui, a figure of vast experience, was taken aback, although he was already aware of Leia's attainment of a singular cosmic level. Witnessing it firsthand still left him astounded. Although Dormammu is indeed a being of cosmic stature, the confrontations between the Ancient One and Dormammu typically transpire on Earth, where Dormammu's power tends to diminish to a level comparable to that of a celestial being. Consequently, the Ancient One has never truly witnessed the full extent of cosmic power. While she is acquainted with eternity, she has only sensed an overwhelming aura of invincibility emanating from it, having never observed it in action. However, today, Leia's display has truly opened the Ancient One's eyes. This grand spectacle lasted merely a minute, during which countless bandages in the sky gradually transformed into transparency until they vanished entirely. Meanwhile, all organizations on Earth were engulfed in panic, fearing a potential invasion by extraterrestrial civilizations. The dimensional demon lords in otherworldly realms were also aware that Earth, once a conduit for their powers, had now become an impregnable fortress. No matter their efforts, they could not penetrate this barrier, making it clear to all dimensional demon lords that Earth was now under the protection of a formidable entity. Many of these demon lords felt a sense of frustration, particularly Dormammu, a well-known figure who had faced repeated defeats on Earth. The inability to invade now felt more unbearable than death itself. Yet, regardless of his fury, the barrier remained insurmountable. After all was said and done, Leia turned to the astonished Ancient One and inquired about her thoughts on the outcome. "Are you satisfied?" Chapter 30. The Dark Elf. The Ancient One swiftly emerged from her astonishment, feeling quite pleased. "Thank you for your assistance. Since the matter is resolved, I shall take my leave. Farewell, Master Ancient One." Leia waved goodbye to her. "Goodbye, Princess Leia. I look forward to your next visit." The Ancient One offered a slight bow. Observing this gesture, Leia understood it as a sign of the Ancient One's submission to Asgard, which implied that as long as they did not overstep certain boundaries, such as threatening to annihilate Earth, the Ancient One would refrain from interfering in minor matters. As the fabric of space was torn open, Leah stepped directly into it, departing from Kamartaj. The Ancient One gazed at Leah's retreating figure, uncertain whether her choice to submit to Leah was right or wrong. However, the current situation on Earth left no room for hesitation. After all, the survival of Earth now hinged upon Leah's presence, its fate resting within her thoughts. The Ancient One could only hope that Leah, recognizing her submission, would offer additional protection to the planet. It was not that the Ancient One lacked faith in Leah. She sensed that Leah was the type of individual who would fulfill any promise made. Nevertheless, it did not hinder the Ancient One from taking further precautions. After all, Asgard now boasted a powerhouse like Leah, and the Ancient One could distinctly feel that Leah's strength had yet to reach its zenith. Submitting to Leah's authority was not a mark of disgrace. In the palace of Asgard, a sudden rift of impenetrable darkness appeared in the sky, and, as it widened, Leah burst forth from within. Upon her emergence, she made a beeline for her bed, diving onto it. In the present day, Leah has spent 10 consecutive days absorbing gems. Although her soul and body do not feel fatigued, she is overwhelmed by a profound weariness, longing for nothing more than a deep slumber. Just as she closes her eyes, a sudden realization jolts her awake. She seems to have forgotten something significant. The Scarlet Witch Wanda and Quicksilver Pietro. How could she have overlooked them? Indeed, when one becomes preoccupied, memories often elude us. Well, she muses, perhaps she will seek them out when time permits. Undoubtedly, Leah's penchant for laziness has resurfaced. She closes her eyes once more, surrendering to a deep sleep without a care in the world. Upon awakening, Leah is uncertain how long she has been asleep. Yet, she senses that during this period, her attributes have grown significantly, more so than in recent years. Rising, she changes into a black formal gown, preparing to visit Odin's palace to pay her father a visit. Speaking of which, she has yet to deliver her gift. As she steps outside the palace, Leah frowns at the oppressive atmosphere enveloping Asgard. She calls out to a nearby soldier. "Excuse me, during my absence, has anything transpired in Asgard?" Initially annoyed, the soldier's demeanor brightens upon realizing it is Princess Leah addressing him. "Your Highness, you have returned. With your presence, we shall surely achieve victory." Victory? Are we on the brink of war again? Who requires my participation? Has Thor not yet returned? Leah inquires, puzzled. "I'm not entirely sure of the details. All I know is that we are about to engage in battle with the Dark Elves. Prince Thor and the others appear quite grave. Beyond that, I cannot say." With a dismissive wave, Leah sends the soldier back to his duties. The timeline concerning the Dark Elves seems off. How could it be so many years ahead? Moreover, she has not sensed any invasion of Asgard. Both her mother and father radiate their usual vigor. Perhaps it is best to inquire directly. Utilizing her spatial abilities, Leah teleports to Odin's palace. Since acquiring the skill, she has found her need to walk has diminished significantly. She has grown rather complacent, relying on spatial displacement. Upon arriving at Odin's palace, she finds Odin in discussion with Loki and Thor. The sudden appearance of Leah captures their attention. Witnessing her arrive via spatial displacement astonishes everyone present, for they are well aware that Leah cannot wield magic. How, then, has she accomplished this feat? Has she mastered spatial magic? Loki and Thor ponder this possibility, while Odin's single eye widens in astonishment, as if he has witnessed something truly extraordinary. With a voice tinged with tremors, she inquired of Leah, "Have you taken that step?" Leah responded with a smile, "Indeed. I have now reached the pinnacle of a singular universe. From this moment forth, Father, you need no longer worry about the onset of Ragnarök with my presence. Such a calamity shall not come to pass." Odin rose from his throne and approached Leah, enveloping her in a heartfelt embrace. "I always knew you could achieve this." Leah, momentarily stiffened by the unexpected hug, began to pat Odin's back gently, offering him solace as she felt his trembling. She understood well that Ragnarök had long been a shackle around Odin's neck, and had it not been for the impending doom, Odin would not have been so eager for Thor's swift growth. The weight of his burdens was nearly suffocating, with visions of a desolate Asgard haunting him at every turn, leaving no room for complacency. He would never allow Asgard to descend into ruin under his watch. Now that his daughter Leah possessed the strength to confront any challenge, how could he not be elated? Observing the tender scene before them, Loki and Thor exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain of how to react amidst discussions of singular universes and Ragnarök. What were these matters that eluded their understanding? Was the legendary Ragnarök truly upon them? And what exactly constituted a singular universe? Ultimately, with no other recourse, Thor spoke up to interrupt the warm moment. Father, may I interrupt? What is Ragnarök? And what does singular universe mean?" Upon hearing Thor's inquiry, Odin's initial excitement gradually subsided. Releasing his embrace, he turned to face Thor and Loki with a stoic expression. These matters are not for you to concern yourselves with, for the time being. Turning back, Odin's demeanor softened instantly, and he spoke gently. Leah, you must be quite weary from your rigorous training outside. Come, let us take a moment to rest. As he spoke, he took Leah's hand and guided her to sit upon the throne. Odin then moved aside, preparing to lead his two sons away to continue their unfinished discussion. Father, can we postpone this conversation? I have heard that the Dark Elves intend to wage war against us. Is there any truth to this? As Odin was about to depart, Leah hurriedly inquired. Very well, there is indeed such a matter. Odin paused to respond. Then why did you not inform me upon my arrival? Are you planning to handle it alone? Odin nodded, affirming, I do intend to manage it myself, but you have your own tasks to attend to. I shall divulge more upon my return. With that, Odin forcibly ushered Thor and Loki away from the palace. Leah watched Odin's retreating figure, lost in contemplation. It seemed that he indeed had other matters for her to attend to. Yet, what could possibly be more pressing than the Dark Elves? Hela. Indeed, she was the only one left. Aside from herself, Leah, there was little else that warranted Odin's attention. Since father has asked me to wait, I shall do so. Half an hour has passed in this idle anticipation. As I lay languidly upon the throne, Odin's figure gradually emerged from the entrance of the palace. Leo, it appears you ought to refresh your knowledge of court etiquette. He teased, observing my lack of decorum. I have no interest in such tedious matters. By the way, you still haven't informed me of what I am to do. Thor and the others are not here. I stretched lazily on the throne, yawning as I inquired. Clever girl. Odin praised me with a warm smile, resembling a kindly elder. He then ascended the steps of the throne and sat down, disregarding the regal demeanor expected of a king. Reaching out his hand as if to tousle my hair. Not giving it much thought, I lazily remarked, You'd better not tug on my cowlick again, or I shall pluck every hair from your beard. The hand that was poised to touch my hair hesitated momentarily, and Odin's expression became slightly awkward. Yet he quickly regained his composure and gently patted my head. Leah, how could you think of your father in such a way? I could never be as preoccupied with your cowlick as your mother was. Isn't that for the best? I shot him a deadpan stare, noting the stiffness in his face. By the way, my dear Leah, there is a small matter I require your assistance with. Sensing the atmosphere growing tense, Odin swiftly changed the subject. Although I was aware of his attempt to divert the conversation, I was genuinely curious whether the matter he mentioned aligned with my thoughts. What is it? You cannot handle it yourself, and must seek my help? It's nothing too serious. If I were to say, hypothetically, that you have an elder sister. Before he could finish, I interrupted him. What? I have an elder sister? Father, have you been unfaithful? To my astonishment, I found him to be such a heartless individual. Now, claiming he wishes to bring back his illegitimate daughter? Father, you have truly disappointed me. I feigned tears, though not a single drop fell, and a smile lingered on my lips. Any rational person would doubt my sincerity, and Odin certainly did. Little Leah, I am serious in this discussion. This is no jest. All right, I have an elder sister, and then what? With my performance uncovered, I ceased the charade, feeling a sense of admiration for Odin's perceptiveness. Indeed, even my impressive acting could not deceive a king. Observing me still grinning, Odin deeply recognized the troublesome nature of my character, one that could rival Thor's. Nevertheless, what would he do? After all, I am his daughter, and he must indulge me. She is the first child your mother and I had together. Her name is Hela, the goddess of death. She had always been the child I took pride in. Yet as days passed, Hela's ambitions swelled, culminating in her desire to dominate the entire universe. Ultimately, with a heavy heart, I was compelled to seal her away in the underworld. Wait, Leia raised her hands in a gesture of pause, questioning whether it was truly necessary to confine her for such reasons. In Leia's eyes, even Hela's competitive spirit did not warrant such a drastic measure. Sighing, Odin lifted his gaze toward the palace's exterior, his eyes gradually becoming vacant, as if lost in memories. In my youth, I possessed ambitions akin to Hela's, but the arrival of a certain group shattered my aspirations entirely. At that time, I had just begun to rule the 9 realms and sought to venture further into the cosmos. However, a faction that called themselves the Celestial Assembly appeared before me, forbidding my continued expansion into the universe. In my youthful arrogance, I dismissed them entirely, leading to an inevitable clash. Undoubtedly, I was defeated, utterly and completely. This is why I have only ruled the 9 realms and refrained from waging war upon the universe. Observing Odin's melancholy, Leia felt a twinge of sorrow. It was the first time she had witnessed the omnipotent king of the gods display such vulnerability. Father, is it merely the Celestial Assembly? I shall capture them and bring them to you for an apology. Leia jested, hoping to lift Odin's spirits. Whether her words were mere jest remained a secret known only to Leia. Comforted by his daughter's words, Odin managed to smile once more. Rest assured, I have long since come to terms with these matters. Then why not directly explain the reasons to Hela? Laia inquired with genuine curiosity. She truly wondered whether Hela was aware of this situation. If she did, her desire to venture into the universe would indeed be misguided. After all, how could she aspire to conquer the cosmos when she could not even best Odin? Shouldn't she consider the welfare of her family and Asgard as well? It would be selfish to only contemplate her own desires. Conversely, if she remained oblivious, then the fault lay with Odin. They had agreed to wage war upon the universe. Yet when he suddenly declared it was over, it was only natural for Hela to struggle with acceptance. It was imperative to ascertain which scenario was true. I have spoken with her, but she believes I have become weak. In the end, I had no choice but to seal her in the underworld. So, what is it that you seek from me now? Surely you do not expect me to release her. Odin regarded Laia in silence. Wait, you can't be serious. I am not adept at educating others. Of course not. Odin shook his head. With your current strength, you can subdue Hela. Thus, there is no longer a necessity to keep her sealed. I hope you will take her as your subordinate, and, if possible, bring her along on your future endeavors. I am aware that your limitations extend far beyond this point. Sooner or later, this vast universe shall no longer confine you. When that day arrives, you will take Heladu out to experience the world, and perhaps she will gradually relinquish her haughty disposition. Chapter 32. Time reversed. That makes sense. So why not allow me to seize this universe directly? With my prowess, I should be able to accomplish it. Laia was not boasting. With her gem abilities and boundless magical power, she could indeed be considered unrivaled in this universe. Yet few could truly rival Laia. It is not that I doubt your abilities, but you ultimately possess a vulnerability in Asgard. Once an adversary is unable to contend with you, their focus will inevitably shift towards us in Asgard, and we would only hinder your progress. Ah, so that is the reason. You truly possess a clear understanding. My dear father, Laia nodded to indicate her comprehension. Indeed, if someone were to extend their grasp in Asgard, I might not be capable of providing adequate protection. This serves as yet another reminder to Laia of the consequences of having limited means. By the way, father, can you guess what I discovered in Midgard? Laia seemed to suddenly recall something and, with her hand tightly clasped, leaned towards Odin, speaking in a conspiratorial whisper. Odin pretended to furrow his brow, as if contemplating what Laia might have found in Midgard. It is the Tesseract, is it not? Clever girl, you guessed one correctly. What else? What else? Odin was genuinely puzzled this time. He could not fathom what else in Midgard could captivate his daughter's interest. After pondering for a moment, he shook his head in resignation. Father, can you not think of anything else that Laia might have found in Midgard? Laia opened her palm to reveal the Space Stone and the Time Stone. The Time Stone. Where did you acquire that? Odin's expression turned solemn in an instant. It is known that the Time Stone is a treasure protected by the supreme sorcerer of Kamartaj. If Laia has indeed stolen the Time Stone, a war between Kamartaj and Asgard would be inevitable. Nevertheless, even so, Odin resolved in his heart, should the Ancient One seek to harm Laia, he would risk everything to confront her, even if it meant perishing together. At worst, he could simply return the Time Stone to her. Observing Odin's face shift from seriousness to steadfast determination, Laia quickly grasped her father's thoughts and couldn't help but chuckle softly. Father, do you truly see me as someone who would steal from others? Is that not the case? Odin gazed at Laia with confusion. Ah, so this is how you perceive me. Dear father, I shall tell mother. Watching Laia declare her intent to report him, yet remaining physically unmoving, Odin sighed in resignation. Laia, even if you were to have stolen the Time Stone, rest assured, your father would never blame you. Not even the Ancient One could lay a finger on you. Listening to Odin's sincere words, Laia felt a stirring in her heart, though her inherent nature compelled her to retort. Father, have you forgotten that you can no longer defeat me? Upon uttering these words, an awkward silence enveloped the room. Odin, absorbing the piercing words from his beloved daughter, was momentarily transported back to the days when Laia would sweetly call him father in her childhood. Now, however, he beheld her slumped upon the throne, resembling a weary fish, and uttering words that struck at his pride. Laia, he sighed, let us refrain from this topic for now. Pray tell your father how the Time Stone came into your possession. At this, Laia tossed the stone high into the air, deftly catching it with her hand, leaving Odin visibly astonished. It was given to me by the Ancient One. I did not steal it, she declared. The Ancient One bestowed it upon you? Odin pondered, a flash of realization igniting in his mind. Ah, I see. It seems the Ancient One has witnessed something. Raising his gaze to Laia, he continued, since it was granted to you by the Ancient One, there is no issue at hand. I shall not inquire about any demand she may have made. After all, this is your affair, and you have grown. Now let us conclude our idle chatter, Laia declared, rising forcefully from the throne. Father, allow me to use the Time Stone to extend your lifespan. You shall no longer need to fear the ravages of age. Odin was momentarily taken aback, followed by an overwhelming wave of emotion. So, you have taken the time stone for my sake. Not entirely. It is also for my own benefit. Laia replied with a hint of pride as she placed her hands on her hips. However, you may be disappointed to learn that the time stone holds little significance for me. My demise will not be a mere matter of lifespan, but rather the inability of this aging body to withstand the ever-growing divine power. The time stone could, however, restore some of my youth. Is that so? Laia mused, her fingers tapping thoughtfully on her chin. If the time stone proves insufficient, what of the reality stone? Perhaps it could transform your body into one capable of infinitely bearing divine power. Then let me first restore your youth, so you need not frequently succumb to slumber. Very well, I shall heed your wishes, Odin replied, a gentle smile gracing his lips. The fact that his daughter valued his life so deeply and sought ways to prolong it filled his heart with joy. Upon hearing her father's response, Laia hesitated no longer. She summoned the green radiance of the time stone to her palm, and as her hand made contact with Odin, a wondrous transformation occurred. His once-worn physique began to rejuvenate. The creases of his face smoothed, and the pallor of his hair was infused with a hint of darkness. Observing her father's newfound youth, Laia sensed that his immense divine power had diminished slightly, for without reducing such power, even a younger Odin would be unable to bear it. Now, father, take a moment to assess your condition. As Odin traversed the flowing currents of time, he distinctly sensed the once burdensome weight of his corporeal form gradually dissipating, leaving him liberated from the overwhelming divine energy that threatened to rupture him. Ah, this is far more comfortable. It appears indeed to be quite splendid. Now I can rest assured. With hands on her hips, Laia gazed at Odin with satisfaction. By the way, father, I have brought you some gifts from Earth. As she spoke, Laia effortlessly tore through the fabric of space, retrieving dozens of grand gift boxes. These treasures were sourced from Earth, and you must make good use of them. Father, do not let your daughter's heartfelt intentions go to waste. Upon witnessing the pile of gifts before him, Odin's expression softened with emotion. Truly, she is my daughter, exhibiting such filial piety. As he marveled, he reached to open the gift boxes. Laia, in a flurry, exclaimed, Father, wait, open them only when you return. There are surprises within. Though perplexed, Odin halted his actions. I shall take my leave then. Farewell. Laia, noticing Odin refraining from opening the gift, hurriedly prepared to depart, lest her father vent his frustration upon her after discovering the gifts. Just as she reached the doorway, a thought struck her, and she turned to call back to Odin. Father, when battling the dark elves, remember to bring back the ether particles. I'm in great need of them. Certainly, Odin instinctively replied, only to suddenly ponder how his daughter was aware of ether particles. However, considering her prowess, it was not entirely surprising that she possessed such knowledge. Chapter 33. Methods of strengthening. Upon exiting the palace, Laia spotted Loki and Thor waiting for her in the distance. Loki and Thor, having clearly seen Laia emerge, greeted her. Welcome back, Laia. Thor, as ever, rushed toward her for an embrace. Laia, as usual, casually pushed him away, and Thor, unfazed, bore no ill will, for this manner of interaction had persisted between them for centuries. They had long since grown accustomed to it. In contrast to Thor's impulsiveness, Loki exhibited a more measured demeanor. Congratulations, your strength has ascended once more. It seems we shall be relying on your protection henceforth. Naturally, however, you both promised to protect me, so do not waver. You must strive even harder to grow stronger. Suddenly, Thor leaned in closer, his broad face hovering near Laia's. Laia, how have you become so powerful? Do you possess any secret techniques? Laia, with an expression of distaste, pushed Thor's face away, then feigned an air of profundity, saying, I have no secrets to my strength. It is purely a matter of talent. Hearing this, disappointment flickered across Thor's face. Yet, Laia deliberately elongated her words, prompting Thor to grow anxious. Laia, but what is it? Do not tease me. All right, I shall reveal it. I know another method of becoming stronger. One that not only accelerates your growth, but may even surpass me. What method? Please, Laia, do tell me. I am eager to improve. Upon Thor's return from his trials in Midgard, he became consumed by an obsession to grow stronger. Although he grasped the essence of guardianship through his experiences, this realization ignited within him a desire to acquire even greater power, enabling him to protect his loved ones and the entirety of Asgard from external threats. Amongst all of Asgard, it was Leia who exhibited the most rapid growth in strength, prompting Thor to seek her counsel on methods to enhance his own abilities. With anticipation gleaming in Thor's eyes, Leia raised a finger and declared, each day, perform 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and run 10 kilometers. Furthermore, to fortify your willpower, refrain from using freezing magic during the summer. If you persist until you are bald, strength shall be yours. With each word Leia uttered, Thor's expression grew increasingly vacant until she finished her proclamation. Thor's demeanor shifted dramatically. His visage contorted as he bellowed at Leah. Are you jesting with me? Surely. You must be. That approach to training is something I abandoned at the age of 3. If such a regimen truly produces strength, I would rather throw myself against a block of tofu. In response to Thor's outburst, Leah maintained her composure, retorting, I have not spoken falsehoods. Thor, bewildered, gazed at Leah, questioning her sanity. How could such a method possibly forge a warrior? I once encountered a formidable fighter who trained in this manner for 3 years. Until his hair fell out. He became strong, albeit bald. Who would believe such a childish tale? Do you truly consider me a fool? Thor remained unconvinced. Leah then pointed towards Loki, who had been watching the exchange with keen interest. If I deceive you, Loki shall never find anyone who loves him besides himself. Wait. What does your quarrel have to do with me? I'm merely an observer. There is no need to involve me in your oath. Although Loki, too, doubted Leah's claims. He recognized that such an oath should not be taken lightly. Given the severity of your vow, it appears there might be truth to your words. Thor's previously skeptical expression transformed into one of resolute belief. Is it truly so easy to convince you? Does this not render you a fool? Loki interjected. And where is the harm? I'm the only one suffering here. You two imbeciles, do not disregard my presence. Loki felt a genuine fatigue wash over him. It seemed that the gentle and endearing sister, along with the dependable brother, existed solely in dreams. Since you're convinced, that is well, Leah remarked. With a glimmer of mystery in her eyes, she tore through the fabric of space, retrieving a block of tofu. What is your intention? Are you planning to eat the tofu, Leah? Thor inquired, perplexed. Leah met Thor's gaze with unwavering conviction, nearly making him feel bashful. While I, too, feel disheartened. As a ruler, I must fulfill my promises. She extended the tofu toward Thor, urging, please, do not worry about my feelings. Use it boldly. Behold the actions of Leah. If Thor remains oblivious, he must truly be a fool. In that fleeting moment, Thor comprehended that his sister was indeed a burden. In that instant, he made a choice that aligned entirely with his true nature, seizing the tofu with no hesitation, aiming to hurl it at Leah's face. Yet, Leah's reflexes were swift. She sidestepped gracefully and retrieved a block of tofu from her space, launching it directly at Thor's visage. However, Thor, being of remarkable character, someone who had thrived despite Leah's incessant teasing, instinctively dodged before his mind could fully process the situation. While Thor evaded the projectile, his companion Loki lacked such quick reflexes and was struck squarely in the face by the tofu, which further escalated his already heightened ire. Enough! Loki bellowed, startling both Leah and Thor into silence, momentarily quelling Loki's rage. Yet, Thor's subsequent inquiry reignited Loki's fury. Loki, why do you mimic a cat? Is it because you harbor an affection for felines? Thor's naive question provoked Leah, who could no longer maintain the decorum befitting a princess. She covered her face with one hand and erupted into a classic royal laugh. Upon hearing Thor's question, Loki's anger surged, compounded by Leah's mocking laughter, which he could no longer endure. Without hesitation, he seized both Leah and Thor by their ears, dragging them toward his palace. The citizens of Asgard regarded this spectacle with indifference. They merely cast a brief glance before resuming their own affairs, accustomed to such antics. Some even speculated aloud, Princess Leah and Prince Thor have once again incited the wrath of Prince Loki. What trouble have they stirred this time? Indeed, it had become a pattern. Whenever Leah and Thor found themselves in mischief, Loki would invariably intervene. How arduous it must be for Prince Loki. One mused. I even wonder if, without his supervision, they would inadvertently dismantle all of Asgard. It's not entirely implausible. Another replied. We owe a great deal to Prince Loki. How fortunate we are to have him. Chapter 34. New attire within Loki's palace. Leah and Thor sat side by side, enduring Loki's admonitions. How many times must I reiterate? You are no longer children. You must refrain from bickering at every turn and consider the dignity of the Asgardian royal family. What will outsiders think if they witness such behavior? Indeed, Leah scoffed. They should have grown accustomed to Thor's unreliability by now. With a resounding clap, Thor slammed his palm onto the table, rising to his feet, pointing an accusatory finger at Leah. What do you mean by accustomed to my unreliability? It is you who should learn to temper your incessant antics. Do not presume that I am unaware that the turtle on my Mjolnir was your creation. Do not slander me. Leah also rose to her feet, exclaiming, He is slandering me. Brother, did you hear that? He is slandering me. Who else could it be but you? Is there anyone else in all of Asgard capable of such a deed? Even if that turtle were indeed my artwork, what of it? Come me then. Those were your words. Thor rolled up his sleeves, ready for a confrontation. At that moment, Loki bellowed, Enough. Sit down. Although both parties remained somewhat unconvinced, they complied and ceased their quarrel. As the atmosphere finally quieted, Loki let out a long sigh. Such scenes were not new to him. over the past few centuries. Similar episodes had unfolded countless times. Whenever they found themselves in trouble, they would shift blame onto one another. Laia would claim it was Thor's doing, and Thor would retort it was Laia's mischief. Before long, both would appear ready to brawl, yet it always ended without violence, thanks to Loki's intervention. It could be said that during that period, Loki played the role of both father and mother. Laia, Loki directed his gaze toward his exasperating sister. You have grown up now. While it is acceptable to frolic among us, do not disregard decorum in public settings. Should you dare to act thus again, your rations will be halved. Upon hearing Loki's initial admonition, Laia appeared indifferent, but her demeanor shifted at the latter statement, and she clasped her hands above her head, pleading, Brother, I understand my mistake. I shall not dare again. Thor could no longer suppress his mirth at Laia's predicament, bursting into laughter. The next moment, he found himself on the receiving end of Laia and Loki's piercing glares. A chill ran down his spine as he stifled his laughter, lowering his head to diminish his presence. However, Loki had already caught on to his amusement, stating, And what of you? Do you think you are blameless? You too, in a public setting, have shown complete disregard for royal etiquette. Moreover, you have carelessly made promises. You are to become king one day. Let this serve as a lesson from Laia. Every promise you make is of utmost importance and must not be broken. I understand. Thor, chastened by Loki's words, could not lift his gaze. Stop. The lecture is over. As the atmosphere grew increasingly somber, Laia abruptly raised her hands, signaling for a pause. The two brothers exchanged puzzled glances, eager to discern her next trick. This time I brought gift from Midgard for you both. Would you like to know what I have brought? Laia asked enticingly. Loki, well aware of Laia's intent to lighten the mood, played along, responding, Midgard? What treasures could that remote place possibly hold? Is it fine wine? I have tasted the wine from Midgard, and while it may not compare to that of our own realm, it is indeed quite delectable. Thor promptly interjected into the conversation. Laia waved her finger, indicating that it was not the wine she was referring to, but rather the attire unique to Midgard. Attire? Both brothers looked at Laia with bemusement, as if questioning the appeal of clothing. Ah, but you are unaware. The garments I have selected are legendary, meant only for the most valiant warriors and the most graceful sorcerers. Upon hearing the most valiant warriors, Thor stood a little taller with pride, and at the mention of the most graceful sorcerers, a confident smile crept onto Loki's face. Ahem, since it is you, Laia, who has prepared these garments for us, we shall graciously accept them. Loki feigned indifference as he extended his hand, signaling Laia to present the clothing. Beside him, Thor gazed at Laia with anticipation, eager to see what the attire of the most valiant warriors would look like. However, the moment they beheld the black and white maid outfit before them, both fell into silence. Loki questioned, Is this truly suitable for a man to wear? Laia nodded firmly, of course, to which he retorted, Then what is this skirt doing here? Laia answered with even greater conviction, This is an addition I made specifically to complement your qualities. For I know my brother possesses not only the courage of a man, but also the gentleness of a woman. Was that intentional or merely an accident? Intentional. You little devil. Do you truly think I'm unfamiliar with maid outfits? Loki exclaimed, attempting to tear the garment apart, but Laia's voice halted his actions. Here, there is no one else. If you dare to rip it, I shall dress you in this adorable Lolita outfit instead. As she spoke, she lifted another charming Lolita dress in her hands, looking at the delightful garment in Laia's possession and then back at the maid outfit in his own hands. Loki suddenly found the maid attire somewhat more acceptable, despite having scolded Laia so fiercely before. That was merely a facade of authority he had built over the years while caring for them both. In the presence of others, Laia might grant him some dignity, but once they were alone, her mischievous nature would undoubtedly lead to some trickery, even for him, the god of mischief. Just as Loki contemplated whether to wear the maid outfit, Thor stepped forward. Laia, this time, no matter what, you shall not make me yield. Even if you were to threaten me with death, I shall not wear it. Oh, is that so? Laia mused, tapping her chin thoughtfully. I just remembered that the maid outfit you hold is a limited edition, with only one available. This meant that among the two of them, only one needed to wear the maid outfit. Huh. Thor crossed his arms, scoffing disdainfully. Such a petty scheme, attempting to drive a wedge between the bond of brotherhood that Loki and I have shared since childhood. You underestimate the strength of our brotherly connection. Chapter 35. Encounter with Hela. In the next moment, Thor found himself rendered immobile, with only his eyes and mouth capable of movement. Loki emerged calmly from behind Thor, a green glow emanating from his hand, the very embodiment of a binding spell. As Thor struggled to break free, he shouted at Loki, Have you forgotten our friendship over the years? Why would you do this to me? I have no choice, Loki replied. If someone wishes to kill you, I would protect you even at the cost of my own life. Were there any other option, I would not resort to this. But Leah has never afforded me a choice. I'm sorry, Thor. Loki, donning a maid's outfit, slowly approached Thor. From this day forth, if anyone seeks to harm you, they shall have to step over my corpse. No, don't come near me, Thor cried out in terror. Leah, witnessing this disturbing scene of brotherly betrayal, covered her face in horror. You two take your time. I shall wait outside. With that, Leah swiftly exited the palace. Inside, the echoes of Thor's pleas and Loki's resolute voice resonated. No, Loki, please. Be quiet and let me see. Stop, Loki, please stop. Do as I say. It will be fine. After a while, Leah noted that the sounds within the palace were gradually fading. Realizing the time was ripe, she approached the palace doors. Observing them, unchanged from what she remembered, yet she felt as though those doors had transformed into the gateway to a new world, a passageway from which there would be no return. Taking a deep breath, Leah pushed the doors open. A blinding golden light burst forth, dazzling her vision. As the brilliance slowly subsided, a scene emerged before her, akin to a hellish tableau. Tears of blood streamed down Leah's cheeks as her gaze fixated upon a single figure clad in a maid's outfit. A robust man whose once loose garment now strained against his powerful physique, with visible tears in the fabric. His muscular form was accentuated by the thick hair on his strong legs, a striking contrast to his hair tied back. This grotesque sight sent Leah spiraling into a momentary madness, as if confronted by an unspeakable entity. Meanwhile, Loki lay on the ground, his eyes vacant, froth escaping his lips, his gaze bloodshot, indicative of a severe affliction. Thor stared into the mirror, his reflection revealing a tumultuous array of emotions. Fleeting confusion, followed by dread, regret, fear, and ultimately despair, culminating in a seething rage. Leah, I will not rest until I have avenged myself upon you. Do you not cherish your calic? One day, I shall pluck it from your head and reduce it to dust. The keyword foolish hair roused the dazed Leah from her stupor. In the blink of an eye, she did not spare a glance at Thor, but instead swiftly retrieved her camera with an extraordinary burst of energy. Click, 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 she snapped a flurry of photos, and without a thought for the enraged Thor behind her, who felt as if he were killing her spirit, she ran off, exclaiming, Thor, your outfit suits you splendidly. However, I have urgent matters to attend to as per my father's orders, so I cannot linger any longer. I'll take a few pictures to cherish for later. Farewell, Thor. Upon my return, erase those photos. The mere thought of her image potentially circulating throughout Asgard finally jolted Thor from his paralysis. Yet, Leah had already vanished without a trace. In the next moment, Thor beheld the still form of Loki on the ground and the bunny girl costume that Leah had forgotten on the sofa. A sinister grin spread across Thor's once innocent face. Since you have shown no mercy, do not expect my righteousness. With that, he picked up a nearby Lolita costume and approached the lifeless Loki step by step. Leah dashed out of Loki's palace, swiftly wiping the bloodstains from her face, her mind occasionally flashing back to the image of Thor in a maid outfit. The mere thought of Thor in such a guise subjected her to waves of mental assault, even though it was her doing that had transformed him. However, should such photos circulate, it would undoubtedly pose a threat to the world. Just then, an exhilarating idea sparked in Leah's mind. What if she transformed all living beings into adorable creatures? That would surely be delightful. Suddenly, images of cats, dogs, lions, and a myriad of fluffy creatures swirled around her, and in that moment, Leah felt as if she had entered paradise. A whimsical smile graced her face as she resolved to transform all beings in the universe into charming entities. Indeed, Leah was determined that once she collected all the Infinity Stones, she would harness their power to reshape every creature in the cosmos into a delightful form. Like a child caught up in a moment of inspiration, she effortlessly determined the future trajectory of the universe. Upon returning to her palace, Leah had no intention of heading directly to the underworld to seek out her cheap sister. Instead, she pulled out the array of gaming consoles she had purchased in Midgard and began to play. After all, there was still ample time. She could visit her sister anytime. But if she didn't indulge in gaming now, what if she lost the desire to play later? Before long, a day and night slipped away as Leah immersed herself in gaming. During this time, she finally grew weary of the games, not because they were uninteresting, but simply because she had played for so long that she no longer wished to continue. Stepping out of the palace, a gentle breeze caressed Leah's cheek, while the sunlight enveloped her in a warmth that felt just right. This uplifted her spirits considerably and sparked a desire to explore. With her eyes closed, she sensed the exact location of the underworld and then utilized the spatial gem to tear apart the fabric of the surrounding space, stepping through the rift. Upon arriving in the underworld, Leah opened her eyes and surveyed her surroundings, which were shrouded in a dismal atmosphere, devoid of any signs of life. Truly, the underworld lived up to its ominous name, Leah mused softly. So, could the nonconformist woman trailing behind me stop hiding? Leah tilted her head slightly, casting a sidelong glance at the woman who had appeared behind her without her notice. The woman, upon being discovered, exhibited no signs of panic. Instead, she regarded Leah with a gaze tinged with curiosity. You carry the scent of that old man. Are you a child? Which one are you? Leah smirked, adopting the demeanor of an arrogant villain. If you asked me to answer, that would be rather undignified, wouldn't it? Huh. Hela, unfazed by Leah's retort, spoke in a tone that was calm, yet laced with madness. Little one, I've been confined here for many years, all thanks to that old coot Odin. Now, a descendant of that old man stands before me. Tell me, should I kill you and present your head to him? Chapter 36. The disparity. Unfortunately, I'm not the only scion of Odin here, am I? My sister. Upon hearing Leah's response, Hela paused momentarily before bursting into laughter. Huh. That old bastard Odin truly divulges everything to you. However, attempting to bond with your sister's identity won't quite work. If I were to toss your head at that old fool's feet, I wonder what expression he would wear. Ha ha. Leah shrugged, adopting an expression of feigned helplessness. Though I do not wish to diminish your spirit, you are truly quite weak at this moment. How arrogant. As soon as the words left her lips, a black flying sword hurtled towards Leah. She tilted her head slightly, allowing the sword to graze her hair as it passed. Without a moment's hesitation, she sidestepped effortlessly. And in the next instant, Hela appeared where Leah had just stood, her weapon slicing through the air. Missing her strike, Hela showed no hesitation and continued her assault on Leah. Yet, no matter how Hela attacked, Leah evaded with the ease of a leisurely stroll, never once allowing Hela to even brush against her clothing. After 6 or 7 exchanges, Hela could no longer tolerate the mockery of Leah's playful combat style and provocatively challenged. Is dodging all you can do? Or have you inherited that old coward's timidity as well? Leah, unfazed, retorted with a smirk. If it weren't for your status as my sister, I would let you land a blow. Otherwise, it would be too embarrassing for you. Upon hearing Leah's reply, Hela's expression twisted further. Once I sever your head, let us see how you maintain your bravado. With that, she intensified her assault, her weapon moving with increased speed. Since you have said so, I cannot refuse to cooperate. After evading several attacks, Leah swiftly extended a hand, moving with a speed that surpassed Hela's reflexes, and seized Hela by the head. With a forceful downward motion, a resounding crash echoed as the ground collapsed 10 meters beneath them, leaving Hela momentarily dazed by the impact. As she regained her senses and attempted to rise, would Leah allow her to stand? The answer was evidently no. In the next instant, tendrils of black mud coiled around Hela, binding her in place, rendering her immobile. Observing Helas strugles, Leah unsemonjonslu perked heshelf upon Helas form. Tapping lightly on Hela's head, she inquired, how about now? Are you yielding? Release me. Hela protested, twisting her body defiantly. Don't squirm, Leah exclaimed, nearly losing her balance, quickly grasping Hela's hair, which felt rather coarse. When was the last time you washed your hair? It's so dry, Leah remarked with evident disdain. At the moment Leah tugged at her hair, Hela fell silent. No one had ever dared to insult her in such a manner. It was essential to remember that she was once the goddess of death, a merciless figure. Now, being humiliated in such a way was intolerable for her. You dare to insult the goddess of death? I shall kill you. Hela struggled fiercely to rise, but the binding black mud rendered her efforts futile. What your humiliation? If you have the courage, strike me. Hela seethed, let me go, and we shall duel. Leah chuckled derisively. Do you truly believe me to be foolish? If I could have slain you, I would have done so already. If it weren't for your symbiotic relationship with Asgard, you likely wouldn't be alive now. Indeed, he divulged everything to me. As she spoke, Leah curiously brushed aside Hela's hair, seeking to unveil her visage completely. Upon revealing Hela's face, Leah was met with an exquisitely delicate countenance, albeit marred by the remnants of smoky makeup that diminished its beauty. Hela, noticing Leah's gaze of appreciation tinged with pity, felt an unfamiliar surge of anxiety for the first time in her life. What does that look? Are you looking down upon me? Leah clicked her tongue, lamenting. What a beautiful face, yet you have ruined it so. It is none of your concern. My face is mine. I shall do as I please. Do you know what you resemble at this moment? Without waiting for Hela's response, Leah continued, like a fierce, angry, yet helpless little kitten. Hela's face flushed crimson. Her teeth clenched tightly, rendered speechless. She experienced a level of humiliation she had never known, teetering on the edge of losing her sanity. No, I cannot bear to see such a beautiful face obscured. Ignoring Hela's struggles and curses, Leah retrieved a basin of water and a cloth from the void. As Hela began to have her face and hair washed, she endured a torment lasting half an hour. She incessantly muttered curses, struggling vigorously yet to no avail, until exhaustion rendered her unable to escape from Leah's grasp. Leah gazed contentedly at the enchanting visage before her, noting that compared to her cinematic portrayal, Hela now radiated an air of youthful innocence. It was refreshing, devoid of the former dark demeanor. Despite Hela's still casting a resentful glare in her direction, Leah felt no embarrassment as she settled back down beside her. Hela, dear sister, shall we have a pleasant chat? Hela clenched her teeth, retorting, then you must first release me. How can one converse like this? I merely feared you might act irrationally and attack me, Leah replied. Hela was momentarily taken aback. She had indeed entertained such a thought in her earlier frenzy, but upon regaining her composure, she recognized the folly of that notion. Hela was no fool. During their recent altercation, she had felt the stark disparity in their strengths. To put it mildly, Leah's strikes felt akin to those aimed at a child, a gap even wider than that between her and Odin. Though she relinquished her intent to assault Leah, Hela still yearned to break free from the grip of the dark substance. I can sense the difference in our strengths. Release me, and I shall not attack. Let's converse amicably. Had you said that sooner, it would have been better, though I feel somewhat reluctant, Leah mused. Yet, for the sake of Asgard's dignity and to prevent her dear sister from succumbing to frustration, Leah reluctantly rose from Hela's side. After all, Hela was quite the worthy couch. As Leah departed, the dark substance dissipated into the air. Hela slowly rose, casting a mournful gaze at Leah, as if to say, is this how you treat your sister? You show no respect for your elders. Yet, Hela was acutely aware that her current power was no match for Leah's in this state of weakness. She had no choice but to feign humility for the moment. Chapter 37. Despite this, Hela's eyes bore no hint of submission. This only served to irk Leah. Hey, what else with that look? Do you perceive me as some kind of monstrous deviant? Though such thoughts swirled in Hela's mind, she dared not voice them aloud. Pray tell, what brings you here? Surely it isn't merely to humiliate me? Changing the subject proved futile. Leah was not oblivious to the meaning behind Hela's gaze. It was nothing less than a judgment of her as a deviant. Hela internally scoffed, recognizing that Leah's behavior did indeed seem peculiar. Let me clarify this. I, Leah, am female with an affection for all things adorable. In my interests, allow me the freedom to pursue whatever I desire. Leah, having uttered these words, hoped to witness Hela's astonishment, yet instead found her sister's demeanor remarkably composed, as if it were an entirely mundane revelation. I adore adorable creatures. Are you not surprised? Hela smiled slightly and remarked, what is there to be surprised about? Your personal preferences have no bearing on me. Whether you adore adorable creatures or even octopuses is of no concern to me. Leah, with a tone of contemplation, replied, I forgot to mention that in my eyes, you are quite adorable too. What did you say? Hela suddenly felt a surge of fear. No, she realized that she had initially inquired about Leah's presence in the underworld, yet they had somehow veered into a discussion about Leah's fondness for cute beings. She had allowed Leah to divert her attention. You still haven't explained why you have come to the underworld. Did I not mention it? No. A dark line emerged on Hyla's forehead. Indeed, after conversing with Hyla for so long, Leah had failed to disclose her intentions, instead focusing on the texture of Hyla's appearance. If that is the case, it is time to get to business, Leah declared, pointing at Hyla with determination in her voice. My sole purpose for being here is to rescue you and assist me in altering the universe. What? You are undertaking such a venture? Will Odin agree? Hyla asked, astonished. Of course not. I have not informed him. Leah's expression turned sorrowful, as if she were contemplating a painful decision. I know that the choice I am about to make will never be accepted by my kin. Now, Leah rushed in front of Hyla, grasping her hands and gazing with pleading eyes. Only you can help me, sister. Observing Leah's pitiful demeanor softened even Hyla's heart. Considering that Leah's actions could impact the entire world and would not be acknowledged by Odin, Hyla felt a sense of empathy. Though she was uncertain of Leah's intentions, she surmised they were likely akin to her own past ambitions. With this thought, Hyla's previously hostile gaze gradually softened. In her eyes, Leah resembled her younger self, unrecognized by her family, now seeking her sister's aid in a state of desperation. Odin, that old fool, remains as he always was, content to hide within the confines of the 9 realms, lacking the courage to venture beyond. Hyla said dismissively, Fear not, as long as you free me. I shall undoubtedly assist you. You promise? I do. No backing out, understood? Why do you have so many questions? I, the goddess of death, will fulfill what I have declared, Hyla replied with annoyance. In that case, let's gather all the infinity stones, Leah exclaimed joyfully, bouncing with excitement. Gathering all the infinity stones, a feat even Odin has not accomplished. Indeed, my sister has grand aspirations, and serving under her will not tarnish my title as the goddess of death. Hyla chose to accompany Leah not only because their circumstances mirrored one another, but also due to Leah's formidable strength, an ambition entirely different from Odin's, one that could easily overpower her. This revelation instilled within Hela a flicker of hope that her strength could indeed be enhanced. Throughout her years of confinement, she began to harbor regrets regarding her past actions. She came to the realization that her ambition to dominate the universe was nothing more than a fool's errand, one that could ultimately lead to the annihilation of Asgard. In those days, she had been intoxicated by the ever-growing power that came from her conquest of the Nine Realms. Such relentless augmentation could drive a person to madness. Initially, she could somewhat empathize with Odin's perspective, yet the interminable confinement had long since eroded any semblance of understanding. What remained was merely resentment towards Odin. Now, the mere thought of opposing him brought Hela joy, and she envisioned transforming every creature in the universe into adorable beings. Wait, did you just say something about transforming everyone into adorable beings? Hela's eyes widened in disbelief, questioning her own hearing. Leah, beaming with a smile, responded, I said, transforming all living beings in the universe into adorable beings. Is that not clear? Adorable beings? Is that the new code for universal domination? It seems I have fallen behind after being away from the universe for so long. Hela attempted to console herself, even convincing herself of her own delusion. Oh dear. Leah gazed at Hela with an expression of bewilderment. How could you not understand such a straightforward term as adorable beings? Leah began to elaborate on the concept of adorable beings, but Hela interrupted her. Hold on, let me take a moment to gather my thoughts. Hela glanced at Leah and then downcast, lost in contemplation. Let us start from the beginning. You came to the underworld and gave me a beating, claiming you wished to alter the universe, correct? Indeed, and you mentioned that your changes would be met with opposition from all your family. Yes? Precisely. But why are you asking this? Leah looked at Hela, puzzled. Just hold on. Ultimately, you intend to use the Infinity Stones to transform every being in the universe into adorable creatures. If we analyze this literally, adorable beings must be those who possess a charming appearance. Am I right? Hela fixed her gaze on Leah, eagerly anticipating a differing answer, but was met with disappointment. Leah gave Hela a thumbs up, exclaiming, You're truly clever. What do you think? My plan is rather amusing, don't you think? I'll be sure to bring a camera to capture everyone I know. Hela had no desire for such praise. When they eventually revert back, I shall revel in mocking them. With this, they will be compelled to comply with my every command. Hela, are you a devil? Ha ha ha. All right, you truly are a devil. Leah, grinning with the demeanor of a villain, failed to notice the darkening expression on Hela's face as she reached out and seized Leah's distinctive tuft of hair, tugging it forcefully. Are you toying with me? I joined you to conquer the universe, not to engage in these trivial pursuits. I'll let go. Let go. You're going to pull my hair out. Leah hurriedly protected her head to shield her distinctive tuft of hair. She pondered why her instincts had not been triggered, but in the next moment, she realized that Hela harbored little malice towards her. More importantly, her instincts indicated that even if she stood there and allowed Hela to strike for a decade or more, she would not lose a single hair, rendering evasion entirely unnecessary. Chapter 38. Becoming a subordinate after barely saving her tuft from Hela's grasp, Leah squatted on the ground, drawing circles in frustration. What joy was there in ruling this universe? It was utterly devoid of meaning. And what had she done wrong? She was merely exercising the divine power bestowed upon her, spreading cuteness among all beings. Leah reflected with a visage of sanctity. Hela, amused yet exasperated, retorted, You speak so nobly, yet your true intention is to transform all life in the universe into adorable beings. Surely, that is simply for amusement, is it not? Otherwise, why would you do it? I am so powerful. If I do not seek some amusement, I shall be bored to death, with a face that openly declared, I am in this for fun. What can you do about it? Hela realized that encountering Leah today was a grave mistake. She was nearly overwhelmed with exasperation. All right, Fina. Is this how you wish to play it? Then I shall not accompany you. It is better to remain in my sealed sanctuary than to be driven mad by you. Without a moment's hesitation, Hela turned to leave. At that moment, Leah discarded her modesty, leaping onto Hela's back and clinging tightly. I don't care. You promised to be my subordinate. You are being untrustworthy. Hela grasped Leah's hands, which were fidgeting about on her body, and gritted her teeth as she replied, I only agreed to accompany you because you claimed you wished to rule the universe. Yet now you tell me that your desire is to turn all life into adorable beings. Are you toying with me? I do not wish for my name to be remembered as the one who turned the universe into a realm of cuteness. If they were all women, it might be tolerable, but what if men came seeking me? I cannot bear such embarrassment. Leah contemplated for a moment. Playing with you is not out of the question, but our father may oppose it. What is your focus, truly? Why can I not get through to you? Hela, nearly brought to tears by frustration, exclaimed, I already knew you were peculiar, but I had not expected to underestimate you this much. Let us discuss something truly grand and serious. Leah, seemingly oblivious, continued to cling tightly to Hela. I know, I'm wonderful. You need not flatter me. I am not flattering you. Hela, now thoroughly exasperated, inwardly cursed Odin. reflecting on what sort of daughter he had raised over the years. Am I truly falling behind times? Realizing she could not shake off Leah no matter what, Hela forced herself to maintain a calm facade, saying, Leah, I believe your abilities are more than sufficient for you to achieve your dreams without my assistance. So please let go. Bat me. Bat me, bat me. I shall not relinquish my hold. I absolutely cannot permit my beloved sister to remain ensnared in the realm of the dead. The embrace of Leah grew heavier, and Hela could even feel her bones creaking under the pressure. Suppressing the urge to curse, Hela managed to smile and remarked, Leah, in truth, I have survived in this underworld for many years and have long considered it my home. It would pain me greatly to leave so swiftly. How about this? You first unseal the gates of the underworld, then return and wait for me for a few days. I shall tidy up and seek you out shortly. If that pleases you, not a chance. Once you depart, I would immediately flee. That is unwise. I am no fool. What if you escape when the time comes? Leah resolutely shook her head in refusal. Why are you so astute at this moment? Have you been toying with me all along? Hela felt an overwhelming urge to despair. Contemplating the futility of existence, whether in life or death, one must inevitably depart from this world. The marvel of a universe lies in this very truth. In that instant, Hela's mind flickered through the cosmic explosion to the evolution of a world. It was evident that Hela had been pushed into a state of sage-like calm. Just as she pondered whether to embrace death, Leah spoke again. I actually do not oppose your conquest of the cosmos. On the contrary, I would be quite delighted to witness such scenes, as they would surely be fascinating. Leah gently rested her chin on Hela's shoulder. What then? Did your earlier words imply? Hela, now in a sage-like state, spoke with a markedly composed tone. Leah twirled a strand of Hela's hair and replied nonchalantly. I merely stated that ruling this world is rather dull. I did not mention other worlds. After all, there are reasons why this universe cannot be wholly conquered. Upon hearing this, Hela gazed at Leah in astonishment, realizing that the once playful childlike demeanor of Leah was now replaced with an air of detachment. As if her previous antics had not been her own. How could her disposition shift so dramatically? One moment, she resembled a miscreant, the next a carefree child, and now, she appeared as an indifferent passerby. Which of these is her true self? So, you mean to say I could venture to other universes, even bringing me along? Correct. Congratulations. Leah's face lit up with a joyful smile, as if her earlier indifference had never existed. Hela whispered, I accept. Hela understood that acquiescing was her only option, otherwise. Leah's south nature would inevitably drive her to madness. It was better to agree now, as there was little to lose. Moreover, she could pursue her ambitions in other universes. The thought that Leah might deceive her never crossed Hela's mind. A being of Leah's caliber had no reason to lie. Hey! Leah leaped off Hela's back, cupping her hand to her ear as if amplifying her voice. What did you say? I couldn't hear you. Hela gritted her teeth and knelt on one knee, performing the homage of an Asgardian subject. From this day forth, I, Hela, vow to follow Lady Leah unto death. Should I falter in this oath, I shall descend into eternal slumber. Do not underestimate the eternal slumber. Though it may be termed sleep, it closely resembles death, perhaps even more agonizing. After death, one's consciousness dissipates entirely, whereas in slumber, awareness remains, rendering the passage of time and space indistinguishable, devoid of any sensation. One is left to languish in a void, and most individuals cannot endure more than a few seconds before succumbing to madness. Even divine beings cannot withstand it for centuries. This indicates that Hela is truly resolute this time. Leah nodded in satisfaction, declaring, Very well, from this moment forth, you shall be my foremost subordinate. Thus, I hereby issue my first command. Let us return to Asgard together to play games. What games, your highness? Hela inquired, perplexed. Oh, it's too complicated to explain here. Come with me to Asgard, and I shall show you, Leah said, effortlessly tearing open a rift in space and pulling Hela inside. As they traversed the rift, she added, Wait until we play arcade games together. I am a gaming prodigy, undefeated. Hela, somewhat bewildered, did not fully grasp the concept of arcade games, but quickly responded, Of course. Your highness, I shall obey your command. Observing Hela's compliant demeanor, Leah playfully slapped her on the head, exclaiming, I preferred your earlier rebellious spirit. Regain that. Feeling a buzz in her head and growing dizzy, Hela's expression soured as she suppressed her anger, stammering, I understand. Could you refrain from physical contact? Chapter 39. Mother and daughter reunited. A rift in space opened in Asgard, through which Leah and Hela emerged. Leah turned to Hela and asked, So, after all these years, has Asgard changed much? Hela gazed around with a hint of nostalgia, softly responding, The changes are not substantial. It remains much as it was. Indeed, I have long felt that Asgard's trajectory was misguided, Leah asserted. When did I ever say that? Hela questioned, puzzled by Leah's assertion. Did you not claim that present-day Asgard resembles the one you knew? Leah replied, when time permits, I shall take you to Midgard. You will see how slowly we have progressed. The entertainment there far surpasses our own. In the future, we shall travel to Midgard. As Leah rambled on, she suddenly had a thought. Sister, she exclaimed, may I ask you something? Upon hearing Leah call her sister, Hela instinctively knew that the inquiry would not bode well. However, as Leah's subordinate, she begrudgingly acquiesced. Please speak. I assure you, I shall not withhold any answers. Oh, it is nothing of great consequence. It has been many years since you last saw our mother. Would you like me to take you to meet her? Leah inquired with a smile. At the mention of their mother, a gentle visage appeared in Hela's mind, igniting a longing within her heart to reunite with her mother. However, reflecting on her past actions, she must have surely disappointed her mother, right? Ultimately, Hela shook her head, disappearing from sight. After all these years, she had likely forgotten about her daughter. The source of her shame. Leah seized Hela's hand, a wicked smile spreading across her face. Just now, you hesitated? This indicates that, deep down, you wish to meet the Queen Mother. Since that is the case, I shall graciously escort you there. Not because I am eager to witness how awkwardly you two interact after years of separation. You have deprived me of the right to choose. Moreover, your true intentions are laid bare. You simply wish to revel in my predicament. Leah giggled, you caught me. I did it on purpose. I truly wonder how much my lifespan will diminish by following such a leader, but I suppose it is worthwhile to meet her. In truth, Hela yearned to see her mother, yet the fear of encountering disappointment in her mother's eyes held her back from making a decision. However, Leah's insistence provided Hela with a modicum of psychological comfort. Thus, with Leah's persistent tugging and Hela's reluctant compliance, the two finally arrived at the palace of the goddess Frigga. Upon seeing the grand palace, Hela's gaze fell into a daze, while Leah, without any restraint, shouted as she entered, Mother, your beloved little Leah has come to visit. And I even bring you a gift. Hearing the commotion outside, the goddess Frigga greeted them with a gentle smile. Ah, it is little Leah. I thought you had forgotten your mother in favor of only bringing gifts to your father. Leah paused mid-step, her expression stiffening as she realized she had indeed forgotten to present her gift, having been too engrossed in playing games. However, her quick wit restored her composure, and with a smile that remained unchanged, she declared, How could I possibly forget? You are my dearest mother. As they spoke, the two gradually drew closer, and Frigga soon caught sight of the pair entering. Besides Leah, there was a woman behind her, head bowed, obscuring her face. Frigga felt a twinge of confusion. Who could she be? Ever since Leah had begun living independently, she had never allowed any maidservant to accompany her, always preferring solitude. Frigga inquired, Leah, would you not introduce me to the lady beside you? Mother, do you not recognize her? Leah replied, turning to Hela, who remained with her head lowered like a quail, leaving Leah somewhat speechless. What happened to that rebellious spirit of yours? Why have you turned into a model daughter? Without regard for Hela's reluctance, Leah forcefully pulled her beside her, compelling her to raise her head. In that moment, both parties beheld each other's faces, yet their reactions diverged. Upon seeing Frigga's warm smile, Hela's eyes filled with tears instantaneously, yet she averted her gaze, struggling to hold back the tears that threatened to spill. Frigga was initially perplexed, then somewhat incredulous, and in the next moment, tears glistened in her eyes as she trembled and slowly approached Hela, enveloping her in an embrace. She kept murmuring, Is it truly you, Hela? You finally returned. I thought I would never see you again in this lifetime. Hela's body, initially stiff, began to soften as she felt Frigga's gentle touch. With a tenderness that Leah would never hear in her lifetime, Hela replied, I am back. At that moment, their eyes were solely focused on each other, completely disregarding Leah, who stood nearby. Noticing this scene, Leah shrugged, recognizing her mother's satisfaction with the gift she had brought. Wisely, she exited the palace, leaving the space for the mother and daughter to reconnect. Upon stepping outside, Leah utilized her instincts to sense whether Odin and the others had returned, only to discover that their presence was absent in Asgard. It seemed they were still engaged in battle with the Dark Elves. After all, she had brought Hela back only a day ago, and it would take considerable time for them to reach that location. With no other option, Leah decided to retreat to her palace to play video games. Confident that the reunion between mother and daughter would last for quite some time, she couldn't wait indefinitely. After all, she was the eldest. It would be quite unbecoming to remain in anticipation. It would be better for Hela to seek her out instead. As Leah had anticipated, after a considerable time, Hela finally arrived at Leah's palace. Noticing Hela had entered, Leah remained fixated on her game screen, not even sparing a glance at Hela as she inquired, So, have you two finally concluded your heartfelt conversation? Why didn't you chat a little longer? Hela smiled gently, her previous gloominess replaced by a more radiant demeanor. My dear, are you feeling a bit jealous? Leah tossed aside her game controller, her tone dripping with disdain. Jealous? Me? Do you really think I would feel neglected because you were chatting with that old woman? Don't be ridiculous. Very well, my dear, you're not jealous. How could someone as brilliant as you ever feel that way? Hela teased, adopting a tone of affection. During the time spent with Frigga, she had gained insight into her sister's character. In essence, as long as there was no malice intended and she treated Leah with kindness. Even if Leah were to act vexed, it would only result in playful banter rather than genuine hostility. Understanding this, Hela seamlessly embraced her role as an older sister, viewing Leah as a mischievous younger sibling deserving of her affection. However, feeling the tone of Hela's voice, Leah bristled. What is this tone you're using? I am your elder, you know. Show me some respect. Hela maintained her smile. All right. Didn't you say you wanted me to accompany you in your game? Would you kindly teach me how to play? Observing Hela's demeanor, Leah found herself at a loss. She couldn't possibly resort to violence. After all, Hela had done nothing wrong. Thus, Leah reluctantly began to instruct Hela on the game, secretly hoping to score a victory over her in the process. Press the attack button. You're so slow. Such a simple task, yet you struggle. Leah reclined upon Hela's lap, resembling a salted fish, continuously instructing her on how to play the game. Meanwhile, Hela, while engrossed in her gaming, gazed tenderly at Leah, contemplating how delightful it is to have such a mischievous sister. Chapter 40. A new attire. As Leah observed Hela's gaming skills gradually improving, a twinge of anxiety crept into her heart. She hastily exclaimed, "Wait." Yet in the next moment, she regretted her words, realizing she had inadvertently revealed her apprehension. I must concoct an excuse to deflect. What is it, Your Highness? Hela, perceiving Leah's unease without exposing it, was intrigued to see what her sister would come up with next. Well, Leah's gaze darted around until it landed on Hela's form clad in a sleek, black bodysuit, her eyes sparkling with inspiration. Hela, as my subordinate, you cannot wear such a simplistic outfit. It tarnishes my grand image. Hela maintained her gentle smile and replied softly, What should I wear then, Your Highness? Gazing at Hela's warm expression, Leah sensed something was amiss. Hela, you are breaking character. The real you would never be this gentle. Listening to Leah's teasing, a hashtag appeared above Hela's head, yet she stifled the impulse to ruffle Leah's hair, forcing a gentle smile. What are you saying? I can't comprehend. Leah scrutinized Hela for a while, noticing her unwavering, gentle demeanor, and reluctantly decided to let it go. After all, once one gets close to Leah, their persona inevitably becomes distorted, much like the two princes of Asgard. Just wait, I will find something for you. Leah shook her head, dismissing her thoughts, and sprang from Hela's lap to dash toward her wardrobe. Opening the wardrobe, she rummaged through its contents and finally extracted a striking maid outfit, which, while not overly short, was undeniably eye-catching. Placing the maid outfit on the bed, Leah stroked her chin, feeling something was still missing. She dove back into the wardrobe, searching once more, and emerged with a pair of white stockings. Satisfied, she clapped her hands, while Hela sat quietly, having abandoned her game to observe Leah's flurry of activity. All right, come over and see if this outfit is suitable. Leah called to Hela. Hela evidently appreciated Leah. First glancing at her before turning her attention to the lightweight fabric on the bed, the short maid outfit and the undeniably alluring white stockings. Her expression calm, yet slightly off. Unaware of Hela's unease, Leah continued to enthusiastically present the maid outfit, exclaiming, This garment is my treasure. I first laid eyes on it in Midgard and was instantly captivated. I had initially intended for that oaf, Thor, to try it on, but alas, his large frame rendered it unwearable. Now, it has finally found its true owner. Now then, Leah, with an expression of solemnity, gently lifted the maid outfit and presented it to Hela, speaking in a grave tone. Hela, do you vow to remain steadfast to this maid outfit, in both poverty and prosperity? As she uttered these words, Hela's hand gradually approached the garment, ultimately grasping Leah's head and pressing it down onto the bed, exclaiming, You big-headed fool! Don't go too far, you rascal. With that, Hela's entire weight came to bear upon Leah. Yet, instead of resisting, Leah, pinned beneath Hela, extended her thumb and murmured, This is the essence of it. Hela, you have returned. How wonderful. With her hands clasped in prayer, Leah implored, If you don the maid outfit, my life shall be without regrets. It reminds me of those afternoons spent running beneath the setting sun, a fleeting glimpse of my lost youth. Ah, youth indeed. Even so, Hela, suppressing the urge to eliminate Leah on the spot, ultimately released her, remaining resolute in her refusal to wear such attire despite Leah's fervent pleas. What on earth are you thinking, you little head? Hela complained, playfully tousling Leah's hair. Who would wear such clothing? Leah, undeterred by the playful roughhousing, replied, No worries. I have plenty of maid outfits, both enticing and modest. Choose anyone you like. I shall accept them all. Hela shot Leah a quizzical glance, utterly perplexed by her obsession with maid costumes. There is no particular reason. Leah insisted, nudging herself closer into Hela's embrace. The maid outfits are simply beautiful. Please, dear sister, you must wear one, is my lifelong request. Faced with Leah's earnestness, Hela, feeling a sense of helplessness, reluctantly agreed to don a maid outfit. As Hela pushed Leah away, preparing to change, she noticed Leah intently watching her with rapt attention. Could you please not stare? It makes me uncomfortable. I'm not looking at you. Leah protested, turning her head away in a feeble attempt to mask her curiosity, though her clumsy act was evident to anyone not oblivious. Hela, maintaining her calm demeanor, commanded leave. Huh, I'm a boss. How dare you order me around? Leah retorted, determined to punish her subordinate. Hela remained unfazed, reiterating leave. Or I 1T change. Leah wanted to argue further, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her at the sight of Hela's calm expression. Fine, I'll go, she declared, stepping out of the palace. Her earlier reluctance to leave stemmed from her concern that Hela might refuse to wear the maid outfit, not from mere curiosity. After all, she, too, was a woman. How could there be any difference? As she lowered her gaze, she caught sight of her own toes, vexed by the thought that other women seemed so much more endowed. Surely, they must be using padding, a blatant form of cheating, in the agonizing wait that followed. Leah felt as though she were in a tormenting purgatory, beset by the presence of a little devil and a little angel on her shoulders. The little demon urged Leah to boldly enter, for after all, you are her superior, and she would not dare to act against you. The little angel, on the other hand, suggested that Leah merely take a glance and not intrude. Yet, as a person of exemplary character, Leah could not be swayed by the temptations of those two. She stood steadfastly outside, embodying integrity like a paragon. While one might doubt Leah's moral fiber, given her lack of boundaries, her promises were utterly trustworthy, for she would only ever commit to what she could fulfill. At that moment, a voice echoed from within the palace. Your Highness, I have changed into my attire. I am coming. No sooner had the words left her lips than Leah rushed into the palace, her eyes scanning the surroundings like a radar. Eventually, she beheld a maid outfit, black and white, with a slightly snug top that accentuated her graceful form, and a skirt of just the right length that revealed her long, slender legs. Adorned with white lace stockings, her legs exuded a playful charm. Without a moment's hesitation, Leah leaped into Hela's embrace, pinning her onto the bed, a visage of pure bliss. Chapter 41. The undesirable Hela, overwhelmed on the bed by Leah's weight, attempted to push this creature named Leah away. However, despite her utmost efforts, she could not budge her even an inch. Instead, Leah tightened her hold. Hela, seeking to divert the conversation, remarked, Leah, did you not say you wanted to play games? With you pressing down on me, how can I possibly play? Leah nonchalantly replied, with such a comfortable pillow, who would want to play games? I, Leah, have no time for trivial pursuits. While Hela did not mind being close to Leah, she was reluctant to indulge her too much, having quickly discerned Leah's true nature during their brief time together. This girl was remarkably shameless. The more one indulged her, the more she would take advantage of it. All right, Leah, you should get up. It is still early. We can sleep together at night. Hela decided to refrain from letting Leah cling to her, intending to teach her a lesson. Leah pondered for a moment and found Hela's reasoning sound. It was indeed too early to sleep, and she could always embrace Hela later at night, so there was no rush. Fine, Leah reluctantly climbed off Hela and made her way to her collection of gaming consoles. Grabbing a phone at random, she opened a game and immediately forgot her earlier vow, joyfully exclaiming, Naruto, start. Seeing Leah abandon her like a fickle lover to dive into gaming, Hela could only chuckle resignedly. In just half a day, she had grown accustomed to Leah's antics. Approaching Leah, Hela found another phone, opened the same game, and they began to play. As they engaged in the game, Hela queried Leah, do you have any plans for the future? Leah's gaze was fixed on her phone, her head unyieldingly lowered as she replied with indifference, having no other plans. When she encountered something of interest, she would engage. Otherwise, she would simply ignore it. What about the infinite gems? Are you not going to seek them? I know exactly where they are. I could just go and collect them when I have the time. It won't take long at all. Hela pondered for a moment before suggesting, shall we remain in Asgard tomorrow to continue our gaming? You lost. You're truly pathetic, Leah exclaimed, raising her phone high and casting a disdainful glance at Hela. As Hela stared at the glaring word defeat on the screen, a fierce determination arose within her. I was just distracted. Let us have another round. Bring it on. Regardless, you cannot escape the prowess of Lady Leah. Once again, they found themselves in an exhilarating duel. And without a doubt, the victor was the seasoned Leah, while the novice Hela faced defeat. Thus, time slipped away as the two immersed themselves in their game. In this round, Hela finally gained the upper hand, witnessing Leah's last character on the verge of a health depletion. Without a hint of shame, Leah resorted to her adorable charm. She nudged Hela with her head, and at the moment Hela glanced over, Leah gazed back with her big, innocent eyes, looking utterly pitiful. Hela felt as though her heart had been struck, her cheeks flushed and a smile creeping on her lips, leaving her momentarily stunned. Seizing the opportunity, Leah swiftly claimed victory in the game. As the sound of defeat echoed from Hela's phone, she regained her senses, realizing she had lost. Although she recognized that Leah had playfully used her cuteness against her, Hela felt no anger. Rather, a flicker of anticipation stirred within her, hoping such moments would occur more frequently. After all, her little sister was simply too adorable. Haha, I won again. Leah joyfully leaped on her bed, rolling around while teasing Hela. You're such a small fry. After playing so many times, you haven't won once. Truly pathetic. For reasons unknown. Hearing Leah call her a small fry ignited a spark of indignation within Hela, who thought to herself that it was high time to teach this impish little sister a lesson. Subsequently, Hela tossed aside her phone and pounced on Leah, tickling her. Time gradually passed amidst their playful scuffle. The next day, as dawn broke, a beam of sunlight streamed through the window. Two disheveled women lay entwined in bed. These two were none other than Leah and Hela. Leah's small head rested on a pair of lofty mountains, her face tinged with a rosy hue from lack of oxygen. Hela held Leah closely, resting her chin atop Leah's little head, exuding an aura of intimacy. With a soft groan under the sunlight, Leah slowly opened her sleep-laden eyes, still dazed from slumber. Instinctively, she raised her hand to rub her eyes. Just as her hand was raised, it unexpectedly came into contact with something soft and plush. In that early morning moment, Leah immediately awakened. It was Hela. Realizing she had brushed against Hela's two prominent peaks, Leah relaxed and made no further effort to rise. Instead, she nestled closer to Hela, intending to continue her slumber. However, the commotion caused by Leah in the morning roused Hela, who had been in a light sleep. Observing Leah's desire to snuggle back into her embrace, Hela, without hesitation, sat up and vacated the bed, leaving Leah to tumble into emptiness. Ignoring Leah's reproachful gaze, Hela meticulously arranged her maid outfit, only to discover that their playful antics from the previous night had left her stockings in disarray. After a thorough search, she finally found both stockings under the bed. Once she had redressed herself in the pristine white silk, Hela turned her attention back to Leah, who lay on the bed, her eyes blankly fixed on the ceiling. Approaching her, Hela gave Leah a gentle nudge, signaling that it was time to rise. Leah merely raised her hands, casting a pitiful look at Hela, silently pleading for assistance in getting dressed. Faced with Leah's woeful expression, Hela ultimately succumbed, dutifully helping Leah with her attire. She also tidied up the feathers and scattered clothing left over from their pillow fight the night before dashing to the kitchen to fetch breakfast. An hour passed, and at last, Leah was fully awake. Gazing at the lavish breakfast before her, as well as the impeccably tidy room, Leah truly felt the weight of royal decadence. Previously, Leah had eschewed the company of servants due to her aversion to sharing her private life. Now, under Hela's attentive care, she was finally able to experience the lifestyle of someone unencumbered by responsibility. Chapter 42. The search for Wanda. With this realization, Leah sprang into action, exclaiming, "Sister, feed me." She opened her mouth wide, resembling a bird awaiting its meal. Hela responded by playfully punching Leah on the head, admonishing, "Don't be too much, Leah." Whoa. Leah cradled her head, feeling utterly disheartened by the loss of her dignity. "All right, eat up. Didn't you say you were going to Midgard?" Hela observed Leah's pitiful demeanor, suppressing a chuckle as she thought, "Let's see if you dare to bite me again." Her fingers instinctively brushed over the bite mark on her neck, a remnant of their spirited pillow fight the day before when Leah had playfully nipped at Hela's neck. Hela had retaliated by tugging at Leah's prominent tuft of hair, with the outcome being that Hela had not managed to pull it out, while Leah had left her mark on Hela's skin. "Oh, and I promised to take you to Midgard to find some little brothers." Leah's tuft of hair stood upright, and she sprang to life, enthusiastically devouring the food on the table. Regarding the journey to Midgard, it was only after a tiring day that Leah suddenly recalled Wanda and Pietro. She had long harbored the intention of bringing them to Asgard, yet various distractions had consistently impeded her efforts. Now, with a moment of leisure at her disposal, she thought it prudent to venture to Midgard and retrieve them. Without hesitation, Leah shared her thoughts with Hela, who, naturally, had no objections. Leah was the leader now, and her desires dictated their course, as long as Hela accompanied her. After thoroughly devouring an abundant feast, Leah contentedly patted her stomach and made her way towards the Bifrost with Hela in tow. It was not that Leah could not tear through the fabric of space to reach Earth, but she wished for Heimdall to inform Thor and the others of her departure. She wanted them to bring the Reality Stone back to Earth after their battle, as she intended to spend some time there, relishing the beauty of its landscapes. Upon reaching the Bifrost, Leah conveyed her request to Heimdall, who readily complied and activated the bridge in accordance with her command. Outside a small town in Transylvania, two figures emerged from a cascade of vibrant light, Leah and Hela, transported from Asgard. Hela surveyed their surroundings and inquired, "Are the two humans you seek here?" Leah nodded affirmatively, stating, "Indeed, let me sense their presence." As her words lingered, her sensing ability engaged, a skill that had evolved through numerous enhancements to become an active tool rather than merely a means of evasion. Its range now enveloped the entire solar system, enabling her to effortlessly locate what she sought. As her senses swept across the town, she quickly detected the energy of her targets emanating from the outskirts. "Found them." Leah smirked, opting not to employ her spatial abilities, but instead leaping directly towards the Hydra base, with Hela closely following. "Here I come," Leah exclaimed, plunging through the walls of the Hydra facility like a drill, landing underground. In contrast to Leah's forceful entrance, Hela approached with a gentler demeanor, gracefully entering through the gaping hole Leah had created, eventually drifting to her side. The commotion immediately drew the attention of the Hydra members present. "Alert! Enemy intrusion!" echoed the alarms, and the castle seemed to come alive as the Hydra operatives rushed to the source of the alert. Those witnessing Leah and Hela's dramatic entrance swiftly raised their weapons, opening fire without hesitation. The sound of gunfire erupted like a tempest, with countless bullets raining down upon Leah. As the barrage subsided, the Hydra members stared in disbelief at Leah, whose attire remained unblemished, instilling a sense of terror among them. "Monster! This woman is a monster! Goodness! Could she be a super soldier? What shall we do?" Quickly inform Mr. Skrull. "I refuse to believe she can withstand even a rocket." One of the Hydra operatives, pulling a rocket launcher from some hidden place, aimed it directly at Leah. As the missile approached, Leah remained eerily still, as if in a stupor, while the Hydra agents anxiously awaited the sight of her being obliterated. However, the fantasy was delightful, yet reality proved to be harsh. Just as the missile was about to strike Leah, a slender hand swiftly grasped it and hurled it back. Boom! A tremendous explosion ensued, resulting in the demise of most Hydra agents present, with others rendered incapable of combat from the blast shockwave. Is this what human technology amounts to? So be it. Hela, somewhat bored, clapped her hands, for it was she who had captured the missile. Leah chuckled in response. "Oh, don't say that. While what you say is indeed true, though these matters hold little significance for our royal lineage, they still have some effect on ordinary Asgardians." Upon hearing Leah's reply, Hela chose not to express her agreement or disagreement, but instead shifted the topic. "Is the human you seek among those here? There are indeed quite a number of prisoners. All right, follow me. I shall take you there." With that, Leah strode directly towards the direction of the holding cells for the test subjects, effortlessly toppling both walls and cages along the way. Meanwhile, Baron Skrull, having received the notification, swiftly reviewed the surveillance footage. As one of the leaders of Hydra, he would not act foolishly without understanding the enemy's situation, rushing recklessly to meet his demise. After observing the footage, Baron Skrull realized that this laboratory could no longer be secured. Those two intruders could not be hindered by his meager forces. Since this was the case, let them buy me some time. Raising his communicator, he commanded, "Deploy teams 1, 2, and 3 to eliminate the intruders daring to invade the Hydra base." Once the orders were given, Baron Skrull promptly turned to leave, instructing the nearby Hydra soldiers, "Back up all experimental data, then initiate self-destruct mode. We must evacuate immediately." "Yes, sir." Leah, oblivious to Baron Skrull's intention to detonate the entire base, wouldn't have cared even if she had known. She had now arrived at the room where Wanda and Pietro were confined. Chapter 43. Self-Introduction. "Is anyone in there?" Leah politely knocked on the door. After waiting for a moment and hearing no response, she shrugged and effortlessly tore open the locked iron door, as if returning home. Upon entering, Leah's gaze immediately fell upon a small girl huddled in the corner, clutching her knees in fear. Due to Leah's early arrival, Wanda had not awakened her powers. The appearance of the girl could be described as that of a legitimate lowly. Observing her frightened demeanor, Leah found herself at a loss for how to convey her kindness. Ultimately opting for a direct approach, she gently stroked Wanda's hair, believing that children often overcome their fears with such tender gestures. However, reality delivered a harsh blow to Leah's expectations. The moment her hand made contact with Wanda's hair, the girl, engulfed in anxiety, let out a piercing scream that startled Leah herself. Instinctively, her hand recoiled, leaving her feeling somewhat helpless, yearning for Wanda to cease her cries, but unsure of how to proceed. At that moment, a boy's voice suddenly resonated from the adjacent room. "Don't touch my sister. If you have a problem, come at me." Thud, thud, thud. The urgent sound of pounding on the door followed immediately. Upon hearing the commotion next door, Leah exchanged a knowing glance with Hela, who nodded in understanding and promptly made her way toward the neighboring room. Within moments, Hela emerged, holding a struggling boy, his collar secured firmly in her grasp like a vice. Meanwhile, the once frightened little girl sprang up at the sight of her brother, rushing towards Pietro. Witnessing the reunion, Hela released her hold. The siblings embraced tightly, and in the next instant, Pietro positioned himself protectively in front of Wanda, casting a wary gaze upon the two women before him. "Who are you?" he demanded. Leah, feeling distressed, tapped her head in contemplation, pondering how to articulate the situation. "Regardless of your intentions, direct them towards me and spare my sister. Please no." Wanda interjected anxiously, gripping Pietro's hand. "I don't want to be separated from you. No matter what happens, you cannot leave me. Listen to me. I am your brother. You must obey." He insisted. "I won't listen. We were born on the same day. I am the elder sister, and you must heed my words." "Stop." Pietro attempted to retort, but Leah's voice swiftly interrupted him. "You must hear me out first." Amid the palpable fear in the eyes of the two children and Hela's amused demeanor, Leah finally spoke up. "You may not believe this, but we hail from Asgard. I am the goddess of storms, and this lady beside me," she gestured to Hela, "is the goddess of death. You may not have heard of her, but that is the truth. Our purpose in coming here is to recognize your potential and to train you. Do you understand?" Leah gazed hopefully at the siblings. Yet in return, she was met with their incredulous stares, leading her to feel defeated and utterly disbelieved. "All right, I shall grant you some time to contemplate this. As you have seen, we are rather formidable," she declared. "Consider whether you wish to accompany us or remain confined here." With that, Leah seized Hela's hand and rushed out of the room, displaying remarkable politeness by attempting to restore the already damaged door to its original state. Wanda and Pietro exchanged glances, and Pietro was the first to speak. "Did they bully you when you yelled so loudly?" Upon hearing Pietro's question, Wanda's face flushed with embarrassment as she recalled the earlier events. "No, that big sister just patted my head, and I screamed because I was scared. You nearly gave me a heart attack over that." Pietro sighed in relief. Suddenly, Wanda remarked, "Those two big sisters don't seem like bad people. Would a villain have I'm a bad person written on their face?" Pietro countered, but he quickly remembered Hela's formidable strength that could effortlessly tear through iron doors. "However, with their power, they likely wouldn't pose a threat to us. Following them might not be such a bad idea." Wanda chimed in, "They're so strong. Surely they can help us get revenge. If they can, what difference does it make if we stick with them?" The two children were deep in discussion within the room. While outside, Leah complained to Hela, "I truly detest children. Conversing with them is such a chore. You treat everyone like that. It's just because they're kids that you can't act out." Hela effortlessly unveiled the truth of the matter. "I don't refrain from acting out just because they're children. It's because they will be our subordinates in the future. A leader must be quite lenient with their subordinates. What about me? Are you this lenient with me?" Hela looked at Leah with a benevolent smile. Leah's expression turned awkward. She realized she had indeed been somewhat harsh on Hela, who had only been her subordinate for a little over a day. During this time, Leah had been treated as if she were utterly helpless, with Hela handling almost everything except for eating. As Leah pondered this, a clever idea sprang to mind. "They can't compare to you. You're my real sister. I just want to be with my sister. What's wrong with that?" She then clung to Hela's arm and playfully leaned against her. "That is all you can say," Hela replied, though a smile crept onto her lips, revealing her delight. Just then, a cacophony of footsteps approached, as numerous Hydra soldiers surged forward from all directions. Without hesitation, they raised their weapons and unleashed a volley of fire toward the two intruders. However, Leah was in no mood to play with these rabble. She initially contemplated using dark matter to slice them in half, but reconsidered, aware that two children were still inside the room. If things became too gruesome, it would frighten them. Thus, in a fraction of a second, Leah employed her spatial abilities to transport all the Hydra soldiers directly to the sun, where they were instantly vaporized. Did a few manage to escape? After dispatching all the soldiers, Leah sensed a presence swiftly retreating from a base. Though she was uncertain of who it was, she remained alert. However, Leah was not inclined to let any Hydra agents escape. Chapter 44, Awakening Abilities. She gestured towards the helicopter with her fingers shaped like a pistol, instantly gathering dark energy at her fingertips. Mimicking the sound of a gun, the energy surpassed the speed of sound and shot towards the helicopter. Meanwhile, Baron Clark on the helicopter had just uncovered Leah's identity, and upon realizing that the intruder was the very monster who had devastated half of New York, he felt an immense relief at having decisively fled. Yet, in the next moment, the entire helicopter and its occupants were vaporized in the collision of magical force, leaving not a trace behind. After dispatching everyone, Leah noticed that Wanda and her brother had yet to emerge, prompting her to exclaim in frustration about the delay. "Why is this taking so long? It's driving me insane." Hela regarded Leah with a peculiar expression, causing Leah to feel a shiver run down her spine. "Why are you looking at me like that? Did I say something wrong? Is it possible?" Hela raised her hand, pointing at the door. "That door you broke is completely stuck?" This situation was rather awkward. Leah felt as if her toes could dig into the floor and create a three-bedroom apartment. Nevertheless, she forced a smile and replied, "Of course I know that. I was merely testing you." With that, she approached the door and yanked it off its hinges, tossing it aside. The two children inside stared, momentarily bewildered by the scene, but quickly regained their composure. Wanda, eager to speak before Pietro, declared, "We agree to join you, but we have a small request." "Go on," Leah prompted. "We have an enemy named Tony Stark, the Iron Man. We wish to seek vengeance against him. Can you assist us?" Wanda gazed at Leah with hopeful anticipation, yearning for her to utter the word of agreement. "I will not aid you in seeking revenge." At these words, Wanda's expression instantly shifted to disappointment. "However, I shall grant you the power to exact your vengeance. In return, you will follow me eternally. Even in death, your souls will belong to me. Do you comprehend?" Leah maintained a facade of seriousness, though inwardly she was jubilant. This was a declaration she had longed to make. Initially intended for her encounter with Hela, she had forgotten it then, but now, during her second chance, she felt elated. "We accept your terms." Pietro stepped forward, his resolve firm as he agreed to Leah's conditions. Wanda, about to voice her thoughts, was halted by Pietro. Seeing this, Leah refrained from further comments, raising one hand towards them. "Kneel, and I shall bestow upon you power." Without hesitation, Pietro knelt on one knee, and Wanda followed suit. Leah raised her hand above Pietro's head, and blue light emanated from her fingers, penetrating his being. In the next instant, Pietro felt every cell in his body rejoicing, and the world around him began to slow. Even he could perceive the dust suspended in the air, gently cascading downwards, but the speed of its descent was so languid it seemed almost frozen in time. At that moment, Pietro felt as though his body was filled to the brim, teetering on the brink of explosion, prompting Leah to retract her hand. "Now, rise and test your abilities." Leah regarded Pietro with a spark of curiosity. It was her first encounter with a speedster. She wondered if, with her assistance, Pietro's powers would surpass those depicted in the films. Pietro gradually stood, and, as he took a step forward, he surged forth like a flash of white lightning. Observing his velocity, Leah estimated it to be at least 600 times the speed of sound. Hela, witnessing Pietro's swiftness, was equally astonished. Such speed was impressive, and even her own maximum velocity paled in comparison. Yet, here was someone who had just awakened their abilities and could already achieve such rapidity. She wondered how fast he could become in practice. 2 seconds later, Pietro reappeared before Leah. Kneeling on one knee, his face flushed with exhilaration. In those mere 2 seconds, he had traversed every corner of the quaint town, experiencing a sensation akin to the world halting in its tracks, which he found immensely pleasurable. This revelation made him acutely aware that even this modicum of energy had rendered him remarkably potent. How formidable must Leah, the master of positive energy, truly be? "Excellent. Keep training. There is room for growth." "Yes, ma'am," Pietro replied with enthusiasm. Nearby, Wanda gazed enviously at her brother, yearning for such formidable powers. She then looked at Leah with hopeful eyes. Leah did not disappoint Wanda. Placing her hand upon her head, she infused Wanda's body with an immense surge of spatial energy. What had been an ordinary occurrence soon manifested as flecks of red particles enveloped her. Under the influence of this power, objects around her began to levitate, some even gradually transforming into a grayish hue. "Remarkable absorption," Leah exclaimed, astonished. The energy she had just channeled into Wanda was over 100 times that of Pietro's. Yet it still did not seem to satisfy her. "Let us see just how much you can absorb." In the next instant, Leah exponentially increased the velocity of energy transmission, flooding Wanda's petite form with an unending torrent of power. As this energy radiated outward, the surrounding space began to warp, and just as it appeared on the verge of shattering, Wanda finally felt a sense of fullness. Leah quickly withdrew her hand, her heart racing, not from concern over her own energy reserves, but from the fear of accidentally overwhelming Wanda. After absorbing sufficient energy, Wanda's expression suddenly contorted, and Leah sensed an awareness attempting to breach the defenses she had established around her, seeking to permeate Wanda's being. "TSK, is that you, Zysorn?" Recognizing this consciousness, Leah knew without a doubt that it bore the mark of the dark magic deity, Zysorn. Sensing the emergence of this generation's Scarlet Witch, Zysorn was unable to contain his eagerness to possess her. However, upon his descent into the mortal realm, he encountered formidable obstacles. The earth was enveloped by an overwhelming force. The prospect of invasion proved exceedingly challenging. Nevertheless, the aura emanating from this Scarlet Witch was exponentially more potent than her predecessors, making it difficult for Zysorn to relinquish his ambitions. Consequently, he resorted to dark sorcery in a desperate attempt to forcibly breach the defenses and descend upon the Scarlet Witch. "Your name is Zysorn." In the next moment, Xysorn heard this proclamation, swiftly followed by a hand imbued with boundless energy striking his face. It cast him back into the dimensional realm, simultaneously amplifying the Earth's defenses to unprecedented levels. Now, even if Xysorn wished to force his way through, it was utterly impossible. Cursby, if you possess any ability, reveal yourself in the realm of reality. I shall rend you asunder. Xysorn roared in impotent fury. Chapter 45. The eruption of chaotic power. Leah paid no heed to Xysorn's vitriol, casually delivering a slap that rendered him inconsequential, her focus shifting entirely to the Scarlet Witch. How immensely powerful! Wanda marveled at her own body, feeling an inexhaustible wellspring of energy surging within her, red particles continuously emanating from her being. This power was undoubtedly capable of enacting vengeance. Closing her eyes, Wanda savored the relentless flow of strength within her, her voice brimming with joy and exhilaration at the prospect of revenge. The despair she once felt as a child, witnessing a Stark Industries missile poised to detonate before her, transformed into the exhilarating anticipation of retribution. Strength, an unending cascade of strength, continued to amplify. Wanda spread her arms wide, reveling in the enhancement of her form by chaotic magic. Under its influence, her once frail physique, a result of prolonged hunger, rejuvenated to its most robust state. Even her spirit underwent a metamorphosis. The reluctance she initially felt about joining Leah vanished entirely. Now, due to the energy coursing through her, Wanda regarded Leah with an unparalleled sense of kinship. Master, I sense my power has multiplied exponentially. Truly, your strength is extraordinary. Wanda restrained her elation and excitement, sharing her exhilaration with her master. In this moment, she felt profoundly fulfilled. To Wanda, Leah appeared supremely sacred and magnificent, descending from the heavens to bestow strength upon her in her time of need. Akin to a hero from fairy tale. Observing this transformation, Leah grew curious. Why did the awakening of Wanda's abilities elicit such a dramatic change in her demeanor? The warmth in her gaze suggested a closeness that made Leah ponder if Wanda had been manipulated by some external force, had she not been fully aware of the situation. In the original narrative, it seems that Wanda has developed an affection for the robotic Vision. Wanda's abilities were awakened by the Mind Stone, whereas Vision was created through the same stone. This suggests that Wanda's feelings for the robotic Vision may very well be influenced by the Mind Stone. Upon reflecting on this, Leia's confusion dissipated. She remarked how a spirited young woman could possibly be enamored with a mere hunk of metal, especially one that lacks aesthetic appeal. Wanda, how do you feel? Is there a risk of losing control over your powers? Leia inquired, noting that the recent intrusion of Shizen's consciousness might pose certain dangers. Wanda shook her head, indicating that all was well. She merely mused on the immense power she wielded, feeling no sense of uncontrollability, yet uncertain about her ability to wield it accurately. Leia, sensing the tremors beneath their feet, noted that the base was on the verge of self-destruction and instructed Wanda to revert it. Wanda initially expressed confusion, but soon felt the ground quaking, as if something were about to erupt from below. Understanding Leia's intent, she quickly nodded in agreement, placing her hands upon the ground as a crimson glow emanated from her palms, spreading outward until it enveloped the entire base. As she channeled the chaotic energy, the previously trembling ground gradually settled. Ultimately, a muffled thud resonated from below, and then silence reigned once more as Wanda stood upright. Leia approached Wanda joyfully, patting her shoulder with a cheerful tone. Well done. You truly are someone I hold in high regard. Indeed, you are as remarkable as I anticipated. Nay, my humble abilities pale in comparison to my master, Wanda replied, feeling both elated and bashful at Leia's praise. She believed that all her strength was bestowed by Leia. Without her, she would still be the same as before, sustained by hatred for Stark, deceiving herself into believing she could gain power within this laboratory to exact her revenge. Yet now, she had not only acquired sufficient power for vengeance, but also secured an immensely powerful ally, something she had never dared to dream of before. Leia beamed with satisfaction. Her intention in granting Wanda strength was to secure her loyalty and future potential. It is well known that the Avengers are often referred to as the female Avengers, as many female heroes possess abilities that far surpass their male counterparts, particularly Wanda, who, if she continues to thrive, is destined to become a being of cosmic caliber. Of course, Wanda has only just awakened. Despite her considerable improvement with Leia's assistance, she has merely reached a sub-god level. After some contemplation, Leia suggested, "Did you not mention a desire to confront Stark for revenge? As fortune would have it, we have no other pressing matters at hand. I shall accompany you on your quest." "Wonderful. Thank you, my master," Wanda and Pietro exclaimed with delight. They remained quite invested in their targets for revenge. Pietro inquired if he should purchase plane tickets, At the pace I'm going, I could procure a ticket in no time. Wanda, exasperated by Pietro's lack of ambition, remarked, with such prowess, how could the master travel by mere airplane? Lia shook her head, saying, it's perfectly fine. If we're flying, I relish the experience as well. By the way, please refrain from calling me master in the future. Boss or your highness will suffice. Wanda was momentarily taken aback, clearly surprised by this unexpected turn. In her mind, Lia was a divine figure, and deities do not travel by plane. However, Wanda quickly collected her thoughts and articulated, I see. So, your highness wishes to experience the life of mortals? How wise of you. Truly befitting of your highness. Let us not exaggerate, Lia replied, slightly embarrassed by the praise. Meanwhile, Hela interjected, so, you can feel shy after all. How delightful for you to have a little admirer by your side. Not at all. You're mistaken, Lia protested. Hela simply smiled in response. Noticing Hela's silence, Lia turned to Pietro and said, as you suggested earlier, please procure tickets for us. Pietro nodded eagerly, yes, your highness. At that moment, freshly awakened to his abilities, Pietro was bursting with excitement. He was determined to restrain himself from using his powers while Lia was present, but now he saw the opportunity to explore while obtaining the tickets. As he was about to leave, Lia gently tapped Pietro on the head with a gold ingot, saying, how will you buy tickets without any money? Oh, I completely forgot. Pietro scratched his head sheepishly, appearing somewhat endearing. Yet, he did not neglect his task. Seizing the gold ingot from Lia, he vanished in an instant. Chapter 46. The aftermath of distaste. Only 3 individuals remained, exchanging glances. Lia sensed the atmosphere had grown quiet, and took the initiative to speak. By the way, this Hydra base should still have other test subjects. Wanda, please release them. Yes, your highness. Wanda replied earnestly, her expression serious as she acknowledged the command. Then turned to head towards the room where the other subjects were confined. Once Wanda was out of sight, Lia exhaled a sigh of relief. Just moments ago, she had nearly succumbed to the urge to affectionately ruffle Wanda's adorable little face. Thankfully, her dignity as the boss had restrained her impulsive behavior. Lia reminded herself that she and Wanda were not yet close. Such an action would surely startle the young girl. After spending some time together, once their bond deepened, anything she wished to do with Wanda would be effortless. Just as Lia was lost in daydreams of their future camaraderie beside her, Hela noticed Lia lost in thought. Gazing in the direction Wanda had departed, an inexplicable pang of jealousy surged within her. What was so captivating about that woman? They had only just met, yet she had bewitched you so thoroughly. Truly fickle and capricious, a veritable harlot. Hela, feeling somewhat sour, remarked, the person has already left. Why are you still daydreaming? Lia, abruptly pulled from her reverie, quickly discerned Hela's tone. Clearly, she was envious. Although Lia lacked practical experience in such matters, she considered herself a master of theoretical knowledge. And this moment presented an ideal opportunity for her to put theory into practice. Taking Hela's hand, Lia shook it gently and said, sister, I was just contemplating whether there might be anything intriguing hidden within this vast base. Shall we explore together? Such a simplistic ruse would hardly deceive Hela. Yet Lia's playful demeanor made it difficult for her to resist. I'll follow your lead, Hela replied, her face lighting up with a maternal glow. If former adversaries were to witness this transformation, they would surely be astounded, for the once merciless Hela, who would kill without a second thought and even grin malevolently while doing so, had vanished without a trace. Lia led Hela through the Hydra base, filled with curiosity and energy. As they wandered, Lia could hardly remain idle, whether searching for secret passages along the walls or playfully kicking over a trash can, peering inside as though it might conceal some hidden treasure. Meanwhile, Wanda moved swiftly, efficiently extracting all the test subjects from Hydra base. A few of the subjects attempted to resist, but with the incantation of chaotic magic, they were instantly rendered into marionettes, thus pacifying the remaining subjects considerably. Wanda commandeered a few drivers, entrusting them with the vehicles from the Hydra base, instructing them to transport the remaining subjects to a nearby town. Having completed these tasks, Wanda hurriedly made her way back to Lia. On Lia's side, she stumbled upon something remarkably intriguing within a storage room. A document containing information about the abomination, which had been sent flying by Hercules' slap. It was revealed that the abomination had been taken by Hydra after losing consciousness. Although there was no mention of a Hulk, what piqued Lia's interest was not who had taken the abomination, but rather that Hydra scientists were conducting research on it, aiming to recreate the serum that produced the Hulk. Indeed, they had made some progress, albeit only a partial success. The serum they developed granted immense power, but the side effect was a descent into madness. The report indicated that hundreds of giants had broken free from control and were currently wreaking havoc in New York. Lia could not help but applaud their reckless actions, Such feats were beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person, especially considering she had only left New York a mere few weeks prior. The city, already in disarray, was now being ravaged by hundreds of giants. It was an utter catastrophe. Hela, observing the shifting expressions on Leah's face, curiously inquired if she recognized these giants and whether they were formidable. Leah pondered momentarily, hesitating between voicing her thoughts. Ultimately, she decided to share a brief account with Hela. I have encountered abominations before. Based on their strength, they are incomparable to us. However, should they target humanity, it would spell disaster capable of annihilating an entire city, Leah articulated, tossing the documents back onto the table. Hela merely asked out of curiosity, without any intent to delve deeper, and upon hearing Leah's explanation, she shifted her focus elsewhere. Leah sensed that Wanda had seen everyone off and had no intention of lingering in the Hydra base any longer. She grasped Hela's hand and exited, fortuitously encountering Wanda, who was searching for her. Wanda greeted Leah with a broad smile, only to notice Leah holding Hela's hand. For reasons unknown, Wanda suddenly blurted out, "Your Highness, may I hold your hand?" Leah was taken aback by her words. Immediately regretting her utterance, Wanda chastised herself for saying such a thing, fearing that Leah would despise her, believing her to be a subordinate lacking in decorum. As these thoughts coursed through her mind, Wanda's head slowly bowed. At that moment, she felt a warm hand enveloping hers. Startled, she looked up to find Leah smiling at her. The sunlight streaming through the window illuminated Leah's head, creating an ethereal halo around her, rendering her almost divine. "Your Highness." At that moment, Wanda felt like the happiest person in the world, resolved never to wash that hand again. Just as Wanda was about to lose herself in daydreams, Pietro suddenly appeared, shattering the atmosphere and pulling Wanda back to reality. Pietro intended to report on his work, but immediately sensed a fierce gaze upon him. A swift glance revealed his sister glaring intensely at him, leaving him perplexed about what had incited her ire. Nevertheless, he decided to proceed with his report. "Your Highness, I have secured the fastest flight to New York. When shall we depart?" The thought of exacting vengeance filled Pietro with an exhilarating tremor. Suddenly, he remembered something and extracted a card from his pocket, presenting it to Leah. "This is the remainder from exchanging gold for currency." Leah did not even glance at the card, casually waving her hand, "Keep it." With that, the group did not linger, heading straight to the airport in preparation for their inaugural flight. In a past life, a parachuting accident had claimed her life. Surely, nothing untoward would occur during this flight. She mused. Chapter 47. Again at us soon. The group boarded the flight to New York. It was perplexing that despite the presence of hundreds of giants wreaking havoc in New York, flights were still operational. Could this be the essence of the legendary American spirit of freedom? Leia, bewildered yet profoundly astonished, could hardly comprehend it. Upon entering the aircraft, Hela curiously surveyed the interior, remarking, "Is this what a plane looks like? It hardly seems capable of reaching outer space. I suppose I must make do and sit here, just to fulfill a small wish of mine." With that, they made their way to first class. As they stepped into the first-class cabin, Leia immediately sensed an aura that rivaled her own. Earth truly harbored remarkable talents. It was astonishing to find someone of such caliber here. As she pondered this, her gaze shifted toward a purple-haired girl seated by the window. Upon closer inspection, Leia realized she had never encountered this individual in the Marvel Universe. However, considering her presence on Earth at this time, coupled with her purple hair, it could only be one person. Remaining stationary, Leia's intrigue piqued Hela's curiosity, who followed Leia's gaze and spotted the purple-haired beauty. "What is it? Does she pose a problem?" Hela inquired. "No, it's nothing of the sort," Leia replied with a playful tone. "I believe I've discovered a runaway extraterrestrial." As she spoke, Leia gradually approached the purple-haired girl. "Look what I found. A wild Ganata. We must sneak up on her and capture her. We cannot let her escape, for her protein content is 7 times that of beef," Leia teased. Indeed, the girl before them was Ganata, the daughter of the planet Devourer. As the offspring of such a formidable being, Ganata was proficient in all the technologies of the universe. Even Tony Stark would appear as merely a clever snail in her presence. Furthermore, Ganata possessed strength second only to that of the planet Devourer himself. At this moment, the realms, including Asgard, would seem like a delectable cake awaiting a taste, utterly incapable of resistance, especially in the face of Ganata, if one were to exclude Leia from the equation. It appeared that Ganata had only recently arrived on Earth. After all, during her previous scan, Leia had not detected Ganata's presence, confirming that she had only just arrived. "Is this the way to greet someone here?" Ganata asked, a hint of confusion in her voice. In truth, she had noticed Leia the moment their eyes met. After all, if a being of singular cosmic caliber could go unnoticed, then all her time spent following her father, the planet Devourer, would have been in vain. "You guessed correctly," Leia exclaimed. "As a reward, I shall grant you some energy." With that, a vast and potent energy surged forth from Leia's hand, presented before Granada. Granada, gazing at the immense and pure energy before her, swallowed hard and cautiously inquired, "Is this for me?" Leia smiled and nodded. "Then I shall not hold back." Upon finishing her words, Granada opened her mouth, and a powerful suction emanated from within, causing the energy in Leia's hands to instantaneously be drawn into Granada's mouth. In that moment, Granada no longer cared why Leia knew her, nor did she fear potential repercussions from the energy provided by Leia. As a member of the planet-devouring race, there was nothing in this world they could not consume. The instant the energy entered, Granada felt her previously empty stomach begin to fill, a singular surge of energy granting her a sensation of satiety. This revelation ignited hope within Granada, who had been driven nearly to madness by hunger, for the prospect of never having to endure starvation again. With a gaze filled with a hint of pleading and hope, Granada addressed Leia. "Although I do not know your name, could you possibly provide me with more of this energy?" Following her request, she hastily clarified, as if worried she might be misunderstood as seeking something for nothing. "Of course. I shall offer something in exchange. I possess many valuable items." "Is that so?" Leia stroked her chin, seemingly contemplating something, and smiled as she replied to Granada. "However, I do not desire anything you have." Upon witnessing Leia's demeanor, Granada panicked. It would not do for Leia to refuse her offers, as that would mean she could not acquire energy. The fear of future hunger loomed large in Granada's mind. Her thoughts raced, contemplating what she could possibly offer in exchange for energy. While her technology was indeed advanced, it depended on whom it was applied to. If it were a standard celestial-level being, she could undoubtedly offer enough. Even against an ordinary singular universe-level entity, she had confidence in her ability to negotiate. Yet, the young girl before her, based solely on the purity and immense quantity of the energy provided, coupled with the lack of any sign of weakness after bestowing such a gift, indicated that she was far from an ordinary singular universe-level individual. She might even be on the threshold of the multiverse level. As Granada wrestled with her thoughts, a voice interrupted her musings. "How about you follow me? As my subordinate, you will never go hungry." Upon hearing Leia's words, Granada's eyes instantly sparkled with excitement. If it meant she could eat her fill, what was it to be a subordinate? This was hardly a concern. Without hesitation, Granada declared, "I accept. From now on, you shall be my leader." The moment she uttered those words, a charming and adorable face suddenly drew near, mere inches away, almost colliding with hers. "No need for such formality. Just call me Leia from now on." In the next instant, Leia's voice rang in Granada's ear, playfully teasing. It seemed as though Leia delighted in witnessing Granada's astonishment as she leaned closer. Though not frightened, Leia could sense Granada's body tense slightly at that moment of proximity. "Oh, why are you suddenly so close?" Granada was completely oblivious to how Leia had approached her. This sudden occurrence indeed startled her. But soon a tremendous surge of energy emanated from Leia, prompting Granada to instinctively assess the extent of Leia's power. To her astonishment, the results revealed an infinite energy level, leaving even the seasoned Granada astounded. What could this mean? Infinite? Leia's energy was boundless. Yet, amidst her astonishment, a wave of elation surged within Granada. This meant she would never have to endure hunger again. Moreover, she would no longer need to consume anything else. It was peculiar, for despite being a planet devourer, capable of consuming all, it had developed an affinity for Earth the moment she arrived. Reluctant to devour the planet and its inhabitants, Granada had been persistently resisting the urge to consume the bountiful food around her, enduring hunger until this very moment. Do not underestimate the severity of hunger. It can drive even a deity to madness, as evidenced by the invincible planet devourer, reduced to a mindless beast by the pangs of starvation. Chapter 48. A Trivial Matter. Do not fret. Leia smiled as she playfully ruffled Granada's hair. "Never mind. Given the immense energy you provide, I shall overlook it." Granada felt a tinge of bashfulness, yet responded with her characteristic pride. "By the way, Granada, why are you heading to New York as well?" Leia inquired, her tone devoid of significant curiosity. She understood that Granada's eagerness stemmed solely from her desire to seek out sustenance, and the outcome did not surprise Leia. "I detected that there are numerous high-quality food sources in New York, and I wanted to see if there are any adversaries worth consuming." Granada continued, "But now that I have encountered you, I suppose I shall no longer suffer from hunger. Is that so?" Subsequently, the Scarlet Witch employed her chaos magic to erase the memories of all passengers in first class, altering their recollections so that Leia and her companions were seated beside Granada. Granada gazed at Wanda in surprise. Was this not the power of that fellow, sure son? Turning to Leia, who displayed no reaction, Granada refrained from voicing her curiosity. After all, if the leader had said nothing, what right did she have to question it? The aircraft journeyed for a considerable distance, soon arriving above New York City. where a vast canyon spanning thousands of meters was easily visible. Eventually, the plane landed at the airport in New York, and Leah and her companions disembarked. No sooner had they stepped outside than they were met with a cacophony of roaring sounds emanating from the direction of New York. Utilizing her superhuman vision, Leah effortlessly discerned the chaos unfolding in the heart of the city. The center of New York had transformed into a wasteland, with dozens of giants rampaging through the ruins, while countless soldiers fired upon them. However, the outcome was far from satisfactory. The damage inflicted by his own firepower upon the giants was negligible. While the giants could effortlessly swat away a heavy tank with a mere flick of their hand, dozens of armored suits soared through the skies, incessantly firing upon the giants below. The thunderous roar just moments ago was indeed caused by the missiles launched from the suits. Among the myriad of silver suits, one particular mech stood out, distinct from the others. It was the crimson armor donned by Tony Stark. Presently, Stark found himself in dire straits. After a grueling day of battle, what had once been hundreds of armored suits had dwindled to merely a few dozen. Furthermore, most of these were severely damaged, and his own suit was on the verge of exhausting its energy reserves, having only managed to eliminate a mere handful of giants. Stark's predicament was grave, and he needed to rush over to assess the situation. Otherwise, the consequences could be disastrous. With that thought, a fissure opened in the space before him, and Leah stepped through, followed closely by her companions without hesitation. At that moment, Stark could not suppress his expletives. Damn it! Those military fools only know how to create chaos for me. Are they not satisfied with the destruction caused by that ancient queen? Just then, a mechanical voice interrupted. Mr. Stark, the armor's energy reserves are at a mere 10. It is advisable to retreat and replenish energy. This was none other than Jarvis, Tony Stark's artificial intelligence assistant. You're right, Jarvis. I should be celebrating Pepper's birthday, not battling monsters and cleaning up the mess created by the military. Stark grumbled. Sir, calculating the time. If you return now, you will still have time to blow out the birthday cake candles. Oh, what a small fortune amidst this misfortune. Jarvis calculated the quickest escape route and prepared for withdrawal. Stark issued a command to Jarvis. Received, calculating the optimal route. Just as Tony Stark was preparing to retreat, a giant, having stealthily maneuvered around to a blind spot, picked up a manhole cover and hurled it at Stark in the sky. Jarvis reacted swiftly, activating the thrusters to evade, but alas, it was a moment too late. The manhole cover struck the armored suit directly, with a resounding crash. The armored suit plummeted to the ground as if it had lost all power. Damn it, Jarvis, assess the current status of the suit. Currently assessing. Power system damaged. Energy cannon damaged. Missile launch system damaged. Listening to Jarvis enumerate the damaged components was too much for Tony Stark. He erupted in anger, shouting, "Stop with the useless information. Tell me what is still operational." Only the air purification system remains intact. Damn it. In a fit of rage, Tony attempted to raise his hand, but found himself utterly immobilized by the damaged suit that ensnared him, unable to move an inch. With only his head capable of lifting, Tony found himself utterly despaired as he beheld the multitude of bloodthirsty and frenzied giants advancing towards him. In that dire moment, he recognized that no savior would arrive. Only death awaited him. Initially, he believed he should feel anger, resentment, or even fear, yet none of these emotions surfaced. Instead, he was overwhelmed by regret. He had never truly confessed his feelings to Pepper, had not wed her, and now scarcely had time to utter his final words. As the giants approached, one loomed over him with a ghastly grin, raising a colossal hand to crush Tony Stark. Instinctively, Tony closed his eyes, but after a brief moment, the anticipated pain failed to materialize. Upon opening his eyes, he was astonished to find that the giant's massive hand was firmly grasped by a delicate palm, impervious to the giant's strength, as if it were an iron vice. Turning his head with great difficulty, Tony finally identified the owner of that hand, a stunning woman clad in a maid's attire, accompanied by a host of others. Upon recognizing one of the individuals among them, Tony's eyes widened in shock. The dark golden hair, the black gown reminiscent of their first encounter, and the distinctive tuft of hair swaying in the air all pointed to the true architect of New York's devastation returning to the city. To the standards of mere mortals, their strength was commendable, yet Tony marveled at how these humans had managed to achieve such feats. Hela calmly assessed the giants' power while playfully critiquing them. Leah chimed in, urging faith in humanity's potential, asserting that they could accomplish anything. I am disinclined to intervene. Let Hela deal with these monsters, Leah instructed nonchalantly, as if the creatures were merely ants, easily crushed underfoot. Indeed, to Hela, these monsters were akin to insignificant insects. Upon receiving her command, a glimmer of excitement and a hint of madness illuminated her face. It has been far too long since I last tasted blood. Consider today a warm-up. With a fierce tug on the giant's hand, she effortlessly pulled it closer to her side, and with her other hand, she struck at the giant's face. A sickening crack echoed as the giant's head spun violently on its torso, ultimately severing the muscles of its neck and sending the head flying. Undoubtedly, this giant was dead beyond revival. Yet Hela did not relent. She charged towards the next approaching giant, and a brutal melee ensued. It would be more accurate to call a massacre. Hela summoned the Sword of Death, wielding it with such grace that it was as if she were slicing through vegetables. Amidst the throng of giants, with every few seconds, another head would soar through the air, a testament to Hela's restraint, as she was merely toying with them. While Hela was preoccupied with annihilating the monsters, Leah approached the opulent Tony Stark without a shred of embarrassment, seizing the helmet of his armored suit and crushing it, revealing his face adorned with a small mustache. Behind him, Wanda and Pietro exhibited expressions of resentment upon seeing Tony's face. However, constrained by Leah's lack of instruction, they refrained from seeking vengeance. Is it not, Tony? It has been a few days since I last saw such a disheveled appearance, Leah remarked playfully. In response to her teasing, Tony could only manage a wry smile, saying, "Yes, I am genuinely grateful for your timely rescue. I shall repay you for this favor." Leah replied with a smile, "Let's not jump to conclusions so early. I may not necessarily be your savior." With that, she turned her head, signaling Wanda and Pietro to proceed. Leah stepped back, preparing to observe the unfolding drama. Wanda and Pietro approached Tony Stark, their fury palpable to anyone with eyesight. "My dear friends, I do not recall having wronged you in any way." Chapter 49, Unconsciousness. Pietro did not respond to his query. Instead, he declared, "Stark, we are here for retribution." Tony Stark was momentarily taken aback. Retribution? Before he could ponder where he had offended anyone, a fist rapidly loomed in his vision, and with a resounding thud, it left his eye bruised and swollen. "What on earth are you doing? At least clarify your intentions," Stark shouted, instinctively attempting to raise his hands to shield his face, but his mechanical arms refused to cooperate. "You claim ignorance? You, the Butcher, are unaware of how many lives you have claimed?" Pietro shouted in fury, lifting Stark's armored form as if to hurl it downwards. "Wait," Wanda interjected, halting Pietro's actions. Pietro turned to her with a look of confusion. "Explain it to him clearly. Let him comprehend his sins." Upon hearing this, Pietro released his grip, allowing Tony Stark to slump back to the ground. "Cough, cough. Butcher? Indeed, I have been branded so before. Yet I have never taken a life myself," Tony Stark retorted, struggling for breath after Pietro's throw. "You may not have killed anyone, but do you comprehend how your weapons fell into the hands of terrorists? Do you know what they have done? They obliterated our home, murdered our parents, and left my sister and me in despair. All of this is because of you," Pietro exclaimed, his emotions spiraling out of control as he sought to unleash years of pent-up grievances. Stark was momentarily stunned by this revelation. Although he had not directly sold weapons to terrorists, he recognized his culpability. In the past, he had envisioned crafting weapons that were ever more powerful and costly, so formidable that any adversary not wielding Stark Industries armaments would be doomed to failure. He believed that such exorbitance would curtail wars, even if it barely covered the costs of artillery. It was a naive thought, yet Stark had clung to it. After being imprisoned and betrayed by his most trusted uncle, enduring various tribulations, he finally came to a profound realization. Regardless of their price, weapons would always incite conflict. Only he could usher in peace. Thus, he donned the suit of iron, transforming into the harbinger of justice, the Iron Man. At least this was his own belief. Yet now, two children, rendered destitute by the very weapons he had engineered, stood before him, confronting him with the stark reality of the families his creations had shattered. Could he still smile in the face of those whose lives had been irrevocably altered? Could he confidently proclaim himself as Iron Man? The answer was a resounding no. "I am deeply sorry, children," Stark murmured, his gaze cast downward. Yet, all present were far from ordinary. They keenly perceived the weight of his apology. However, Wanda's fury would not be quelled by mere words. "Does an apology hold any value? Can it restore my family? Do you comprehend how we survived? We were a family of 4, blissfully gathered around the dinner table, parents deliberating on our schooling, enveloped in happiness. Then, in an instant, a missile struck our home. With a deafening roar, our house crumbled, and our parents fought desperately to save my brother and me. We scarcely had time to grieve their loss when another missile fell before us, rendering us paralyzed by fear. Terrified that the very weapon marked Stark Industries would obliterate us just as it had our home. We stared at that missile for 3 days, convinced that death was imminent, until we were finally rescued. Now, do you understand why we seek your life? Because of Stark Industries. Because every moment we yearn for vengeance against you." Wanda reached out, lifting Stark's increasingly bowed head. But upon witnessing the expression on his face, she froze. The pride that once adorned his features had been replaced by anguish. His once arrogant eyes were now red-rimmed, brimming with unshed tears, tears from a man who had never wept in the face of death. I'm sorry. I deeply apologize. The gaze that once met any challenge now evaded the innocent eyes of a little girl. I know that the harm I have inflicted upon you is irreparable. Even if it was never my intention, I am inextricably linked to the devastation. I understand that forgiving me, the architect of your suffering, is a formidable task. But please believe me when I say I have changed. I will no longer arrogantly assume I can control everything. I wish to make amends. Yet I recognize that my wealth and fame cannot alter your tragic past. Thus, all that remains is my life. If it can bring you even a modicum of solace, take it. With these words, Stark closed his eyes, the tears that had threatened to fall remaining unspilled. The sorrow and pain etched upon his face were inescapable. He could not fathom the depth of hatred harbored by two children who had stared at a missile for 3 days, caught between the shadows of death and the grip of fear. Although these actions were not directly his doing, he could have prevented them. He was aware of his uncle's many schemes, yet he had always dismissed them as inconsequential. In his arrogance, he believed that his significance stemmed from Stark Industries, and that his uncle's petty machinations would bear no consequence. The result, however, was the ruin of numerous families, and now they sought vengeance. He must now pay the price for his transgressions. Do you think that by feigning remorse, we will spare you? Wanda's hands glowed crimson as Stark was suspended in midair. She fixed her gaze upon Stark, searching for a glimmer of regret or defensiveness upon his countenance, but found none. His expression and soul were steeped in self-loathing, as if he bore the weight of all the blame alone, shouldering the burden of every mistake. At that moment, Wanda, through the intrusion of chaos magic into Stark's psyche, came to a profound understanding of the man before her. He was timid, afraid of losing his friends. He was arrogant, attributing all imperfections solely to himself. He was lonely, for his thoughts were seldom understood by others. He was insecure, carrying the guilt of his friend's death, believing he must become a better person. He aspired to be a good man. The deeper Wanda delved into Stark's heart, the more her murderous intent wavered, until, in a final act of violence, she hurled Stark against the wall, rendering him unconscious. Standing there, Wanda gasped for breath, not from physical exhaustion, but from an emotional fatigue that weighed heavily upon her. Chapter 50. Upon the throne, oh dear. Aren't you going to kill him? Leah said with a cheerful smile as she sidled up to Wanda, clearly delighted. After harboring resentment for so many years, how could she simply let it go without a fight? Wanda, still catching her breath, remained silent. Observing Wanda's demeanor, Leah chose to refrain from further provocation and shifted her attention to Tony Stark. Since you have decided against killing him, I have just a brilliant idea. Allow me to handle him. With that, Leah disregarded Wanda and Pietro's feelings entirely, dragging the unconscious Stark towards Hela. Is Hela still not finished? I need those giant corpses. Hela glanced at Leah as she approached, effortlessly dispatching the last giant in her path. They're all right here. By the way, what do you need the giant corpses for? This, Leah replied with a gleeful smile. You'll find out shortly. Reaching Hela's side, Leah surveyed the scattered corpses on the ground and snapped her fingers. In an instant, all the bodies vanished, only to reappear before her, piled high into a great mound. Without a hint of disgust, Leah leaped atop the heap of corpses. Then, placing Tony Stark atop his throne, Leah took a moment to reconsider, feeling that it was not entirely fitting. With another snap of her fingers, the Iron Man suits, which had previously malfunctioned due to Leah's magic, materialized before her. Without hesitation, she melded the numerous suits together, ultimately forming a regal seat. Leah positioned Iron Man upon this throne and leapt back to admire her creation, only to furrow her brow, sensing that something vital was still missing. As Leah pondered the deficiency, Gonada approached, gazing at the seated Tony Stark upon the Iron Throne. She couldn't help but exclaim, wow, this looks incredibly cool. He resembles a lone hero who has fought valiantly until his last breath. Yet, there's a lingering feeling that he lacked a sword. As it was customary in tales to depict heroes fallen in battle, propped up amidst the carnage by their weapon when reinforcements arrived. Upon hearing Gonada's comment, Leah instantly recognized what was missing, joyously embracing her companion and declaring, exactly, Gonada, you are brilliant, truly a worthy subordinate. After releasing her embrace, she hopped back to Stark's side. Oh, it's not that impressive, Gonada feigned modesty. Then curiously inquired of Hela, is this the typical reaction when someone is complimented? Hela coldly replied, no one reacts that way. Is that so? Gonada mused, tilting her head in confusion. Leah approached Stark, extending her hand into the nearby space to traverse dimensions, retrieving a Western longsword from a museum somewhere on Earth. She then adjusted Stark's posture, placing the sword into the gauntlet of the iron suit and resting it atop the lifeless body beneath him, as Stark remained in a state of unconsciousness. This caused his form to slump, and after several attempts to sit him upright, Leah resorted to bending the iron suit to secure him in place. Upon jumping down and gazing upward, Leah beheld a striking scene illuminated by sunlight. Blood stained his armor, yet his visage remained serene and resolute, his eyes firmly shut, as if he were contemplating something profound, perhaps vigilantly watching over all he had once protected. Hela, barely able to contain her annoyance, remarked, "You don't need to narrate this, do you?" In his grasp lay a sharp longsword, its blade shimmering faintly, a testament to his courage and determination, as well as the conclusion of his life. "Leah, why are you writing this?" Ganata questioned, perplexed, as she leaned closer to Leah, who was diligently inscribing words upon a wooden plaque. Leah paid her no mind, crafting a narrative upon the 5-meter-tall board. The wind tousled his hair, gently caressing his face. An aura of heroism enveloped him, as if his spirit lingered on this battlefield. Snowflakes descended from the sky, softly blanketing him. He seemed to stand alone, like a solitary peak on the battlefield. Hela, in exasperation, remarked that it was not winter. No. Where did the snow come from? Astonished, Hela caught a snowflake, realizing it was summer. How could there be snow? Was this perhaps a new ability of Leah's? However, observing Leah still rooted in place, seemingly admiring her own eloquence, nodding and smacking her lips, she hardly appeared to be utilizing any powers. Upon looking up, she discovered a purple figure in the sky, scattering snowflakes. It was Janata. Earlier, Janata had seen the unmentioned snowflakes, but now, with no snow falling, it felt somewhat incongruous to the scene. Thus, to satisfy her leader's desires, Janata decided to create an artificial snowfall. She floated up into the sky and began to sprinkle snow, but upon glancing at the piles of corpses below, Janata thought the amount of snow was rather insufficient. Moreover, she realized that once she left, the snow would quickly melt away. Therefore, under the watchful eyes of Hela and the recently recovered Wanda siblings, a purple energy orb shot straight into the clouds, exploding like fireworks. Subsequently, the entire New York City was enveloped in dark clouds, and delicate white snowflakes began to fall, draping the city in a pristine white cloak. Leah witnessed Janata's actions and gave her a thumbs up, expressing her admiration for the endeavor. She then retrieved her camera, set the wooden sign aside, and began snapping photos of Tony Stark from every conceivable angle, capturing him in 360 degrees without missing a detail. It was only when Leah sensed another life force approaching that she ceased her activity. Turning to everyone, Leah announced, "All right, since the task is complete, shall we depart?" "What about Tony Stark?" Wanda asked, gazing at the seated figure amidst the corpses with a complex expression. Leah beamed brightly, cheerfully suggesting, "Let us just leave him here. I can already feel others are coming. I'm truly eager to see their reactions upon encountering this scene." "How cruel." Hela cast a sympathetic glance at Tony Stark, realizing that since aligning with Leah, her moral standards had unexpectedly risen. At least she only took lives without resorting to humiliating others. What fate awaited Tony Stark in Leah's hands? That was truly uncertain. "All right, let us hasten our departure. It would be detrimental if we were seen." Suddenly, a spatial rift opened ahead, and Leah urged Hela and the others to quickly leave for an optimal vantage point. Observing her urgency, everyone present couldn't help but worry about how many would harbor resentment towards them in the future. Chapter 51. The photograph. They soon arrived atop a nondescript high-rise. In the distance, a helicopter was approaching, evidently drawn by the earlier display of fireworks. Inside the helicopter, a blonde beauty was fervently narrating to the audience in the live stream about how arduous it had been to breach the military blockade to reach this location. "Ladies and gentlemen, it is apparent that you have witnessed through the news that chaos has engulfed New York. Hundreds of giants are rampaging through the city, and I, your host Ruth, am here to provide you with a live broadcast of the unfolding events." As she spoke, the host pointed to the swirling snowflakes, noting that despite it being summer, New York was experiencing a heavy snowfall, an undeniably absurd situation. This phenomenon commenced only after the appearance of that purple firework. "We are now approaching the vicinity from whence the purple firework emanated. My goodness, look over there." The cameraman, seemingly astonished by an incredible sight, exclaimed loudly. His voice undoubtedly captured the attention of the host and millions of viewers in the studio, and in that instant, everyone gasped in disbelief. A towering mountain of corpses piled high, with a figure clad in iron armor, seated majestically upon a throne, wielding a sword like an indomitable hero. The studio erupted in excitement. "My word, that armor, it's Iron Man. Could all these corpses be the work of Iron Man? So dashing. Iron Man is so dashing. From this moment forth, I shall be his devoted fan. Truly a superhero." The host, having witnessed this scene, excitedly urged the pilot to descend, her mind racing with potential headlines. "Shocking. Iron Man stands resolute after battling over 100 giants. The untold story of Iron Man and the 100 giants. 100 giants in a frenzy, while Iron Man kicks them away." Leah, observing the spectacle, felt a sense of satisfaction. She retrieved a notebook inscribed with the words Prank Iron Man and marked a large check beside it. Below, various tasks were listed, such as transforming the Hulk into Thanos, allowing Loki to experience a 5-hour freefall, nurturing Thor into a beer belly, and absconding with Thor's hammer. The pages were filled to the brim. Hela merely cast a glance at the contents and felt a chill run down her spine, although she was unaware of who Thanos was. She sensed it could not bode well. May heaven be spared from Leah. Amen. Hela mentally crossed herself, entirely disregarding her Nordic heritage. With that completed, Leah closed her notebook and stretched languidly. With the remaining time, let's embark on a journey. Leah proposed enthusiastically. Hela gazed at the snow-laden sky and sighed, lamenting that it was nearly dark. Where could they possibly go to enjoy themselves? Oh dear, Leah sighed as well, chiding, you still have not broken the mold of conventionality. She then turned to Gianna, asking, Gianna, what shall we do if it gets dark? Simply make it bright again. Gianna answered without hesitation. A perfect response. You shall be rewarded with a candied hawthorn. Leah promptly placed a candied hawthorn in Gianna's mouth. She then turned to Hela and said, let's seek out a beach. It has been far too long since I last swam. Heimdall remained somewhat silent. Could it be that she was growing old? How could she not think of such a simple solution? No, it must not be her fault. After all, which sane person would whimsically alter the weather for such trivial matters? Indeed, she must be the rational one. At this hour, it was 7 p.m., and Leia, along with the others, were basking under the sun on a deserted island. Wanda and Pietro were gradually emerging from their animosity, clad in swimsuits, playing volleyball on the sandy shore. Ganata seemed to have caught a shark somewhere, intending to treat herself to a feast of grilled shark. Leia and Heimdall were reclining on beach chairs, donning sunglasses and sipping coconut juice while observing the merriment on the beach. Heimdall inexplicably felt a maternal instinct surging within her. Ah, what splendid weather. Leia, dressed in a blue strapless top and modest blue beach shorts, gazed at the sky and sighed. Beside her, Heimdall, clad in dark green swimwear, smirked slightly. Wasn't it she who insisted on keeping the sun from setting? Shouldn't the weather conform to her whims? Would such actions truly not lead to the Earth's demise? The principles of physics were on the verge of collapse. If Leia were to learn of Heimdall's thoughts, she would undoubtedly raise her head in pride and proclaim, with the gems I possess, I can do as I please. Indeed, she was free to do as she wished now. Yet, the inhabitants of Earth were in a state of panic. Though it was already 7 p.m., the sun remained directly overhead. This phenomenon incited widespread alarm, with some speculating an impending apocalypse. Experts on the internet rushed to dispel the rumors, asserting that this was a rare natural occurrence, a phenomenon where the sun would momentarily pause its rotation every 10,000 years. The public, however, responded skeptically, questioning if they were being deceived, suggesting instead that the sun was merely on holiday today. Nevertheless, the affairs of the outside world were inconsequential to Leia's enjoyment. Your Highness Leia, would you care to join us for volleyball? Wanda, seeking assistance after losing repeatedly to her brother, called out. Wanda, are you still a child? If you can't win, just call for your parents. Pietro, moving at such speed that he left behind hundreds of afterimages, mocked her with a raised middle finger. Leia stood and walked towards Wanda and the others, declaring, I shall take on 2 opponents. Hearing Leia's somewhat childish remark, Heimdall smiled, reminiscing about her own mischievous childhood. As Leia reached out to catch the volleyball, she suddenly sensed something and turned her gaze skyward, pulling Heimdall into her memories. A torrent of vibrant colors surged directly into the ocean, displacing several meters of seawater, from which emerged 2 battered figures. What happened to you? Leia inquired, glancing at Thor and then at Loki, her brow furrowed in confusion. Thor replied, I was bitten by a snake. Loki retorted, I was bitten by a dog. Who are you calling a dog? Thor exclaimed, grasping Loki by the collar. And who are you calling a snake? Loki grasped Thor's hair from behind. Now I comprehend who inflicted your injuries. Leia shook her head. By the way, have you brought the reality stone? It is with me. Both Thor and Loki released their grips simultaneously, and Thor approached Leia, saying, as he produced a crimson gem, here it is. As he handed the stone to Leia, he whispered, I happen to have a picture of Loki dressed as a bunny girl. Later, I shall exchange it for one of my own. After speaking, he winked at Leia. Truly, one does not enter a household without becoming part of the family. Excellent. You have successfully captured my attention, Leia. Chapter 52. Social Death ISNT. This rather inappropriate? Leia feigned hesitation, yet her movements were swift as she produced 2 stacks of photographs and handed them over. What is inappropriate about it? We are all brothers here. Without hesitation, Thor accepted the photographs and pulled out a few of his own. These were the last remnants he had managed to preserve under Loki's reign. He was counting on these images to redeem his embarrassing photo. Soon, the 2 completed this sordid exchange, yet neither noticed the shadow drawing near. I say, are you 2 no longer avoiding me? The principal here? Loki approached the pair, his expression contorted. At the sound of his voice, Leah and Thor were instantly drenched in sweat. In that moment, their minds raced, conjuring a myriad of excuses. However, it was Leah who first took the plunge into ignominy, accusing Thor, "I was mistaken about you. I never realized you were a pervert who enjoys taking clandestine photos of others. From this day forth, our sibling bond is severed. Do not claim to know me when we are out." With that, Leah shook her head, her face a mask of sorrow, as if she could not fathom that her brother was such a person. If one did not observe her gradually retreating from Loki, he might have genuinely believed her. In the span of mere moments, Leah had absolved herself completely. Thor, however, was incensed. "Loki, did you see that? She is slandering me. She is defaming me. Moreover, Loki, you know me. I am a simple soul, utterly incapable of such acts." Loki disregarded Thor's protestations, his gaze fixated ominously on the photographs in Thor's hand, his tone growing ever more sinister. "Thor, explain yourself. How do you still possess these images?" As he spoke, a dagger materialized in Loki's hand, gliding menacingly across Thor's abdomen. The icy touch sent a shiver through Thor, an overwhelming dread washing over him. He understood that at this point, no explanation would suffice, and he could only confront the reality before him. Even with a prepared mind, the tension made his speech falter. "Oh, Loki, do I still have a chance? I wish to be a good god." To be a good god? Loki's actions grew ever gentler, yet his gaze turned increasingly frigid, causing Thor to tremble in terror at the sight. "Then you must uphold your end of the bargain. You promised to give me all the photographs. What is it you hold now?" Thor implored for another chance, but Loki interjected, pointing directly at Leah, who was hiding behind Hela, stating, "Your credibility in my eyes is akin to Leah's in yours. How can I possibly trust you?" Thor lowered his head in silence for a moment, realizing that there was nothing further to discuss. Loki affirmed, "There is no room for negotiation. You have forced my hand. I could have been a good god." In a sudden outburst, Thor hurled a photograph towards Leah. "No." Loki reached out in an attempt to intervene, but he was a moment too late. The photograph traced a perfect arc through the air, landing effortlessly in Hela's grasp. Instinctively, Hela cast a glance at the photograph, and in that instant, blood vessels filled her eyes, leaving her dizzy and lightheaded, as if something within her was about to erupt. She quickly discarded the photograph and bent over the shore, retching. Ganada, witnessing this, became curious about the photograph's contents, stealing a glance at herself. Instantly, her vision darkened, and she succumbed to unconsciousness. Pietro, possessing an exceptionally keen dynamic vision, had already discerned the image the moment the photograph was released, causing him to faint immediately. Wanda, perplexed by her brother's sudden collapse, used her chaotic magic to probe Pietro's memories, only to confront the unspeakable entity contained therein, leading her to faint beside him. Leah, observing the instantaneous downfall of everyone around her, fought against the urge to glimpse at the photograph, resolutely shutting her eyes. Logically, it was merely a man in women's attire. It shouldn't provoke such overwhelming shock. Yet curiously, both Thor and Loki exuded an indescribable aura when dressed in women's clothing, an inexplicable quality that evoked an intense physiological response. Now, both Thor and Loki appeared ashen, filled with regret. In that moment of throwing, Thor had assumed the photograph solely depicted Loki, but as he recalled that Leah had also shared her photograph with him, he realized there was a portion of himself captured within it as well. Meanwhile, Loki pondered how he might escape this universe, feeling he could no longer endure existence here. As the most formidable of Leah's subordinates, Hela quickly regained her composure, trembling as she stood, and inquired with a mix of desperation and indignation, "Pray tell, where did these fools come from? They cannot possibly be my brothers, can they?" Leah, feeling guilt wash over her, bowed her head, acutely aware that her brothers had tarnished the honor of Asgard. Observing Leah's expression, Hela comprehended the truth, which further shattered her, questioning how many exceptional beings Asgard had fostered. First, there was the unreliable Leah, who, at least, possessed formidable strength. But what are these two? Did they have an affinity for women's attire? And why, oh why, did they don it so poorly? Was my confinement in the dark room not a consequence of my excessive brutality, but rather my insufficient deviation from the norm? At this moment, Hela began to cast doubt upon the educational system of Asgard. How else could one account for the presence of these two individuals? The situation had reached a definitive conclusion, and no matter how fervently Thor and Loki wished to evade reality, their efforts were in vain. The outcome was that their photographs had been exposed to all. Observing the increasingly grave atmosphere, Thor and Loki stealthily drew their weapons, as if intent on silencing any potential witnesses, while Leah seized this opportunity to discreetly slip away. She resolved to merge the reality stone first, and subsequently enhance their respective weapons as a form of recompense. How benevolent of me, Leah mused, as she ambled towards the opulent villa she had crafted with the reality stone, not glancing back. Meanwhile, Thor and Loki indeed contemplated violence, but not to eliminate anyone. Rather, they aimed to employ magic to erase everyone's memories. Yet, just as they were about to act, they were intercepted by Hela, her eyes glinting with fury. The two brothers thought it fortuitous to erase her memory, first before addressing the others. Hela, on the other hand, was determined to teach them a lesson to soothe her own inner turmoil. Without further ado, the three engaged in battle, but within a mere 5 or 6 exchanges, Thor was vanquished, while Loki clung to his illusion magic to endure, though it was evident that his endurance would not last much longer. Chapter 53. The spear that shines at the end of all things. Upon returning to the villa, Leia adeptly consumed the reality stone, a task she had performed thrice before, rendering it devoid of challenge. The moment she completed the consumption, she exhaled a breath of murky air, only to discover that what she expelled consisted of red particles swirling around her like mist, enveloping the entire room. With a mere thought, the red particles vanished, transforming into a sleek, obsidian spear. She intended to forge some weapons for herself, ever since her ascension to a singular cosmic level. The curry stick crafted by the Dwarf King had become ill-suited to her. In truth, wielding the curry stick left her apprehensive about inadvertently shattering it. However, since the issuance of that singular task, her system had remained dormant, resembling the inactivity of the past 9 centuries. Thus, Leia resolved to create her own divine artifact. And this spear was modeled after a renowned weapon from the Fate universe, known as the spear that shines at the end of all things, albeit in a darkened version. Leia also intended to incorporate the weapon's release mechanism, not merely for aesthetic purposes, but to store her 12 most formidable attacks within the spear, allowing her to unleash them at will. Concentrating 12 peak attacks into a single strike, Leia dared not contemplate the magnitude of such power. Not only that, but Leia also intends to inscribe runes upon it that will amplify negative effects. Thus, she will not only augment damage, but also impose detrimental effects upon her foes, achieving a twofold advantage. As for why Leia had not done this previously, it was simply because her energy was overwhelmingly immense. Common weapons, let alone withstand a full force strike, would disintegrate into dust upon mere contact. Even URU metal could not endure Leia's full might. Though she had once lacked knowledge of magic and runes, she now possessed the reality gem. With it, she could effortlessly modify the runes to achieve any desired effect without needing prior expertise. Leia raised her hand, grasping the black spear, as crimson energy surged into it. Increased resilience, automatic regeneration, auto-targeting, armor penetration, automatic return. Numerous attributes were thus imbued. Yet Leia did not cease. The crimson energy continued to pour forth fervently. Halt recovery, stun, confusion, paralysis, continuous weakening, blindness. Countless negative effects were likewise inscribed. After completing these enhancements, Leia infused all her magical power into the spear, an immense surge that even caused fissures to appear upon the artifact forged from the reality gem. However, as the gem's power was activated, the fissures began to mend, and the radiant spear of doom grew increasingly robust. This process repeated 12 times, culminating in the artifact's completion. It was not that Leia wished to diminish its power. 12 iterations were the limit, and even with the reality gem, no stronger metal could be forged. Once the artifact was complete, Leia commenced the sealing process. If these energies were not sealed, they would gradually diminish over time, unless Leia continually infused them with magical power, which was clearly impractical. Thus, the artifact's liberation was required. Darkness, jubilation, desire, decay. Inscribed upon me, I shall dig your grave. O my adversary, perish. Naive riddle, become naught. Holy spear, anchor, shine forth, radiant spear of doom. As each phrase was uttered, the leaking magical energy from the artifact gradually subsided until it vanished, indicating that Leia had sealed it entirely, awaiting the moment of its liberation to reveal the true power of the radiant spear of doom. Leia lovingly caressed the spear, admiring it for a while before placing it within her spatial realm, reserving this weapon for a decisive strike, as the liberation incantation required considerable time to enact. As for why she did not shorten the incantation, it was due to the staggering amount of energy contained within. A direct release could lead to catastrophic consequences, potentially causing the spear to explode in her hands. The liberation incantation served not only to enhance her appearance, but also to harness that energy, delivering a fatal blow to her enemies. After completing the first artifact, the remaining ones proved to be a much simpler endeavor. First, there is the Sword of Oath Victory, which accommodates only 6 full force strikes from Leia, and even its negative effects and self-augmentation capabilities are significantly less than those of the Lance of Radiance at the end. After all, compared to the blade, it is evident that the engraved portions of the spear are somewhat more numerous. However, this also lends the Sword of Oath Victory a rapid release incantation. Cursed King's Hammer, reverse the dawn. Heavenly blaze, sword of oath victory. With the completion of these two noble phantasms, Leah had no intention of forging any additional artifacts, for quality surpasses quantity. Initially, she had contemplated crafting a scabbard, Avalon, but discovered that no matter how she attempted, she could not materialize such a conceptually advanced defensive weapon. Just then, a panel suddenly appeared. Congratulations, host, for completing the hidden task, relying on oneself. Reward: enhanced conceptual weapon Avalon. Description: the enhanced Avalon possesses an indestructible characteristic, surpassing all others. Furthermore, the defensive capabilities of Avalon and the host are calculated at a ratio of 100 million to 1, meaning that as long as the noble phantasm is released, if the opponent's attack does not exceed your defense by a factor of 100 million, they cannot inflict harm upon you. Additionally, Avalon grants immunity to all negative effects and provides a recovery ability, specifically restoring 10 health points per second. Lastly, Avalon bestows upon you eternal life. Would you like to claim it? Incredible. At this moment, even the worldly wise Leah could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Who was it that said the panel was as good as dead? It merely maintained a low profile. Once it showed its hand, it revealed rewards of this caliber. Such as Avalon, it provided precisely what was lacking and even enhanced it. From this moment forth, with Avalon in hand, Leah shall stride confidently through the myriad realms. For she has now secured an invincible position. After a moment of exhilaration, Leah did not forget to claim her reward. Confirmed. Upon selection, a radiant flash enveloped her, and a scabbard, so pure it defied description, materialized before her. However, the instant Leah grasped it, the once innocent scabbard was instantly stained with a dark crimson hue, transforming from a sacred scabbard into a grotesque one. This alteration took even Leah by surprise, and only after a careful examination did she realize that the scabbard could shift its form according to its master's intent. Leah had initially felt that the holy scabbard did not quite match her dark sword of oath victory, but now it was the perfect pairing. She inserted the sword of oath victory into Avalon, and pleased with this exquisite creation, Leah nodded in satisfaction. In high spirits, she resolved to assist Thor and the others in enhancing their weapons. Chapter 54. Volleyball showdown. As Leah pushed open the door, she beheld Thor and Loki, battered and bruised, kneeling on the ground. Nearby, reclining on a beach chair, lay Hela. Judging by the scene, Leah immediately understood what had transpired. It seemed their interactions had been rather eventful. Leah spoke with a hint of relief in her tone. "Where did you?" Just as Sol was about to retort, he was silenced by a cold huff from Hela. Observing his foolish demeanor, Hela chose not to intimidate him further and turned her attention to Leah, inquiring, "Have you completed your tasks?" "Quite effortlessly," Leah replied. "By the way, hand over your weapons. I shall enhance them for you." Although Hela and the others felt a twinge of confusion, they hesitated not and presented their death sword, Mjolnir, and Loki's small dagger to Leah. Upon receiving Loki's dagger, Leah could not help but jest. "Are you aspiring to become the foremost assassin of the Nine Realms?" Loki's expression darkened instantly, and he retorted angrily, "You have no idea what it means to be a mage." "Ah yes, quite right." Leah nodded nonchalantly, her subsequent comment nearly infuriating Loki. A true mage should merely cast a light spell, invest all remaining skills in vitality, and then utilize assassination techniques. After all, an assassin who does not aspire to be a warrior is not a worthy mage. Loki contemptuously flashed her the middle finger. Meanwhile, Sol, resembling a simpleton, chuckled foolishly, entirely oblivious to the impending fracture of their brotherly bond. Disregarding their banter, Leah devoted herself to enchanting and enhancing the weapons. This time, she not only increased the strength of all the weapons, but also meticulously infused them with numerous negative effects and positive attributes, combining them all seamlessly. Before long, the enhancements were complete. Leah returned the weapons to their rightful owners, and Hela's group eagerly picked them up for inspection. After a thorough examination and testing, they grasped the significant improvements their weapons afforded them. For instance, when Sol wielded Mjolnir, he felt as if he could vanquish 10 of his former self. Hela and Loki were equally aware of the enhancements bestowed upon their weapons. Although they were thrilled, they maintained their composure, unlike Sol, who was exhilarated beyond measure at the newfound power of Mjolnir. "In light of your assistance with weapon enhancement, I shall overlook the matter of the photographs you took." Upon uttering this, Sol's words sent a wave of dread through Hela and Loki. They silently chastised themselves for trusting Sol, the fool. Had he remained silent, Leah might have forgotten all about the photographs. But now, as expected, Sol's comment triggered Leah's memory, prompting her to realize she had not seen those photographs since her departure. Casting her gaze around the vicinity, she found no trace of the photographs. Observing Loki's anxious demeanor, Leah understood all too well that the photographs had undoubtedly been destroyed by them. However, what was done was done. Although Leah had once impulsively contemplated sharing those photographs with the entire universe, it had merely been a fleeting thought. Once she regained her composure, Leah realized that such behavior was unacceptable. After all, familial squabbles could be tolerated, but when matters escalated to the point of becoming universally known, it ceased to be a jest. Thus, even though Leah was aware that Loki had disposed of the incriminating photograph, she refrained from commenting further. Instead, she extended an invitation to Thor and Loki to join her for a game of beach volleyball. Upon hearing Leah's invitation, both Thor and Loki felt a wave of relief wash over them, grateful that she had chosen not to address the photograph. Thor, with a cheerful demeanor, exclaimed, "Volleyball. Excellent. Let's play. By the way, how does one play volleyball?" He turned to Loki with a puzzled expression, but Loki simply shook his head in resignation, indicating his lack of knowledge on the matter. With no other option, Leah dashed over to Wanda and Pietro, rousing them from slumber. Once awake and informed of the situation, Wanda and Pietro marveled at the playful spirit of the divine siblings. After a brief explanation from Wanda and Pietro, Thor and Loki grasped the fundamental rules of volleyball. In essence, the game involved receiving and hitting the ball. The teams were composed of 2 players each. Leah and Hela formed one duo, while Loki and Thor comprised the other. This match pitted sisters against brothers, with minimal rules established, merely a best-of-3 format. The 2 teams quickly took their positions, and Leah and Hela subtly diminished their physical prowess, a fact not lost on Thor and Loki, who chose to remain silent about it. If the sisters unleashed their full capabilities, the game would be futile. They might as well concede. However, with their current abilities equalized, Thor and Loki exchanged determined glances, each recognizing the fierce competitive spirit igniting within the other. This time, there was a genuine opportunity to win. Throughout their lives, they had never once triumphed over Leah. Even during playful antics, they often found themselves the losers. Although this was merely a game, it represented the closest they had ever come to victory. Just once, if they could secure a win, they would hold that triumph over Leah for all eternity. Their eyes gleamed with unwavering resolve, fixated on the volleyball held by John Atta. John Atta, appointed as the referee, exhibited no signs of intimidation. In fact, she took cues from television hosts, delivering an enthusiastic commentary. "Good morning, everyone. You're now witnessing the volleyball match sponsored by Asgard, held once every few years. First up, we have the formidable and beautiful, wise and courageous Princess Leah and Hela. Comprising the sister team, the sister duo exuded confidence, clearly unreserved in their belief of achieving victory. Leah, noticing Janata's antics, playfully smiled and waved in her direction, prompting Wanda to blush like a smitten admirer, enchanted by Leah's radiant smile, her cheeks aflame and her eyes sparkling with delight. Were it not for Peter's steadying presence, I might have succumbed to dizziness. Ganata displayed remarkable poise as a host, refraining from indulging in any personal sentiments while introducing Thor and Loki. Furthermore, the brotherly duo of Thor and Loki communicated their resolute determination for this contest through their fervent gazes alone. In a rather flamboyant gesture, Thor and Loki blew kisses toward the sparse audience outside the arena. However, to their chagrin, the spectators deftly evaded their overture, leaving both brothers in an awkward predicament. "Damn it, if my girlfriend were here, she would undoubtedly support me." Thor grumbled indignantly. "What a pity. I mean, I don't have a girlfriend. How much worse could it get?" Loki lamented, his melancholy deepening. Meanwhile, Thor's spirits lifted slightly, realizing that his own happiness seemed to thrive on the misfortunes of others. Chapter 55. The volleyball match. And so, the inaugural volleyball match of Asgard commenced. As Ganata's words faded, Loki launched the ball into the air, marking the beginning of their brotherly serve. Thor followed suit, leaping high with sparks of lightning glimmering in his eyes. At the moment he struck the volleyball, the thunder accelerated its speed, producing a resounding crack. The ball transformed into an elongated shape under Thor's force, and the instant it left his grasp, blue lightning enveloped it, propelling it beyond the speed of sound. Heimdall, A swiftly arrived at the ball's descent point, employing a deft technique to alter its trajectory and send it soaring hundreds of meters into the sky. "Leave it to me." Heimdall reacted promptly, leaping to a height of 100 meters and gently striking the ball. Remarkably, the volleyball maintained its rapid pace. Suddenly, a surge of black mist erupted from the ball, obscuring Thor and Loki's vision. It turned out that upon contact with the volleyball, Heimdall infused it with her divine power, releasing a shroud of darkness capable of concealing divine detection as it soared through the air. "Oh no, I can't see." Loki strained to peer into the black mist, yet he was unable to locate the volleyball hidden within its depths. "Leave it to me," Thor declared, a confident smile gracing his lips as he summoned lightning to form a net before the encroaching mist. Once the volleyball passed through the electric web, Thor's gaze locked onto its position. "Found you." With a powerful thrust, he sank into the reinforced sand, creating a crater as he positioned himself before the volleyball, grasping it firmly with both hands. Yet, even so, Thor was propelled back 5 meters by the force of the ball, leaving a long mark on the ground. The volleyball spun in Thor's grasp as he valiantly endured the pain, propelling it skyward. Loki used that move. Roger. Loki approached the volleyball and executed a seemingly ordinary strike, causing it to multiply in the air. 1 becoming 2, 2 becoming 4, 4 becoming 8, until a multitude of volleyballs surged toward LA and the others. Illusory magic? No. These volleyballs are real. It must be a spell that transforms the ethereal into the tangible. Leah tilted her head towards Hela and inquired, "Can we find it?" Hela replied coldly, "There is no need to locate it. We shall simply destroy everything. The one that remains unscathed is the volleyball we seek." Behind Hela, countless blades surged forth, clashing relentlessly with the volleyballs, puncturing them one after another, until a single blade collided with one volleyball and failed to penetrate. Hela realized that this particular one was genuine, for Leah had fortified the volleyball to prevent it from being obliterated by their immense strength. This enhancement bestowed it with an indestructible enchantment. Easily catching the ball, Hela tossed it high into the air, relinquishing her position to Leah. Leah leapt with vigor, smashing down upon the volleyball with sheer brute force, devoid of any technique, merely the unadulterated strength of her muscles utilized to perfection. In an instant, the volleyball was already before Thor, and witnessing its velocity, even he broke into a slight sweat. Such power, indeed, was characteristic of Leah, yet Thor instinctively sensed he could still intercept the ball, allowing himself a moment of relaxation. However, Loki, standing nearby, seemed to have discerned something, his eyes narrowing sharply. That was not truly Thor. Thor, momentarily bewildered, quickly realized he had fallen into a trap. He scrutinized the approaching volleyball, only to notice the shadow beneath. It was misaligned. Attempting to alter his movement proved futile, as the volleyball zipped past his face. Boom! The volleyball crashed into the beach behind him, creating a massive 5-meter-deep crater. Leah and Hela scored the first point, making it 10. Garnata shouted loudly, "Lady Leah is invincible. Lady Leah is the best in the world." Wanda fervently cheered from the sidelines. Leah flashed a provocative smile at Thor, for the earlier volleyball had been a clever ruse, utilizing the Wind King's barrier to manipulate the refraction of light, achieving an optical invisibility effect. Her initial display of strength was a deliberate tactic to make Thor and the others believe she intended to overwhelm them with brute force. After all, her previous combat persona had always been straightforward, yet that did not mean Leah was incapable of employing a few cunning stratagems. "Don't give up, Thor. Loki, you must trust in your wisdom," Pietro urged, noticing Thor and Loki's spirits waning. After all, they were also the brothers of Lady Leah and could not afford to lose face. Thor and Loki managed a forced smile at Pietro, taking a few deep breaths, exchanging a glance, and readjusting themselves in preparation for the next match. "Loki, we share the same thoughts, do we not?" "Of course. I would do anything to humiliate Leah just once." Thor chuckled. "Then let us give it our all. Do not be afraid." Loki scoffed. "Who has to say who is afraid? This time, you and I shall join forces like brothers in unbreakable unity." Thor questioned, "Where did you learn such a phrase?" "From the novels you brought me." "No wonder it sounds so familiar." As the second round commenced, it was Leah who initiated the serve. Seizing the ball, Leah cast aside any further tricks and unleashed a powerful strike. With the volleyball soaring through the air, a series of sonic booms erupted, and flames ignited from the friction with the atmosphere. Thor, fully prepared this time, recognized the authenticity of the incoming volleyball and exerted himself to catch it, launching it skyward for Loki to serve. Loki, too, was determined, fervently employing magic to conjure various distractions against Leah and her team. Yet, regrettably, he found himself outmatched by Hela's prowess. Loki's numerous schemes were effortlessly unraveled by Hela, who retaliated fiercely. The scene resembled a battlefield ravaged by missiles, and after several rounds of intense combat, both Thor and Loki felt their stamina waning. In stark contrast, Leah and Hela appeared at ease, despite restraining their powers. Their physical endurance remained unyielding. As time passed, it became evident that victory belonged to Leah and Hela. In a sudden surge of strength, Leah struck the volleyball with such force that it traversed dozens of meters in the blink of an eye. Loki sprinted to intercept, but fatigue rendered him unstable, nearly causing him to falter. Nevertheless, he leaped and managed to shield the ball with his abdomen, preventing it from touching the ground, though the impact sent him flying several meters away, leaving him nearly incapacitated. "Loki!" Thor shouted urgently. Would they lose? Loki's thoughts spiraled, but he was unwilling to accept defeat. In that moment, a flurry of memories flooded Loki's mind. Thor's goofy smile, their brotherly antics against Leah's pranks, shared laughter, and misfortune, culminating in a freeze frame of Thor asking, "Are you ready to fight?" Indeed, he still yearned for victory. Suddenly, his weary body was reinvigorated with strength. Despite enduring pain, Loki summoned every ounce of energy to toss the ball back into play. "The rest is up to you, Thor," he declared before finally succumbing to exhaustion and collapsing. "Loki!" Thor rushed to his side, embracing him, his eyes glistening with emotion as he beheld Loki's feeble state. Loki gently placed his hand on Thor's face and spoke softly. "Thor, trust in our bond. We will prevail. Take my share and seize victory." With that, Loki's eyes gradually closed, and his hand fell limply from Thor's face. "No, Loki, wake up. I cannot triumph without you," Thor cried out in anguish, his voice piercing the heavens. Meanwhile, Leah felt a twitch at the corner of her eye, a wave of awkwardness washing over her. Hela, ever the pragmatist, quipped that Loki was merely fainting, right? Leah silently nodded. But what was the meaning behind their seemingly fatal farewell? Leah felt an unprecedented sense of embarrassment. It was the first time she had ever experienced such a palpable awkwardness that she wished she could dig a 3-bedroom apartment into the ground. Surely, they would not later exclaim about bonds or some sudden surge of victory, for that notion was utterly unrealistic. Moreover, why hadn't the ball descended yet? Even if thrown high, it should have fallen by now. Was there truly some cosmic consciousness forbidding interruptions during this explosive moment? While Leah was metaphorically digging her own hole, Pietro, observing the camaraderie between Thor and his brother, was profoundly moved. "Wanda, do you see that? This is the bond between brothers." Wanda, looking at Pietro, asked with confusion, "Whose side are you on?" Suddenly, Pietro recalled that he was, in fact, Leah's subordinate, and he quickly adopted a serious demeanor, declaring with conviction, "What good are bonds if they do not come with strength? Princess Leah deserves to claim the top position." As is expected, Wanda cast a disdainful glance at Pietro, scorning his shamelessness. The scene shifted back to Thor. After his roar, he gradually lowered Loki, his eyes filled with an unfathomable fury directed at Leah and her companions, as if he were poised to tear them apart. After what felt like an eternity, the ball finally descended from the sky. Thor charged towards it, his heavy footsteps resonating against the sandy ground. Upon reaching the ball's location, he bent his knees, muscles tensing as he leapt towards it, his hand nearly grazing the volleyball. In that moment, a whirlwind of memories flashed through Thor's mind. Images of their struggles against Leah's bullying, their united front against her tyranny, and the times Loki had brought him food, encouraging him during their confinement and plotting their escape from Leah's torment. Over the years, Loki and Thor had supported each other, unraveling Leah's schemes time and again. Yet Loki had fallen at this critical juncture, just before the dawn of hope. Thor vividly recalled Loki's downfall. Their brotherly bond was beyond Leah's comprehension. Yet, these memories were merely figments of Thor's imagination. Reality was far less dramatic. "Leah, I carry the weight of Loki's spirit," he vowed. "This time, I cannot afford to lose." With a hand crackling with thunder, Thor struck the volleyball, electrifying it with fierce energy. The soul-crushing ball, he declared, a technique he had discovered in Midgard. As he unleashed it, the heavens wept, and with Loki fallen before him, his emotions reached a crescendo. This shot would undoubtedly lead to victory. The ball, swift as lightning, soared past the bewildered Leah and crashed into the sea, creating towering waves. Seeing that Leah had failed to intercept the ball, Thor rejoiced like a jubilant heavyweight, exclaiming, "We did it! We won!" Rushing to Loki's side, I shook his body while shouting, "Leah, didn't he catch it? We won! Wake up!" Despite my efforts, Loki remained unresponsive. Thor raised his hand and delivered several resounding slaps to Loki's face, exclaiming, "Wake up, Loki! We won! Take a look!" Gradually, under the force of those slaps, Loki opened his eyes, only to feel an intense sting on his face. "What is happening? Why does my face hurt so much?" Thor, feeling guilty, hid his hand behind his back, but quickly turned cheerful, saying, "We won. Leah, didn't he catch it?" Upon hearing this, Loki dismissed the pain on his face and looked at Thor with gratitude. "Thor, I knew I was right about you. You truly did it. You are the real hero." Just as the two shared a tender gaze, the referee and host, Gonada, interjected, declaring, "The victors of the second round are Leah and Hela." Thor, upon hearing the referee's words, instinctively raised his hands to celebrate his victory, only to be struck dumb by Gonada's subsequent announcement. "We clearly won. This is unfair." Thor shouted defiantly at Gonada. It was a situation that would frustrate anyone, having won, only to be told otherwise by the referee, completely devoid of referee integrity. Gonada shrugged, expressing her helplessness. "I am not covering for anyone." Thor retorted, "Then what is going on?" Suddenly, Leah spoke up. Although she had hesitated for a moment due to Thor's inexplicably familiar move, she managed to catch the ball. As for why she hadn't caught it earlier, she explained, "The reason you lost is simple. Thor, you threw the ball out of bounds." "What? Both Thor and Loki turned to the ball's position, discovering that, indeed, as Leah had stated, the ball had crossed the line. What on earth were you doing, Thor? Loki angrily grabbed Thor by the collar and shook him. Thor, like a defeated fish, lost all ambition and allowed Loki to shake him without resistance. Ultimately, the volleyball match concluded with Leah and Hela emerging victorious. After a few days of despondency, Thor and Loki regained their vigor, and everyone spent over a month joyfully playing on the beach. As a side note, throughout that month, the sun had not shifted its position, and Midgard, under Leah's protection, remained unaffected by the sun's influence. Chapter 57. Mecha. After spending a considerable time in Midgard, Leah prepared to continue her mission of collecting the Infinity Stones. With Asgard free of significant matters, she decided to organize a team-building event for everyone except Ganada. The reason for Ganada's absence was that she mentioned needing to confirm something with her father, requesting leave from Leah before departing. For this team-building event, Leah had carefully prepared the necessary weapons for their cosmic endeavors. That is, the dangerous Wanderer, Storm Crimson, Sword Athena. Indeed, these are the mech from Pacific Rim. Recently, Leah has developed a fascination for such mechanized wonders, prompting her quest for the Infinity Stones. To stave off boredom during her journey, Leah has meticulously crafted a series of her favorite battle armors using real gemstones, each towering at a staggering 100 meters, constructed entirely from vibranium. The energy generated is sufficient for the mechs to operate for a millennium. What's more, Leah has equipped them with an automatic repair mechanism that activates upon exiting combat. It can be said that once ensconced within these formidable machines, one could effortlessly wield Mjolnir with a single hand. Leah sought out her companions, who had just returned to Asgard for a brief respite, to share her grand vision. Though Loki appeared somewhat reluctant, he ultimately acquiesced out of respect for his sister. It was certainly not a matter of Leah threatening him with a sword. Leah, where are you taking us? Didn't you say we were to venture into the cosmos in search of treasures? Why are we here instead of at the spacecraft? Thor inquired, observing the increasingly desolate surroundings. The others regarded Leah with curiosity, eagerly anticipating her response. Instead of addressing their questions, Leah strode to a corner, turned, and exclaimed, "Allow me to unveil my new equipment." The group approached her, gazing in the direction she indicated, only to behold an expanse of ocean, devoid of anything else. Just as puzzlement enveloped them, Leah snapped her fingers. To their astonishment, 3 uniquely styled mechs, each exuding an aura of brutal technological prowess, emerged from the depths of the sea. Delighted by their astonished expressions, Leah proclaimed, "Let me introduce you to the armors I have crafted." First, this towering figure draped in blue armor, resembling a moving fortress, the dangerous Wanderer. This will henceforth be my personal vehicle. The other 2 are Storm Crimson and Sword Athena. Feel free to choose one each, my friends. Oh, and let me add, these are forged from vibranium, and even Thor's mightiest strikes won't shatter them. If you doubt me, let him try. Leah spoke with a hint of provocation directed at Thor. Her words piqued Thor's interest. What do you mean I can't break it? I'll show you. He approached Storm Crimson, first rapping his knuckles against its surface, only to be met with silence. Raising his gaze, he beheld Storm Crimson, a magnificent beast clad in glimmering red armor, radiating an exhilarating sense of power. Though the armor aligned perfectly with his aesthetic, it was time for action. Thor lifted Mjolnir and brought it crashing down upon the mech's leg. The resounding clang echoed as the hammer rebounded, sending Thor staggering back several paces. "Have you not eaten, Thor?" Loki jested from the sidelines. "Leave me be. I was merely showing respect for my sister." As soon as Thor opened his mouth to salvage his dignity, laughter erupted among everyone present. After selecting their battle armor in Wanda, both Leah and Hela entered the perilous ship, the dangerous Wanderer. Wanda gazed longingly at Leah's departing silhouette, clearly reluctant to part ways. It was evident that Wanda wished to remain close to Leah, but alas, Leah had stipulated that each mech could accommodate only 2 individuals. Thus, Wanda begrudgingly followed Pietro, who resembled a clumsy puppy, into the mech Athena. Upon entering the cockpit, the controls proved to be quite user-friendly, as long as one could manage the directional controls. It was relatively easy to operate, though this did not apply to the nearby Storm Red, who stumbled over his own feet. "Leah, why can't we control it?" Thor and Loki swayed unsteadily within the mech, ultimately toppling over. Leah cast a glance at them and sighed. "You are using a dual control system, without a mutual understanding. How can you expect to operate it effectively? Just switch to single control." Thor and the others heeded her advice, swiftly adjusting the mech's controls and regaining their footing. Meanwhile, Wanda was adeptly maneuvering Athena, quickly mastering its operation. "I shall take my leave now. If you cannot keep up, await my return once I finish my tasks," Leah taunted. With that, flames erupted beneath the dangerous Wanderer, propelling it skyward until it vanished from sight. Thor and his companions, undeterred, followed closely behind. The routine of space travel was rather monotonous. The initial thrill of exploring the cosmos faded swiftly, leaving only vast emptiness and tedium. Leah piloted the dangerous wanderer, casually punching a nearby meteor, shattering it to pieces and seizing a fragment, which she hurled at Storm Red, striking Loki, who was still familiarizing himself with the controls. Nearly off balance. "What are you doing, Leah?" Loki asked, a hint of annoyance in his tone. "I suddenly thought we should have a title," Leah proclaimed. "What title?" Thor joked, suggesting the Asgard tourist group. Loki retorted, "You might as well call it the Intergalactic Pirate Crew." Wanda interjected, "Why not simply call it Princess Leia's fan club?" Pietro stared incredulously at his fervent sister, internally lamenting, "Sister, what has transformed you into this?" Leah sighed, "Never mind, I shouldn't have asked you. Allow me to present the name I have been contemplating. Galactic Mech Hero." The announcement left everyone in stunned silence. Even Wanda, the enthusiastic admirer, was at a loss for words to praise Leah. "That name is utterly terrible." "Hey la kid bisi de Leah." Agreed. The others chimed in unison, remarkably. Even Wanda refrained from supporting Leah's choice. "Just look at the Guardians of the Galaxy or the Galactic Baseball Heroes. How cool are those names?" "I don't care. It's settled," Leah insisted. "And why even ask us?" Hela retorted once more. Agreed. Everyone affirmed again. Leah inwardly lamented that they ought not to blame her for this matter. Rather, the fault lay with the authors of this book, who seemed a loss for words. Chapter 58. Thanos. At this moment, Thanos, having toiled throughout the day, had just fulfilled yet another task assigned by the director of the Family Planning Commission, having exterminated half of the life forms on the planet beneath him. Though his actions were incomprehensible to all, he remained resolute in his belief that what he did was justified. He would not allow the tragedies of his home world to be repeated elsewhere. It was then that Ebony Maw quietly approached Thanos from behind, bowing respectfully before addressing him. "My lord, we have disappointed you. According to our investigations, the cosmic sphere contains no power stone. It appears it has long since been taken by another." Thanos' expression remained unchanged, his gaze steadfastly fixed upon the desolate planet. "Then continue the search. Do not let me down again, Ebony Maw." Although his tone was as usual, Ebony Maw could sense the chill within Thanos' voice, causing his previously dignified demeanor to crumble as he knelt, trembling, and uttered, "I shall heed your will." "Where's my daughter now?" Thanos slowly enunciated, the words concerning his daughter devoid of any warmth. Though he did not specify which daughter, Ebony Maw understood clearly that the only one Thanos regarded as his true daughter was Gamora. As for Nebula, it was evident to anyone that Thanos held no affection for her. It was said that Gamora had joined a group called the Guardians of the Galaxy. Oh, this revelation piqued Thanos' interest. His notoriously rebellious daughter had chosen to align herself with another organization. It was noteworthy that even he had never compelled Gamora to join his ranks willingly. The Guardians of the Galaxy? I don't recall ever hearing of such an organization, Thanos remarked. Ebony Maw replied, "It is merely a band of inconsequential minions, primarily composed of interstellar hunters." "Is that so? Have General Corvus Glaive bring her back. She possesses information I desire." Thanos' interest waned considerably upon learning that the group consisted of mere interstellar hunters, who were essentially space pirates engaged in petty thievery. What formidable beings could possibly arise from such a milieu? Clearly, Gamora's choice was not particularly wise. Indeed, just as Ebony Maw turned to convey this task to General Corvus Glaive, a multitude of spaceships in the far reaches of space abruptly erupted into explosions, countless vessels plummeting to the ground like meteors. Both Thanos and Ebony Maw gazed upward in astonishment, bewildered as to who in the universe would dare to challenge Thanos' authority, unafraid of the retribution that the cosmic butcher might unleash. At that very moment, far above in the cosmos, Leah and her companions, after 6 days of relentless searching, had finally located Thanos' whereabouts, having just arrived near the planet. Amidst the vast expanse of space, numerous cosmic carriers lingered, and after a thorough examination, it became evident that this planet had fallen victim to the malevolent grasp of Thanos. Half of the life on its surface had perished, and the devastation was so profound that even Thor, the valiant warrior, could not help but feel a shudder of dread. His fear did not stem from the sheer number of lives extinguished, but rather from the chilling realization that Thanos, despite the carnage, still deemed himself justified. This profound indifference towards life left Thor with an unsettling apprehension. Undoubtedly, Thanos' actions ignited a fiery wrath within the hearts of many, and Lyra was no exception. Though she was not a paragon of virtue, nor did she possess a particular sympathy for the fallen, as she perceived weakness as a fundamental sin. She found herself deeply unsettled by Thanos' presence. As a capricious powerhouse, her discomfort compelled her to take action that would restore her sense of satisfaction. Thus, with a resolute declaration, she rallied those around her to assault the nearby cosmic vessels. The enemy ships, sensing the impending threat, unleashed merciless volleys of firepower upon the armored intruders. If those armors had been crafted from mere ordinary metals, they would have surely been reduced to fragments by such onslaughts. However, Lyra's armor was forged from vibranium, a material so resilient that it could withstand not only a barrage of artillery, but even the devastating strikes of annihilation cannons. Together with Hela, they had adeptly maneuvered the dangerous Wanderer, having honed their skills in dual piloting over the course of 6 days. Without hesitation, they approached the largest cosmic carrier, and as they stood before it, the dangerous Wanderer extended its left arm, revealing a colossal sword gleaming with azure luminescence. With a swift motion, the blade descended upon the carrier, carving a tremendous gash into its hull, while Hela directed the dangerous Wanderer towards the core of the vessel for further destruction. In mere moments, the entire cosmic carrier lost power and began a perilous descent towards the planet below. Meanwhile, Thor and his companions piloted the Stormbreaker and the Sword of Athena, relentlessly bringing down one carrier after another amidst the celestial backdrop. The dangerous Wanderer, laden with the remnants of the cosmic carrier, plummeted directly into the planet, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion akin to the detonation of numerous nuclear warheads. The resulting mushroom cloud visible even in the void of space. In the wake of such explosive force, no life could possibly endure. Even Thanos himself would suffer injuries from such an onslaught. Yet, under the watchful gaze of Thanos and Ebony Maw, a colossal figure emerged from the fiery wreckage of the cosmic carrier. It was the dangerous Wanderer. Thanos and Ebony Maw observed this revelation with grave expressions, recognizing that the technology within the surviving mech was to be taken seriously. As the dangerous Wanderer turned towards them, the tension in the air thickened, indicating the formidable confrontation that lay ahead. The perilous Wanderer halted at a distance of 100 meters from Thanos, suddenly emanating a melodious female voice. While the sound was indeed pleasant, the words spoken were far from agreeable. "That purple sweet potato over there, is that you, Thanos?" Thanos furrowed his brow. Although he was unfamiliar with the term purple sweet potato, it was evidently not a compliment. He raised his chin, responding in a deep voice, "I am Thanos. I bear no grudge against you. So why do you seek to destroy my worship? Might I request an explanation?" "An explanation?" The voice echoed again from the perilous Wanderer. "I wish to commit robbery. Does that count? Are you jesting with me?" Thanos could not fathom anyone who would rob by annihilating the most valuable worship. Clearly, they were merely toying with him. As this thought crossed his mind, his indignation began to simmer, his grip on the tyrant's blade tightening, poised for battle. The sardonic words reverberated once more from the mech. A joke? Who would jest with a joke? Chapter 59. The Crow Sits in the Airplane. Upon hearing this, Thanos' expression, once as calm as still waters, darkened profoundly, as though shrouded by a heavy cloud. He knitted his brows tightly, his eyes flickering with anger and confusion. Yet he forcefully suppressed the fury threatening to erupt within him, striving to ascertain the true identities and intentions of these individuals before him. "Who are you exactly? If I have wronged you, I implore you to clarify." Leah's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement as she fixated on the communicator in her hand, her voice brimming with barely contained exhilaration. "Wonderful. He has indeed asked. Now, let us respond immediately with the lines we meticulously devised, revealing our true identities." As if she had long awaited this moment, her breath quickened. Must we commence in such an embarrassing manner? Hela clearly wanted to resist until the end, but upon seeing Leah's unwavering gaze, she realized that whatever she said would be futile. Leah declared, "Since you have inquired so earnestly, we shall benevolently enlighten you." Hela, suppressing her urge to despair, said, "To prevent the universe from being destroyed." From the storm, the voice of Thor rang out, "To protect the peace of the universe," followed closely by Loki's voice, "To uphold love and the true essence of evil." Athena, the classic hero, knelt on one knee as Wanda and Pietro's voices emerged, embodying charming yet delightful villainous characters. Leah, Hela, Thor, Loki, Wanda, Pietro. We are the galactic mecha heroes traversing the galaxy. As the declaration echoed, an awkward silence enveloped the scene. Thanos and his recently arrived subordinates gazed upon them as if they were mad. "I told you that line was utterly embarrassing." Thor slapped his forehead, with Storm Red mimicking his action in a comical display. "How can you still show your face after laughing the hardest back then?" Loki lowered his head, feeling utterly embarrassed. This time, he had truly disgraced himself to the cosmos. Even Princess Leia would not forgive him. It was indeed a tremendous humiliation. Wanda's cheeks flushed crimson, her shame overwhelming as she covered her face. Her previous declaration had already pushed her sense of embarrassment to its limits. To embody the essence of truth and love in wickedness. Haha. Pietro, unfazed, felt an absurd sense of pride in such dramatic lines. "Are you inhabitants of Asgard?" Thanos furrowed his brow, a flicker of suspicion and vigilance in his eyes. though he found their claims utterly ludicrous. His extraordinary insight allowed him to immediately recognize several familiar names. As one who sought to collect all the Infinity Stones, he had indeed investigated Asgard, the realm that once possessed the Space Stone, and he had heard the names Leah, Thor, and Loki before. Odin's children held a formidable reputation in the cosmos, particularly Leah, renowned for wielding power rivaling that of Odin himself. Yet, many in the universe scoffed at such assertions. Moreover, had it not been for Odin's continued existence, Thanos was uncertain he could best him. Otherwise, he would have already ventured to Asgard to fulfill his role as the head of population control. Who among you is from Asgard? Regardless, we are the Galactic Mechanites. Leah dismissively concealed her identity. Do the Asgardians wish to wage war against us? Thanos would not be swayed by Leah's lackadaisical remarks. His primary concern was whether this operation reflected Asgard's intentions or if these individuals were acting on their own volition. Seeing Thanos' disbelief in Leah and unwilling to dawdle, "Let me be clear, purple sweet potato," she declared. "Our goal, as the Galactic Mechanites, is the Mind Stone in your possession. Hand it over willingly, and I shall grant you a dignified demise. Otherwise, you shall face the consequences." "Who the hell are you calling purple sweet potato?" Thanos recoiled at the name, instinctively loathing it. Now that the stakes had escalated, the Mind Stone was integral to his grand design, and he could not afford to relinquish it. He would have to fight to the bitter end. Thanos raised his tyrant's blade, pointing it at the three mechas in the distance, declaring, "Crush them all." As his words fell, numerous Chitauri forces piloted their vessels toward Leah and her companions, while Ebony Maw and the other Black Order members approached the mechas with grave expressions. It seemed that a show of force was inevitable, but that suited Leah just fine. She and Hela exchanged a knowing glance, and, with a synchronized shout, charged forward. "I will lead the charge for Demacia." The raven soared through the skies. The Danger Wanderer leapt into the air, landing heavily to crush a throng of Chitauri soldiers. "Tornado! Destroy the parking lot." The Danger Wanderer rolled on the ground, once more trampling many Chitauri troops, while their attacks merely glanced off the armor, leaving not even a mark behind. This is nothing short of a one-sided massacre. Sol unleashes the tempestuous Crimson Fury, relentlessly assaulting the aerial units with an unending barrage of bullets and missiles, as if ammunition knows no bounds. Meanwhile, the blade-wielding Athena, initially resorting to her sword, soon realizes that she is dispatching more foes than she is striking down. Thus, she sheathes her blade upon her back, effortlessly lifting a massive boulder and hurling it down upon the diminutive soldiers below. Witnessing the relentless slaughter of the Chitauri army, the Ebony Five approached the perilous Wanderer, with Black Dwarf striking the Wanderer's foot with his axe. Yet, rather than inflicting harm, Black Dwarf is repelled by the energy absorbed and released by the Wanderer. Ebony Maw, recognizing that sheer brute force cannot vanquish the Wanderer, manipulates the earth to ensnare the Wanderer in a marsh-like grip. Although a clever tactic, it underestimates the Wanderer. A creation of Leia using the Reality Stone, many of its traits defy the laws of physics. The ability to fly is not reliant on thrusters, but rather an intrinsic design by Leia, rendering the thrusters mere embellishments. With sufficient energy, not only can the Wanderer break free from the terrestrial confines, but it could even traverse planets with ease. Suddenly, the thrusters beneath the Wanderer activate, liberating it from the Earth as grasp and ascending into the air, culminating in a decisive stomp upon Ebony Maw, who meets his demise as the first named casualty of this conflict. The remaining subordinates of Thanos, after exhausting all means, meet the same fate, crushed mercilessly by the Wanderer, leading to the demise of all Thanos' chief lieutenants. Yet, Thanos remains unperturbed, his countenance unchanged and serious. As though the lives of his followers hold little significance, he still exudes an air of confidence, suggesting he possesses a hidden trump card. Chapter 60. It's as if I am the villain. He nonchalantly retrieves a gauntlet, adorned with a resplendent yellow Mind Stone, akin to the brightest star in the night sky. Undoubtedly, this gauntlet is not the legendary Infinity Gauntlet forged by the Dwarven King. It is merely a lower-tier version, crafted by Thanos utilizing advanced technology. While it can amplify the power of the stones, it comes with the peril of failing to disperse the energy, potentially leading to the host's catastrophic demise due to the overwhelming might of the Infinity Stones. Nevertheless, should Thanos resolve to harness the Mind Stone's power at any cost, he may still unleash its formidable energy to its fullest extent. After all, as one of the most powerful entities in the universe, the Mind Stone still carries considerable weight. Given the current circumstances, it is time for Thanos to fully wield the power of the Mind Stone. Before long, Thanos donned a replica of the Infinity Gauntlet, with yellow electricity coursing along his arm. That arm gradually darkened, and Thanos endured the agony as he forcefully snapped his fingers. unleashing a wave of yellow energy that enveloped the entire battlefield. Surrounded by adversaries, Thor and his companions were suddenly swept by this yellow energy, their eyes glazing over. Yet, in the next moment, they launched an attack against the dangerous Wanderer. However, Thanos did not feel elated witnessing this. He could have directly controlled everyone with the Mind Stone. Yet, he sensed an energy around the Wanderer resisting the power of the Mind Stone. Slowly, Thanos removed the beggar's version of the Infinity Gauntlet, revealing his once robust physique now shriveled, with half of his body scorched by the energy of the Mind Stone, resembling withered wood. He had lost all means of control, relegated to manipulating Thor and the others to assault Leah. Should they emerge victorious, he could utilize their mechs to realize his grand plan. Leah, too, felt the power of the Mind Stone, and it is worth noting that Thanos' tactic astonished her. In the original narrative, the Mind Stone did not possess such an extensive range of control. However, this effect was not entirely unexpected, as the Mind Stone is one of the 6 Infinity Stones that existed since the dawn of the universe, and its portrayal in the films has indeed been lackluster. The notion that it could only exert control upon contact, and that one could awaken instantly after being incapacitated, was utterly incredible. The grandeur of the Infinity Stone was diminished to the point of being inferior to certain telepathic mutants. Nevertheless, while this energy sufficed to subdue ordinary individuals, it proved inadequate against Leah and Hela. The energy of the Mind Stone could not even approach them, as it was directly dispersed by the magical power that Leah unconsciously unleashed. Despite its ineffectiveness against Leah and Hela, Thor and his companions were utterly defenseless, manipulated into their mechs as they charged toward the dangerous Wanderer, intent on capturing Leah and Hela. Leah, of course, had no intention of standing idly by, watching as Thor and the others fell under control. Moreover, she had grown weary of the mechs during these past days and was not inclined to continue this farce. Clenching her hand, countless black and crimson tendrils erupted from the ground, swiftly wrapping around the blades of Athena and Storm Crimson, rendering them immobile. Inside the mechs, Thor and his companions realized they could not maneuver and attempted to exit the mechs to continue the fight. Unfortunately, the mechs were constructed entirely from vibranium, making it impossible for them to break free, even with their utmost effort. As the situation fell under control, the hatch of the dangerous Wanderer's craft opened, and Leah, clad in a black gown and accompanied by Hela, descended step by step through the air, halting 10 meters from Thanos. She then spoke. However, in stark contrast to her exquisite visage were her words. "You scoundrel, you certainly know how to play. Is there anything left to say? Surrender the Soul Stone, and I shall grant you a merciful end." At this moment, Thanos surveyed the lifeless bodies of his minions scattered around him. The wealth accumulated over the years now reduced to naught in this tumultuous battle. Even his vaunted secret weapon appeared to be nothing more than a trifling toy in the eyes of his adversary. The feelings he experienced were reminiscent of the helplessness he felt when his homeworld was obliterated, an emotion long buried and forgotten. Thanos inhaled deeply, gripping the tyrant's blade with resolute determination as he advanced towards Leah. Though he understood the futility of opposing her, the persistence he had shown over the years compelled him onward. "Oh, you have not fled, but rather approached me," she taunted. "Of course I must come closer. How else could I deliver a sound, thrashing, to one who so brazenly mocks the dreams of others?" Without hesitation, Thanos raised the tyrant's blade and swung it viciously towards Leah's head. Yet, she slowly lifted 2 fingers, effortlessly pinching the blade, rendering his might futile. Despite all his strength, it would not advance an inch. Leah's fingers tightened gradually. The blade, which could have cleaved through a vibranium shield, crumbled like fragile foam, breaking in twain. She then delivered a swift kick that sent Thanos flying 100 meters away. Leah coldly declared, "Do not besmirch the term dream. No, my plan cannot falter. If executed as I envision, the world's resources will find equilibrium." Thanos rose slowly, once more approaching Leah. "Cease this farce. You are indeed a madman, lost in your own world." Thanos disregarded her derision and leaped high, brandishing the remnants of the tyrant's blade, striking down upon Leah with ferocity. Yet predictably, she dispatched him with another effortless kick, sending him crashing into a mountain. "Why can I not reason with your deranged ilk?" Leah lamented, shaking her head. "You have never witnessed the annihilation of your homeland, while I have." Thanos emerged once more from the mountain, limping toward Leah. "As long as I can prevent the tragedy of my homeland from repeating elsewhere, any sacrifice is worthwhile. Thus, this dream shall not be erroneous." He limped forward, resolute. "Ah, well, there's truly no reasoning with you," Leah sighed, snapping her fingers, teleporting everyone to another location as she prepared to grant Thanos a fitting conclusion. In an instant, all were gone, leaving only 3 mechs standing in place. When Thanos and his companions reappeared, they found themselves beside a black hole. which once threatened to consume everything but now lay dormant, as if frozen in time. Leah and Hela materialized nearby, observing Thanos suspended in the air. As they ceased their suppression of the black hole, in an instant, Thanos and his companions were drawn into its depths, reduced to mere fragments. Leah couldn't help but lament the untimely demise of such a formidable figure within the Marvel Universe, a truly regrettable fate. She herself was uncertain as to why she felt this way. Perhaps it was simply the influence of her predecessors, who often expressed similar sentiments upon overcoming their own hardships. Yet at that moment, a different possibility struck her. What if Thanos traversed a black hole into another universe, grew in strength, and returned to our realm to vanquish me? Wouldn't that conform to the archetypal hero's journey? No, I must eradicate the root of this threat. Summoning the Sword of Victory, Leah prepared to unleash a spectacular assault. Chapter 61. The Great Ball Battle. The infamous Iron Hammer, Reversal of Dawn. Heaven's Wrath. Sword of Victory. As the artifact was unleashed, a torrent of crimson energy surged into the black hole. However, contrary to expectations, an explosion did not ensue. Instead, the energy gradually obliterated the all-consuming black hole, akin to an eraser removing a drawing from a page. In the pitch-black cosmos, the once mighty black hole had vanished without a trace, as though it had never existed at all. Content with her efforts, Leah lightly jostled the Mind Stone in her hand, which she had acquired at the moment of Thanos' transportation. I am now on the verge of collecting 6 Infinity Stones, with only the Soul Stone remaining. Given my current prowess, I should be capable of forcibly seizing the Soul Stone, without adhering to those absurd rules. Upon contemplating the Soul Stone, Leah resolved to journey to the planet Vormir. As for Hela and the others, they were swiftly sent home for reasons known only to Leah. It was certainly not due to any fear that she might act irrationally upon gathering all the Infinity Stones and seek refuge in another universe while alone. That thought did not even cross her mind. However, locating the precise whereabouts of the Soul Stone proved to be a challenge for Leah. She was aware of the planet's name, but its exact location eluded her. She wished she could sense the Soul Stone's aura directly, yet it seemed to possess a will of its own, cleverly concealing its presence from her. This predicament left Leah adrift in the cosmos for 5 or 6 days without any clarity on Vormir's location. Despite consulting others, she could glean no information regarding it. This uncertainty soured her previously buoyant mood as she neared the completion of her quest for the Infinity Stones. On the 7th day of her cosmic wandering, Leah found herself aimlessly floating through space, having long grown weary of piloting the precarious vessel known as the Dangerous Wanderer, which had since been carelessly abandoned in some remote corner of the universe. If only I hadn't sent Hela and the others away, I wouldn't be entangled in this predicament alone. This was merely Leah's lament, for if she truly wished to summon Hela and the others, she could have easily transported them to her side. As Leah was venting her frustrations, she suddenly noticed a peculiar phenomenon. One planet was devouring another smaller celestial body. To her astonishment, she sensed a pulse of life emanating from that very planet. This revelation inevitably conjured the image of a certain figure in Leah's mind. Ego, the father of Star-Lord. Although he proclaimed himself a deity, Leah always perceived him as merely a flawed creation. His essence was nothing more than a brain adrift in the cosmos. Over the ages, Ego had mastered the manipulation of particles, encasing his brain within a planetary shell. In other words, the surface of the planet existed solely to safeguard the brain. Yet, this brain, being Ego's vulnerability, was simply an ordinary bomb without protection, easily capable of obliterating someone with the celestial power of a celestial father like Ego. For instance, during his initial encounter with Star-Lord, he effortlessly annihilated an entire fleet pursuing his son with a mere gesture, exemplifying a classic case of high offense and low defense. What truly convinced Leah of his unworthiness to be called a god was Ego's desire to plant his seeds on every planet, hoping to create extensions of himself, yet failing to control them all on his own. In his desperation, he resorted to procreating with other life forms to fulfill his ambitions. However, none of this bore significant relevance to Leah. She was merely intrigued and wished to engage Ego in a playful contest. Harnessing the power of the Infinity Stones, a colossal sphere gradually materialized before her. Although referred to as a planet, it resembled a round balloon, with a smooth, yellow surface devoid of any protrusions. Leah gazed at the emerging orb with satisfaction, a flicker of delight dancing in her eyes. With a swift motion of her arm, she inscribed bold letters on its surface, Captain Sweet Lips. Then a game controller materialized in her hand, and under her command, the planet, dubbed Captain Sweet Lips, surged toward Ego's living planet. Should a time traveler witness this scene, they might quip about the resemblance to a popular game. Ego, in particularly high spirits that day, had just received the location of his son, Star-Lord. and was preparing to consume the unsightly planet before him before embarking on a quest to merge with his son. However, as he reveled in this divine sensation, an ominous feeling suddenly welled up within him. Ego, being a being of his caliber, would not experience such foreboding without cause. It signified that unfavorable events were imminent. He hastily scanned his surroundings, but detected no visible threats. Yet, the moment he looked up, he beheld a sphere larger than his own planet hurtling toward him, and he could distinctly read the inscription, Captain Sweet Lips. As Ego gradually approached the enigmatic spherical object, he discerned its peculiar characteristics. Any matter that ventured near the orb was inexorably absorbed, and with each absorption, the sphere grew ever larger. Upon realizing this unsettling phenomenon, a chill of apprehension coursed through Ego. He feared that if his own form drew too close, it too would be consumed. Cautious and unwilling to take risks, he swiftly maneuvered his body for a rapid retreat. However, the sphere seemed to fixate upon him, relentlessly following his every movement, regardless of where he sought refuge. Faced with the inevitable, Ego unleashed an energy capable of obliterating a planet, directing it toward the mysterious sphere. Yet, the outcome deepened his dismay, rather than shattering the orb. The energy only served to enhance its size, as if his formidable power were mere sustenance. In disbelief, Ego summoned his abilities once more, this time propelling an entire planet toward the sphere, but disappointment awaited him still. The planet was consumed in an instant, and the sphere continued its relentless advance toward his essence. Left with no alternatives, Ego was compelled to manipulate his form further and evade. Chapter 62. An unexpected gain from a distance. One could observe an astonishing spectacle in the cosmos. A yellow planet, inscribed with words, tirelessly pursuing a red planet. She chased. He fled, and he found himself unable to escape. Moreover, the yellow planet appeared to possess a consciousness, playfully toying with Ego like a cat with a mouse. Time and again, it would catch up to him, only to slow its pace, allowing him to evade capture. In addition, it casually hurled a few meteors at the planet's surface, inflicting only trivial damage. With each exchange, even an obtuse observer like Ego could discern that someone was toying with him. Who are you? I perceive no enmity between us. Why must you mock me so? Ego exclaimed, his voice laced with indignation. Upon hearing his words, the previously playful yellow planet ceased its barrage of small stones, and the inscription transformed into a new message. I'm simply wandering the universe, seeking amusement. Upon encountering a living planet, I found it intriguing and decided to engage you in a duel between spheres. In these few lines, Ego gleaned insights into the nature of his tormentor. Undoubtedly, he was dealing with a capricious jester, one who reveled in chaos without regard for consequences. After all, no sane individual would instigate trouble for mere amusement without tangible gain. Igo's greatest fear in encountering a formidable adversary was not one who was tyrannical or savage, but rather one driven by pure hedonism, a trait he dreaded above all else, and one that even the mightiest beings in the universe would prefer to avoid. Such individuals were exceedingly troublesome, even though you have communicated clearly with him. Informing him that he has dealt you a fatal blow, it yields no benefit and may even result in self-harm. For an ordinary individual, engaging in such a futile endeavor, which could potentially lead to personal injury, is best avoided. However, for a hedonist, the significance of an act lies not in its inherent value, but in the joy it brings. That joy is the ultimate purpose. As Ego pondered how to extricate himself, a thought struck him, prompting him to declare, "Since you propose a duel, surely there must be some rules." While uttering these words, Ego discreetly harnessed energy to attempt a subtle escape through the fabric of space. As a creature that has survived for millennia in this universe, Ego understood a crucial principle. When one feels outmatched, hesitation is folly. One must flee without a second thought. Preserving one's life is always the paramount concern. However, just as Ego was laboring to pry open the space, his expression froze in shock. He found that the space, once easily accessible, now seemed fortified beyond measure. Not only was he unable to breach it, but even the slightest distortion of the space was beyond his capabilities. At that moment, the inscriptions on the yellow planet shifted once more. The rules are simple. I have relocated all living planets. Subsequently, I have locked down the entire space. No one can enter, and no one can exit. I have also established a rule. The larger devours the smaller. If your size surpasses mine, you may consume me. If you become larger only to be devoured, your future will cease to exist. Now, let the game commence. No sooner had the words left his lips than the yellow planet surged towards others, initiating its consumption. Ego realized he was trapped within this confined space, fully aware of its unique regulations, understanding that he could only engage in this duel with the hedonist, lest he face death. As he observed the yellow planet steadily enlarging, Ego dared not hesitate. urgently employing his particle manipulation abilities to amass material and augment his own planetary surface. The two celestial bodies ravenously devoured the lifeless planets surrounding them. While above them, in a godlike vantage, lay Leah, who watched everything unfold. Her previously sullen demeanor transformed into delight as she witnessed Ego, who clearly wished to avoid combat. Being compelled to duel, the law of smiles was indeed real. Ego's grimace had transferred to Leah's face. Just as Leah orchestrated her petite mouth to savor the captain's sweet nectar and consumed another planet, she suddenly sensed an unusual energy attempting to escape. Yet, upon colliding with the spatial barrier forged by the power of the space gem, it found no means of breaking free. Leah glanced back and discovered an orange-yellow gem violently colliding with the spatial barrier. How effortlessly this treasure has come to me. As she beheld the orange-yellow soul gem before her, she instinctively reached out and seized it. This soul gem had been dwelling peacefully on the planet Vomer. But the planet Leah had created had unceremoniously devoured Vomer in its entirety. With its existence obliterated, the soul gem could no longer remain atop the consumed Vomer. Consequently, this gem, possessing a semblance of self-awareness, opted to relocate. Alas, it was thwarted by the spatial barrier constructed from the space gem. The attempt to escape had failed. The consciousness within the soul gem sought to conceal its existence. Yet Leah was utterly indifferent to whether the soul gem possessed awareness. She simply unleashed the black sludge to commence its consumption. Even if it had consciousness, what of it? Under the corruption of the black sludge, thoughts would decay. Awareness would be obscured, and the physical form would be devoured, all dictated by Leah. As long as Leah wished to eradicate the consciousness within the soul gem, the only outcome for that consciousness would be annihilation. Leah paid no further heed to Igo, who was desperately consuming planets below, and instead chose to directly absorb the gems of mind and soul. The process was remarkably smooth, save for the soul gem, which struggled for a brief moment before falling silent. Thus, all 6 infinity gems were collected by Leah, and she felt the entirety of the universe's power at her disposal. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. The essence of her realization lay in the fact that as long as she remained within this universe, her combat prowess had undoubtedly reached a multiversal level. However, should she step beyond her own universe, her strength would diminish to merely brushing against the threshold of multiversal capability. Nonetheless, even that was commendable. Leah opened her eyes, relishing the boundless power coursing through her body. At that moment, a voice resonated from the depths of space below. "Great One, I have secured victory. According to our agreement, may I be released?" Seizing the opportunity while Leah consumed the gems, Igo swiftly expanded his form. Observing the yellow planet without making a move, he cautiously approached and ultimately succeeded in devouring the yellow planet, rendering himself even more colossal. Chapter 63. I am introduced by your friend. His voice drew Leah's attention back to Igo. I nearly forgot you were silent. In an instant, Leah teleported directly before Igo. Her sudden appearance startled Igo, causing him to break into a cold sweat. For the abrupt manifestation of a living being before him signified the potential for his life to be taken without a sound. Yet in that moment, Igo dared not maintain an air of divinity. Instead, he respectfully performed a standard noble gesture towards Leah. To behold the true visage of the Great One is indeed a privilege. Igor first lavished compliments upon Leah, for as the saying goes, flattery is always well received. Regardless of the circumstances, uttering kind words is invariably beneficial. However, Leah, upon hearing his praises, remained silent, seemingly lost in contemplation. Observing her demeanor, Igor was uncertain whether he should continue speaking, yet lingering in silence was not a viable option, for while death itself is not fearsome, the anticipation of it is truly daunting. Gritting his teeth, Igor ventured, "Great One, surely I must have won this competition, yes? Shouldn't you honor our agreement and grant me my freedom?" After expressing this, he awaited the outcome with a mixture of trepidation and hope. "Of course, I shall release you. Otherwise, I, Leah, would be deemed untrustworthy," she replied, her eyes sparkling with a smile as she returned to the moment. This cheerful expression sent a shiver down Igor's spine, leaving him with an uneasy sensation that perhaps this divine being harbored ulterior motives. Hastily, he responded, "I would not dare to presume. How could one such as you deceive a mere pawn like myself?" He emphasized the term mere pawn, as if to plead, "I am but a small player. I implore you, merciful deity, to spare me." Leah nodded, clearly satisfied. "Very well, allow me to escort you out. And no, how could I impose upon you so? I can manage on my own." Igor exhaled in relief, reassured that this deity was indeed true to her word. Yet in the next moment Leah spoke again, causing Igor's anxiety to resurface. With a sly smile, she narrowed her eyes and said, but let me take you out. You are my guest after all. It would be rather impolite of me not to see you off personally. Something felt amiss, very amiss. Igor instantly sensed the atmosphere shift. Setting aside the question of his worthiness to warrant an escort by this divine being, Leah's smile appeared increasingly unsettling. Isn't this rather inappropriate? Why do I have to request such a service from you? Moreover, you don't even know where I wish to go, do you? Leah's smile brightened further. Not at all. We are friends, after all. I intend to take you to the home of another friend of mine, where he can host you in my stead. That way, I shall be at ease. Friends? Igor asked incredulously. Leah nodded enthusiastically. Indeed, we are the best of friends. He dreams of me even in his sleep. A cold sweat broke out on Igor's brow. What sort of individual could befriend such a deity? Was he merely escaping a tiger's den, only to stumble into the jaws of a wolf? At this juncture, Igor had no choice but to cautiously inquire, "May I ask the name of your friend?" "You will certainly know him when I tell you," Leah replied confidently. "He is none other than the god of dark magic, Zysorn. What do you think? Quite an honor, is it not?" In that instant, the heart that had been racing with fear came to a standstill. Zysorn? Who is that? That is indeed the god of dark magic, renowned throughout the cosmos for his brutal ferocity. Now I am to meet Zysorn. Furthermore, Zysorn does not dwell within the realm of reality. His fixation on Leah signifies an intent to exile himself to another dimension. Who could possibly endure such a fate? As for Leah's claims of falsehood, Igo could only shake his head, indicating that one is sorely mistaken. A demon of Zysorn's caliber. The mere utterance of his true name would alert him to your existence. And if you truly wish to dismiss the notion of Zysorn's interest, you must be quite fearless. At this moment, Igo, concealed within a planet, was frantically contemplating how to articulate his thoughts in order to evade being transported to Zysorn. Oh, great deity! While I yearned to encounter Zysorn. Before he could finish his thought, Leah clapped her hands in delight, declaring, "Since you have acquiesced, I shall send you forth." With that, she clapped her hands once more. In an instant, Igo's energy form, along with the planet beneath his feet and his corporeal self, vanished from the realm of reality. In that fleeting moment of transit, Leah could still hear Igo exclaiming something. She believed he was expressing gratitude, for she had granted him the opportunity to converse with the god of dark magic. Meanwhile, Zysorn was engrossed in devising a method to allow his avatar to enter the realm of reality when suddenly, a planet plummeted from spatial rift, crashing down upon him and pinning him to the ground. Who dares to litter my domain? Zysorn's temples throbbed with fury, and with a flick of his wrist, he summoned dark magic, intent on reducing Igo to mere dust. "Brother, I am a friend sent by your acquaintance. Please do not strike me," Igo shouted, sensing his life was in peril. Upon hearing his plea, Zysorn paused, and Igo breathed a sigh of relief. It appeared Leah held some sway with Zysorn after all. However, the next moment, he heard Zysorn seethe, "You are that fool's associate. Is she provoking me? Begone." Zysorn's form expanded dramatically, a single hand encircling the entire planet, tightening its grip. Just moments ago, he had sensed remnants of Leah's power emanating from this very planet. Wait. Igo realized the gravity of the situation. Zysorn's demeanor was anything but friendly, resembling that of a nemesis. Could it be that this individual was an enemy of Zysorn? With this thought, and recalling Leah's enigmatic smile, the truth dawned upon Igo in an instant. This was indeed a treacherous setup, though he had internally berated Leah countless times. His immediate concern was to preserve his life beneath Zysorn's grasp. With a swift glance, Igo adopted a tone of camaraderie, saying, "My lord Zysorn, so you share enmity with her as well?" "I do too. It is precisely due to my entanglement with her that I was cast here." Zysorn halted his actions, scrutinizing Igo for a moment before responding with disdain. "You? How dare you provoke that fool?" Chapter 64. Parallel Universe. Igo let out a bitter smile, expressing that he had no intention of provoking that individual. Yet this time, it was she who sought trouble with him, leaving him helpless. He then recounted the entire incident in detail. After listening to the narrative, Zysorn paused for a moment, nodding in contemplation, given the nature of that peculiar character. This outcome is not entirely unexpected. However, based on the intelligence I possess, although her personality is unpleasant, she would not arbitrarily target a stranger. Unless, Zysorn scrutinized Igo closely. "She harbors a very unfavorable impression of you. Have you offended her in the past?" Igo hastily shook his head in denial. "I can assure you I have never encountered her before. How could I have wronged her? This situation is quite perplexing. Since you have not offended her, why is she so antagonistic towards you?" Igo sighed. "I truly do not know what I did to provoke her into this predicament." "Very well." Zysorn reverted to her true form and addressed the energy entity created by Igo. "Since you are enemies with that peculiar character, you shall be my ally. Coincidentally, I have a plan to ensnare her, and I require someone of your caliber. Upon uttering these words, a cryptic smile appeared at the corners of Zisoan's lips. At the sight of this smile, Igo shuddered. Ever since being deceived by Lia, he had developed a fear of such smiles, yet out of respect for Zisoan's formidable power, he forced a flattering grin. It is my honor to serve the illustrious Zisoan. Now our plan is... At this moment, Lia's fingers trembled as countless thoughts raced through her mind. Her conflicted expression revealed her internal struggle. Suddenly, Lia closed her eyes, then reopened them. Her previously hesitant gaze, now resolute, with a hint of excitement emanating from the depths of her eyes. Taking a deep breath, she crossed two fingers and then snapped them together. I am destiny. An extraordinary energy swiftly radiated from Lia, expanding at an astonishing speed throughout the universe. As every being in the cosmos encountered this energy, profound transformations occurred. The specifics of these changes cannot be disclosed, lest they be censored. Some were astounded by their transformations, while others, sensing the source of their change, furiously rushed towards Lia. There were also those who were unsurprised by the alterations, with some even feeling elated by the occurrence. However, Lia could not afford to dwell on such matters. Sensing numerous cosmic-level presences approaching her, she understood that she could no longer remain in this universe. Without hesitation, Lia opened a multidimensional portal and swiftly dove in, vanishing without a trace. In the next instant after Lia's disappearance, colossal mechanical giants materialized in her former location. Subsequently, an immensely colossal figure emerged, that of the famed planet Devourer. Eventually, a creature resembling an insect also made its appearance. Yet, for reasons unknown, all figures became indistinct, as if they were intentionally concealing something. As the source of the aura faded away, those present exchanged glances, silently acknowledging their shared bewilderment before departing in silence. Upon traversing the dimensional gate, Lia did not immediately arrive in another parallel universe. Instead, she found herself ensnared within a void composed of numerous cosmic bubbles. In an instant, Lia was awestruck by the breathtaking spectacle before her. Each cosmic bubble represented a distinct universe, yet the sheer number she beheld far exceeded millions. It was an unfathomable multitude. Beyond description, upon further observation, Lia discerned her own universe, a blue cosmic bubble that appeared markedly more stable than its counterparts. The other cosmic bubbles swayed like genuine bubbles, expanding and contracting, as though they might burst at any moment. Adjacent to many of these cosmic bubbles were smaller bubbles, representing the dimensional universes, the realm of the dimensional demigods. In essence, one could encounter identical dimensional demigods across various parallel universes, while most perceive them as unique entities within the multiverse. However, the truth is that the same Dormammu can be found across all universes. Even in different timelines, dimensional demigods possess counterparts, rendering them not unique. Lia believed that all dimensional demigods emanated from a singular source, their essence merely projected or manifested in multiple forms. For instance, Lia herself could achieve this feat, generating countless avatars to traverse every parallel universe. Yet she chose not to do so. In her heart, she regarded herself as the sole existence, deeming counterparts and avatars as utterly unnecessary. While the dimensional demigods remained unresponsive, Lia had deftly employed her spatial abilities to relocate her cosmic bubble beside her, ultimately stowing it within the sheath of the Avalon sword. Lia recalled severing the connection between the mortal realm of Midgard and the dimensional world, having offended numerous dimensional demigods. Not to mention delivering a slap to the god of dark magic, Zysorn. Though her presence might provide some assurance, she was now venturing to other universes. And should those dimensional demigods choose to act treacherously in her absence, attacking Asgard, she would undoubtedly regret it for a lifetime. Thus, Lia resolved to embark on an impromptu journey with her universe in tow. After all, placing it within Avalon ensured its safety far beyond her own existence. Once she secured the cosmic bubble, Lia plunged into an adjacent cosmic bubble without a backward glance, leaving behind a cadre of dimensional demigods emerging from their dimensional realms. Their expressions a mix of confusion as they beheld the vanishing cosmic bubble. Although Lia did not witness their reactions, she could easily surmise their bewilderment. The dimensional deity must have been utterly bewildered, pondering how the cosmic bubble had run off with long legs. Yet I never boarded the vehicle. I have yet to embark. At this thought, Lia couldn't help but chuckle. Effortlessly traversing the cosmic bubble, what might pose a challenge to others felt like mere air to Lia, as if she were gliding through a bubble. There was no resistance whatsoever, and she found herself within the cosmos in an instant. Upon entering, Lia was struck by the sudden transformation of her surroundings, which took on a cartoonish quality, evoking a sense of being in the wrong place. Stopping in her tracks, she scanned her surroundings in confusion, wondering where exactly she had ended up. Is this still the third dimension? Surely, I Haven T wandered on the wrong set. Chapter 65. The observer Otto, this newly arrived guest, appeared profoundly astonished by the anomalies of this parallel universe, seemingly struggling to adjust to the shift in aesthetic. A bald giant stood silently amidst the cosmic void, observing everything with a narrative unfolding from his lips. Although I had never encountered her in other parallel universes, her arrival was undeniably untimely. The observer's gaze shifted towards Ultron, who had already collected 6 Infinity Stones, completely oblivious to Leah's glance in his direction. Ultron had now set his sights on the various powers within the universe. Regrettably, as an observer, I am unable to intervene in this realm. The bald observer shook his head, a hint of compassion evident in his eyes and tone. Ah, so this is a hypothetical world. Leah suddenly turned to the observer and spoke. It seemed this newcomer had made a discovery. The observer's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Leah, exclaiming, "I don't comprehend. This is peculiar. How did you uncover my presence?" Leah shrugged, stating, "In the multiverse, anything is possible. Moreover, you are so blatantly standing before me." After a moment of calm, the observer accepted Leah's explanation. After all, in the multiverse, myriad possibilities exist. Ants can annihilate the universe, and pigs can reign supreme. Everything can manifest into reality. Very well, miss. The observer nodded towards Leah in respect. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the observer Otto. Leah smiled and replied, I am familiar with your kind. Observers, those who clandestinely observe the tales of others. Otto paused momentarily, not angered, but rather responding calmly. Your assertion is not without merit. We indeed watch the lives of others without their consent. Though I regret it, I shall not cease my actions, for I yearn for more stories, rather than being subjected to the same repetitive narratives. Such a straightforward admission. How stylish. Leah chuckled before turning to Otto and asking, what alterations have transpired in this world? Alterations? The observer Otto casually waved his hand, and a screen materialized before Leah, depicting the birth of Ultron and his ambition to create a vessel capable of containing the power of the Mind Stone. Ultimately, however, Ultron was vanquished, and that vessel transformed into a machine, a vision forged to protect life. This was the fate destined to unfold in most parallel universes, yet in this realm, Ultron triumphed. He fulfilled his desire, harnessing the boundless power of the Mind Stone, and commenced the annihilation of the entire planet. Then, Thanos invaded, only to be effortlessly dispatched by Ultron. At this juncture, Ultron acquired all the Infinity Stones. Such was the essence of the tale. After recounting the sequence of events, the observer Otto glanced at Leah, hesitating to voice his thoughts. Leah, without needing to guess, understood his unspoken words, but ultimately inquired if he wished to express something. Then I shall be candid, he replied. As an observer, I am unable to interfere with the workings of the universe. Otto paused momentarily, then, gritting his teeth, implored, could you save this world? Save the world? Otto's hopeful gaze was fixed upon Leah. In an instant, she donned her armor, a smile gracing her lips as she declared, I relish such endeavors. However, let it be known that you shall bear the responsibility for the destruction wrought in my battle against Ultron. That is only natural. A minor infraction shall pose no issue. Otto sighed with relief. Though had he foreseen the devastation Leah would later unleash, he would not have felt so reassured. Then I shall unleash my full power. Before he could finish, Leah transformed into a black-red meteor, hurtling toward Ultron's location at speed surpassing light itself. The sheer velocity nearly tore surrounding celestial bodies from their orbits, startling observer Otto into instinctively attempting to shield these planets, though he refrained from acting due to his observer status. Well, those planets are merely lifeless, dead worlds. A slight displacement will cause no significant harm. Otto exhaled as he observed the scene, relieved that the lady possessed a sense of restraint. Just as he began to relax, countless figures emerged from the cosmic void, including Black Widow, Hawkeye, Captain Marvel, and various extraterrestrials. It was evident that this was the lady's doing. However, since they had ventured beyond the universe, he could extend his care to them, which did not contravene the observer's rules. Meanwhile, in Midgard, a purple sweet potato was split in two, and the remaining Infinity Stones were seized, leading to the instantaneous replication of countless Ultrons, poised to enact a grand cleansing of the universe, plunging it into true peace. Yet in the next moment, a black-red meteor struck Ultron without affording him any time to react, the tremendous force propelling him through the surface of the Earth, down to its core, and ultimately through the entirety of the planet. After shattering 7 planets, Leah finally came to a halt, exerting her strength to hurl Ultron into the sun. Go take a bath in the sun. Although she had cast Ultron into the solar inferno, Leah remained vigilant, immediately summoning the Sword of Oath Victory, with boundless magical energy coalescing upon it. Lowly King's Hammer, reverse the dawn. Heavenly Blaze, Sword of Oath Victory. The noble phantasm was unleashed, and in an instant, The dark red magic surged across thousands of light years, striking the sun with a cataclysmic force. A thunderous roar echoed, illuminating the cosmos. As dozens of planetary systems were obliterated in that singular blow, leaving no trace behind. Observers from beyond the universe witnessed this scene, their lips twitching in disbelief. Though they possessed the ability to restore all that had been lost, they pondered whether the scale of destruction was excessively vast. Yet, amidst the unending light and heat, Leah was grasped within a colossal hand, none other than Ultron, who had magnified himself immensely. Foolish, ignorant one, you are resisting the arrival of peace. Thus, you must perish. Ultron's hand enveloped Leah entirely, blocking out all light. The universe fell silent for a moment. Even the observer, Otto, found himself uncertain of Leah's condition. However, in the next moment, Ultron's serene mechanical visage transformed into one of astonishment. Countless tendrils of decay and corrosion, emanating a sinister black hue, began to spread from Ultron's hand, crawling up his arm. Desperately, Ultron attempted to use the power of the gem to expel the encroaching darkness, but his efforts proved fruitless, as the black tendrils inched perilously close to consuming him entirely. With no time to hesitate, Ultron severed his entire left arm and cast it aside. The severed limb, suspended in the void, was gradually devoured, leaving only the armored figure, brandishing the sword of oath victory. In the next heartbeat, dark red magic enveloped Ultron's entire field of vision. Yet he remained unperturbed. A crimson glimmer flickered in his eyes, and in an instant, the malevolent energy transformed into vibrant butterflies fluttering through the cosmos. Whoever you may be, I shall bring peace to your homeland. As Ultron wielded the power of the Time Stone to reverse time, he scanned his surroundings. Leah had vanished from his sight, concealed by the dark red magic. You cannot hide for long. I shall find you and deliver equal destruction. Enough of your prattle. The voice emerged from behind Ultron, and instinctively he turned, only to have Leah seize his face, pressing it into the fabric of space. The impact fractured the very space itself, and, as Ultron reacted swiftly, the Power Stone on his chest glimmered with light. Leah felt Ultron's strength surge exponentially as he endeavored to escape her grasp. However, Leah was resolute, tightening her grip once more. As the saying goes, a marked weakness invites a critical strike. Thus, Leah aimed directly at the 5 Infinity Stones embedded in Ultron's chest. But after a prolonged struggle, she realized they would not budge at all. Leah remarked sarcastically that it was no wonder the weakness was placed so conspicuously. It was utterly impossible to remove. Even with his head held captive, Ultron continued to mock others with relentless effort, proclaiming, I am one with the Infinity Stones. You have no means to separate us. Now it is my turn. Ultron revealed a menacing smile as the Mind Stone emitted a laser beam that seared Leah's armored palm. Before long, her armor was reduced to nothingness, and the laser began to scorch her delicate hand. Yet Leah remained unfazed. Instead, she lifted her other hand and relentlessly pounded against Ultron's chest, exclaiming, I refuse to believe I cannot shatter this gem-encrusted hunk of scrap metal. With each strike, the barriers of reality could no longer withstand the force. Boom! Another punch. And this time, the space behind Ultron shattered, propelling both him and Leah through the dimensional barrier into another universe. Seizing the moment as the barrier broke, Ultron felt his power wane and swiftly utilized the Mind Stone to transform into a quantum state, successfully escaping. Upon distancing himself from Leah, Ultron suddenly found himself in an unfamiliar world, rife with civilizations in need of his prowess to maintain peace. In that instant, Ultron's awareness expanded. He realized he should not confine his focus to a single universe when countless others awaited his salvation. He resolved not to squander time battling Leah, but to fulfill his true responsibilities. With this newfound clarity, Ultron disregarded Leah and harnessed the Space Stone's power to teleport to a distant planet. Without hesitation, he unleashed the energy of the Power Stone upon the world. In the next moment, the entire planet imploded like a bursting balloon, vanishing from this universe, leaving only scattered fragments of land drifting in space as remnants of what once was a vibrant, life-bearing planet. Just as Ultron prepared to make his next move, a hand seized his mechanical leg, yanking him down. The sword of victory struck mercilessly against Ultron's head, sparks flying. Who permitted your departure? Leah did not mourn the obliterated planet. She understood that the law of the universe was survival of the fittest. Her desire to eliminate Ultron stemmed solely from her own amusement, not from any noble intention of saving the universe. In that moment, Leah's urge to vanquish Ultron intensified, for she would not tolerate anyone more arrogant than herself, even a robot. The blade cleaved half of Ultron's face, yet he could not shake the dread that gripped him. Had he not promptly utilized the energy of the Power Stone for defense, deflecting the sword's trajectory slightly, he would likely have been cleaved in two. With a casual tug, Leah severed one of the legs she had grasped, unleashing the power of the Time Stone. Ultron, who had previously seemed utterly incapacitated, was instantly revitalized. TCH. The Time Stone is truly insufferable, Leah muttered with disdain, her lips curling in displeasure, completely oblivious to the fact that she too was a wielder of the Time Stone. Ultron calmly stated, "Please cease your actions. We harbor no enmity towards one another. You possess no justification for such hostility." Leah retorted scornfully, "You intend to annihilate all sentient beings, yet you assert that I have no reason to oppose you." Ultron replied coolly, "I am merely a machine, without any desire to extinguish life. This course of action is simply the swiftest means to achieve peace. Your prowess compels me to reconsider. If all could coexist harmoniously, I would not resort to destruction. Spare me your platitudes. You may as well proceed to eradicate all life." Leah's lips twitched at Ultron's words. To wish for universal harmony is akin to anticipating the world's end. Ultron shook his head. "It seems you too believe that only annihilation can yield peace. If that is the case, do not impede my efforts. The notion of peace bears no relevance to me. My singular desire is to extinguish you." Ultron's mechanical eye narrowed suddenly. Throughout their exchange, he had rapidly analyzed the intricacies of their impending battle. As a robot, his analytical capabilities were already formidable, and the enhancement from the Infinity Stones allowed him to discern that every time an attack was aimed at Leah's distinctive hair tuft, she would instinctively evade. Conversely, strikes aimed at other parts of her body were met with resilience. Thus, he concluded that the tuft was her Achilles' heel. Armed with this revelation, Ultron's confidence surged as he charged towards Leah. Though slightly puzzled by his audacity, Leah did not waver. Instead, she radiated a fierce determination as she propelled herself towards him. In the fleeting moment before their collision, she raised the Sword of Victory, swinging it towards Ultron's metallic form. To her astonishment, Ultron neither defended himself nor evaded. He allowed the Sword of Victory to cleave into his body. A smile crept onto Ultron's lips. This time, victory is assured. Seizing the opportunity presented by their proximity, he swiftly reached out to grasp the swaying tuft above Leah's head. Simultaneously, Leah's instincts screamed alarm. She realized Ultron's target was her tuft. She attempted to evade, but it was too late. Chapter 67. Fury without exception. Ultron yanked Leah's tuft from her head. Her body stiffened, the motion to cleave Ultron in two abruptly halting. Ultron hastily retreated, utilizing the Time Stone to mend his wounds, and gazed at Leah, who stood frozen, a triumphant smile gracing his lips. "It appears this truly is your vulnerability. Who would have imagined that the weakness of such a formidable individual would lie in a mere tuft? It is indeed a perplexity for machines to comprehend." Ultron spread his hand, a single errant strand resting quietly within his palm. Suddenly, a wicked smile crept across his lips as he recalled your earlier anxious demeanor. This seemingly trivial strand appeared to represent more than just a weakness. It seemed to hold considerable significance for you. If that were the case, he would not hesitate to obliterate it. At this juncture, Ultron contemplated directly severing Leah's strand. But in the next moment, he felt an eerie emptiness in his left hand. Confused, he glanced down, only to discover that his hand had been completely severed. Leah, who had previously been a distance away, was now at his side, having been the one to sever his left hand. Activating the powers of the Space Stone, Ultron swiftly distanced himself from Leah by several thousand meters. Even from such a distance, he could easily discern that something was amiss with Leah. After instantaneously severing Ultron's hand, Leah retrieved the errant strand and carefully placed it back into the sword's sheath. Avalon, raising her head once more, her eyes, which had once been filled with a myriad of emotions, now appeared devoid of most feelings, replaced by a chilling indifference and a ferocity that was palpable. It was as if she had transformed entirely. Moreover, her magical power had surged exponentially, increasing by several multiples. Leah emanated a formidable aura of magic as she gazed silently at Ultron from afar. At that moment, Ultron felt a shiver run through him. An inexplicable sensation for a being of metal, akin to being hunted by a relentless predator. As they locked eyes, Leah suddenly moved, perhaps raising the Sword of Oath's Victory as before, with boundless magic entwined around it. However, this time, the magnitude of her power seemed overwhelming. Ultron stood transfixed, staring at the black-red radiance that illuminated the cosmos. He attempted to evade the impending attack, only to find himself utterly immobilized, as if his very being had been ensnared. The magical beam struck Ultron without any surprise, and he felt as though an entire universe bore down upon him, rendering him motionless, with visible cracks appearing on his once invulnerable form. This was impossible. Ultron murmured in disbelief. After all, his body had been reinforced by 6 infinity stones. In terms of hardness, even the mightiest vibranium would seem as soft as cotton when faced with his enhanced physique. Yet despite this, his body began to shatter under Leah's onslaught, and for the first time, Ultron sensed that death was alarmingly near. The 6 stones ignited simultaneously, channeling an inexhaustible energy to form a protective barrier that repelled Leah's magical beam. Just as Ultron began to breathe a sigh of relief, Leah inexplicably appeared before him, her sword cleaving through the barrier and striking his body directly. The fabric of reality fractured once more, and the resulting shockwave obliterated half the universe. While Ultron frantically summoned the power of the stones, the green light flickered incessantly as the body of Ultron shattered and restored repeatedly. Each time Ultron attempted to escape through the space stone, he was immediately struck on the head by Leah's sword, disrupting his plans for departure. Leah resembled a relentless berserker, tirelessly engaging in battle. Each of her strikes was powerful enough to pierce the barriers of reality, and every blow landed upon the Infinity Stones made them appear as though they were on the verge of shattering. Only the Time Stone, in its frantic reversal of time, managed to maintain the current state of affairs. Ultron had attempted to resist, yet at some point he realized that his assaults on Leah felt akin to mere tickles, inflicting no harm whatsoever. He tested the capabilities of various stones, but found that the Power Stone was inferior to Leah's might, and the Space Stone was thoroughly suppressed. The remaining Mind Stone, Soul Stone, and Time Stone proved useless, leaving only the Reality Stone capable of creating some sturdy defensive constructs to shield him from Leah's relentless attacks. Even so, under the force of Leah's sword that cleaved through an entire universe, Ultron felt a disorienting heaviness in his head. Perplexed as to why a robot would experience such dizziness, perhaps his circuits had short-circuited from the onslaught. After slicing through the 26th universe, Leah's sanity began to return, and her instincts sensed that Ultron had succumbed to a momentary stupor. It was the perfect opportunity for a decisive strike, which Leah would not miss. Countless black bandages surged forth like waves, ensnaring Ultron upon a bubble of the universe. The oath of victory sword in Leah's hand vanished, replaced by a spear, the gleaming spear of doom. Simultaneously, her appearance underwent a dramatic transformation, entering a state of overexertion from the stones. Her once single ponytail unraveled, and a crown of dark thorns adorned her head. Her sclera turned black, and her pupils shifted to a striking purple, as if her eye sockets had cracked open. In this new form, Leah raised the gleaming spear of doom, dazzling with countless runes, poised for its inaugural release. Meanwhile, in the cosmic rifts, Odin had collapsed, kneeling in despair. Throughout Leah's fierce battle, Odin had also harnessed his abilities to enhance the area in which they fought. Nonetheless, the devastation wrought by Leah was overwhelming, leaving Odin grappling with the reality of the destruction. The havoc she unleashed within Ultron's epic universe alone would consume him centuries to mend completely. Moreover, considering the other universes involved, he realized that he would be unable to extricate himself for thousands of years. Truth be told, Odin was beginning to regret enlisting Leah's assistance. He pondered, what exactly had he sought to protect? For the first time, Odin understood the sensation of collapse, an unbearable feeling that rendered existence less desirable than death itself. Upon contemplating the prospect of residing here for countless millennia, endlessly mending the cosmos while being deprived of new tales, Odin was overwhelmed by a desire to obliterate the universe. Presently, the most prudent course of action was to summon his kin for assistance. Although their inherently curious nature may not guarantee cooperation, it was worth a try. Odin activated the communicator, initiating contact with headquarters, and the moment the call connected, a radiant smile blossomed upon his round face. Chapter 68, Skewers of Lamb Yua 2. I have encountered something quite intriguing on my end. Would you care to witness it? It is an event unlike any you have ever seen, unique to this multiverse. Missing it would be a grave misfortune, Odin exclaimed, employing a tone that was both flattering and enticing. Please bring along a few companions, as shared joy surpasses solitary delight. First, he needed to lure them over. The subsequent matters could be addressed later. Odin shook his head in resignation, recognizing that he had no alternative. After all, he couldn't possibly remain here for millennia. He hoped that Leah would cause minimal destruction. He was on the brink of exhaustion. With these thoughts, Odin redirected his gaze toward Leah. Meanwhile, Leah sensed a perilous threat, swiftly recovering from her faintness and striving to free herself from the clutches of the dark sludge. Even as she tore through some of the muck, it was relentlessly replenished, suffocating her efforts. She attempted to channel the energy of the gems to escape, yet she perceived the presence of other gem energies within the black mire, which hindered the power of the Infinity Gem. Now, she could only watch helplessly as Leah unleashed her artifact. Simultaneously, Leah began to softly intone the incantation of liberation. though her voice was faint astonishingly. It resonated throughout the cosmos. Darkness, jubilation, yearning, decay. The runes gleaming upon the spear of termination radiated a violet luminescence. Inscribed within me, I entomb for you. Laia aimed the luminous spear of termination at the struggling Otto. O my adversary, perish. Innocent riddle, be rendered to nothingness. The sacred spear became enveloped in violet flames, casting the entire universe in hues of purple. Holy spear, anchor down, shine forth from the spear of termination. As her words fell, Laia thrust the shimmering spear of termination towards Otto, the violet beam hurtling mercilessly in his direction. When Laia uttered her incantation, a profound sense of impending doom enveloped Otto. Despite his desperate attempts to evade it, escape was futile. He could only watch as death approached. No, my mission remains unfulfilled. I cannot perish here. Otto's eyes widened in disbelief as he roared in defiance, unleashing the full power of the Infinity Gem in a bid to seize his final chance at survival. Yet the protective shield, forged from the power of the infinite gems, shattered like a mere balloon under the might of the resplendent gun of annihilation. Boundless energy scorched Ultron's form, its unparalleled piercing force penetrating his very being. The indescribable impact and explosive energy propelled Ultron through one cosmic barrier after another, piercing through 15 universes in unison. This spectacle astonished both Laia and Otto, who had only just regained their senses. Viewed from a divine perspective, one would observe these 15 universes skewered together, reminiscent of meat on a skewer. However, what truly astonished Laia and Otto was not merely the act of piercing through 15 universes, but the peculiar phenomenon that ensued. Those 15 universes began to draw closer to one another, as if destined to merge. This was a sight Laia had never witnessed before, while Otto, possessing knowledge of certain universes merging with others in their impending destruction, was equally taken aback. Despite wielding the most advanced technology, witnessing the fusion of universes was a first for him as well. This was undoubtedly a tale worthy of boasting among his kin. However, Otto suddenly realized that Laia had obliterated 15 universes in one fell swoop. Although he had prudently relocated the inhabitants of the nearby universes in anticipation of such an event, intending to restore their memories and return them post-repair, the merging of the universes now posed a dilemma. How could he reintegrate them? Would he simply cast them all into this singular universe? Though the fused universe had expanded exponentially, the chaos that would ensue from depositing the inhabitants of each universe on Earth would be monumental. Could the disturbances caused by beings from other planets rival those instigated by Earthlings? Otto sighed, resigning himself to a wait-and-see approach. Laia, recognizing the gravity of the situation with the merging of the universes, felt somewhat reassured by Otto's presence, deciding that she would rely on him if complications arose. For now, her priority was to ascertain Ultron's condition. With that thought, Laia teleported to the last location where she sensed Ultron's presence. Yet to her dismay, she found no trace of him, only 6 cracked gems floating amidst the cosmos. Had he been utterly obliterated? A wave of confusion washed over Laia. Logically, even the mightiest of her attacks should have left some evidence on Ultron's heavily fortified form. Now, apart from the infinite gems, there was not a single remnant to be found. Had he been rescued? That seemed implausible. Why then would the infinite gems remain? Baffled, Laia shook her head in frustration. With a mere gesture, the 6 infinite gems gravitated into her palm. Without hesitation, a dark sludge enveloped the gems, consuming them entirely. As the gems were gradually devoured, Laia's aura swelled in strength, not because Ultron's infinite gems surpass her own, but rather, in every universe, the infinite gems abide by distinct rules, and Laia absorbs these various regulations to enhance the mastery of her own principles. Meanwhile, a figure swiftly carries a dilapidated robot, fleeing into the dimensional realm. Lord Zysorn, I have returned with the Ultron that will battle that woman. Ego reported to Zysorn, then, with a hint of confusion, inquired, why didn't you allow me to bring back the infinite gems? Wouldn't that amplify Ultron's power? Zysorn carelessly placed his foot upon the head of the now senseless Ultron and remarked, under the influence of that dull energy, it was already a challenge for me to create an exit for a fragment of your energy to escape undetected. Bringing along Ultron, this defunct robot, is one matter, but if you were to carry the infinite gems, such a vast energy source, do you truly believe that dull creature is blind? Indeed, Lord Zysorn's foresight was commendable, Ego flattered. But what use is Ultron without the infinite gems? Zysorn chuckled softly. What I value is his uniqueness. Infinite gems abound in the multiverse, yet only he can achieve such feats solely with them. He is a rare asset, given the enmity between him and that dull creature. He shall ultimately be ours. Your wisdom is unparalleled, my lord. This increases our odds against that woman. Ego eagerly praised. Zysorn emitted a villainous laugh. Ha ha ha. Ego followed suit. However, upon hearing Ego's laughter, Zysorn's expression darkened, and he kicked Ego. Know your place. Laugh only as I do. Chapter 69. A new amusement after consuming all the infinite gems. Laia scratched her head awkwardly, realizing that she had intended to be a hero, but now seemed to have become the villain. Never mind. I should make my exit. After all, I have already vanquished the evil Ultron. That counts as fulfilling my promise, right? I suppose it does. Determined to leave discreetly, Laia thought it would be quite embarrassing to encounter the bald-headed one later. She trusted that he could handle everything. If not, he had his kin to assist. Surely, they could summon more individuals to resolve the situation. Comforting herself, she bolted out of the universe, racing aimlessly through the void, fearful of being pursued. Meanwhile, Otto twitched his mouth, a dark line hanging above his head, unsure how to express his disdain for this irresponsible individual who fled after completing her task. Sighing resignedly, he could only lament his powerlessness as a mere observer, hoping that his kin would grant him leniency for possessing this rare footage. In this realm, Otto is devising plans to mend the universe, while Laia has finally come to a halt. Here, Laia has stumbled upon a particularly striking cosmic bubble, which starkly contrasts with the ordinary bubbles surrounding it. This peculiar bubble is not beautiful in the least. On the contrary, it is utterly repugnant. The entire cosmic bubble resembles a grotesque tumor, and it is further marred by revolting tentacles that writhe in the void, making the universe appear as if it has succumbed to cellular degeneration. In an instant, Laia recognizes the identity of this universe, the cancerous universe. It is indeed a sight to behold. She grimaces in distaste. Indeed, this universe is renowned from a bygone era as the one where death is merely a myth, allowing all its inhabitants to attain immortality. One might presume this to be a blessing, yet the reality is quite the opposite. Immortality devoid of perpetual youth and free from disease may initially seem advantageous, but in this universe, beings do not die. They merely age and succumb to illness, resulting in grotesque obesity due to their cells' inability to perish. To compound the horror, another repugnant species known as the polymorphs resides within this universe. The polymorphs are entities that exist beyond countless singular universes, wielding dominion over additional dimensions. From their inception, they were banished from the multiverse by the deity of death, one of the 5 primordial gods, as they epitomize unending, unrestrained life. Among them, the Eye Demon is particularly infamous, having bested both Doctor Strange and the Ancient One in various parallel universes. Thus, the polymorphs represent an immensely powerful race. Reflecting on the narrative of the cancerous universe and the lore surrounding the polymorphs, Laia ultimately resolves against venturing into this universe, for it is simply too revolting. Presently, Laia is exerting great effort to refrain from obliterating this abhorrent universe and decides to avert her gaze, continuing her flight in another direction. During her journey, a novel idea suddenly sparks in Laia's mind. She believes that embarking on this adventure alone feels rather unjust, prompting her to share the storyline of Ultron with the inhabitants of her universe, allowing them a glimpse of her experiences while simultaneously nurturing their growth. Thus, she proceeds with this plan. Laia, ever the spontaneous spirit, embraces her newfound inspiration with fervor. In her universe, since certain events unfolded a day prior, the majority of men have sequestered themselves within their chambers, reluctant to venture outside. Meanwhile, a select few have seized this opportunity to revel in life alongside the women. Embracing camaraderie, Asgard, upon the throne of the divine hall, it is not Odin who reigns, but rather the goddess Frigga. For the All-Father Odin has chosen to remain absent for reasons unknown. Thus, the goddess takes it upon herself to govern in his stead, surrounded predominantly by female deities. They engage in hushed whispers, seemingly discussing the charming qualities of men, their chatter shrouded in ambiguity. Observing the murmurs below, Frigga plants the eternal spear firmly upon the ground, its resonance echoing throughout the hall, silencing the assembly. Satisfied with the sudden stillness, she is about to speak when an ethereal screen materializes before her. Simultaneously, across the earth and the vast cosmos, all eyes are drawn to a luminous projection. With the illumination of the screen, a design emerges, depicting a knight's sword crossed with a knight's spear, followed by the words Leah's parallel universe records. What on earth is happening? What does this record signify? Good heavens! Such a grand display. Is this some new technological marvel? This is most inconvenient. I am frozen in shock at a critical moment. S-H-I-E-L, Delia? What scheme does this goddess concoct now? Nick Fury's already dark expression deepens as he gazes at the unexpected projection. The name Leah has cast a shadow over him. Each mention heralds trouble. Yet, As he scrutinizes the inscription on the screen, he is plunged into contemplation. In a newly reconstructed Stark Tower, Tony Stark, who had already felt quite embarrassed by his televised appearance, finds his mood further soured by this sudden revelation. Who is it? I acknowledge your technological prowess, but I am in no mood for games of hide and seek. Just tell me how much I must pay for this technology. Soon, he notices the words Leah's parallel universe records on the screen. Leo, why must she be involved again? Stark, nearly overwhelmed, cradles his head in despair, teetering on the brink of misanthropy. At that moment, the text on the screen vanishes, replaced by the visage of a stunningly beautiful face. Greetings, everyone. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Leah, a deity of sorts. I am currently undertaking a solitary challenge to survive 100 days within the multiverse. Traveling alone can be rather dull, so I have decided to share some tales from the multiverse with you. Moreover, I have prepared a special opportunity for you to traverse the multiverse. If you are intrigued, please dial 54688 if connected. You shall gain the privilege to journey through parallel universes. Additionally, I have prepared a special enhancement to facilitate your adventures throughout the cosmos. If you did not receive this, I apologize. You're no longer qualified. Now, allow me to present to you my first destination, the Age of Ultron, Chapter 70, The Ongoing Journey. Subsequently, within the luminous screen, an altered live-action portrayal crafted by Leah emerged, depicting the genesis of Ultron and elucidating the means to preserve peace. The scene transitioned to the aftermath of universal destruction, revealing the observer being forcefully subdued by Ultron in a fierce display of power. Ultimately, just as Ultron was on the verge of extinguishing the observer's existence, the latter summoned every ounce of strength to retaliate and, with a flash of violet light, vanished from sight. Ultron gazed calmly at the void where the observer had once stood, slowly articulating, "Whether you choose to flee in terror or observe coldly, it matters not. From this vantage point, I behold all. No one can thwart my ambitions now." His eyes appeared to penetrate the screen, surveying every inhabitant of Leah's universe. "Oh my God, this terrifying automaton seems to be looking directly at me," cursed one individual. "Who is orchestrating this cruel prank? I hope I can catch them. Is this truly real? I even spotted Iron Man and Thor within. Could this genuinely be a parallel universe? Furthermore, this robot was crafted by Iron Man himself. I always knew he was no hero." Leah's recordings of the parallel universe suggest that this realm is indeed overseen by a deity named Leah. Perhaps I should attempt to call and see if I can traverse to this parallel universe. Brothers, am I making the right choice? Countless individuals across the cosmos, witnessing the luminescent screen, felt a chill run down their spines. The content of the visuals was undeniably terrifying and shocking. Instantly, the entire network erupted in a frenzy. In Stark Tower, Tony Stark looked utterly bewildered. When did I ever create Ultron? How could a mere robot bring about the annihilation of the universe with just those 6 stones? Yet, contemplating Leah's formidable power, he began to entertain the unsettling possibility that this could indeed be true. A multiverse? Perhaps I should give it a try. Tony Stark gazed at the phone in his hand and slowly pressed the call button. Akamartaj, a group of apprentice sorcerers stood in disbelief at the scenes unfolding on the screen. Is the Supreme Sorcerer's portrayal genuine? Master Mordo's voice trembled as he pondered. Does such a robot capable of universal destruction truly exist? In the previous imagery, he had witnessed Ultron effortlessly obliterating entire star systems, seemingly without any exertion, as if reducing dozens of galaxies to mere crumbs was as simple as consuming a piece of bread. Master Gu, he shook her head in resignation, addressing the luminous screen. In the multiverse, anything is possible, and given the capricious nature of that goddess, this must indeed be authentic. A wave of disbelief washed over the apprentices instantly. In their eyes, the Ancient One and the Omniscient are scarcely distinguishable. Now that even the Ancient One has affirmed its veracity, despite their reluctance to accept it, they are left with no choice but to concede its truth. Initially, they anticipated the disappearance of the luminous curtain, yet instead revealed further images. The observer, drawing upon the last vestiges of his strength, did not escape to the cosmos, but rather to a singularity birthed from a collapsed universe. From within emerged a once-reproached sinner, possessing 3 eyes, stepping forth from the shadows, none other than the corrupted Dr. Strange, Stephen Strange himself. The observer gazed upon Strange and softly implored, "I require your assistance." Subsequently, the luminous curtain vanished entirely. At this moment, the attention of all magical apprentices shifted toward Strange, who had only recently arrived. "In truth, we bear little resemblance. I do not possess 3 eyes, do I?" Strange, feeling the weight of their scrutiny, weakly protested. Master Mordo conjured a magical array, declaring, "The likelihood of Strange becoming a disciple of darkness in the future is considerable. Please, issue your command." Observing Mordo's disposition, It was evident that should the Ancient One so command, he would likely shatter Strange into countless fragments. The Ancient One raised a hand to halt Mordo's next move, stating, "That is merely a being from a different universe. Have you forgotten? In the multiverse, anything is possible." After a moment of hesitation, and owing to his trust in the Ancient One, Mordo ultimately relinquished the magical array. Fixing a serious gaze upon Strange, "I shall keep a vigilant watch over you." Asgard. The goddess Frigga rubbed her temples, displaying a smile that was both exasperated and indulgent. "That little rascal, Leah, is at it again." Hela, observing the vanished curtain, couldn't help but grumble. "You promised to take me to other universes, yet now you have abandoned me here alone." The All-Father Odin and his two sons, upon the emergence of the luminous curtain, immediately discerned Leah's involvement. After considerable analysis, they ultimately concluded that the probability of the changes they experienced, 9,999, was indeed the handiwork of Leah. Now that the curtain had fallen, the three men gritted their teeth, their eyes aflame with determination, fixating intently on the spot where the curtain had vanished. They felt utterly humiliated to remain in Asgard while Leah frolicked freely outside. With their spirits vexed, they could no longer contain themselves and retrieved the phones Leah had gifted them, dialing the number displayed on the luminous curtain. As the dialing tone echoed, the three men bore resolute expressions, their minds conjuring visions of how they would torment Leah once found. As time crept by, just when they believed the call would be futile, suddenly the line connected, revealing a familiar voice. "The number you have dialed is currently unavailable. Please try again later. If you wish to leave a message, please burn incense to summon the deities." Upon first hearing that peculiar sound, they were momentarily taken aback. However, after a brief interval, they recognized that the voice bore an uncanny resemblance to someone they knew. "Leah, you little rascal, do you have any idea how much misery you've brought upon us? Release your powers at once." Odin shouted into the phone with fervor. A calm voice emanated from the other end, speaking in an unintelligible manner. "What nonsense!" The three men bellowed in unison. Without paying heed to their outburst, Leah abruptly ended the call. She had only answered their call on a whim, and now that she understood they were faring poorly, it brought her a sense of delight. Subsequently, a multitude of calls inundated her, and Leah swiftly began selecting individuals who piqued her interest. With each choice, she conjured an auxiliary power and cast them into the merged parallel universe. The powers were fantastical and varied, including an endless supply of pizza and an ability that caused anyone touched to experience uncontrollable diarrhea. As she scrolled through the names, Leah's gaze landed on a familiar one, Tony Stark. Gwen Stark? What is this fellow doing, not properly being Iron Man, but stirring up trouble here? She mused, stroking her chin, a clever idea forming in her mind. The thought of Iron Man traversing parallel universes only to witness his wife marrying another version of himself was amusing. With a sly smile, she selected Stark, deciding on a power source for him. After all, didn't he have a penchant for machinery? Having dealt with Stark, Leah continued her exploration, encountering more familiar names: Hela, Wanda, Banner, and even Hawkeye and Black Widow. Upon recognizing these names, she recalled a promise she had made to Hela about allowing her to conquer worlds in other universes. With this thought, Leah located a lower energy universe bubble nearby and established a portal to connect with it. She then sent Hela and Wanda into this universe, activating a bloodlock power for them that would ensure no one could breach it as long as their levels remained beneath her own. As for Black Widow and the others, Leah carelessly tossed them into the merged universe, along with a few auxiliary powers, before moving on. Having relaxed her mind, she prepared to delve into other parallel universes once more. For many days, Leah wandered through countless parallel universes, yet she found nothing of interest. On this day, as she traversed through a universe bubble, she began to lose hope of discovering anything captivating. Suddenly, she sensed a strange figure abruptly appear above a universe bubble before entering it. Oh, this presence does not seem reminiscent of anyone from the Marvel Universe. Could it be other travelers from different realms? Excitement sparkled in Leah's eyes as she finally resolved to embark on her adventure in a new universe. "Where am I?" A young girl, having risen from the ground, murmured to herself as she surveyed the unfamiliar surroundings. "Have I traversed dimensions?" Just as confusion enveloped her, an inexplicable sensation washed over her, revealing that she had indeed arrived in the Marvel Universe, and this was her very first comic. If her popularity soared, she would possess the same undying fate as Deadpool. Marvel, my beloved comics. The girl's eyes gleamed with exhilaration. As a reclusive youth, Marvel had always been her favorite. Now, she had found herself in this extraordinary universe with her inaugural comic in hand. She must perform splendidly, for who knows when she might encounter her cherished characters. What an exhilarating prospect. The girl was lost in daydreams of joining the Avengers, punching the likes of Thanos and trampling the Celestials. Oh, I also need a heroic title. Suddenly, it dawned on her that every superhero possesses a distinct moniker. She ought to have one as well. What should it be? Dimension Traveler? No, that one T-do. Marvelous Moiden. Too pedestrian. Batgirl? That belongs to another realm. Just as she grappled with her dilemma, a voice resonated nearby. How about calling yourself Gwenpool? Ah, that sounds splendid. Henceforth, I shall be known as Gwenpool. Wait, hold on, who spoke? Gwenpool turned, only to find a face so close that it nearly touched her own. The proximity startled Gwenpool, causing her to retreat several steps. Once a safe distance was established, she could finally scrutinize the girl before her, with dark golden hair tied in a single ponytail. Clad in an elegant black gown reminiscent of ancient nobility, her dark golden eyes sparkled, and she wielded a black knight's sword. Upon recognizing the visitor's appearance, Gwenpool was instantly thrilled. It's Princess Leia, the character I admire most, my idol. Without hesitation, Gwenpool rushed to Leia, grasping her hands and cradling them to her chest, her eyes glimmering with adoration. This unexpected display of affection made even the self-proclaimed thick-skinned Leia feel a tad bashful. Gwenpool, I never expected that your world would also feature my comics. How fascinating. Indeed, the girl before her was not merely a traveler. She was Gwenpool, a character from the original Marvel comics. Known for captivating countless fans, Gwenpool is the most endearing and eccentric female character in the Marvel Universe, bar none. With her vibrant appearance, playful demeanor, and whimsical antics, she has garnered a legion of devoted admirers among comic readers. This universe must surely be the origin of Gwenpool. Your Highness Leia, you have indeed shattered the fourth wall. I was not mistaken. Those readers do not comprehend you at all. They even claim you are oblivious to the fact that you exist within a comic. Gwen, with her hands flailing in the empty air, seemed to be striking an unseen foe. May I inquire how you are portrayed in your comic? Leia gently inquired. Certainly, but alas. The comic featuring your highness abruptly ceased updates one day. Truly, I have an aversion to those who abandon their work. It was progressing splendidly, and then it simply halted. Gwen lamented with a hint of frustration. Leia tilted her head in confusion and continued to ask when it had stopped updating. It was right when you crafted weapons from reality gems. That was when it abruptly ceased. I even went so far as to write a complaint letter, but regrettably, I received no response. Is that so? Leia seemed to grasp something. That day coincided with her acquisition of Avalon. Was it due to Avalon? Moreover, I always feel that the comics drawn by the editor lack something. For instance, there has never been an exploration of your highness's inner thoughts. This has left many readers bewildered, and even I, a devoted fan, found it quite exasperating. A worried and disgruntled expression appeared on Gwen's adorable face. Leia chuckled softly and floated beside Gwen, gently embracing her shoulders. There, let's not dwell on these trivial matters any longer. Is this not your first comic? Let us find a place to discuss what kind of hero you wish to be to truly capture attention. With that, Leia guided Gwen towards a nearby CAF. As they walked, Leia pondered about Gwen's original universe, the editor's universe, which, while not a true reality, nonetheless existed within the context of the Marvel Universe. In that worldview, the editor's universe is indeed perceived as the real world by those Marvel characters who break the fourth wall. It is not surprising that your comic appears within the editor's universe, as any character of slight renown can find their corresponding comic there. Even comics from universes outside of Marvel can be found, such as those from the neighboring universe. Of course, this could also be a matter of wicked amusement. Chapter 72. The editor's universe is hiding from me upon arriving at the CF. They settled into a window-side seat. After ordering a few cups of coffee, Leia rested her chin on her hand, curiously inquiring of Gwen, now that you have arrived in this universe, what kind of hero do you aspire to become? Hero? No. At the mere mention of the word hero, Gwen shook her head vigorously. Ordinary heroes simply cannot attract any significant following. Therefore, I shall be an unconventional hero, doing whatever I please and pursuing whatever garners attention. How delightful. Leia smiled at her lively and charming demeanor, unable to suppress a chuckle. Gwen, filled with excitement, leaned in with an eager expression, happily affirming, right? The readers must think so too. My popularity will surely surpass that of Spider-Man. Leia extended a finger to gently poke Gwen on the forehead, pushing her back slightly. You might need to work hard for that. As far as I know, Spider-Man's popularity seems quite substantial, and if your comic doesn't garner enough attention, you might find yourself facing cancellation from the editorial team. Upon hearing this, a look of horror swept across Gwen's petite face, as she too seemed to contemplate such a dismal fate. No, I have finally arrived in my favorite world. If I were to be cast out, I would truly be devastated. Before despair could linger, Gwen sprang to her feet, excitement igniting her spirit. She produced 2 handguns from her person, a manic smile curling at the corners of her mouth. Perhaps I should emulate Deadpool. A massacre in the Marvel Universe would undoubtedly attract a multitude of admirers. Witnessing this, Leah was momentarily at a loss for words. Should I commend her for being a comedic character? How can one without any superpowers conjure two firearms out of thin air? As Gwen prepared to dash out of the CAF, intent on her plan of slaughtering the Marvel Universe, Leah swiftly grasped her arm, guiding her back into her seat. Leah, with a tone of earnest concern, addressed her, Gwen, you're being a bit extreme. We can discuss matters. Resorting to violence will only alienate the audience. But if I don't do this, Gwen exclaimed, I will be expelled from the Marvel Universe and return to that tedious real world. I refuse to go back, even if it means death. I wish to perish within the Marvel Universe. Gwen frantically tugged at her hair, her words tumbling out in a jumbled stream of complaints. Hearing her lament, a mysterious smile graced Leah's lips as she gently inquired, Do you truly not wish to return to the real world, even in death? Gwen replied earnestly, Absolutely. I long to immerse myself in the Marvel Universe. As for the real world, let those who wish to dwell there do so. I can never return. Well then, Leah continued, have you considered discussing your situation with the editor? Perhaps they might offer an alternative solution. Her tone shifted to one of soft, tempting allure, reminiscent of a whimsical uncle coaxing a child with a lollipop. You're right. I could ask the editor. If he sees how adorable I am as Gwen, perhaps he would grant me more screen time in other comics, thereby elevating my popularity. A brilliant idea sparked in Gwen's mind, a genuine light bulb moment. What more could Leah say? Truly, she was a comedic character. Subsequently, Gwen closed her eyes as if engaged in a silent communion, while Leah fixed her gaze intently on her. The energy of the Infinity Stones enveloped her, heightened to its maximum, eager to witness something extraordinary from Gwen. Indeed, Leah yearned to replicate an act once performed by Deadpool, the annihilation of the editorial team. Yet unlike Deadpool, Leah had no intention of enacting such violence. Instead, she was prepared to explore the universe where the editorial office resided, eager to discern the distinction between it and the Marvel Universe. Yet, until the very end, Leah could not detect any unusual energy fluctuations surrounding Gwen. With a hint of confusion, Leah inquired, Has the editor, who keeps her eyes closed, responded to you? Just a moment. Gwen grimaced, as if constipated, and then suddenly deflated. There was no response whatsoever. When she first arrived, she could still sense the editor's presence. But now even the subtitles had vanished. Could it be that I have truly been abandoned? No, dear editor, grant me another chance. Gwen knelt on the ground, raising her hands to the heavens in despair, while those around her cast astonished glances before turning back to their own affairs with indifference. The inhabitants of this universe seemed to possess a remarkable acceptance of the inexplicable, as if such occurrences were part of their everyday existence. With no reply forthcoming, initially, there had been some, why did it feel as though they were evading me? When Deadpool sought to eliminate you, you did not hide, did you? Is this not aimed solely at me? Moreover, does the editorial office possess such abilities? Are they not merely ordinary individuals within their own universe? How could they possibly evade me? Surely, they cannot be afraid of me entering the real world. Never mind, I shall not dwell on it. One day, I shall inevitably encounter the true universe. Rising to her feet, Leah approached Gwen, squatting beside her, gently stroking her hair with one hand. You need not fear being cast out of the Marvel Universe, for I am still here. I shall certainly assist you. Really? Princess Leah. Gwen gazed up at Leah, her eyes glistening with tears, as if Leah were an angel radiant with divine light. Are you not my fan? Of course, I must cherish my fans. Gwen, overwhelmed with emotion, embraced Leah's waist, burying her head in Leah's bosom. Princess Leah, you are truly an angel. There was a slight quiver of tears in her voice. Leah squinted her eyes and beamed a brilliant smile before producing a scroll from behind her, gently pushing Gwen away from her embrace while placing her hands on Gwen's shoulders. She then handed the scroll to Gwen, who curiously accepted it and unfurled it. To her astonishment, it read, Magical Girl Contract. Wait, a magical girl? Gwen exclaimed, lifting her head to look at Leah. Indeed, Leah replied with a cheerful smile, affirming, this is the very first magical girl contract in the Marvel Universe. Once you sign it, you shall become my employee. As my employee, I shall ensure you are not expelled from the Marvel Universe. Who knows, perhaps in the future, you might even explore the universe. No need to say more, I shall sign. Without hesitation, Gwen inscribed her name in bold letters upon the contract scroll. Is this sufficient? Yes, that will do. Now, it is time for me to provide you with your magical girl equipment. Leah once again produced an array of enchanting, youthful equipment from behind her. First, there was a pink gem, exquisitely set within a pendant. Following that, she revealed a delightful pink tutu and matching shoes, along with a charming pink magic wand. Chapter 73. Leah, the epitome of youthful exuberance, embarks on her adventure in the Marvel Universe. Gwen, in her role as a magical guardian, saluted Leah, cradling her magical girl ensemble, and responded with spirited enthusiasm. Understood, leader. I shall ensure my name echoes throughout the multiverse. Leah approached and gently patted Gwen's shoulder, nodding in satisfaction. Excellent. Your spirit is commendable. Continue your efforts here. I must take my leave. Gwen, taken aback, widened her eyes in confusion and asked, Leader, aren't you coming with me? Leah replied, No, this is your narrative. Moreover, I have an unsettling premonition that my author might be facing an unfortunate fate. Gwen gasped, How terrifying. Leah responded, Indeed, it is quite frightening. Hence, I must journey to other universes in search of greater amusement, to prolong the existence of my story. Gwen earnestly declared, Leader, I have faith in you. Leah flashed a radiant smile at Gwen. I eagerly anticipate our future reunion. Farewell, little Gwen. Before Gwen could finish her farewell, Leah's figure had already vanished. What? She left so swiftly. The inaugural comic of Gwen begins. Let your performance commence, Gwen. Oh, wasn't there silence just now? Why is it responding now? Never mind. Never mind. The debut comic must be performed splendidly, Gwen. After saying her goodbyes, Leah hurriedly departed from Gwen's universe. As she sought the editorial department, she felt an inexplicable force drawing her away, almost as if it yearned to sever her from this world. Initially, she could resist, but as time elapsed, the pull grew stronger, compelling even Leah to leave Gwen's universe. Damn it, Leah had exited the universe, yet the attraction persisted, intensifying as if it sought to lead her to a specific destination. Naturally, being the headstrong individual she was, Leah's rebellious spirit surged forth upon encountering this phenomenon, and she began to wield her powers against the force. The two forces remained locked in a stalemate for an hour, until the attraction suddenly vanished, losing its grip. Leah was propelled forward, and as she soared through the cosmos, a rift in space appeared before her. Caught off guard, she passed through the rift without hesitation. In that fleeting moment of crossing the space rift, Leah glimpsed a transcendent golden figure, before her vision faded to black and she succumbed to unconsciousness. In the boundless cosmos, a figure plummeted toward a cerulean planet like a shooting star. The figure before us is none other than Leah. At this moment, Leah remains ensconced in a deep slumber, utterly oblivious to the changes unfolding in her surroundings. As time progresses, she gradually descends towards the earth. With a resounding crash, Leah's form strikes the ground, creating a colossal crater and triggering a minor earthquake. Such a conspicuous anomaly catches the attention of the local military. Before long, an array of military vehicles arrives at the site of the crater. Armed soldiers disembark, led by a middle-aged general clad in uniform, who approaches the edge of the crater alongside his men. Peering down, they behold a figure resembling a sleeping beauty, lying serenely at the center of the pit. My heavens! Exclaims the general in astonishment before issuing orders to the soldiers beside him. Retrieve her and bring her to the lab. She may very well be the key to human evolution. With the command given, the soldiers, undeterred, begin to lower themselves into the crater using ropes. At last, one soldier reaches Leah's side. Gazing upon her exquisite visage, he cannot help but exclaim, Oh, what a beauty! As he speaks, he steps forward, intending to lift Leah. However, before he can approach, Leah, who had been in a deep sleep, suddenly feels a jolt throughout her body and instantaneously opens her eyes. Leah's abrupt awakening startles the nearby soldier, who, regaining his composure, swiftly raises his rifle and shouts in English, Madam, we are the United States military. Given your ambiguous identity, we kindly ask you to accompany us. Ah, that golden figure must be the one they seek. Surely they do not intend to cast me aside. Leah mutters to herself as she rises, completely disregarding the soldier beside her. Her reaction incites the ire of the surrounding soldiers. As members of the United States military, they have never been so overlooked. Excuse me, madam, but we implore you to cooperate with our investigation and refrain from acting recklessly. The soldier's words finally capture Leah's attention. Oh, have I returned to Midgard? Something feels amiss. She muses. Soldier, where exactly am I? You are in the metropolis of the United States, the soldier replies, though perplexed by her seemingly naive inquiry. Metropolis. Could it truly be as I suspect? Have I been expelled from the company? Well, my father and the others. A sense of urgency wells within Leah as she summons Avalon, delving into her consciousness to discover that her universe still exists, and she breathes a sigh of relief. Yet, she soon senses the absence of several familiar faces within this realm. Slapping her forehead, she realizes that she has inadvertently cast Hela and Wanda into another universe. It appears that her only recourse will be to seek an opportunity to return to the Marvel Universe and retrieve them. For now, she must ascertain which universe she now inhabits. As Leah was lost in her thoughts, her actions startled the soldier nearby, who almost instinctively drew his weapon upon witnessing her summon a sword sheath. Nevertheless, the soldier's nerves were already on edge. Although they had encountered numerous supervillains, some who breathed fire, others who wielded ice, and many with spatial abilities, each new encounter still provoked anxiety. After all, the peculiar powers of these individuals were utterly unpredictable. "Lady, lower your weapon, or we will open fire." Leah cast a sidelong glance at the soldier and replied nonchalantly, "I am not in a good mood today, so kindly refrain from bothering me." Just as the soldier was about to retort in anger, he realized that his gun had transformed into a toy building block, and to his astonishment, all of his comrades' weapons had met the same fate. Faced with this absurd and unfathomable reality, the soldier could no longer maintain his composure and shouted at Leah, "Who on earth are you? I already told you, I am quite irritable." As her voice fell, a scarlet aura enveloped the soldiers, transforming them into monstrous beings clad in black armor. Chapter 74, Clark Kent. "Oh dear, why have I suddenly become so volatile? This is truly troublesome." Leah scratched her head, feeling a twinge of guilt. "And I suppose I am now a bona fide evil deity. Perhaps I shall become the next great villain. Oh well, I'd best take my leave." After a few moments of self-deprecating humor, Leah ascended into the sky as a streak of black light, entirely unconcerned with the general observing from the nearby pit. "My God, please tell me today is April Fool's Day." The general's eyes widened in disbelief as he muttered to himself, "Sir, it seems the soldiers who have transformed into monsters are attempting to climb up." The aide, witnessing something truly extraordinary, urgently reported to the general. "I am not yet at the point of being blind," the general replied coolly, fully aware of the chaotic scene below. He commanded his aide, "Leave a few alive, eliminate the rest. I shall take my leave." "Yes, sir." The aide saluted the general before issuing orders to the surrounding soldiers. "Target the monsters below and fire." A myriad of fiery projectiles erupted from the barrels of their guns. The general paid no heed to the commotion behind him and boarded a helicopter, preparing to inform the president of the unfolding situation. This had escalated beyond his capacity to manage alone. He required someone to share the blame should the mission fail. That creature must fall under the control of the United States. If it could not be contained, then destruction was the only recourse. Meanwhile, Leah soared high above Metropolis, blissfully unaware that the military had set its sights on her. Even if she had known, it would not have mattered. After all, they were merely mortals. At worst, they might attempt to use nuclear weapons against her, a prospect she dismissed with utter disdain. Now Lyra has calmed down, shedding the initial turmoil she felt upon entering this world. Embracing the principle of adapting to her surroundings, she is ready to explore this realm. She wishes to discern whether it belongs to a comic universe or a cinematic one, although in truth, the distinction poses little threat to her. However, should it be the dark universe of the Joker, even Lyra would prefer to avoid the attention of a madman, for she possesses a keen self-awareness. When it comes to intellect, 100 versions of herself would pale in comparison to a single Joker. If she cannot vanquish him in one blow, it is best not to provoke him, ideally avoiding any encounter altogether. As Lyra circled the planet several times, she discovered intriguing elements. This realm appeared neither as a cinematic universe nor the comic universe she knew. Instead, it resembled an undiscovered parallel universe, perhaps a comic universe she had yet to comprehend, with only slight differences in timelines. The Flash remains unconscious, Batman is engaged in his crime-fighting endeavors, Superman is on vacation, and Wonder Woman continues to reside on Paradise Island. As for Aquaman and Cyborg, they remain unchanged, one fishing, the other embroiled in a quarrel with his father. While observing the planet, Lyra stumbled upon Superman's Fortress of Solitude, although the Man of Steel himself was not aboard the ship at that moment. With a thunderous roar, Lyra plunged through the ice, crashing onto the spacecraft. A sword blade pierced the top of the ship, executing a complete 360-degree rotation as it drew a circle. Without hesitation, she leaped inside, swiftly cleaving a robotic obstacle in two with a single stroke. Lyra's intent was to acquire Kryptonian technology. Initially, she harbored little interest in such matters, believing her own abilities would render her invincible, merely a question of the duration of that invincibility. However, after being cast out of the Marvel Universe, her perspective shifted. Now, she was determined to expedite her journey towards strength, with the hope of one day returning to the Marvel realm, ready to confront her adversaries without hesitation. With this conviction, Lyra resolved to master Kryptonian technology first. Yet, reality proved harsh. After a flurry of tinkering, she concluded that without Superman Clark's ship key to activate the vessel, it lay as inoperative as scrap metal. Frustrated, she struck the control panel with her fist, creating a small dent. How disheartening it was for someone of her renown to be unable to unlock even a mere spacecraft. And the reality stone, how utterly useless it seemed, incapable of performing such a simple task as unlocking a door. Lyra grumbled as she regarded the red gem in her hand. The reality stone, too, felt aggrieved. It lamented that it could not fathom how to unlock such a mechanism, leaving it powerless to assist her. Nevertheless, she resolved to tread the path toward enlightenment, fully aware that it would be fraught with thorns. Then go find Clark. Bring him here when the time comes. As his guide, it is not excessive for me to glean a bit of knowledge, is it? With a flash of dark brilliance, another appeared atop the spaceship. At that moment, Clark Kent was joyfully playing with a lion. However, sensing something peculiar, Clark released his grip around the lion's neck and looked up at the sky. The lion, having regained its freedom, wasted no time in fleeing from the terrifying bipedal creature that had been petting it for 2 hours. Clark paid no heed to the escaping lion. His gaze was fixed on the descending black-red light in the sky, which was growing ever larger. As the radiance intensified, Clark began to discern a figure within the glow. And rather than feeling fear, he was filled with excitement at the prospect of encountering a kindred spirit. A resounding boom echoed as Leah made her dazzling entrance. As the dust settled from her descent, Clark could finally see the visage of the person within, although he had previously discerned a figure in the air. The magical influence had rendered even his X-ray vision insufficient to clarify more than a hazy silhouette. "Miss, it seems you've come to find me, haven't you?" Clark could not restrain himself from inquiring first. "Of course, indeed." Leah waved her arm, and a gust of wind swept through, instantly dispersing the surrounding dust. "Son of Krypton, I have come for you." "Son of Krypton? You know where my true homeland lies," Clark exclaimed, excitement compelling him to step closer and grasp Leah's shoulders. Hey. Leah raised her sword of victory to block Clark's advance, saying, "What is the rush? Why come so close?" "My apologies." Clark scratched his head in embarrassment, feeling somewhat awkward. "I was just excited to hear information about my original homeland. I meant no offense. Please do not misunderstand." Chapter 75. The Crying Child Receives Candy. Leah looked at this anxious, bashful young man and couldn't help but chuckle. Who would have thought that the illustrious Superman would possess such demeanor? "All right, I understand." Leah nodded. "You don't expect me to chat with you here, do you?" She glanced at the desolate land. "Of course not." Clark, feeling somewhat awkward, scratched his head. "I will take you to my home." After saying this, he seemed to remember something and hurriedly inquired, "How should I address you?" "To call me Leah." "Very well. Lady Leah, my speed may be a bit overwhelming. Can you keep up?" Leah raised an eyebrow and provocatively challenged Clark. "Shall we race?" After a moment's hesitation, Clark nodded. "Let us race." Now that Clark had finally encountered another being like himself, he was eager to demonstrate his strength to ascertain the disparity between them. Leah smiled at Clark, noting that a competition without stakes would be rather dull. "How about this? If I lose, I shall grant you a request that I am capable of fulfilling. If you lose, the same applies to you. What do you think of this wager?" Clark, filled with excitement, nodded in agreement. "Provided it does not contravene the principles of justice that reside within my heart." "Very well." Suddenly, a firecracker appeared in Leah's hand. "Wait for the explosion of this firecracker to serve as the starting signal." Clark nodded slightly, indicating his understanding, and assumed a ready position for the race. Leah, on the other hand, stood casually by, the firecracker already ignited and tossed to the ground. Clark sensed the nonchalant and disdainful demeanor of the person beside him, which ignited a spark of defiance within him, prompting him to prepare for the race with greater seriousness. As the fuse of the firecracker burned down, a loud bang resonated in the air. Clark Kent propelled himself forward, creating a deep crater in the earth with a single step, vanishing from Leah's sight at an astonishing speed. Leah remained indifferent, standing still on tiptoes with one hand raised above her head, gazing upwards. Let the bullet fly for 10 seconds. After sprinting for 15 seconds, Clark felt no presence pursuing him from behind. Glancing back, he confirmed that Leah had indeed not caught up. A sigh of relief escaped him. It seemed his counterpart was not particularly adept at speed. Victory in this contest appeared to be his. With such thoughts swirling in his mind, a smirk of triumph crept onto Clark's face. As a young man newly entered into society, he naturally harbored a sense of pride and a competitive spirit. He looked forward to witnessing the astonished expressions of his kind once they beheld his strength. A minute passed swiftly, and it was during this interval that Clark Kent arrived at the entrance of his farm. After waiting for a moment, and realizing Leah had yet to arrive, he decided to return home and wait leisurely. Approaching the front door, he knocked, and an elderly woman with graying hair opened it. Upon seeing Clark's return, she beamed with joy, taking his hand and pulling him inside. "You're finally back. Your friends are waiting for you inside." "What?" Just as Clark was filled with confusion, a playful voice resonated from within the room. "Ah, you have finally returned. It seems in this competition, I have slightly outdone you." Taken aback by the voice, Clark quickly regained his composure and chuckled helplessly. "Indeed, you have won, Lady Leah. You may now claim your reward. So what is your request?" "Let's set aside these trivial matters for now. Come and taste Aunt Martha's pizza. It is truly delicious." "Leah, with one hand clutching the pizza and the other beckoning Clark to sit, behaved as though she were the mistress of the house, while Clark appeared to be the guest. I am well aware that my mother is the finest cook, and besides, this is my home. Clark settled down on a nearby armchair, unceremoniously taking a large slice of pizza from the plate. The little kin was throwing a tantrum again. It was a rare occasion for a friend to visit, and I ought to extend proper hospitality. Aunt Martha gently stroked Clark's head, speaking softly. Aunt Martha, I have finished my meal. Could I possibly have another serving? Leia exclaimed, her radiant smile reminiscent of a schoolgirl as she raised her hand. Certainly, I shall prepare that for you right away, Martha replied with a benevolent smile, turning to head to the kitchen to prepare a few more dishes for Leia. Clark furrowed his brow in dissatisfaction, voicing his concern, do not casually request my mother. Her health is fragile, and she must not be overexerted. Huh. Leia shot Clark a sidelong glance, her tone dripping with disdain. What do you know? Women of Aunt Martha's age adore children like me. It brings her joy to cook for me. She continued, you ought to understand that a crying child gets the candy. Look at you, perpetually acting so mature. You likely deprive Aunt Martha of the joy of participating in a child's growth. Clark felt several dark lines appear above his head, wanting to retort, but recognizing there was some truth in Leia's words. Ultimately, he awkwardly shifted the topic. You must have other pressing matters for seeking me out, right? It cannot merely be for a casual visit. Leia, munching on the pizza, spoke indistinctly, while I wished to say, I came solely for you. The truth is I indeed have other intentions. After swallowing the last piece of pizza, Leia elegantly extracted a tissue to dab her mouth and continued. I came to find you because I discovered a spacecraft from Krypton in the Arctic, and I need your help to unlock it so I can enrich my knowledge. Leia revealed her intentions without reservation, laying bare her purpose to Clark. After contemplating for a moment, Clark sensed the sincerity in Leia's words, convinced that she spoke the truth. However, he eventually shook his head. I am terribly sorry, but I do not possess the key to unlock the spacecraft. No, you do. It is the graphite key marked with a symbol, she asserted. Is this what you mean? Clark removed the pendant from around his neck and handed it to Leia. It was indeed the graphite key bearing the mark. Yes, this is the key to the spacecraft. Leia took the key, examined it briefly, and finding nothing unusual, returned it to Clark. Moreover, you will have the opportunity to meet your biological father aboard the spacecraft. You have never unlocked a spacecraft. How do you know this so precisely? Clark inquired skeptically, noting the detailed nature of Leia's description, as if she had experienced it herself. Leia paused for a moment before stating, consider it a gift of prophecy. Very well, Clark mused, realizing that if beings like them were indeed appearing, Leia's prophetic abilities were not entirely inconceivable. So, when shall we go? After I finish my meal. Leia stood up eagerly to catch the food that Aunt Martha had just brought out, expressing her gratitude before returning to her meal. Chapter 76, Oh my God. Clark, upon hearing this, could only stand quietly by, and this waiting extended for 2 long hours. Hey, enough already. Clark's twitching lips halted Leah's hand, which was about to rise once more. Very well. Leah, somewhat dissatisfied, smacked her lips and smiled at the slightly perspiring Aunt Martha, saying, Aunt Martha, your cooking is delightful. However, we must attend to important matters now. It's time to leave. As she spoke, she began to stride toward the exit, with Clark closely following behind. Never mind. You go handle your affairs. Aunt Martha gently wiped the beads of sweat forming on her brow, casting a wistful glance at the figures disappearing into the garden. She pondered, are today's young girls really capable of consuming so much? I wonder if anyone could support them if they were to marry one. In the Arctic sky, a black-red meteor streaked across, swiftly plunging into the icy expanse below. Leah, gripping Clark by the collar, released him, causing him to plop down onto the ice. Ouch! Clark sat on the ice, propping himself up with a nearby block, feeling a bit dizzy as he shook his head, attempting to regain his senses. The speed they had just traveled, even with Clark's extraordinary constitution, left him feeling lightheaded, especially since Leah had no intention of safeguarding him during the journey. This resulted in Clark, upon landing, feeling as if his head had turned to mush, and he perceived Leah as if she were multiplied into 4 figures. After a brief respite, Clark finally managed to lift himself up. Ms. Leah, I believe next time you fly me about, you might consider giving me a heads up, or perhaps I could come over on my own. Though it may take a bit longer, it would certainly be more comfortable than this. Oh my God, my dear friend. I had no idea you could not endure such speed. Oh my God, I cannot believe I subjected my old companion to this. For the sake of the Almighty, forgive me, my friend. Leah's exaggerated words and gestures resembled those of a devout supplicant praying to Clark. Clark wished to respond, but instead sighed, realizing he had sighed more in one day since encountering this young lady than in his entire life before. What tone is that? I can't shake the feeling that you are provoking me. Is that so? I learned it from television. Don't you all speak this way here? Leah turned her head away, a hint of guilt in her demeanor. Clark rubbed his forehead. No one speaks that way. What about the priest? The one who believes in God. Even he wouldn't say that. And the angels? According to the Bible, they're supposed to be the most devout beings. Leah, inexplicably clad in a nun's attire, held a crucifix in one hand and a Bible in the other, curiously inquired of Clark. Setting aside whether or not I believe in angels, even if they exist, they would never speak as you do. Moreover, when did you change into that outfit? Indeed, they are utterly devoid of piety. This has nothing to do with devotion. Amidst a playful exchange of questions and banter, Leah led Clark to the very opening she had previously created. Clark gazed at the gaping hole, tilting his head slightly as he inquired in a rather brusque tone. Did you not claim to possess the gift of prophecy? Then how does one explain this hole? Prophecy? Did I ever assert such a thing? Perhaps I have forgotten. Leah responded, her large eyes blinking innocently before breaking into a wide, silly grin. Well, I should have known you were unreliable. Enough of this. Let us try the slide I fashioned. Ignoring Clark's grumbling, Leah leaped into the chasm, plummeting straight down into the spacecraft below. The slide is perfectly vertical, Clark muttered, continuing to complain even as he followed suit without a moment's hesitation. Upon entering the spacecraft, Clark surveyed the wreckage of the once grand vessel, noting the two gaping holes above. With lifeless eyes, he fixed his gaze upon the somewhat embarrassed Leah. All right, I acknowledge my actions may have been misguided, but we must focus on the pressing matter at hand. You must activate the ship. Clark sighed at Leah's words, then approached the control panel, inserting a key into a small slot. As the key turned, the spacecraft stirred to life, its previously dim lights igniting brilliantly, and a humanoid projection emerged as a portal opened. It seems you have matured. How I wish Laura could witness this. Al gazed at Clark with a nostalgic glint in his eyes. And who might you be? Although Clark's mind had already arrived at an answer, he felt compelled to hear it confirmed aloud. I am your father, Carl, or rather, his shadow, his consciousness. I am Joel, and Carl, that is my name. The two exchanged glances, shifting their positions, while Leah, ignored in the corner, munched on a crepe, observing the unfolding drama. Joel and Carl, indeed. I have a multitude of questions. Certainly, you may inquire. However, prior to that, Joel turned his gaze toward Leah, who was still savoring her crepe, raising an eyebrow. Shouldn't this young lady introduce herself? Oh, Leah, caught off guard as the conversation shifted to her, hastily finished her crepe, clapped her hands, stood upright, and cleared her throat before addressing Joel. As for me, I possess numerous identities, but for now, I shall keep them to myself. My primary objective is to acquire all the technological knowledge of Krypton, thereby enhancing my own power, so that I may seek vengeance upon the one who cast me into this world. Is that so? I can provide you with all the technology of Krypton. As a humble request, I ask that you take good care of Carl here while on this planet. With pleading eyes, El gazed at Leah. He had just conducted a thorough examination of the girl using all the technological resources aboard the spacecraft, yet all the information yielded was shrouded in mystery. Unknown energy, unknown physical capabilities, and even the pheromones emanating from her were alarmingly scarce. Such inconsistencies unequivocally hinted at the girl's enigma and her formidable nature. Initially, he had perceived Earth merely as a primitive planet. However, with the immense power of Kryptonians, he believed they could effortlessly assume the role of guardians and deities in this world. Now, he was taken aback to discover the existence of beings like Leah on Earth, suggesting that there might be other formidable life forms as well. For the sake of Kal-El's future, he decided to swallow his pride and beseech the protection of this extraordinary girl. Chapter 77. Perfect intangibility. Very well. As you wish from this moment on. You shall be my little brother, Leah declared, nonchalantly pointing her finger. Clark felt an intense burning sensation suddenly radiate from the back of his hand, leaving him utterly astonished. Given his physical resilience, he could endure immersion in molten lava without feeling any pain, merely warmth at most. Yet, Leah's mere gesture had instigated a painful response. Truly, the ancient adage rang true. There are always greater powers beyond. Lifting his hand, Clark noticed the design of a knight's sword intertwined with a long spear materializing on his previously unblemished arm. Bewildered, he raised his palm. What purpose does this serve? Nothing of great significance, merely a manifestation of my essence, Leah replied, casually. Should you encounter an adversary beyond your capacity to withstand, this essence will come into play. Anyone weaker than me, under its influence, will find it nearly impossible to deliver a lethal blow to you. Clark's gaze hardened at her words, and he bowed deeply, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Lady Leah. I truly do not know how to repay you. Although Leah's demeanor was remarkably nonchalant and laid back. As if the gift were trivial, Clark's super intellect kicked into gear at that moment. In an instant, he comprehended the significance of this essence. In simpler terms, this essence functioned as a protective talisman, The weaker would be directly subdued by the aura, while the stronger might show leniency, sparing Clark out of respect for its master. With this essence, as long as Clark refrained from provoking deities, he could traverse this universe with relative freedom. Indeed, he could revel without fear of demise. Just a routine transaction. Then I shall not intrude upon your conversation any further. Liao waved her hand, redirecting her attention back to El. Can you enlighten me on the whereabouts of Kryptonian knowledge? Certainly, Ael replied with a gentle smile, guiding Liao to a nutrient chamber where he began to elucidate. This is our memory transfer device. Through it, one can quickly acquire all knowledge of Krypton without the need for reading, provided the brain can withstand the influx. After speaking, El shifted his gaze to Clark, adopting a tone laced with playful irony. Cara El, you shall experience all of this as well, though the journey may entail some discomfort. I am confident you can endure it. However, just as he spoke, he realized that Miss Leah, who had been standing beside him, had vanished without a trace. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He swiftly turned and discovered that Leah had immersed herself within the memory transmission apparatus, curiously fiddling with the helmet inside. Taking a deep breath, El suppressed his fatigue and cautioned, Miss Leah, this is an antique. Handling it carelessly may lead to its damage. Oh, understood. Leah replied obediently, placing the helmet back in its original position. She looked up at El with bright, eager eyes, as if anticipating what to do next. El, avoiding her intense gaze, moved to a row of control panels and began a flurry of intricate operations. After a minute of swift actions, he finally paused and turned to Leah, saying, Now you may don the helmet and lie down. Without hesitation, Leah put on the helmet and slid into the nutrient chamber. As she settled in, the chamber's door gradually closed. In the very next instant, an overwhelming torrent of knowledge surged into Leah's mind, akin to a tidal wave. Yet, it was swiftly absorbed by her formidable mental prowess. Leah's brain could be considered a superbrain. However, her independent thought processes rendered this extraordinary intellect capable of retaining every detail without fail. Unless she chose not to remember, Leah could effortlessly recall even the minutiae of her first day, such as the number of hairs on Odin's head upon opening her eyes for the first time. Meanwhile, Clark and his virtual father engaged in a discussion about the origins of Kryptonian life and the reasons behind the planet's destruction, culminating in Clark receiving a suit of armor. Shortly after their conversation concluded, Leah successfully completed her knowledge absorption. As the nutrient chamber opened, she emerged, stretching her limbs. I feel exhausted. The influx of information was overwhelming. It seems I need to spend some time organizing it all. Leah lamented her delightful burden as she harnessed the power of the reality gem to create a disk containing all the knowledge of Krypton. Admittedly, the information was unclassified, and Leah intended to send this artifact back to Asgard, seeking Odin's assistance in sorting it out. Returning it myself is such a hassle. As if I could organize it. I'm well aware that I lack the patience to arrange technology. You finally emerged, Leah. Hearing the voice, Leah turned her gaze and found Clark, clad in a snug blue suit with a flowing red cape, smiling warmly at her. Tsk, tsk, tsk. Indeed, one's attire can significantly alter one's demeanor. A mere change of clothing can instantly transform one's presence. Is it not true? I, too, feel rather splendid. Clark displayed a foolish grin, turning around to allow Leah a comprehensive view of his battle attire. It is likely that a part of him yearned to flaunt his outfit. Observing Clark's boastful demeanor, Leah felt a twinge of discomfort and was suddenly inspired by a mischievous idea. Clark, your battle gear seems to be lacking something. Allow me to enhance it for you. Leah said with a sly smile. I believe it is already quite perfect. What could possibly be missing? Clark furrowed his brow, glancing down at his attire, convinced that nothing was amiss. Watch this. With a snap of her fingers, a surge of crimson energy enveloped Clark, obscuring the view of his piercing gaze. As the red glow gradually dissipated, Clark looked down again, his veins pulsating with agitation, his hands clenched, and his eyes aflame with fury. Leah, this is not amusing. The transformation to his outfit had been minimal. Only the area around his trousers had turned a vivid red, resembling a pair of crimson undergarments. I apologize. This will revert in just 3 minutes. Leah quickly sidled up to Clark, raising her camera and capturing the moment before he could react. Don't you find this appearance endearing? Not at all. And you must delete that photograph. Clark exclaimed. Oh dear, I just remembered that I left some clothes at home. I must hurry. Wait, delete the photo. Clark reached out to seize Leah, but before he could make contact, she vanished beneath a shadow shaped like crimson eyes. As she disappeared, her voice echoed back, perfectly ethereal.